Chapter 181. A strong crash echoed in the coffee shop. Xiao Yuan and Ximao worked together to lift the table against the door, which was shaken by the impact. Crash. After several collisions, the glass window shattered and scattered all around. Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang stood in the front and swung their swords at the same time. Swish. Swish. The two people who chopped by feeling missed their attacks. Buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from the broken window, and Xiao Yuan instinctively called Tunin to block in front of him. Clang. Under the huge impact, he and Lin Lang retreated. Behind them, the attacks of Sun Wan, Xi and Mao, and Qi Ming passed through the gap between the two. Clang, clang, 6 alloy claws, 2 hit, causing ripples in the air. Xiao Yuan saw the opportunity. Tu Nan turned into a long sword and rushed forward to cut it down. Ji. Tu Nan was sharp and unstoppable. After the sword hit, there was a click, and something fell to the ground. Xiao Yuan looked closely, and saw a soft object of more than 40 centimeters long fell to the ground, turning several times and still jumping. Buzz. In midair, a strange-looking creature appeared in front of Xiao Yuan. Its body was cylindrical, with a faint fluorescent glow on the surface, and a milky white body. There was a thin slit at the top of the cylinder, and black and white things flashed from time to time inside, which looked like eyes. There were 5 calves growing at the bottom of the cylinder, and the ends of the calves were round. Xiao Yuan cut off one of the calves. The creature was suspended in midair, and there seemed to be something growing under it, but it was invisible. The part under the body moved with the air, making it hard to see the details. When he saw it, Xiao Yuan remembered a cylindrate he had seen in a textbook before, the Hydra. However, the monster in front of him was countless times larger than the Hydra. It appeared for a very short time, only a few seconds, and then disappeared again. Bang! 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 There were bursts of collisions in the cafe from time to time. There were countless monsters hiding their bodies, attacking the cafe. Xiao Yuan just dodged an attack, and was hit into the counter by the impact from the air. He shook his dizzy head, and struggled to stand up. This is... He looked at the things under the counter and his eyes lit up. Sun Wan, Wang Ruoling, and Liang Lu were in a corner, resisting attacks from all sides from time to time. Seeing Xi and Mao flying in the air in the distance, with his back clothes pulled long, Sun Wan decisively took off the longbow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The ice blue feather arrow drew a blue light, forcing back the monster that pulled Xi and Mao up. Wang Ruofei and Qi Ming and others were in the hall. After fighting for a while, Wang Ruofei had 3 more wounds on his body. Strangely, these wounds were not fatal. The invisible monster seemed to have mercy on him. Buzz! Wang Ruofei's knife was swift and his reaction was fast. After hearing the sound in his ear, he used his knife to cut off one of the monster's legs. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The monster was cunning. When Wang Ruofei ran out of strength, 2 whistles broke out in the air at the same time. Bang! Wang Ruofei's body was pushed out of the crowd and flew out of the house. The round ends of the 4 calves that the monster held him with opened slightly, like small mouths. They stuck to Wang Ruofei at the same time and instantly pierced his blood vessels. Ah! Wang Ruofei screamed in pain, and the blood in his body began to flow rapidly, and a sense of fatigue emerged in his mind. Brother! Wang Ruoling saw it clearly from a distance, and rushed to the door like crazy, and the alloy claws under his ribs were launched. Old Wang, close your eyes. Xiao Yuan's voice came from the sky, which made Wang Ruofei, who had almost lost his mind, sober up a lot. Wang Ruofei subconsciously closed his eyes, and heard a whoosh sound from above, and a faint fragrance filled his body. Sun Wan and Lin Lang attacked at the same time when Xiao Yuan appeared. What did Xiao Yuan sprinkle? Just as he was hit into the counter, he found a bag of cocoa powder under the counter. He was quick-witted and immediately reacted to the trick of using cocoa powder to make the monsters appear. Sure enough, the 2 monsters splashed with cocoa powder, floating in the air with powder all over their bodies, were no different from targets. Sun Wan reached the door first, jumped high and struck the monster with a heavy blow. Puff! Even with the sharpness of the main knife, it only left a shallow wound on the monster. The transparent liquid flowing out of the wound, mixed with cocoa powder, exuded a rich aroma. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yuan and Lin Lang snatched Wang Ruofei away and injured the 2 monsters. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Several wind sounds came from the cafe, bringing a whistle and gradually going away. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan carried Wang Ruofei, who had already fallen into coma, on his back without saying a word, and the 8 of them flew up from the entrance of the cafe and evacuated. The whistling sound of the wind in his ears made Xiao Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. Although this battle did not last long, it was very thrilling. The invisible monster had the characteristics of floating in the air and moving quickly. If he had not used cocoa powder to repel it, the Silver Moon team would inevitably have been injured. Wang Ruofei was sucked in for only a few seconds, and it was unknown how much blood was sucked out of his body. He was unconscious and his lips turned white. However, if the monster could suck blood before, why didn't it use it on others, but chose Wang Ruofei? In his head, there were a lot of messy thoughts, and finally after a while of running around, he arrived at the Silver Wing Army camp. Wang Ruoling cried loudly, and Sun Wan and Liang Lu accompanied her to the rear medical area. Xiao Yuan went to the rear army headquarters together to report the situation to Li Jin in person. When Xiao Yuan arrived, the representatives of the 8 teams had already arrived. Except for Sheng Dong, Zhou Nan, and Yin, and Peng Fei, Xiao Yuan didn't know the other 3. Among them, there was actually a girl, with long hair and no makeup, who looked heroic. After noticing Xiao Yuan's gaze, she also looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan smiled faintly and nodded to her, but the girl rolled her eyes and ignored him. Ouch! What an impolite girl! Xiao Yuan was unhappy, and was about to ask Sheng Dong about her background when he heard footsteps outside. After Li Jin and Jin Chao strode into the tent, they immediately began to summarize the post-war meeting without any nonsense. Xiao Yuan secretly looked around and saw that everyone had a bitter look on their faces. He knew in his heart that they had hit a snag like himself. No wonder the night demon stayed in the city center, without any worries even if he didn't come out during the day. It turned out that there was a circle of monsters guarding outside. They were really cunning and treacherous, ahem. Li Jin cleared his throat and looked around, saying loudly, "Thank you for your hard work in the reconnaissance mission today." He paused and changed the subject. Who can tell me the details of this reconnaissance mission? After the words fell, the 8 captains looked at each other, and finally looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Let me go first. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan smiled stiffly and said softly, "Captain, let me tell you." He stood up and explained what happened to the Silver Moon team after entering Guangxing Street, including encountering invisible monsters, retreating to the cafe, and using cocoa powder to repel the enemy. After telling all the stories, Xiao Yuan added, "Captain, I think the thing looks a bit like a giant hydra." Hydra? Li Jin waved his hand and motioned Xiao Yuan to sit down. His face, which had been tense since he entered the room, gradually relaxed at this moment and said, "Everyone, are you worried about the losses of each team and are afraid of being reprimanded?" Everyone exchanged glances and said nothing. Among the 8 teams that went forward, 1 person in Xiao Yuan's team was unconscious and everyone was injured, which was the best record. With such a record, they, as the most elite team in the Silver Wing Army, really felt ashamed. Even if he was reprimanded by the corps commander, it was reasonable. Li Jin sighed and said slowly, "This reconnaissance was too far from the camp, and it was mostly risky. If someone is responsible, I am the one who should be responsible the most." "Corps commander, you. Don't say that, it's us." Sheng Dong said quickly, "We didn't complete the task well." "Yes, corps commander." Hee. Li Jin waved his hand and said, "This reconnaissance was too hasty. In the final analysis, it's still because of one thing." Chapter 182. Typhoon. The news announced by Li Jin made everyone present change their faces. In previous years, there were many typhoons and heavy rains in the southeastern coast, which affected people's lives. Before the appearance of the Thunder Beast, the typhoon only meant that the military combat environment became more severe. However, once the storm comes, the attack power of the Thunder Beast will increase exponentially. 1 week. After a week, the typhoon will reach the southeastern coast. Li Jin is eager to investigate, and wants to make further progress before the typhoon arrives. If the Night Demon's defense line can be broken during the day, the decisive battle of the entire battlefield will be greatly advanced. However, the appearance of the invisible guard broke Li Jin's fantasy and luck. Recalling the power of the Thunder Beast in the thunderstorm, everyone felt sympathetic. How many soldiers in the army were killed by the Thunder Beast's attack? This meeting lasted for more than 2 hours, and the 8 team leaders exchanged combat experiences with each other. Sheng Dong and Peng Fei had a tacit understanding. They used water to splash the guards at the same time to expose their whereabouts, and then they retreated safely. It was not until the sunset that Xiao Yuan and others left the conference tent together. Not far from the tent, a girl was looking over here. Her long fiery red hair was very eye-catching. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming out, her eyes lit up and she trotted over, saying timidly, Xiao Yuan you. Xiao Zheng. Xiao Yuan and Shundong were walking and chatting, and suddenly a little girl jumped out in front of him, and he was stunned for a while. He looked up and down, and Xiao Zheng looked no different from an ordinary girl in casual clothes, except for her accent. The Silver Moon Squad has been responsible for the frontline defense mission for a long time. After sending Xiao Zheng to the rear, they forgot about her. When they met again, Xiao Yuan smiled and greeted her. Xiao Zheng. What's the matter with you? Xiao Zheng muttered in a barely audible voice. I want to stay with you. Stay with us? After Xiao Zheng joined the Silver Moon Squad, she was very afraid of herself, but she was very close to Shan Wan. Xiao Yuan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Xiao Zheng, we fight to the death every day, it's too risky. I can help. Xiao Zheng suddenly shouted loudly, waving her little fist. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong looked at each other and resisted the urge to laugh out loud. Sheng Dong stood aside and tried to persuade her. Little girl, this is not a joke. You can stay behind to help us. Xiao Zheng stared at Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong with her big red eyes, and said aggrievedly, You don't believe me at all. Seeing a cloud of mist rising in her big eyes, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but have a headache. He said quickly, It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that now is not the right time. When Xiao Zheng heard this, a glimmer of hope rose in her clear eyes. Are you serious? Of course, Xiao Yuan agreed immediately. How could I lie to you? Xiao Zheng stared at Xiao Yuan and asked, When will you let me go? This. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong looked at each other and thought. 10 days. 10 days later. There is still a week before the storm, and extra personnel like Xiao Zheng will be evacuated one after another. Xiao Yuan's words are just a delay. Xiao Zheng got Xiao Yuan's promise, and turned away happily. She remembered the day firmly in her heart, including the smell of Xiao Yuan's body. Watching Xiao Zheng leave, Xiao Yuan shrugged helplessly, and thought to himself, What a strange girl. Xiao Yuan turned around and forgot about this matter, because the night fell, and the night demon's new attack was about to come again. Country A Northwest. The first line of defense in the Northwest Defense Line is the four-city defense line composed of H City, or City, Hangjin City, and Wuyuan City. H City is the frontline fortress against the night demons in the Northwest, and is stationed with armed forces headed by the Northwest Guard Corps. In the Northwest, the number of night demons is the lowest, and the outbreak time is much later than that in the southeast coast and the northeastern border. Under the defense of the Guard Corps, the night demons have never been able to break through H City. As the war situation in the southeast coast became increasingly tense, the loss of 3 major cities in succession caused panic across the country. Among them, H City was also included. The citizens of H City began to gradually leave H City, fearing that they would be affected by the war. However, under the defense of the Guard Corps, H City was impregnable, and people lived and worked in peace. Compared with the displacement and war in the coastal areas, the stability of the Northwest region became more and more precious. People gradually regarded the Guard Corps as their patron saint and respected it highly. In H City, Gao Yi, the commander of the Guard Corps, gradually lost his objective view of himself as people praised him. He was immersed in the admiration and dependence of others, and was intoxicated. When the 2 new armies, the Silver Wing Corps and the Storm Corps, were established, Gao Yi sneered. When the Federal Command Center and the 8-country parliament decided to form a new army in the Northwest, Gao Yi reacted strongly. It was because of him that the formation of the new army in the Northwest was very slow. Gao Yi, who was in charge of the task of resisting the night demon in the Northwest, was in a high position and had great power. He had a very deep interest in the military and political affairs of the Northwest, and it would be extremely difficult for him to give up power now. The new army was like an outsider who suddenly came to his home and wanted to get a piece of the pie. It would be a miracle if Gao Yi was happy about this decision. The Central Theater of Operations planned the new army more than a month later than the Northwest, but the progress was much better than the Northwest. The difference between the classes. Tigerback Mountain, more than 80 kilometers away from H City, covers a vast area and stretches endlessly. Tigerback Mountain, a very deep mountain center. In the center of the mountains, a deep abyss with a diameter of more than 100 meters blew cold wind. Wow! A night demon lay on the edge of the deep cave and looked inside. The dark deep cave could not be seen at a glance. Even in the daytime, it was still pitch black inside. Whoosh, 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 the wind gradually grew stronger from weak. The night demons surrounding the abyss seemed to sense something, and they all pricked up their ears to listen, looking pious. Woo! A strange cry sounded, and hundreds of night demons cried at the same time. The cry was piercing and sharp, and it lasted for a long time. Suddenly, a strong night demon who was leading the group stopped, and it slowly approached the abyss and looked inside. The increasingly strong cold wind made it almost impossible to open its red eyes. Woo! A voice came from the abyss, which made the leading night demon shudder. It quickly lowered its body and knelt on the rock, and the other night demons followed suit and knelt on the ground. The sound in the abyss was intermittent, with delicate and gentle tones and strange intonations, as if it was a new language. After careful listening, there was only one sound at first, and then another sound gradually appeared. It was hard to tell whether it was male or female, and they merged with each other into waves of sound waves that spread around. In the abyss, a small ball of light appeared at an unknown depth. The light ball was dark blue and swam back and forth. It swam for a while, and gradually settled down. Buzz! The light ball shook, and the dark blue gradually dimmed until all the colors faded and turned into pure white. When the color stabilized, the light ball made a crisp sound, like a boiled egg cracking. Crack! A crack appeared in the white light ball, and then a malicious eye burst into a strong light and suddenly opened. Chapter 183. A City First Hospital. Li Luo, dressed in white, carefully looked at the case in her hand. The young man on the bed had dull eyes, staring blankly in front of him, mumbling something in a low voice. She moved slightly closer to the bed, trying to hear what the young man said. Before Li Luo walked in, the nurse next to her reached out to stop Li Luo. "Dr. Li, you better not get close to him." The nurse pulled Li Luo's corner and whispered, "This patient is from the Silver Wing Corps, and he is very strong." Li Luo nodded and called out to the young man Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, whose hands and feet were fixed to the bed, moved his eyes slightly, but did not speak, and continued to whisper. Li Luo keenly observed Zhang Yang's movements, and she tried to call out again, "Ninth Company, Zhang Yang?" Zhang Yang's breathing stagnated after hearing this. He seemed to remember something, lowered his head slightly, stopped murmuring, and stopped looking forward. Li Luo and the nurse looked at each other, and the nurse shook her head to indicate that she didn't know what was going on. Huh? Li Luo took a deep breath and tentatively moved towards the bed, wanting to bend down to see Zhang Yang's condition. She slowly bent down and saw a pair of bloodshot and crazy eyes. Woo! Zhang Yang roared and struggled, roaring, "Die! When my God comes, you will all die!" Bang! Bang! The bed seemed to fall apart at any time as Zhang Yang struggled hard. The male nurse, who was guarding outside the ward, heard the sound and came in, and the three of them barely stopped Zhang Yang from shaking. Li Luo led the frightened nurse out of the ward and looked at Zhang Yang through the window. His young face was extremely ferocious, and he kept shouting the words just now. Li Luo, who specializes in the field of mental illness and psychology, has won the favor of teachers at Yanjing Medical University with her talent. Mr. Wen Yuan, a leader in the field of mental illness in Country A, has high hopes for her. This time, Li Luo came to the front line mainly to explore the influence and damage of the night demon on the human spirit. If we can grasp the core of it, it will be a great blessing for treating patients whose spirits are broken by the night demon. The young nurse patted her chest and muttered, "Dr. Li, did you see it? He is like a madman now." Zhang Yang, a soldier of the 9th Company, was hospitalized due to mental attack when the dark bird appeared and the night demon exploded. Before being hospitalized, he tried to kill his comrades, but was stopped and knocked unconscious by Xiao Yuan. There were more than 30 soldiers, like Zhang Yang that night, all of whom lived in the rear hospital. The security forces specially dispatched 100 people to help guard them in case of any accidents. Madman? Li Luo recalled Zhang Yang's hysterical words. What did he mean by God? Was it a mental disorder or? In his spiritual world, there really is a God? Li Luo thought about it, suddenly stopped, and said to the nurse, "Xiao Lu, I need you to do me a favor." Sheer City, North City. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the cold wind was howling. Xiao Yuan was in the air, and Tu Nan shot with his left hand, and nailed 2 night demons to the wall. Whoosh! Whoosh! The night demons turned into red steam and dissipated. Sun Wan fell in the sky and stepped on Tu Nan's silk thread. Her balance was very good. She jumped slightly and flew into the sky again with Tu Nan. The Minging knife burst into silver light in her hand, killing the night demons around one by one. Bang! Bang! The two fell to the ground and continued to resist the surging night demons. After nearly a week of hard fighting, the Silver Wing Legion finally captured the entire North City and approached the city. The Night Demon's counterattack became more and more intense, and Legion issued an order to stay in place for defense. The Typhoon will arrive in Sierra City tomorrow night after a long journey, and a difficult war is just about to begin. Whoosh! Bang! The blue distress signal flare bloomed on a street not far from Zongheng Street. Xiao Yuan handed the command to Liang Lu, took Sun Wan, and headed towards the rescue point. His body shuttled between high-rise buildings. Xiao Yuan was already familiar with this feeling, but for some reason, he felt a sense of discomfort in his chest. This feeling flashed by, making Xiao Yuan wonder if it was his hallucination. Not taking it seriously, the three of them soon arrived at the street where the incident happened. Swish! Swish! In the middle of the street, a young man was waving a dark silver knife in his hand, and wisps of flames appeared on the blade from time to time. The comrades around him wanted to resist the Night Demon while trying to control the young man, but were afraid of hurting him, and the battlefield was in chaos. Sun Wan, Xi and Mao, and the other soldiers who came to support helped to resist the Night Demon, and Xiao Yuan landed directly beside the young man. The young man made a vague roar from time to time, which roughly meant to ask the people around him to get out of the way. When Xiao Yuan walked towards him quickly with a minging knife in his hand, the young man's eyes turned red. Clang! After the blow, Xiao Yuan moved his wrist and raised the corner of his mouth. The young man was very strong, at least in terms of strength. I don't know if he had this strength or the fire on the knife caused it. Swish! Xiao Yuan's proud sword was used again. During the 2 months of rest, Xiao Yuan was not idle and practiced his sword skills. He had never practiced martial arts since childhood, and his foundation was not as good as those who had practiced martial arts since childhood, so he took the opportunity to learn a move called 3 waves. This move is about the sword skills needing to be fast and continuous, and the sword landing point is in one place every time you attack. When you raise the sword, use a clever force to flip it over and accumulate power, and then drop it. It sounds simple, but it is not easy to do. Xiao Yuan practiced for more than 2 months before he could use this move proficiently. Clang, clang, clang. Only the sound of 2 swords clashing on the field could be heard. The flames on the young man's silver sword scatter under the impact, which is very beautiful. The continuous heavy blows made the young man retreat again and again. Finally, he could no longer bear being beaten. With a roar, he took a step back and slashed at Xiao Yuan with all his strength. Judging from the momentum, he was going to kill Xiao Yuan. The captain of his team got angry when he saw this and shouted, "Li Yu, you are crazy. On the battlefield, killing your comrades is a serious crime. If Li Yu really killed the people who came to support him, his life would be over." Perhaps he heard the captain shout. Li Yu's weapon that was aimed at Xiao Yuan's vitals moved slightly. Xiao Yuan saw it and felt that this guy had not completely lost his mind. He rubbed his body and rushed forward to Li Yu's blade, and his move stunned everyone around him. "Is this a scam? But you didn't risk your life, did you?" The captain saw that he was too late to stop it and screamed. He could already foresee the tragic situation of Xiao Yuan's body and head being separated. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Xiao Yuan was about to collide with the young man, the alloy claw suddenly launched. The hook hit the blade, causing the already deflected weapon to deflect a little further. Swoosh! Xiao Yuan's body magically moved to the side. This movement and deflection made Xiao Yuan lucky not to become a dead soul under the knife. Hey! Xiao Yuan, who dodged the minging knife, got close to the young man and chopped the young man's weapon with his backhand, and then grabbed his hands and waist with a move. Help! Xiao Yuan and the young man both rolled on the ground. The weapon in the young man's hand was controlled by him, and fell to the side when he rolled. The flame on the minging knife, which had lost its owner, gradually dissipated. The young man lost his weapon, and still struggled to get up. How could the others let him succeed? Finally, a group of people pressed on and stopped the young man with their hands and feet. From the bottom of the crowd came Xiao Yuan's angry shout. "Get up, you squeeze my boots away." Chapter 184. Xiao Yuan struggled to climb out of the crowd with the help of Sun Wan and Xi and Mao. The captain of this team, named Lu Bo, was born with a white and chubby face. He kept thanking his comrades, who came to support him. Xiao Yuan put on his military boots and saw that Li Yu, who was restrained on the ground, had lost consciousness and passed out. He asked, "What happened to him?" Lu Bo rubbed his hands. Xiao Yuan had just helped them a lot, so he couldn't evade the question. Lu Bo approached Xiao Yuan and whispered, "Li Yu used a new gene potion some time ago. The first time the gene potion appeared in the Silver Wing Army was at the award ceremony for the new army competition. The Silver Moon team also won 8, but Lord Yuga did not think highly of it. In the team, except Xiaoyuan and Sun Wan, the other 6 people all used the Gene Potion. The Gene Potion has a good effect on the human body, which has greatly improved the combat effectiveness of the Silver Moon team. Xiaoyuan has also heard about the new Gene Potion. Its official name is Second Generation Gene Potion. Since it has just been studied, it still needs some time for experimental observation. According to convention, the second generation Gene Potion that has been tested and guaranteed to be safe will be given priority to the teams and individuals with outstanding performance in the army. With Liu's ability, it is basically impossible to get the potion. At this time, a piece of news rekindled his hope. The think tank of country have publicly recruited voluntary experimenters in the army. Those who participate in the experimental drug use will have the opportunity to use the Gene Potion and the qualification to use the third generation Gene Potion first. As soon as the news came out, many people were tempted, and Liu was one of them. The effect of the Gene Potion has been proven by predecessors, and is very good. Moreover, there has been no negative effect so far. There are many onlookers and many applicants. After layers of screening, Liu and 4 other soldiers participated in the experiment of the new potion. The new potion caused magical changes in Liu's body. His physical fitness was significantly enhanced, and his reaction speed and combat awareness became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Lupo team saw all kinds of changes and envied them. They secretly lamented that they were timid at the time and missed such a good thing. After his body became stronger and more stable, Liu gradually became the core of the team, making the defense of the entire street more tight. Who knew that Liu suddenly went crazy tonight, waving the Minging knife and slashing randomly? If he hadn't said a few words from time to time, Lu Bo would have thought that this kid had lost his mind. After listening to Lu Bo's words, Xiao Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The first phase of the Gene Potion, Lord Yuga commented that the effect is not great, but it is safe and stable. The second phase of the Gene Potion, which has not been tested for safety, how can it be so cheap for you? The A-Country think tank did this out of helplessness. If there is enough time, animals can be used for experiments. But the time schedule will be greatly extended, and the Night Demon War is tense. Even Professor Li Jiogong had to take the risk to conduct experiments, let alone the development of a Gene Potion. In extraordinary times, extraordinary means must be used. Recruiting experimenters in the military was also approved by the Federal Command Center and the A-Country think tank. Xiaoyuan, Sun Wan, and Ximao ran back and forth all night, and did not return to Zonling Street until dawn. The night demon faded, leaving a mess. Xiaoyuan and his companions sat around the campfire exhausted, drinking the hot soup set by the logistics team, and fell asleep. Lord Yuga swayed his fat body, and listened to Xiaoyuan's explanation of the cause and effect of the incident. Before he could speak, Qi Ming asked a question. "Boss, I have heard a poison on the knife, but I have never seen a fire." Liang Lu wiped the Minging knife in her hand, looked at the sharp and bright blade, and flicked it lightly. When, listening to the crisp voice, Liang Lu smiled lightly. The captain doesn't seem to be talking about a soldier, but a magician. Quack! Lord Yuga jumped to Liang Lu's side, pecked Minjindo with his mouth, and said, "I know what's going on." Oh! Although Xiaoyuan always thought that this fat duck was lazy, he had to admire its erudition. No matter what it is, Lord Yuga can analyze it clearly. Lord Yuga waved his wings and pointed at Minjindo. The sparks on Minjindo represent the external manifestation of the power in his body. The others looked at each other, not understanding what it meant for a moment. Wang Ruoling pushed the glasses on her nose and seemed to understand. "Sir, are you saying that Liu's own power was transmitted through the knife?" Smart. Lord Yuga waved his wings in appreciation and said, "I have never seen the new Gene Potion, but compared to the first generation." It thought for a moment and continued, "The medicine is more powerful and can tap into the elemental control power hidden in the human body." Elemental control power? It was another new term. Xiaoyuan found it difficult to follow Lord Yuga's train of thought. He frowned and asked, "Lord, what is elemental control?" Lord Yuga seemed to have discovered a new world, and was in a good mood. He walked around the crowd and said, "Elemental control refers to the natural affinity of each of you for the elements. People have different aptitudes, and their perception and affinity for elements also vary in strength. Water, fire, earth, wind, and light, the 5 elements that exist on Blue Star have coexisted with humans for countless years. Humans with special talents can sense the existence of elements, and some can even control them, moving mountains and filling the sea, calling the wind and rain. Xi and Mao repeated those words stupidly, moving mountains and filling the sea, calling the wind and rain. Why do they sound like the gods and myths and legends? Lord Yuga looked at him calmly and said, "How can you be sure that the gods and those myths are not human beings?" It laughed twice, ignoring the astonishment of the crowd. Human life is too short, so short that everything that happened has changed its appearance in the records. Could the gods and myths and legends come from humans? Lord Yuga did not continue talking, but turned the topic to Liu. After Liu took the gene potion, incredible changes occurred in his body, and his potential was greatly tapped. In other words, the Mingyin knife is an excellent element carrier, through which elements can be expressed in the form of fire, wind, water, etc. Liu's body contains a talent for affinity with the fire element, which was discovered and released after being stimulated by the potion. Due to the instability of the gene potion, his mind was temporarily confused, which led to the scene that Xiao Yuan and others saw. Sun Wan stretched out her hand, feeling the cold wind, and was a little confused. If that's the case, why didn't anyone experience this before? The production of the gene potion could not have been done overnight. In fact, this project should have existed before the outbreak of the night demon. Could it be that no one had experienced Liu's situation at that time? Lord Yuga still gave a perfect explanation for this point. Night Demon Eruption Site. In the core of the Night Demon Eruption Site in Country A, and even the entire Blue Star, there is something that can affect the environment of the Blue Star. The long-term influence has changed the overall environment of the Blue Star, and the potential hidden in the human body is easier to trigger and discover. Xiao Yuan listened quietly to Lord Yuga's analysis of the whole thing, and a strange idea was about to come out. He suddenly said, "Lord Yuga, if the ancient myths and legends are true." Lord Yuga turned his head and looked at Xiao Yuan with his little eyes moving slightly. Xiao Yuan frowned slightly and said slowly, "What is it that makes it impossible for mortals to become gods, who can control elements?" Lord Yuga stood on the ground and just looked at Xiao Yuan. After a while, Lord Yuga turned around and muttered, "How should I know? I'm just a little duck with incomplete memory." It didn't want to say, so Xiao Yuan stopped asking. After all, Lord Yuga's mouth was stubborn. Everyone sat around the campfire, chatted for a while, and then returned to the tent to rest. They had to get enough rest to deal with the battle at night. Xiao Yuan stood up and looked at the dark clouds in the south, muttering, "The rainstorm is coming." Chapter 185. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of water drops can be clearly heard in the room, and it continues. Zhang Yang lay on the bed, his eyes closed, his eyeballs moving from time to time, and his breathing was a little rapid. Li Luo's clean and clear voice rang in his ears, lingering. "What's your name?" "Me. My name is Zhang Yang." "What's your identity?" "Silver Wing Corps, second-term soldier of the 9th Company." "Do you remember what happened that night?" "What happened?" Zhang Yang felt a headache. He struggled to open his eyes and looked around. "Don't be nervous, it's safe here." "You are?" The surrounding scenery is unfamiliar. A white 2-story building, a small garden with the fragrance of flowers, and an elegant and intellectual girl. "I am Li Luo, the owner of this place." The girl smiled at Zhang Yang. Her smile was bright and reassuring. "Why am I here?" "You really can't remember what happened at night?" I remember I was with the company commander and others in CR City." "Yes, then what happened?" "Then, many strange birds appeared in the sky." Zhang Yang frowned slightly, and a cold wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. Those strange birds kept calling, and then the night demons exploded one after another. The sound inside was very harsh. Very harsh, as if someone was talking. "Talking?" Li Luo raised his hand and waved around, and the wind seemed to be a little weaker. "Can you hear what that person is saying?" Li Luo asked. "It seems to be saying." Zhang Yang recalled the voice at that time and felt his head hurt more and more, almost tearing him apart. "Ah!" He let out a painful cry, and the wind around the small garden sounded more and more violently. "Zhang Yang, tell me what you heard." Li Luo stood up, grabbed Zhang Yang's arm and shouted. I don't know." Zhang Yang looked at the gradually collapsing scenery around him in panic, with a look of horror on his face. "You can do it. Think about your comrades. They are still waiting for your news. This is very important." "Comrade?" Zhang Yang's painful mind was clear, and he tried hard to recall the voice in his mind. I remember." Zhang Yang tried to grab Li Luo's hand, but he missed it. "Zhang Yang, tell me quickly. We don't have much time." "Ah?" Zhang Yang raised his head, and the originally intellectual and elegant Li Luo was gradually broken into ashes in the wind. God's punishment. Looking at Li Luo, who was turning into ashes from his legs to his waist, Zhang Yang spoke these words loudly. God's punishment? What God's punishment? Li Luo shouted at Zhang Yang with all his might. An invisible air wall appeared between the two of them, making his voice smaller and smaller. God's punishment. Coming. North. Sacrifice. Zhang Yang's voice came intermittently until the whole world shattered. Ah! Li Luo opened his eyes suddenly, and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Outside the door, Xiaolu, the little nurse guarding the door, pushed the door open and walked in. Following her, there was also a young doctor. The young doctor walked quickly to Li Luo for an interview with concern, held her cold hands, and said to the little nurse, Xiaolu, please go get a pot of hot water. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu hurried out of the ward, leaving the young doctor and Li Luo in the ward. Alas! The young doctor sighed. Luo, are you using that ability again? The young doctor was a member of the medical team that came to Ace City with Li Luo. He was Li Luo's senior, named Yu Huai. Li Luo was nominally the leader of the medical team, but in fact, all the affairs were handled by Yu Huai. Li Luo left the front line, and came to Ace City First Hospital. Yu Huai also came here with her, fearing that Li Luo would do something wrong. Her abilities suddenly appeared about a year ago. As a top student in the fields of spirituality and psychology, she found that she could create illusions by touching other people's skin. Of course, some people also classify this ability as a kind of synesthesia. With this ability, she can directly communicate with the patient's deep self-consciousness in the illusion. For a doctor in the field of spirituality, this is like having divine help. When she told Mr. Wen Yuan about this discovery, the old man was not as ecstatic as she expected. On the contrary, the old man told her to keep it a secret and not tell it to anyone. Moreover, Li Luo could not use her ability easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Li Luo agreed verbally, but she was very dissatisfied in her heart, and could not help but secretly use this ability several times in private. Sure enough, what Mr. Wen was worried about still happened. Li Luo fell into a fantasy when she was in contact with a patient, and was in a coma for 2 whole days and nights before she woke up. If it weren't for Mr. Wen Yuan's hypnosis therapy, and day and night care, she would probably have to spend her whole life lying in bed. The disadvantages of frequent use of abilities left Li Luo with lingering fears, and she has never used them since then. Zhang Yang's situation is very special, and he seems to have regarded himself as a devout believer in his subconscious. Hypnosis did not work. Li Luo had no choice but to take a risk and try to find out the secret hidden in his mind. Unfortunately, she was disturbed at the last moment, and could not hear what he said clearly, only part of it. Huh? Li Luo stood up with the help of Yu Huai, and felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained. Seeing this, Yu Huai bent down, picked her up and put her on the sofa beside him, with a look of heartache and worry on his face. Why are you doing this? Li Luo's cheeks were slightly red, and she closed her eyes slightly, saying, This is a serious matter. Ming Ming is still with Li Jin, and has been with him through life and death. I can't stay out of it. But the risk is worth it. Li Luo smiled with relief, and told Yu Huai what Zhang Yang said. God's punishment, Advent, North, sacrifice? Yu Huai repeated all 4 words, a little confused. Could it be that divine punishment is about to befall Sierra City? Yu Huai shook his head slightly. How could such a thing happen? Who knows? Li Luo closed her eyes tiredly, her voice getting lower and lower. Give this information to Li Jin. Her voice became lower and lower, and finally turned into a low whisper, and even breathing. Yu Huai tidied her messy hair, picked up Li Luo gently, and walked out of the ward. In the ward, Zhang Yang, who was lying quietly on the bed, suddenly moved. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Staring at the pale ceiling, he opened his mouth, and a strange language echoed in the room. Just then, he met the little nurse Xiaolu, who had returned. Under her guidance, Yu Huai sent Li Luo to the lounge, and left after settling her down. Yu Huai walked to the door of the hospital building, frowning and looking at the sky. What did those words mean? The gloomy sky was rolling with dark clouds, and a loud thunderclap broke out. The heavy rain finally fell at this moment. Yu Huai looked in the direction of Sierra City, his eyes complicated. Chapter 186. Boom, another thunderclap, lightning and thunder. Sierra City, Zhonghen Street. Xiao Yuan stood in the temporary awning, holding the hilt of the knife with his right hand, and remained silent for a long time. Strong winds, one higher than the other, brought rain into the awning, and it was freezing cold. Sun Wan walked into the awning with an umbrella and whispered, It's almost dark. Well, Xiao Yuan responded and looked at the dark sky. This rain comes at a really bad time. If the storm caused by the typhoon lasts for about a week, the Silver Wing Army will most likely gather its elite to break through the Nether Hydra in the Guangxing Street area. Now, the storm is fierce and unending, and the Silver Wing Army has to stay in the position. Boss, something is happening. Xian Mao, who was standing on the roof, shouted and pointed to the sky in the south. Xiao Yuan and Su Wan walked to the edge of the awning and looked around. Under the dense dark clouds, a black mass of flying night demons surged. Judging from the number, there are at least thousands of them. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Shouts came one after another, echoing between the positions of the Silver Wing Army. The Silver Wing Army and the security forces all cheered up to face the upcoming fierce battle. Woohoo! A strange cry appeared in the sky above Zonling Street, marking the beginning of the battle. The night demons fell like snowflakes, ferocious and fierce. Even without the blessing of the Dark Bird, they were still brave and good at fighting. Shua! Xiao Yuan dodged the falling night demon and chopped the night demon's head with a backhand knife. Clang! The night demon raised its claws high and held up Xiao Yuan's silver knife. Its hind legs bent due to the pressure, and it almost sat on the ground. Xiao Yuan raised his foot and kicked the night demon out with all his strength. Woohoo! The night demon screamed strangely, and just as it was about to flap its wings, a silver light flashed in its eyes. Huh! The scene in the eyes of the night demon spun around, and with a plop, its head fell to the ground and turned into mist. After dealing with this night demon, Xiao Yuan encountered 3 more night demons, and the two sides fought non-stop. Su Wan has always been a special existence in the team. Most of the time, she wandered around the battlefield of the entire small area, ready to support the battle at any time. With super combat power and wandering speed, she harvested the lives of night demons in Zonling Street as lightly and flexibly as a swift. The rain never stopped, and the battle between the Silver Wing Army and the night demons continued. In the early hours of the morning, a series of muffled thunders gradually came from a distance. Thunder Beast! Xiao Yuan tensed up and shouted loudly, Thunder Beast! Raise your shield and hide. Chu Xian and Shen Wu's team, who were responsible for the defense of the roofs on both sides, had 14 people left after Zhang Yang was hospitalized, and 1 team member was injured. The Silver Wing Legion designed a device that is convenient for defending against thunder beasts on the roof and on the front battlefield, a 3-dimensional shield. The material of the 3-dimensional shield is the same as that of the leather shield, with an alloy as the skeleton inside, and several layers of leather and corrosion-resistant fillers as the surface. The overall frame is a mobile shield with a width of 1 meter and a height of 2 meters, equipped with rollers and fixing devices at the bottom. It is convenient for mobile deployment. In wartime, the fixing device at the bottom can be activated to firmly fix it on the ground. The Yinhua team and the Shifeng team are responsible for the front defense of the street, and 5 3-dimensional shields are also arranged on the front street. Shifeng stood behind the 3-dimensional shield and quietly stuck his head out to see the situation in the distance. The thunder was louder and louder, almost connected into one. Boom! With a bang, something seemed to be flying towards this side in the distance. Shifeng's pupil shrank, and he quickly hid behind the 3-dimensional shield. He heard a bang in his ears, and the 3-dimensional shield in front of him shook. Looking at the ground again, a sour smell came, pungent and unpleasant. Shifeng was surprised at the power of the Thunder Beast's acid, but everything was just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous attacks made the 3-dimensional shield shake, like a small boat in a storm. Xiao Yuan flew to the top of the building and looked into the distance. There were no less than 20 Thunder Beasts on the street in the distance, standing on the ground and spitting acid. They spit out acid more frequently than in a city, and can basically spit out a stream of acid every minute, and the power is even greater. The more violent the storm, the more powerful the Thunder Beast will be. In the typhoon area, the Thunder Beast can almost be called a living cannon. Swish! After Xiao Yuan raised 2 Nan to block a stream of acid, he quickly retreated behind the 3-dimensional shield and squatted on the ground. Acid flew over the sky, pressing Xiao Yuan and others so hard that they could hardly raise their heads. Shen Wu saw this situation for the first time, and his body almost fell to the ground. He took a few deep breaths and said, "Captain, what should we do?" Xiao Yuan raised his hand and shot Tunan, killing a night demon that was trying to fly over, and said with a bitter smile, "Wait! Wait!" Shen Wu's eyes widened after hearing this. How long do we have to wait? Xiao Yuan drew out the main knife, turned over and flew down from the roof. Wait until we understand the opponent's full strength, then we will find a chance. Huh? His body was falling rapidly, and was soaked by the wind and rain, But Xiao Yuan's mind was clearer than ever before. He was a weirdo. Whenever his body fell in the air, many wonderful ideas would always emerge in his mind. Looking at the trickling water on the ground, a bold idea gradually took shape in Xiao Yuan's mind. If that were the case, it might have an unexpected effect. Boom! 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 The intensive thunder beast attacks lasted for a whole night, and Xiao Yuan felt that his ears were about to become numb. At dawn, the night demons retreated. The members of Shifeng's team almost collapsed on the ground. The night demons fell from the sky, and the thunder beasts attacked from a distance. On such a day, Xiao Yuan and others had tasted the bitterness once in Ace City. All night long, their spirits were tense, and a small mistake or relaxation could kill them. In the morning, when they were cleaning up the battlefield, a member of Shifeng's team was seriously injured and sent to the rear hospital, and one member of Zhu Ji's team died, and one was injured. The 9th Company had 48 people, and had lost a total of 5 combatants in the Battle of Sierra City. The real war had just begun. How many more people would have to be sacrificed to win the victory of recovering Sierra City? The wind and rain were much smaller during the day, and Xiao Yuan and others sat in a hut on the roadside to keep warm. After changing into clean clothes sent by the logistics troops, and drinking hot soup, the fatigue of the night was greatly relieved. Liang Lu rubbed her hands and approached the campfire, frowning slightly. "Captain, the Thunder Beast seems to be more powerful today." Xiao Yuan took a sip of hot soup and nodded. The strength and frequency of the acid are not comparable to before. It should be related to the weather. The Thunder Beast can also go out to fight in non-thunderstorm weather, but the effect is not good. In thunderstorm weather, especially in storm conditions, its combat power increases exponentially. Wang Ruoling sat opposite Xiao Yuan, rolled her eyes, and said, "Captain, I remembered something." Xiao Yuan raised his head, and looked at Wang Ruoling. This girl usually doesn't talk much, but every time she speaks with great force. She pushed her glasses and said, "Thunder Beast, could it be? A beast with a strong affinity for elements, like wind and rain?" "Element. Affinity? Yes." Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. What Ruoling said makes sense. It can only exert its combat power in certain weather conditions, which is in line with what Lord Yuga said about element control. Wang Ruoling's words inspired everyone's thinking. Liang Lu also said with interest, "So, if we can catch a thunder beast to study, can we crack the secret of elemental affinity?" Quack, wishful thinking. A fat duck poked its head out from behind Sun Wan and poured a basin of cold water on Liang Lu. "With your human technological level, you still want to crack elemental affinity?" Quack. Xiao Yuan secretly rolled his eyes. Doesn't this fat duck ever talk properly? He resisted the urge to complain and said, "Lord Yuga, do you have any good way to deal with thunder beasts?" Lord Yuga jumped onto Sun Wan's knees, fell on his buttocks, and said perfunctorily, "Yes, you can drive away the typhoon and stop the rain." Xiao Yuan looked at Lord Yuga's fat body, and gritted his teeth secretly. This fat guy will be made into roast duck sooner or later. Seeing that he couldn't help, Xiao Yuan picked up the umbrella beside him, and walked outside. Sun Wan saw him leave and asked, "Xiao Yuan, where are you going?" Xiao Yuan waved his hand, and held up the umbrella. "I'm going to discuss with Brother Sheng about dealing with thunder beasts." After that, he left the hut without looking back and walked away in the rain. Chapter 187. Linen City, Liang family's private residence. Liang Zhongnan, the helmsman of the Liang group, was sitting quietly in the study, his eyes closed and his brows slightly furrowed. His eyebrows were sharp, and there was not a single white hair. He was over 40 years old, but he still looked handsome when he was young. Squeak! The door of the study was gently pushed open, and a woman came in with a tray in her hand. The woman had a beautiful face, and her every move was graceful and elegant. She was Liang Zhongnan's wife, Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding was born in a scholarly family in Linen City. After marrying Liang Zhongnan, she had been with him. Lu Yuding's gentleness and virtue played a big role in the Liang family's success. The two had a deep relationship and had a daughter and a son. The eldest daughter, Liang Lu, joined the Silver Wing Corps despite her parents' opposition, and the second son, Liang Wei, was only 16 years old and was studying in Yanjing. Putting a cup of tea on the table, she put down the tray and walked quietly behind Liang Zhongnan, gently massaging his temples. Liang Zhongnan's eyes moved slightly, and he opened his eyes slightly and sighed. Seeing this, Lu Yuding asked softly, "Zhongnan, how is the matter in Yanjing?" Liang Zhongnan raised his hand and held his wife's hand, his tone a little tired. "Not good, Guqiuan just sent a message. The economic department is still investigating. Last year, The large-scale bankruptcy of A City enterprises caused by the Night Demon War affected the economy of the southeast region. The Liang Group, relying on its support for the Silver Wings Corps and the victory in the defense of A City, has gained both fame and fortune. Unfortunately, 3 executives fled with money, pouring cold water on Liang Group. Many upcoming projects were shelved as a result, and the company's stock price also fell a lot. At the beginning of the year, after receiving the news from Liang Lu, Liang Zhongan was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He secretly organized people to investigate the matter of night demon feces. After getting some clues, Liang Zhongan began to consider how to use night demon feces. This cake is very tempting. If this product can be put into the market first, the future profit will be an astonishing figure. Liang Zhongan and his confidant Gu Quan discussed for a long time and decided to cooperate with Zhu's group to carry out the project. The beauty products made from night demon feces are very profitable, but Liang alone cannot swallow the entire profit. Liang Zhongan is a rational person. Zhu's technology's reputation and strength are among the best in the industry. Relying on such a big tree, Liang can develop steadily. When the storm comes, there is naturally the towering tree of Zhu's group to block it. Liang's goal is to make a lot of money quietly. There are many companies in the whole country that want to cooperate with Zhu's technology, and Liang Zhongan is no exception. Now, the perfect opportunity has come. Liang Zhongan thought again and decided to send someone to Bianliang to make initial contact with Zhu's group. Originally, Zhu's group sent a message that it would hold a preliminary discussion with Liang Zhongan in Bianliang at the end of this month. Who knew that Yanjing sent a message that the Federal Command Center's Economic Department launched an investigation into Liang? The reason was that the Federal Command Center's Economic Department found problems when handling the accounts of more than a dozen bankrupt companies in A City. There were many suspected illegal funds with unknown whereabouts, which eventually pointed to Liang Group. For a time, news about Liang began to spread on the internet media, and Liang's public relations department tried its best, but could not stop the spread of the news. Everything seemed to be arranged by someone. It took only 7 or 8 hours from the news to the spread of the entire network media. Zhu's group is very concerned about this matter. Cui Yuanlin, the general manager's secretary, has communicated with Liang Zhongan several times. If this matter is not handled well, the matter of Night Demon Cosmetics may be temporarily shelved for a while. For Liang, who is in a difficult period, this is undoubtedly a dead end. Lu Yuting thought for a while, and comforted, I have asked my father to work in Yanjing through his friends. I believe it will be fine. Lu Yuting's father, Lu Sun, is good at calligraphy, and is one of the masters of calligraphy in the literary world of Country A, with students all over Country A. His friends are naturally not ordinary people. Liang Zhongan hummed, and after a while he said, shouting, Who do you think is behind this time? Is it the Zhou family again? 3 executives fled, and Liang Lu found clues under the guidance of Zhou Fangwe and recovered some of the losses. The mastermind behind the scenes vaguely pointed to the Zhou family. Over the years, the Zhou, Liang, and Lu families have been fighting openly and secretly in the southeast coast, and have always maintained a delicate balance. Until the victory of the defense of A City, the Liang family rose to prominence and was targeted by someone. Liang Zhongan suspected that this incident might also be related to the Liang family. Hearing this, Lu Yuting analyzed slowly. The economic department of the Federal Command Center is not something that the Liang family can command. It should be the action of some high-level officials in Yanjing, but this matter is obviously aimed at us, and the Liang family has no intersection with Yanjing. This is what Lu Yuting has always been puzzled about. How can the accounts of local companies be so completely clean? The fact that the Liang family was caught and investigated strictly must have been manipulated by someone in the economic department. However, why would Yanjing and A City, which have no conflict of interest, target the Liang family? Liang Zhongan picked up the tea that had already cooled down a little on the table and suddenly said, Could it be? For a greater benefit, a benefit that they can't refuse? Lu Yuting's hand trembled, and she looked at her husband with wide eyes. Zhongan, do you mean the matter of Night Demon Beauty? Liang Zhongan nodded, and his frown relaxed. Once you understand something, you will figure it out instantly. Otherwise, I really can't think of anything else that would make the forces in the imperial capital target our Liang family. The Liang family group is in a corner, and even if there are conflicts, they are only conflicts with nearby groups. After thinking about it, this is the only thing that can attract the attention of Yanjing. He tapped his forehead and said self-deprecatingly, I should have thought of it earlier. Lulu's news from the army, others can also. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Liang Zhongnan felt much more at ease. It seems that it is time to go to Tokyo Bianliang. The matter of Night Demon cosmetics must be finalized as soon as possible. Lu Yuting's eyes turned red when she heard her husband talking about his daughter. She said, half complaining and half sadly, "You shouldn't have let your daughter leave at the beginning. Do you know what kind of life the Silver Wing Army lives every day?" "Oh, it comes again." Liang Zhongnan realized that something was wrong after talking about his daughter. Ever since Liang Lu returned home and left last time, Lu Yuting has been worried about her safety day and night. The first thing she does when she wakes up every morning is not to wash up, but to pick up her phone and check the A Country Super blog and the official account of a country. She pays more attention to the Silver Wings Army than to cooking and skincare combined. Whenever she mentions her daughter, Lu Yuting complains in front of her, feeling sorry for her daughter, who is not well fed and clothed outside. Liang Zhongnan also cares about his daughter, but he is an open-minded father. Liang Lu has grown up and has the freedom to choose her own path. Thousands of new soldiers are heading to the battlefield. They are all children in the eyes of their parents, who cannot worry and feel distressed. After Liang Zhongnan's good persuasion, his wife finally stopped crying and made him make a promise. Promise that Liang Lu will persuade her to leave the Silver Wing Army next time she returns home. Liang Zhongnan was so annoyed by him that he had to bite the bullet and agree. "Let's talk about the future later, at least now I can be quiet." After his wife left, Liang Zhongnan picked up his phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he whispered, "Lao Gu, coordinate with Zhu's group. I have to go to Tokyo Bianliang as soon as possible." Chapter 188. Sierra City, North City. It was another long rainy night. The sound of fierce fighting between the two sides echoed above the long defense line of the Silver Wings Legion. The battlefield, at this moment, was like a meat grinder, ruthlessly devouring the lives of both sides. When one life after another disappeared before their eyes, killing lost its meaning, and people just killed by instinct. Boom! 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 3 more muffled thunder sounded, and the acid broke through the night sky and shot into the distance. It was still powerful at a distance of nearly a kilometer. 20 thunder beasts lined up neatly on the street, spraying acid at the Silver Wing Army position continuously. They were surrounded by hundreds of night demons, patrolling back and forth. On the rooftop far away from the thunder beasts, more than a dozen figures were crouching and moving forward silently. The 16 people in the group were all wearing the black raincoats of the Silver Wing Army, almost blending into the darkness. Lu Wenxiao and Ling Hu walked in front, with vigorous and steady steps. After passing another building, Ling Hu stopped and showed half of his head to look at the thunder beast not far away. He stretched out his hand and waved it at the rooftop opposite. After seeing the response from the opposite side, Ling Hu and Lu Wenxiao looked at each other and nodded. "Kill!" The two roared at the same time and flew down along the edge of the roof. At the same time, more than a dozen people fell from the rooftop opposite and rushed towards the thunder beast. Whoosh! Whoosh! The alloy claw flew out, causing dozens of splashes of water. The team led by Ling Hu and Lu Wenxiao was like a tiger descending from the mountain, full of momentum. Crash! When everyone was in midair, the quiet building seemed to be bustling like a pot of boiling water. Windows shattered one after another, and hundreds of night demons flew out, waving their claws to grab everyone. The night demons have well-developed forelimbs, and if they are not handled properly, they can leave a deep wound on people. Hundreds of night demons suddenly appeared, which was beyond the expectations of the two teams. Ling Hu, Lu Wenxiao tried his best to attack and kill left and right. Especially Lu Wenxiao was born in Sanzhou and was well-versed in martial arts. He wielded a long sword tightly, and after killing 5 night demons in a row, he took a look at the gap. Jiang Wei and Chu Xian's team on the roof of the opposite building also encountered an ambush. They fell from the air and had to deal with the entanglement of the night demon. The situation was not optimistic. Fortunately, Ling Hu, Chu Xian, Jiang Wei, and Lu Wenxiao were all elites, and they fought hard and forced their way downstairs. Rumble. Thunders appeared in front, and Ling Hu shouted, "Raise the shield." The two teams formed a defensive formation, one standing in the front, and the other dealing with the night demon, retreating to the side of the house. Encountering the night demon was beyond everyone's expectation. During the defense of A City, Xiao Yuan once used a surprise attack to kill the night demon, but he didn't expect that the night demon actually learned to ambush. This move made the 4 teams' intention to seize the initiative and get close to the thunder beast for a close fight fail, and they fell into a passive position. Bang! 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 The leather shield blocked the acid, making a muffled sound. Fortunately, The acid would lose its corrosiveness in about half a minute after leaving the Thunder Beast's body. Otherwise, just the acid on the leather shield would be enough to make people drink a pot if they accidentally touched it. Ah! After Ling Hu raised his knife and killed a night demon, he suddenly heard a scream behind him. He looked back and saw a member of Lu Wenjiao's team was hit by the acid that penetrated the shield, and the clothes and flesh on his arm shrank rapidly. Ling Hu rolled on the ground, picked up the leather shield on the ground and pushed it up, shouting, "Help!" Wei Yan pulled the young man and dragged him back desperately. Lu Wenjiao exclaimed, "Old Fang." This young man was none other than Fang Hui, the flat-headed young man who had fought with Xiao Yuan. At first, Zhu Ge, Shen Wu, Lu Wenjiao, Fang Hui, and Ding Luan challenged Xiao Yuan in the recruit training ground. After being knocked down one by one, the three of them trained hard and finished the training with excellent results in the new army competition. Later, the three of them were assigned to the 12th Company of the 1st Corps, and the company commander was Sheng Dong. Sheng Dong admired Lu Wenjiao very much, thinking that he acted upright and had good kung fu. Except for Lu Wenjiao's team, all the teams dispatched this time were veteran teams, which showed that Sheng Dong valued him. Bang! Ling Hu was hit by acid as soon as he put up his shield, and he almost fell to the ground. He shouted to Lu Wenjiao, "Captain Lu, retreat to the house quickly, quickly." Lu Wenjiao, whose eyes were red and angry about his friend's serious injury, became more sober after hearing Ling Hu's voice. He helped Wei Yan pull Fang Hui into the house, and then rushed out to meet Ling Hu and others. In the house, Fang Hui's face was pale with pain, and his lips were trembling. Lu Mingyao quickly cut open Fang Hui's military uniform with the help of Wei Yan, and took out clean water from his backpack to wash the wound. After the flushing was finished, Lu Mingyao took out another bottle of light yellow liquid and said to Fang Hui, "Hold on." Hiss. When the light yellow liquid touched the corroded flesh, a burst of white smoke came out, and the smell was pungent and unpleasant. It's not that Fang Hui didn't want to shout, but when he was flushed with clean water, he was already in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. After Lu Mingyao used the light yellow liquid to treat him, she took out gauze and medicine to bandage him. Old Fang. Before the bandage was completely finished, Lu Wenjiao and Ding Luan rushed in to check Fang Hui's injuries. Lu Mingyao listened to the shouting and killing outside, and looked at Lu Wenjiao with big eyes. "Captain Lu, please rest assured, his arm was treated in time, and he will be fine in a few months, but..." She glanced outside. "Captain Lu should be most concerned about the outside now, right? The company commander and others are about to take action." "You?" Ding Luan raised his eyebrows when he heard her words, and the scar on his face was as scary as a centipede. "Little girl, who are you talking to?" Lu Mingyao looked at him without fear, and Wei Yan beside her silently put his hand on the handle of the knife, as if ready to take action at any time. Lu Wenjiao's expression changed. He looked at her for a while, and suddenly smiled with shame. "Miss, you reminded us well, we were reckless." After saying that, he patted Ding Luan and turned to rush outside. Lu Wenjiao had just rushed out of the house, when two loud noises suddenly came from the area where the night demons and thunder beasts gathered. Boom! Boom! When they focused all their attention and firepower on the four teams on both sides, the two horse-gored covers behind them suddenly rushed into the sky. Bang! Bang! Two flares soared into the sky, illuminating the night sky above the thunder beasts. Several figures appeared in the sky at the same time. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were the fastest and rushed into the group of night demons and thunder beasts in a blink of an eye. Team Yinyu and Team Sheng Dong, a total of 16 people, appeared on the battlefield in an unexpected way. Chu Xian, Jian Wei, and others were being chased and beaten by the night demons and were in trouble. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong finally appeared and jumped up excitedly. "Kill! Lie!" Chu Xian and the other two pulled their necks and killed them back. The humiliation and grievance suppressed by the night demons and thunder beasts turned into courage and bloodthirstiness and returned them together. Swish! Swish! Sun Wan made 2 cuts, leaving 2 bloody marks on the neck of the thunder beast. The golden blood flowing out further stimulated the ferocity of the thunder beast. A stream of acid shot out and sprayed directly towards Sun Wan in the air. She suddenly rose up into the sky and raised the tip of the knife. Buzz! The manhole cover that had just flown into the sky was lifted up by her. The heavy manhole cover was as light as nothing on the tip of Sun Wan's knife. It spun away from the tip of the knife and smashed down towards the thunder beast. The thunder beast roared, and its body suddenly jumped up. The horns on its head were extremely sharp, piercing and smashing the manhole cover. Swoosh! The next moment it smashed the manhole cover. An ice blue light came in an instant, extremely gorgeous. Chapter 189. Ouch! An ice blue feather arrow hit the Thunder Beast's forehead. The huge body cried out and fell to the ground. The Thunder Beast, which had lost its breath, gradually vaporized and disappeared on the street in a short while. Xiao Yuan's attack was more fierce and neat. Tunin used the silver knife to shoot left and right, and in an instant, he killed 3 night demons with the cooperation of the team members. The third one. He pulled out the silver knife and fell to the ground, flying towards the 4th Thunder Beast. Boom! The Thunder Beast's close-range attack method was not right. Its limbs were short and thick, and it ran very slowly. Therefore, the Thunder Beast is always surrounded by many night demons as a guard. Tunin turned into a shield to resist the acid sprayed by the Thunder Beast, and Xiao Yuan simply threw Tunin forward. Buzz! Swish! The silver-white shield instantly turned into a long sword and stabbed at the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast lowered its head, and the long sword hit the horn on its head and flew back in a spin. Xiao Yuan caught Tunin and killed him again, holding 2 swords in his hands and flipping onto the back of the Thunder Beast. Ha! Xiao Yuan shouted loudly, and Tunin stabbed down fiercely. The Tuanin was sharp, and the knife pierced deeply into the brain of the Thunder Beast. A golden light gradually merged into the Tuanin, making it faintly glow red. Xiao Yuan became more and more courageous. After killing another Thunder Beast with the cooperation of Sun Wan and Liang Lu, he stopped and looked into the distance. There were at least thousands of night demons in the sky, lying on the flying night demons, rushing towards them aggressively. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, took off the fireworks from his waist and released them. Bang! A gorgeous special firework appeared in the sky, which could be seen by people in several streets. Xiao Yuan waved his sword and drove the night demon to the side, and shouted to the people around him, "Retreat! Woo woo woo! Woo woo woo!" Just as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly heard a whimpering sound, and he looked up. It turned out that it was not a whimper, but a black wind coming from not far away. The black wind was looming, and there seemed to be something in it. When Xiao Yuan wanted to take another look, Su Nuanqiang pulled him into the sewer. Huh? Xiao Yuan fell into the sewer. Although he had been in it before, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but frown. The sewers in Sierra City are very wide, enough for an adult to walk with a slight bend. The diameter of the sewers here is different from that of the sewers in Country A in reality, so don't go into it. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 2. Transformation progress, 4%. Current task, 1. Kill 3 Thunder Beasts, completed 2. Collect 1 kilogram of fire fluorite. 3. Collect 2 kilograms of titanium alloy. 4. Collect 10 kilograms of granite. 5. Collect a dragon horn. Task reward. Unlock the first stage of RV armament. Hidden reward, unknown. Additional reward, unknown. Xiao Yuan met with everyone, and was relieved to see that everyone was fine except for some minor injuries. The prompt sound in his mind made Xiao Yuan happy. In all the tasks, fire fluorite, titanium alloy, and granite can be obtained through the channels of the Silver Wing Core. The only thing that is difficult is to kill the Thunder Beast and collect the dragon horns. Now that the killing task has been completed, only the collection of dragon horns is left. Thinking of the dragon he saw in the mountains, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but have a headache. Xiao Yuan and Shandong walked in front, and Shandong seemed very excited. Regardless of the pain of the wound on his shoulder, Shandong laughed heartily and hugged Xiao Yuan's shoulders. Brother Xiao Yuan, you are really amazing. Xiao Yuan was thinking about the RV mission, and he laughed when he heard it. Brother Sheng, you all went through life and death, and you all contributed to this. Ha. Sheng Dong patted him and said, you came up with the idea. No matter how you say it, this battle was fought beautifully. When Xiao Yuan went to find Sheng Dong in the rain, Sheng Dong was also worried about the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast in the thunderstorm can attack all night, which poses a great threat to the Silver Wing Army. Sheng Dong himself has organized 2 attacks, but unfortunately, the Night Demon was well prepared, and the final result was not satisfactory. When Xiao Yuan mentioned this, Sheng Dong expressed his opinion. Thunder Beasts must be targeted, but his attempts these days have all been in vain, which is discouraging. Xiao Yuan proposed an interesting idea. If attacking on the ground doesn't work, why not try attacking underground? Underground attack? Shengdong's eyes lit up after listening to Xiao Yuan's overall plan. Using the sewers of the entire Sierra City to launch a surprise attack. Even if the Night Demon has some wisdom, can he think of this? Thinking of this, Shengdong began to discuss the plan in detail with Xiao Yuan. Including the team that attracted the Night Demon's attention, Jiang Wei, Ling Hu, Chu Xian, all veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. Only Lu Wenjiao, Xiao Yuan knew his ability, but was still a little worried, and finally agreed under Sheng Dong's strong protection. Lu Wenjiao is a capable person, but too emotional. Seeing his fellow countrymen injured, he was in a state of panic. He forgot the task assigned by the two company commanders, and went to ask about Fang Hui's situation first. It's human nature, but it should never be done. If it were a different scene and situation, this kind of impulsive behavior would kill many people. Fortunately, the ending was good. The four teams cooperated with Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong to successfully fight, and retreated according to the original route. The location of the entire plan was chosen by Xiao Yuan and others for a long time. First, the 2 or more exits of the sewer should be not far behind the Thunder Beast, so that the surprise attack effect can be achieved. Secondly, the 4 teams responsible for attracting firepower should have a convenient retreat route, otherwise Xiao Yuan and others may be surrounded when they retreat. Finally, the location of the Thunder Beast cannot be close to the central battlefield. There are too many Night Demon Thunder Beasts near the central station, and the support is also fast. The two spent a long time choosing the locations that met the 3 requirements, and finally decided on 2. For the other location, Xiao Yuan reported it to the Legion, and Legion organized a team to kill the Thunder Beasts. In the end, Xiao Yuan and others successfully killed 15 Thunder Beasts with perfect cooperation, and the results were quite fruitful. If the Night Demon had not come to help too quickly, the following Thunder Beasts would have been killed by them. In the final analysis, the Thunder Beast is the king of long-range attacks, and the weak chicken in close combat. As they walked, they talked about their gains and feelings about this battle, which was very lively. Qin Shishir followed behind the two and suddenly said, "Captain Xiao, do you have a cousin named Xing Zixin?" Xiao Yuan stopped and looked at Qin Shishir behind him. "Deputy Captain Qin, do you know her?" Chuckles. Qin Shishir smiled and waved her hands. "No, I have a sister named Qin Lily." "Qin Lily?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Who is Qin Lily?" Qin Shishir reminded. "She is Xing Zixin's classmate, and she said she saw you at Xing's house on Mossnan Road." Xiao Yuan thought about it carefully, and then remembered. At that time, he had not yet joined the army. Xing Zixin led several classmates to visit Xing's house. There were 2 boys and 2 girls. One of the 2 girls was named Zhou Fangwei, Xiao's child. The other one, with dyed, purple hair, seemed to be called Qin Lily. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly and said casually, "Oh, we did meet once." However, that time did not leave any good memories, Xiao Yuan thought secretly in his heart. Qin Shishir was about to speak, when Sun Wan beside her suddenly said, "There seems to be some sound nearby." Sun Wan's words made everyone stop in their tracks. Sheng Dong had heard about Sun Wan's hearing, and when he heard her say that, he hurried over to see what was going on. Sun Wan closed her eyes, listened attentively, and frowned slightly from time to time. After a while, Sun Wan opened her eyes, looked at Xiao Yuan with her brown eyes, and said, "There is a big thing crawling." Chapter 190. Tick, tick, tick. Water drops dripped from the sewer from time to time, and each sound was clearly audible. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong stood there and listened. In the empty sewer, there was a faint friction sound. Sand, sand, sand. It seemed that something was swimming slowly in the pipe. The two looked at each other and decided to evacuate according to the original planned route to avoid more trouble. Tonight, the joint operation achieved fruitful results. Everyone was slightly injured, so there was no need to make trouble. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong led the 2 teams back to the original route. The nearest position was the defense area in charge of Gu Jie, the captain of the 13th Company of the 1st Corps. Gu Jie and Xiao Yuan had met once before. They met once at a meeting after Lei Yu's exploration of the city. Xiao Yuan was inexplicably given a cold look by this girl, so he still remembered it clearly. The 2 teams advanced along the dark sewer, and they had to stop to calibrate their positions after walking a distance. The dark and depressing environment can easily make people lose their way. Although no one has lived there for several months, the smell in the sewer is still unpleasant. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong walked in the front, holding shields and lights, illuminating the area 5 or 6 meters ahead. Sand, sand, sand. The friction sounds were getting closer and closer, making everyone's nerves gradually tense. After passing another pipe bend, a loud noise suddenly came from the sewer. Boom! Boom! It seemed that something was hitting the pipe, continuously. Not good. Xiao Yuan's heart trembled. That thing caught up. Wang Ruoling was holding a map, and had been leading the way. Seeing this, She didn't care about much and ran with the others while shouting the direction. Under her guidance, Xiao Yuan and others ran for a long time. When they stopped, they found that the continuous collision and friction sounds disappeared at some point. Ha ha ha. Sheng Dong took a few breaths and whispered, "It's okay, we should get rid of it." Swish. Xiao Yuan drew out the Minging knife and said in a low voice, "I think." Not necessarily. 7 or 8 meters ahead was the end corner of this section of the pipeline. Xiao Yuan drew his sword and raised his shield, staring at the front. Sheng Dong followed his gaze, and the only sounds in the entire pipeline were the heavy breathing of the crowd and the sound of the silver sword being unsheathed. Sheng Dong looked ahead suspiciously and said to Xiao Yuan beside him, "Brother Xiao Yuan, there seems to be nothing ahead." Shush. Before Sheng Dong finished speaking, a slight rustling sound suddenly appeared in front. It was just clearer and closer than before. As the sound rang out, a shadow slowly appeared in front of everyone. At the end of the pipe, 2 glowing headlights suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Ah! The less courageous girl in the team couldn't help but screamed, covering her mouth with her eyes wide open. How could there be a light in the sewer? Xiao Yuan raised the flashlight and took a closer look. Ah! He took a breath of cold air. Where are those headlights? They are clearly the eyes of a giant python. The orange-yellow eyes of the giant python emitted a strange light under the light, and its black scales almost blended into the surrounding scenery. The slender snake tongue swallowed and spit out, staring at the people in front with full malice. The head of the giant python was almost as big as half a pipe, and there was no telling how much more of its body was behind it. Xiao Yuan lowered his voice and shouted to Wang Ruoling behind him, "Ruoling, is there any other way back?" Hearing this, Wang Ruoling hurriedly turned over the map in her hand, and after a while replied, "Captain, there is." "There is." "Okay." Xiao Yuan waved his hand slightly, and said in a low voice, "The rear team becomes the front team, and retreat slowly." Upon hearing this, the 2 teams began to retreat slowly, with light steps. The giant python flickered its tongue, and it seemed that it had no intention of attacking, which made everyone feel relieved. The Silver Wing Army had never fought against the giant python since the fight with the Night Demon. If the giant python was an ordinary one, it would be fine and not difficult to deal with. If it was a mutant species, I am afraid that everyone would suffer a great loss. The Silver Wing Army suffered too much from rash attacks without knowing the enemy's situation. Seeing that the giant python was still motionless, Xiao Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked behind him. There was a fork in the road about 10 meters away from them. As long as they passed it. Boom! A loud noise suddenly broke out in front of Xiao Yuan. He looked back and saw a black shadow rushing towards them at lightning speed. "Run!" Xiao Yuan roared, raised his shield and ran back with the crowd. How could people match the speed of the python? Although they ran desperately, the python still got close to them. When the giant python was 3 or 4 meters in front of them, seeing that there was no place to hide, Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong raised their leather shields at the same time and took the blow. Bang! Bang! When the leather shield was designed, the many interlayers had a good cushioning effect, protecting the arms of the 2. Even so, the huge impact force of the python's body was still not something that the human body could withstand. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong, who were hit, flew up and crashed into the back. Sun Wan and Qin Shishir were the first to bear the brunt. Sun Wan caught Xiao Yuan with her arms and used her strength. Although she usually looked delicate, she was really strong. Push, push, push. After taking 3 consecutive steps back, each step made a muffled sound on the pipe, and Sun Wan finally offset the force on Xiao Yuan. After catching it, Sun Wan's face flushed unnaturally. It was quite stressful for her to take it. On the other side, Qin Shishir didn't have such great ability. After being hit by Sheng Dong, a big and strong man, Qin Shishir screamed and flew backwards. He also knocked Zhang Wei and Xian Mao to the ground and rolled into a ball. After Xiao Yuan fell to the ground, he took a flare from the row of flares on his waist without getting up. He pulled out the fuse without even looking at it, and threw it out. Whoosh! Bang! The light of the blue flare shone in the narrow sewer pipe, illuminating the surroundings. Xiao Yuan ignored the pain in his arm, and pulled Sun Wan's little hand. He and others pulled up the people on the ground and ran to another road. Just now, with the light of the flare, Xiao Yuan took a quick look. This giant python was a little different from the pythons in documentaries. There was a bulge in the middle of its head. It seemed that something was about to grow out of it. Before Xiao Yuan could take a closer look, everyone had turned a corner and ran to the other side. Bang! 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 3 more flares were thrown to the ground, illuminating the entire pipeline. Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan and the others had a good idea, using the flares to stop the python for a while. Who would have thought that the giant python would be so scared when it first saw the flares, and after finding out that the thing had no lethality, would it still be afraid? The giant python's sturdy body hit the pipeline with a bang-bang sound, getting closer and closer to everyone behind them. Sheng Dong saw that the situation was not right, and shouted to Xiao Yuan, "Brother Xiao Yuan, running like this is not a solution, let's try the alloy claws." Good. Xiao Yuan also knew that he would be caught up sooner or later if he continued running like this, so he responded. The giant python chased everyone, extremely excited. After turning a corner, it was about to continue chasing, when suddenly a flare flashed in front of it. The giant python didn't care and rushed forward. After passing the firelight, there were suddenly more than a dozen strong winds. It subconsciously closed its eyes. Clang! 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 More than a dozen alloy claws hit the python and fell off one by one, leaving only white scratches on its scales. After a round of attacks, the python opened its eyes again. Its originally orange-yellow eyes turned slightly scarlet, and it opened its mouth and rushed forward. Chapter 191. The scales of the python were within Xiao Yuan's expectations. Xiao Yuan, who had been holding on to a glimmer of hope before, had now recognized the reality. Seeing the giant python attacking again, Xiao Yuan and his men hurriedly retreated again. Fortunately, they chose a good ambush location. The next turning point was very close behind them, and they just managed to dodge before the giant python attacked. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong ran at the end, and he rejected every idea in his mind. The space inside the underground pipeline was too narrow, which was not conducive to the performance of the Yinghua team and the Shandong team. If there are buildings on the ground, the python is powerful but can still fight. But in the pipeline, it is the python's home ground. In a fight, it is difficult to kill the python with one blow due to its strong scales. If it is stimulated, it will probably cause heavy casualties. What should I do? Is there any good way to get rid of it? That's right. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he felt a little painful, but this is the best way, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan took a few steps and shouted to the others, "I need 7 people to remove their mobile devices." Ah? Qin Shirsher was startled when she heard this and asked Xiao Yuan, "Captain, what are you doing?" The anti-gravity maneuvering device is one of the basic equipment of the Silver Wing Army, and has made great contributions to mankind's fight against the Night Demon. For the Silver Wing soldiers, the anti-gravity maneuvering device and the Minging knife are as precious as their hands and feet. Sheng Dong didn't know what Xiao Yuan was going to do, but he knew that he was not a reckless person. Seeing this, Sheng Dong took the lead in removing the anti-gravity maneuvering device. Xiao Yuan's speed was not slow either. At the moment of removing the maneuvering device, he stretched his neck and shouted to Lin Lang, "Tiger, take 4 people and stop the giant python." 20 seconds. I only need 20 seconds. Yes. Lin Lang said nothing and led Wang Ruofei, Qi Ming, Zhang Wei, and Xian Mao to go up. The situation was urgent, and Xiao Yuan didn't say a word. He ran to the corner at the end of the pipeline and confirmed again, "Ruoling, is this the only way to the front?" Wang Ruoling lowered her head and looked carefully. Her face was full of sweat. She looked firm and said, "That's right, Captain." Good. Xiao Yuan heard the words and swung his arms. The alloy claws flew out of his hands and nailed to the 2 sides of the pipeline. Snap! Snap! 2 consecutive crisp sounds. The alloy claws continued to shrink, and when they reached the limit, Xiao Yuan stopped them again. The belt of the anti-gravity maneuvering device was in the middle, and on both sides were 2 alloy clawed launchers and claws extending out and embedded in the wall. So that's it. Sheng Dong instantly understood Xiao Yuan's meaning, and used the maneuvering device to build a metal wire wall to block the only intersection. The metal wire wall can barely pass through for humans, but the giant python is huge. As long as the metal wires are arranged in a specific direction, there is a chance to stop the giant python. Clang! 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 For a while, the sound of the alloy claws being activated was endless, forming a delicate silk door at the entrance of the passage. Bang! Lin Lang's body flew backwards, and was caught by Xiao Yuan, and the 2 rolled on the ground. Retreat! Xiao Yuan roared and threw all the flares on his body to the ground. At the entrance of the passage, the rest of the people have passed, including Xiao Yuan, Lin Lang, and Xian Mao in this life. Xian Mao was small, and went straight in. Xiao Yuan helped Lin Lang up, and they crawled to the entrance. After helping Lin Lang up, and sending him in, Xiao Yuan was about to go in. He saw a giant python jumping out in the firelight not far away, and its huge head attacked Xiao Yuan. Ah! Xiao Yuan didn't care about his dignity, and tried his best to get in. Finally, he got in under the desperate pull of Sun Wan and Lin Lang. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan panted with lingering fear, and was helped up by Sun Wan. Behind him, on the temporary door made of alloy metal wire, there were 4 dark silver knives inserted, the blades facing outward, shining coldly. Xiao Yuan looked at the giant python that had failed to attack several times, and he breathed a sigh of relief, saying with difficulty, "Let's retreat." Ahem. After saying that, Xiao Yuan retreated with everyone else, and the pain in his lungs made Xiao Yuan very uncomfortable. The impact of the giant python caused a lot of trauma to him and Sheng Dong, including Lin Lang. Just now, during the fierce battle, Lin Lang and Wang Ruofei wanted to kill the giant python with a minging knife when it opened its mouth. The minging knife can hurt the giant python, but it is limited to breaking the scales and leaving a wound that is neither light nor heavy. This beast looks big and stupid, but in fact, it is quite smart. It knows that its mouth is vulnerable, so it rarely opens its mouth. When it saw the minging knife of Lin Lang and others, it closed its mouth and kept hitting. The strength of the human body, even if it is strengthened by the first phase of genetic potion like Lin Lang and others, can't withstand such a strong impact. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan decisively abandoned the anti-gravity maneuvering device and the minging knife and escaped. Liang Lu touched the empty waist and scabbard, and said distressfully, "Captain, my 2 treasures are gone, you are responsible." Xiao Yuan walked for a while before he finally recovered. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, Lulu, I will report to the Legion commander and request more equipment from the Legion's arsenal." Sheng Dong looked back with lingering fear and said with emotion, "It was not easy for us to get out of here in one piece. It's a pity to leave the equipment here. The cost of the mobile device and the silver knife of the sea is probably enough to buy a house in Linen City, right? However, they are expensive, but not as precious as human life." Looking at his comrades, who were covered in mud and wounds, but still standing alive in front of him, he felt that the equipment was worth losing. The group walked forward for nearly an hour and finally arrived at the designated location at dawn. According to the plan, they should have arrived here long ago. Gu Jie hugged her shoulders and walked back and forth in front of the position, looking at the ground in front from time to time. What's going on? Gu Jie's eyebrows were a little anxious. It's already this time, and they haven't come back yet? Sheng Dong had discussed the pickup with Gu Jie in advance. According to the agreement, they should have arrived an hour ago. They haven't come yet, they won't have. No, Gu Jie shook her head. Xiao Yuan and Sheng Dong are both the best soldiers in the Silver Wing Army. Nothing unexpected will happen. Squeak. When Gu Jie was thinking about it, the lid of the gourd 5 or 6 meters ahead suddenly made a sound. Then, the lid slowly moved, and a man covered in black mud and emitting a foul smell crawled out first. Gu Jie, who wanted to go forward, stepped back and covered her mouth and nose. She looked carefully, but couldn't tell who this clay man was. He turned around and pulled up his 2 companions, raised his head, took a deep breath, and smiled at Gu Jie, revealing his white teeth. Gu Jie approached slightly, looked at him, and asked uncertainly, "Xiao Yuan?" "Hey!" Xiao Yuan stretched his body and smiled. "I thought Captain Gu was going to roll his eyes at me again." Poochie. Seeing his miserable appearance, Gu Jie couldn't help laughing. "You? How did you become like this? You look like you are fleeing from famine." Xiao Yuan touched his head awkwardly and said, "It's a long story. I just had bad luck." Gu Jie had a good impression of Xiao Yuan. She rolled her eyes at him at the last meeting just because she didn't like people staring at her. Seeing Xiao Yuan and the others were safe and sound, she felt relieved. But she was not forgiving and said, "Captain Xiao is very capable. I didn't expect him to be so embarrassed." TSK. Huh? Xiao Yuan was furious and said, "You little girl, you're still showing off to me, aren't you?" Gu Jie glared, and the smile on her lips could hardly be hidden. What's up?" While the 2 were bickering, Sheng Dong also crawled out. "You 2, stop arguing, hurry up and get ready to go back to the camp, let's take a shower first." The stinking people also nodded quickly. The sewer was so filthy that it was unbearable. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan did not delay any longer, and returned to the camp with Sheng Dong and others, and reported the situation of the battle to the Legion. Chapter 192. Boom, thunder roared, rain poured down. Sierra City, North City Silver Wing Army Headquarters. Legion stood at the door of the tent, looking at the continuous thunderstorm, and sighed softly. Li Ming held a black umbrella, walked to the front of the tent, muttering, "This rain is endless. When will it stop?" Li Ming was born in the imperial capital. She lived in the north since she was a child. She rarely saw the heavy rain and wind like the one in Sierra City. After entering the tent, she shook off the water drops on her hair. She turned around and saw Li Jin still standing at the door, staring at the sky like a statue. "Corps Commander?" Li Ming called in a low voice, and when she saw that Li Jin didn't move, she raised her voice. "Camp Commander." Li Jin's eyes moved, and he said without turning his head, "Did Xiao Yuan and his team send back the battle report?" "Yes," Li Ming agreed, took out the report of the entire operation from the folder, and read it to Li Jin word by word. On both sides of the entire operation, the progress on the other side was very smooth, and there were no setbacks during the retreat. Xiao Yuan and others encountered a giant python, and fought with it to escape from the snake's mouth, which shocked Li Ming. She shuddered when she thought of such a big snake, and said, in the end, Xiao Yuan used a mobile device to block the intersection and escaped. Li Jin turned around, walked to the front of the desk, and smiled. "This kid is quick-witted, not bad. Go to the armory and replenish the lost weapons as soon as possible." Li Ming put away the documents, took out a letter, and put it on Li Jin's desk. Li Jin looked at Li Ming. "This is..." Li Ming subconsciously lowered her voice and said, "This is the news from Yanjing, and my sister also asked me to pass the news to you." Li Jin smiled when he heard it. "Why, Xiaoming, you are almost turning into an information dealer today. Tell me." Hee. She laughed slyly and said, "My sister performed hypnosis treatment on Zhang Yang, who was admitted to the hospital, and found a few words from his deep consciousness." "A few words?" "God's punishment, coming, sacrifice in the north." "God's punishment, coming, sacrifice in the north?" Li Jin muttered these words, frowning slightly. "Are there any other news?" "No. With just these few words, there are still a few clues missing." Li Jin sighed faintly. "Thank your sister for me. She has worked hard." "Hee, my sister and Sister Mu, she have such a good relationship. Helping you is..." "Captain, are you okay?" Li Ming looked at Li Jin, whose hands were shaking slightly after opening the letter, and asked with concern. "It's okay." Li Jin's smile was a little forced. "Xiaoming, go call the deputy commander of Jin Chao and the commander of the Shan army, and tell them. Just tell them that I have an urgent matter." "Okay." Li Ming saw that Li Jin's expression was not right, and knew that something big must have happened. He did not dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly left the tent. Economic Department. Li Jin's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he punched the desk hard, and did not speak for a long time. When Shan Weigui and Jin Chao arrived at the tent, Li Jin was studying the defense map behind the desk. Seeing Shan Weigui and Jin Chao coming, Li Jin stopped his work and motioned for them to sit down. Li Ming also left the tent at his instruction. Shan Weigui looked at Li Jin's face, and had a bad feeling in his heart. "Brotherly, why did you ask us to come?" Li Jin didn't say anything, and handed the letter in his hand to the two of them to circulate. After reading the letter, Jin Chao took a breath. "What do the economic department want to do?" Li Jin smiled bitterly and said, "Now, it's not what the economic department wants to do, but what the people behind the economic department want to do." Shan Weigui returned the letter to Li Jin, with a serious expression. "What does the headquarters of the Yanjing Federation Command Center think? Now they are investigating the Liang family, then we..." "Ah!" Shan Weigui slapped his thigh, not knowing what to say. "The three largest forces in the A City Chamber of Commerce are the Liu family, the Zhou family, and the Liang family. The Liang family has supported the fight against the Night Demon from beginning to end. Even though the new army has just been formed and the outcome is unknown, it still bears the pressure of logistics and material transportation together with the military. Fengming Plan, the transportation of materials, and logistics of the Silver Wing Corps are still jointly undertaken by the military and the Liang Group. The Economic Department of the Yanjing Federation Command Center checked the accounts and tracked the funds. Why did they check at this time instead of earlier or later? Once Liang was caught in the vortex and could not get out, even if they could prove their innocence in the end. From now on, for a long time, Liang Logistics could no longer conduct any business, including the supply of the new army. The supply of tens of thousands of people in the Silver Wing Corps and the Guard Corps was all supplied and transported by the logistics troops of A City, which put a huge pressure on them. Lu Zhua, the Secretary General and the highest person in charge of the A City Federation Command Center. Can he take his people and run away with them when facing a powerful enemy in A City, nominally evacuating and commanding from the rear? Is his character trustworthy? Once, Lu Chao finds some seemingly reasonable reason to cut off the supply of the Silver Wing Army. Before, the good situation that the Silver Wing Army and the Guard Army had fought for their lives was about to be destroyed. It is not a pleasant feeling to hand over your fate to someone else. The Liang Group is a point of reliance for Li Jin and others. Lu Chao can control the logistics troops, but he cannot blatantly stop the Liang Group. Secretary Lu, who cherishes his reputation, never does anything that will give people a reason to criticize him. Even if he escapes, he will find a plausible excuse to make himself the most righteous person. Jin Chao lowered his head and shook his head. We were fighting the night demons on the front line, but in the end, we were plotted against by our own people. Shang Weiguo also felt sympathetic and said, now that this has happened, we have to think about how to save it. Li Jin nodded after hearing this. Brother Shang and I have the same idea. The most important thing now is to ensure the smooth supply of supplies. I would like to ask Brother Shang to go to a city to meet Secretary Lu in person. I go. Shang Weiguo was stunned and said, Brother Li, I'm afraid it won't help even if I go. Listen to me, brother. You are the most suitable candidate now. The 6 commanders of the Silver Wing Corps, 1 commander and 1 deputy commander, are all on the front line commanding the battle. Chao Xing and Fan Geng currently have few command tasks, but they are from Yanqing and don't get along with Li Jin. It would be strange if nothing went wrong if they were sent to A City. Shang Weiguo, as the commander of the A City Security Corps, has great prestige in A City and has many friends. Most importantly, part of Shang Weiguo's security forces are stationed in A City. With Shang Weiguo in A City, Lu Chao has to be more cautious when doing things and will not act recklessly. Based on several points, Shang Weiguo is undoubtedly the most suitable person. After listening to Li Jin's analysis, Shang Weiguo thought carefully for a long time. This matter is not a game, and he knows how heavy the task on his shoulders is. When Li Jin thought Shang Weiguo was going to refuse, and was disappointed. Shang Weiguo suddenly stood up and looked at Li Jin firmly. Okay. I will leave for A City now. Li Jin was delighted when he heard this. Shang Weiguo was very brave to accept the task. This trip meant that Shang Weiguo was very likely to stand on the opposite side of Lu Chao, and he knew it in his heart. Despite this, for the victory of the entire war, Shang Weiguo still agreed without hesitation. Li Jin stood up, bowed deeply to Shang Weiguo, took Shang Weiguo's hands, and said calmly, Brother Shang, please. The lifeblood of the Silver Wing Legion is all in your hands. Chapter 193. Tokyo Bianliang Night Falls. Compared with Sierra City, Bianliang City, thousands of miles away, is like a paradise on earth. The scenery is picturesque, and the night is cool. Yu Jing stood in front of the villa, waiting quietly. His eyes were deep, and he looked into the distance from time to time. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a car horn from a distance interrupted his thoughts. Yu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him. The car door opened, and a gray-haired old man came out. Zhang Jun, a key scientific research expert of Zeus Group. Zhang Jun joined Zeus Group very early. Unlike the geniuses who joined Zeus Group later, Zhang Jun's qualifications were mediocre, but he was hardworking and studious. When he joined Zeus Group, he was just in his early 20s, in the prime of his life. Gradually, those who entered the company at the same time as him were promoted and had salary increases. Only Zhang Jun remained where he was. Some people secretly made fun of Zhang Jun, others are the early birds, but he is the late bird. The taciturn Zhang Jun never responded to any mocking words. He still went to get off work on time, day after day, for years. After get off work, Zhang Jun likes to go to the company's public library and sit there for hours. During holidays, he also likes to go to the Bianliang City Library to read and study. Zhang Jun, who is naturally slow to react, has a slower understanding ability than others, but he is not discouraged. If 1 hour is not enough, he will try 2 hours, and if 2 hours are not enough, he will try 3 hours. God rewards hard work, and Zhang Jun's opportunity finally came a few years later. Zeus Technology initially established a game console department and recruited personnel from the entire company. As a result, few people were willing to go. At that time, Zeus Technology was world-renowned for its communications, electronic products, chips, automobiles, and military products. The profits created each year and the salaries of R&D personnel were all sky-high contracts, and many people were trying their best to get in. Game consoles? Things that amuse children are also considered products? Zhang Jun and another unlucky guy Wang Shuo, who was not welcomed by the department, and a girl Lu Chang who was obsessed with games. These 3 people, together with some young people who had just entered the company, formed the original game console department of Zeus Group. It is the now famous Zeus Paradise. At first, the three people's design idea was to upgrade and transform the popular game consoles on the market. However, facing the technical advantages of traditional console manufacturers, Zeus Group knew very little about the game field. Zhang Jun, Wang Shuo, and Lu Chong thought hard for a long time and came up with a bold and strange idea to build a personal Cocoon game console. The Cocoon game console is very similar to the current Zeus Cocoon in appearance, but the original console is completely different inside. In order to achieve this goal, Zhang Jun and others worked day and night, and even dreamed about making console cocoons. With their love for games and perseverance, they worked for 8 years. The first generation of Zeus game cocoons, official name is Zeus Game Egg, Generation 1, achieved great success at the World Game Expo. In the past 8 years, they have overcome difficulties one after another, and received help from many people. Zeus Technology once considered canceling the project because their research took a long time, and could not produce a complete product. Zhang Jun ran to Ren Jichen's office, and insisted on meeting Ren Jichen despite the security guard's obstruction. The two talked in the office for nearly 2 hours, and finally Ren Jichen made the decision to fully support Zhang Jun's research project. In 2050 AD, when the first generation of Zeus Game Egg came out, Zhang Jun had grown from a young man to a middle-aged man. He was 33 years old. He devoted his best time to his beloved career and Zeus Egg. Zeus Game Egg, known as a cross-era game tool in the game industry, can connect brain nerves and connect games through consciousness. The product finally appeared in Zhang Jun's hands. He also became famous all over the world and became a god in the eyes of countless game enthusiasts. Zhang Jun, who is a late bloomer, also found love and married Lu Chong. Time flies, and the years pass by. Zhang Jun, with gray hair, got out of the car, and Yu Jing hurriedly went up to him and supported Zhang Jun's arm. Zhang Jun looked at Yu Jing and said slowly for a long time, "Xiao Jing, have you lost weight?" Yu Jing touched his cheek and laughed, "Really? You must have missed me because you haven't seen me for too long." Haha, Zhang Jun and Yu Jing walked into the house and sat down. Zhang Jun patted Yu Jing's hand lovingly. "Haven't you eaten yet? I asked Xiao Li to buy some dishes, all of which are your favorites." Li Zhen's driver Li Si followed behind, carrying 2 large food boxes in his hands, and said, "That's right, Mr. Zhang has been talking about it all the way." Yu Jing felt a warm current in his heart, and the anxiety in his heart for many days burst out at this moment, and his eyes turned red. At the table, Yu Jing put the bowls and chopsticks in place, and helped Zhang Jun sit in the main seat. Zhang Jun's hands were shaking due to his age, but he kept picking food for Yu Jing. "Eat more. I ask your Aunt Lu to make more cakes for you tomorrow." Yu Jing's depressed mood for many days dissipated, and his appetite was open. Zhang Jun was as kind as his father to Yu Jing. This feeling was different from Ren Jichen, who was always high and unfathomable. Yu Jing respected him, loved him, but was also afraid of him. Zhang Jun was like an ordinary old man in the neighborhood, kind and easygoing and approachable. Zhang Jun looked at Yu Jing with a smile, and said with emotion, "When I first met you, you were still that young. How fast it has grown." He murmured, Have you met Mr. Ren?" Yu Jing stopped what he was doing and said, "Yes, and..." Zhang Jun looked at Yu Jing's hesitation and said in a gentle voice, "And what?" "And I can't understand what Mr. Ren is thinking more and more." He. Zhang Jun laughed and pointed at Yu Jing. Do you still want to understand Mr. Ren? Wait until you live another 20 years. Uncle Zhang, do you know anything else about the GM plan? To be honest, I didn't expect that Mr. Ren would restart the GM plan. Zhang Jun said with a nostalgic look. I went abroad this time because of this matter. Ah? Yu Jing looked at Zhang Jun in surprise. Aren't you not going to attend the research summit? Zhang Jun narrowed his eyes and smiled. I have been preparing since Mr. Ren announced the restart plan. He took out a stack of documents from the file bag beside him and handed them to Yu Jing. Take a look. This is... Yu Jing read through the pictures one by one, faster and faster. Fang Yu, a former researcher of the GM project of Zeus Group, went missing at the beginning of last year. Zhang Ji, a former researcher of the GM project of Zeus Group, went missing while climbing in the middle of last year. Fei Yu, a former researcher of the GM project of Zeus Group, went missing at home at the end of last year. Yu Jing was more and more shocked as he read. There were a total of 10 people's information, and these people were distributed all over the world, but they all disappeared in the same year. No one is alive, no body is found. Yu Jing felt a chill rising from his back, and he said hesitantly, Uncle Zhang, how could these people? Uncle Zhang packed the documents and patted Yu Jing's arm. Xiao Jing, this matter is far from as simple as it seems. You should stop investigating. Chapter 194. The researchers who once participated in the GM project scattered all over the Blue Star after the project plan was stalled. Zhang Jun could no longer find many people, and only these 10 people could find their exact addresses. Zhang Jun went on a business trip to Meidi at the beginning of the year. He wanted to visit Fei Yu, who lived in Meidi district, but the result was regrettable. Fei Yu was unemployed at home, but mysteriously disappeared, which completely cut off the last clue that Zhang Jun wanted to investigate in depth. In the same year, old employees working at Zeus Group disappeared one after another. No one would believe that there was no connection between them. Yu Jing raised his head and opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He hesitated for a while and said, "Uncle Zhang, could all this be caused by Mr. Ren?" Zhang Jun's old face showed a gloomy look. Mr. Ren has retired for many years and suddenly came back. His determination is not something that anyone can stop. The implication is that regardless of whether Ren Jichen intervened in these things, his determination to restart the plan is unstoppable. Whether it is Zhang Jun or Yu Jing, it is the same. Yu Jing suddenly grabbed Zhang Jun's hand and pleaded, "Uncle Zhang, I would like to ask you to continue to track down the news of the other researchers." He then added, "I promise you that I will stop in time if something happens. Please rest assured." "Ah." Zhang Jun patted Yu Jing's hand and sighed. "You have been so stubborn since childhood." Yu Jing smiled and looked at a photo on the table unconsciously. Ren Jichen, standing among more than 20 young people, smiled broadly and gently, looking at the camera. How many of these 22 researchers are left? Yu Jing looked out the French window, and the wind started to blow in the peaceful Bieliang city. On January 29, 2079 AD, it was cloudy and rainy. On the highway from Ace to Sierre, a fleet of supply transport vehicles was driving on the road. In the transport vehicle at the front of the convoy, the driver Wu Yu looked tired and looked forward with red eyes. The logistics company under the Liang Group stopped all business activities because of the unclear accounts of Liang. All the supplies for the frontline Silver Wing Corps and the security forces were transported by the A City Transport Force. Wu Yu and his partner Zhang Chong had been working in the car for more than 40 hours. Huh? Zhang Chong turned over at the back of the car and opened his sleepy eyes. He stood up and looked at the time, and said to Wu Yu, "Old Wu, are we almost in Xi'er City?" "Yes," Wu Yu agreed. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I ask you to take over when we get there." Zhang Chong slapped his head and complained, "It's too tiring to sleep in the car. Why don't we get up and have a chat?" "Pop!" Zhang Chong lit 2 cigarettes and handed them to Wu Yu in front. After taking a puff of the cigarette, Wu Yu let out a long breath, and his muddled mind became much clearer. He sighed and said, "Brother Chong, when will the days end?" Zhang Chong smacked his lips and laughed. "The end? Old Wu, please don't say bad things. We have to go back home alive to be with our wives and children." Wu Yu shook his head and pointed behind him. "Since the Liang transport team was restricted from working, we have been transporting materials day and night." He grinned and said with a wry smile, "What are the higher-ups thinking? If the Liang team is stopped at this time, how can we transport enough materials alone?" Hee. Zhang Chong patted Wu Yu's head from behind. "You kid, how can you understand what others are thinking? Let me tell you this." Zhang Chong leaned forward and lowered his voice. "I guess someone wants to mess with the Silver Wings." "Ah?" Wu Yu secretly smacked his lips. "Why?" "The Silver Wings are fighting the Night Demons. Who can mess with them?" "Look at your stupid head," Zhang Chong said in a stern manner. "The people above are really filthy." "Hey, Brother Chong, tell me what's going on." "I tell you." Zhang Chong was about to brag and talk nonsense with Wu Yu, when he suddenly saw a white shadow standing in the middle of the road in front of him, motionless. "Old Wu. Be careful. There's someone ahead." "Ah." Wu Yu was talking to Zhang Chong. When he came to his senses, the car had already reached the front. Bang! After a loud noise, a white shadow jumped high and landed on the ground in front. Wu Yu and Zhang Chong were dumbfounded. Usually, there would be no one on the highway during transportation missions. Why did someone suddenly appear today? Wu Yu quickly turned on the signal light and stopped on the road. The convoy behind also stopped when Wu Yu and Zhang Chong stopped. Several vehicles got off the transport team to see what happened. Wu Yu and Zhang Chong didn't even have time to open their umbrellas. They ran out of the car and ran towards the white shadow on the ground. Wu Yu was so anxious that tears came out, and he kept saying, "Someone died, someone died." He and Zhang Chong were just ordinary people in Linen City. After joining the A City transport team, they wanted to find a good living. A city is located on the front line, and the salary is generous. When he saves enough money, he can also take the money back to his hometown to do some small business. Who would have thought? Wu Yu's mind was in a mess, and he stumbled to the white shadow. The moment he saw the white shadow, his heart sank. The girl in white, with long flowing hair and a beautiful face, lay on the ground with a pale face, soaked by the rain. Wu Yu's trembling hands reached under the girl's nose. No. No breath. His feet softened, and he sat on the ground, his mind blank. What happened? When Wu Yu and Zhang Chong were at a loss, a deep male voice came from behind. Qin Qin, the captain of the transport team, walked over quickly. After seeing the scene here, he frowned and looked at Wu Yu and the others. What happened? Zhang Chong pointed at the girl on the ground and stammered. Captain. Captain, she somehow stood in the middle of the road. Qin Qin bent down and felt the pulse of the girl's neck, his face gloomy. Dead? The people around did not dare to speak. Such a serious matter of life and death had happened. For a moment, they were at a loss and looked at Qin Qin. Qin Qin thought for a while and said, lift the person into the car and complete the transportation mission first. Wu Yu shuddered when he heard this. Captain. Captain. Qin Qin's meaning was very clear. He would take the girl's body with him, and he would still be responsible for the final responsibility. Qin Qin sighed secretly, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly found that the girl's eyes moved. He waved his hand to stop Wu Yu, and lowered his head to look at the girl's cheek. Qin Qin looked at the girl's face, and just when he thought he was dazzled, the girl's eyes suddenly opened. Her eyes were faintly red, and a pair of beautiful and charming fox eyes were scattered with crystals, like fine red crystals. Ah! Qin Qin and the people around him all screamed and retreated. Huh? The girl's body suddenly stood up out of thin air. She looked at Qin Qin and others with a dazed look, and raised the corner of her mouth. Sizzle! 2 flesh wings grew on her back, like a demon. She rushed forward suddenly. At some point, the girl's nails became sharp and slender, but deadly and dangerous. Swish! The fingertips passed by, and Zhang Chong fell into the rain, holding his neck. The blood dyed a large area of the ground red, which was shocking. Wu Yu screamed heartbreakingly and ran desperately towards the car in front. Almost there, almost there. As long as he could get into the car. Puff! Wu Yu stopped running and stared blankly at his chest. The blood-soaked hands pierced through his chest. Wu Yu's eyes were unfocused, and he fell to the ground. Qin Qin looked at his dead companions one by one, and pushed his physical strength to the extreme. Hoo! Finally, he ran to the car door and wanted to open it. Click, click, click. From the end of the convoy, there was a slight sound of footsteps. A short-haired girl, also dressed in white, looked at him with a smile. The girl's hands were covered in blood, dripping with the rain. The clothes were soaked by the rain, and the curves of her figure were exquisite and very attractive. Qin Qin looked at the back of the convoy, which had already been silent. Are they all dead? Bang! The short-haired girl came at an incredible speed and punched Qin Qin away. Qin Qin, a big and strong man, hit the car like a sandbag and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He closed his eyes and fainted. Chuckling, the short-haired girl walked to Qin Qin with interest, raised her right hand, and stabbed him in the heart. Puff! Crack! The short-haired girl's fingers penetrated the flesh and bones, and shattered Qin Qin's heart. He was still in a coma and didn't even make a sound, and died just like that. The long-haired girl slowly walked over and looked at Qin Qin on the ground, with a glimmer in her eyes. Chuck! The short-haired girl raised her palm and licked the blood on her fingertips. Qianling, you won't feel bad, right? Qianling's fox eyes looked into the distance, where car lights were faintly lit. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Don't forget the master's mission, Qianyi. Humph. Qianyi stroked the short hair beside her ears, hummed softly, and went to meet another supply convoy that was coming. Chapter 195. Sierra City, North City. The Silver Moon squad sat around the campfire, listening to Liang Lu reading the latest battle reports and news from the Legion. Liang Lu's voice was clear and clear. From February 2, 2079 AD, the 5th Corps of the Silver Wing Legion will be transferred to the rear to protect the transportation route. Protect the transportation route? Qi Ming looked at the cannon in his hand. Did something happen? Liang Lu shrugged and said, Who knows? I haven't heard much about the transportation route. Xiao Yuan stroked his silver-white gloves and analyzed. If a corps can be mobilized to guard the transportation route, it is impossible that a trivial matter has happened. The Silver Wing Corps is powerful. In addition to the experience accumulated in the defense of a city and full armament, complete logistics supply also has a lot to do with it. People are iron and food is steel. Once there is a problem with logistics supply, it is definitely not a trivial matter. In the defense of a city, Xiao Yuan and others cut off the food source of the night demon and forced it to retreat. Now, the situation of attack and defense has reversed, and the Silver Wing army has come to Sierra City, a city that has been occupied by the night demon for a long time. With the supply line stretched, we naturally have to face this dilemma. Of course, if the Silver Wing army knew that the Liang Group's transport team had lost its right to move, it would not be so stable. Liang Lu closed the notebook and said worriedly, "If the Fifth Army is transferred, we may not have enough troops." Wang Ruofei snorted coldly. Fan Geng Chaoxing, when did these two people agree with the Silver Wing army? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and said softly, "Old Wang, don't talk nonsense." Wang Ruofei also realized that he had said something wrong. He smiled awkwardly. "Oh, I was so angry with them that I was confused. Since Fan Geng and Chaoxing took over the 5th and 6th Corps, they have not done their work, but have taken care of a lot of trivial matters. Especially Chaoxing, who is greedy for merit and reckless, and likes to show off. I heard that he has been fighting with the guys from the Federal Inspection Team recently. Jack is one of them, and it is said that he is one of the leaders. The leader can openly flirt with the girl, who cannot understand the nature of the Federal Inspection Team. Chaoxing treated them as honored guests and entertained them with good food and drink, which has caused dissatisfaction among many people. Not only the higher-ups, the soldiers of the 6th Corps and other grassroots soldiers have long been resentful of this matter. The war on the front line was cruel and tragic, and many comrades died in battle every day. The Federal Inspection Team, a group of foreigners, was treated well and entertained by Chaoxing based on their identities, and was given instructions. Such differential treatment, injustice, will inevitably lead to resentment. Li Jun was busy with the war, and could not spare the time to deal with him for the time being, which made Chaoxing more unscrupulous. Fortunately, this guy knows the importance of things and dares not do anything that will affect the war situation. The 6th Corps has been grudged for a long time, like a time bomb buried underground. When it reaches a certain point in time, it will explode, which Chaoxing never expected. The night came, and the wind and rain continued. Xiao Yuan has gradually become familiar with this damp feeling, and Tu Nan is slightly shining on his left hand. In the middle of the back of the hand, a golden red dragon eye has become brighter and clearer after killing the thunder beast that night. Originally, a circle of ripples appeared around the dragon eye, which looked like flames, but was not very obvious. That night's surprise attack, both sides killed a total of 27 thunder beasts, which was a great harvest. Unfortunately, since then, the thunder beasts have become more cautious in their attacks, and their firepower has decreased, making it difficult for the Silver Wing army to find opportunities to launch surprise attacks again. In general, the strategic goal has been achieved and it is worth the trip. Woo wow! Woo wow! Waves of chirping came from the direction of the city, becoming clearer and clearer. Sun Wan walked to Xiao Yuan, wearing the raincoat newly issued by the Silver Wing army. The raincoats of the Silver Wing army are black and white. Men wear black and women wear white. They look like windbreakers, and the hood is very rainproof and flexible. Sun Wan, dressed in white, looks even more elegant and pure. She raised her face slightly, looked at the surging night demon, and slowly pulled out the dark silver knife. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flew into the sky at the same time, killing the night demon. Buzz! Tu Nan vibrated and turned into a shield to block the first wave of the night demon's attack. Xiao Yuan waved the dark silver knife in his hand, and every knife was deadly. In an instant, 3 night demons were set flying. Boom boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the distance, and the acid shot out was hitting the shield, pushing back Xiao Yuan's body. Whoosh! He flew to the roof of a building with the help of a mobile device, where a fierce battle was also going on. Hundreds of night demons landed here one after another, attacking Chu Qian and others with their fangs and claws. This night, the night demon's attack was even crazier than usual. The transfer from the 6th Legion reduced the defensive strength of the Silver Wing army by 1/6, making defense more difficult. In just one night, the Silver Wing army was breached and nearly lost 7 streets, which were later recaptured in a desperate fight. So far, the two sides have changed from the initial tentative battle to a tug-of-war. The competition is the willpower and combat effectiveness of both sides. Whoever can hold on to the end will win the final victory. The battle reports are continuously transmitted to the Silver Wing Army headquarters. Li Jun, Jin Chao, Jiang Shi, Lei Yin, Ong Pengtao, and Du Zhixing gathered at the conference table. Except for Li Jin, who looked calm and composed, the others looked unhappy. Seeing the dull atmosphere, Jiangshi spoke first to break it. The transfer from the 6th Corps will have a greater impact than we thought. Lei Yin was straightforward and generous, and he said with a big mouth, Brother Jiang, with Chao Xing, what difference does it make whether he is there or not? Ahem. Li Jin coughed softly and looked around. Do you think it's inappropriate for me to transfer the 6th Corps? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, but no one said anything. Li Jin is the highest commander of the Silver Wing Corps. His order has been issued, so who can say anything? Although they thought so in their hearts, no one dared to say it. Li Jin said with a dim look in his eyes. Everyone, the night before yesterday on the Aishi Expressway, our 3 transport teams were killed, and all the members were killed. Ah? Li Jin's words shocked the 4 Corps commanders. 3 transport teams were completely wiped out. Hong Pengtao, the commander of the 3rd Corps, is an old man in the army. As soon as Li Jin said this, he figured out the favorable relationship. He hurriedly said, if this is the case, the decision of the Corps commander is indeed wise. Jiangshi resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This old Hong never forgets to flatter. Du Zhixing looked at the battle report in his hand with a worried look in his eyes. Captain, it's right to protect the supply line, but I'm afraid the frontline defense can't hold up. What Du Zhixing said was also the doubts of Jiangshi and others. The war between the two sides was stalemate. If the 6th Corps was withdrawn at this time, the full-line defense would be very passive. Li Jin listened carefully to everyone's opinions and suddenly asked, do you think that Night Demon has done his best now? This? The 4 looked at each other, and finally Jiangshi replied, Captain, this is hard to say. The Night Demons have endless tricks, and no one can guarantee that there won't be any unexpected tricks in the future. Yeah, it's hard to say. Li Jin clenched his fists and said loudly, the Night Demons are not fools. Thunderstorms are the most favorable weather for them. The heavy rain caused by this typhoon will last for at most half a month. They are likely to launch an attack before the heavy rain ends. But, with our current strength, can we win the Night Demons in the decisive battle? The original winning rate was only 50%, but now... Li Jin smiled slightly and said, I am 70% sure. So high. Jiangshi's eyes lit up and asked, Captain, what good ideas do you have? Li Jin pointed to the sky and said confidently, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 196. Sierra City, North City. Qi Ming ate the last grain of rice in the lunch box and muttered, strange, today's meal seems different from before? Hee hee. Wang Ruoling covered her mouth and chuckled, teasing, Brother Qi, is your appetite increasing again? Is it? Qi Ming touched his stomach and thought that his appetite would not suddenly increase so much. Xiao Yuan, who was bending down to check the motor device, paused. Seeing that Qi Ming was not full, he sighed in his heart. Is it starting so soon? Li Jin was transferred from the 6th Corps to guard the supply line at a critical time, which means something must have happened there. Although he was prepared, Xiao Yuan was still secretly shocked when he noticed that the daily food supply was quietly decreasing. The Silver Wing Corps had a heavy combat mission, and the soldiers needed a lot of supplies every day. There were many big eaters like Qi Ming. There should be many people in the Corps who noticed that the food was starting to decrease, right? Xiao Yuan lowered his head in worry, praying that Li Jin could solve the supply problem quickly, otherwise, the Silver Wing Corps might have an accident. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan could no longer hold back and walked towards the RV parked in the distance. The vehicles of the 9th Company were parked in the middle of Zongheng Street. Lord Yuga, Hunyu, and Xiaobai usually live here. After several attempts, Hunyu and Xiaobai officially stepped onto the battlefield to help the 9th Company resist the Night Demon. When Xiao Yuan arrived, Lord Yuga and Xiaobai were sleeping on Hunyu's belly, snoring. Xiao Yuan's movements were very light, but the alert Xiaobai still moved his ears and opened a pair of big eyes. Meow meow. Little Bai meowed, jumped onto Xiao Yuan's shoulder, and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Master Yuga was disturbed by this, and opened his eyes with an unhappy look. Quack, kid, what are you doing? Can't you see that the master is taking a nap? Master Yuga's increasingly fat body made Xiao Yuan frown. This fat duck will not be able to fly sooner or later if it doesn't lose weight, Xiao Yuan secretly complained, but still smiled and said, Master Yuga, I really have something to ask you. I want to see the planting room. Oh. Master Yuga nodded, flew off the sofa, and walked forward. Suddenly, it twisted its body, and turned to look at Xiao Yuan. You are not scolding me for being fat in your heart, are you? Huh? Xiao Yuan was shocked. Could this fat guy have the ability to read minds? No. Xiao Yuan quickly denied. I definitely don't. Haha, Master Yuga called twice and said to himself, Master, am I fat? I think it's just right. Xiao Yuan followed behind Master Yuga, and had to use a lot of effort to hold back the urge to laugh out loud. Entering the planting room, Xiao Yuan felt his eyes light up. The sun was shining brightly in the planting room of more than 500 square meters. Xiao Yuan, who had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, unconsciously raised his hand and wiped it, feeling that his whole body was bathed in warmth. The planting room was divided into 3 parts. The first part was planted with corn, the second part was planted with sweet potatoes, and the third part was planted with cabbage. It can be seen that the 3 areas are often taken care of, and the plants are growing lushly and growing well. Near the door, there is a plant that is about the same height as Xiao Yuan, and it grows 2 strange-looking fruits. The fruit is round and light pink, with green leaves growing at the bottom, shining in the sun. This fruit. Xiao Yuan pointed at it in surprise and said, Lord Yuga, don't you mean there is only 1 fruit? Lord Yuga smacked his lips and walked under the tree. Yes, there was only 1 at that time, and now it has grown again. Xiao Yuan touched the round fruit on the tree with his hand, and it was smooth to the touch, with a faint burning feeling. It was this fruit that was used to make a powder medicine with pepper and chili powder to drive away some dark birds. Seeing it again, he couldn't let it go. It was incredible that a small hairpin of Sunuan could grow into this shape. If it wasn't for Lord Yuga saying that this field could only support 1 hairpin plant, Xiao Yuan really wanted to buy 10 or 8 more and plant them in the field. Lord Yuga didn't know what Xiao Yuan was thinking, and shouted to Li Duan, Motor! Motor! Where the hell have you been? Who is Lord Yuga calling? Hula la! There was a noise in the cornfield, and a shadow slowly walked out. Xiao Yuan had been staring at it, and when he saw its true form, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, almost enough to fit an egg in. A penguin. A penguin that Xiao Yuan usually only saw in video materials, staggered out. It saw Xiao Yuan standing there blankly, and took the initiative to greet him. Hi! Handsome boy. Handsome boy? Xiao Yuan came back to his senses, and waved to the penguin named Mada. Hello, Mr. Penguin. TSK. The penguin's voice was a little sharp, patting its short forelimbs on both sides and saying, Call me Mada. Mada. Seeing that the penguin seemed to care about the name, Xiao Yuan changed his tone. Okay, hello Mada. Mada was very satisfied with Xiao Yuan's performance, and took Xiao Yuan and Yuga to the planting room to explain in detail. The RV planting system grows plants that are different from those outside. First, the growth rate is several times faster. Second, it has regeneration. For example, corn, after a corn is picked, a new corn will grow in the original position in 2 days. Relying on this small planting room, even if there is a famine and he can't find food, Xiao Yuan can still survive in the RV. After introducing everything, Mada pushed Xiao Yuan and Master Yuga out of the room, shouting that he wanted to play music for the plants to rest at noon. After being driven out of the planting room by Mada, Xiao Yuan was a little confused. He scratched his head and said, Master Yuga, where did it come from? Quack! Master Yuga flapped his wings and explained, It is the administrator that comes with the planting system. Master, I don't know how to farm. After that, Master Yuga changed the subject and said mysteriously, Boy, you'd better not mess with it. That guy doesn't have a good brain? Xiao Yuan looked at Lord Yuga speechlessly and said, It can play noon music for plants. Its intelligence is indeed need to be considered. In any case, Xiao Yuan's worries have been resolved. Before going to Sierra City, the preparations Xiao Yuan made in the planting room really came in handy. With those corn, sweet potatoes, and cabbages, the 9th company is not afraid of running out of food one day. Boom boom. Thunder roared, dark clouds rolled. In the clouds above the location where Xiao Yuan and others were stationed, a black shadow suddenly passed by, stirring the rolling clouds. If someone could look up at the sky at this time, they would see a strange scene. A slender shadow rolled and shuttled in the clouds, revealing a huge head from time to time. In the front of the head, 2 huge golden eyes looked down, as if they could penetrate thousands of meters of distance, and wind and rain, and see through all living things. Roar! It let out a clear whistle. The sound was like a cow, but unusually clear and pleasant to the ears. However, this sound was covered by the continuous thunderstorm, and gradually disappeared in the sky. It turned around, driving the surrounding wind and clouds, and suddenly disappeared in the clouds. Chapter 197. Tokyo, Bienliang. Renjichen sat in the pavilion. The night breeze was slightly cool. Uncle Chen came from a distance, holding a coat in his hand. Master, the weather is cold, be careful not to catch a cold. Hee hee. Rin Zhichen put down the newspaper in his hand and chuckled. We are really old. Old Chun, is Zhang Jun back? Yes, master. Uncle Chen gently put on the coat for Rin Zhichen. As soon as he comes back, General Manager, you will send someone to pick him up at home and talk in detail. That kid. Rin Zhichen took off his reading glasses and sighed. He has had that stubborn temper since he was a child, and it has never changed. Don't worry, master, Zhang Jun will persuade him. Persuade? Rin Zhichen stood up and pointed at the newspaper on the table. Don't you know his temper? I'm afraid you will be involved. There was the latest newspaper on the table, with a photo of Rin Zhichen on the front page. Zeus Group restarted the scientific research plan. Can Rin Zhichen change the world again? Change the world? Rin Zhichen's mouth corner slightly raised. He never did something to change the world. It was like this before, and it is still like this now. Master, the young master called today and said. Qin Bo raised his eyes slightly to look at Rin Zhichen's expression, considering what to say. What did he say? He said that he would come back on the 20th of next month. To see his wife. Rin Zhichen was silent for a long time after hearing this, and then said a word faintly. Uncle Chen finished speaking carefully, and seeing that Rin Zhichen was not angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had followed Rin Zhichen for decades, but he had to be cautious and not relax when he told him that Rin Zhichen was his only son. Ren Chanfeng, Rin Zhichen's only son, the first heir of Zeus Group. Ren Chanfeng rarely appeared in the public eye, and Rin Zhichen had always protected him very well. The relationship between Ren Chanfeng and Rin Zhichen has always been a mystery. They should have been the closest people in the world, but they became more and more distant. Ren Chanfeng and his wife lived abroad for a long time and only returned to China twice a year. One was the Spring Festival, and the other was the anniversary of the death of his mother, Rin Zhichen's first wife. Rin Zhichen had his hands behind his back, and his expression was calm, making it hard to tell whether he was sad or happy. Uncle Chen followed Rin Zhichen and walked towards the pond behind the pavilion. The moment he stepped into the pond, a light lit up in front of him. Rin Zhichen's private mansion appeared in his eyes. The security personnel responsible for guarding and patrolling around greeted Rin Zhichen respectfully after seeing him. Rin Zhichen nodded slightly and led Uncle Chen into the mansion. The two walked and chatted all the way. Rin Zhichen suddenly remembered something and asked, Next week is Li Jiogong's birthday, right? Uncle Chen was slightly startled, then nodded and said, Yes, next Saturday is Mr. Li's birthday. Rin Zhichen pushed open the main door of the study, walked to the bookshelf at the end of the study, and twisted a bronze statue in the middle. Buzz! The bookshelf moved from the middle to both sides, revealing the hidden metal door inside. There was a square scanning device on the metal door. When Rin Zhichen walked to the front, it scanned his eyes twice. Scan completed, Buzz. The metal door opened to both sides. Rin Zhichen put on a small headset and entered with Qin Bo. Li Jiogong's invitation will be delivered in the next few days. Let someone check it carefully to make sure it's not. Master, what do you want to say? Don't let his little gadgets take advantage of the loopholes. Rin Zhichen tapped the headset meaningfully and said, Don't worry, I will tell them, but Mr. Li didn't send the invitation in previous years this year. This year, he will definitely send it. Rin Zhichen's face showed a look of nostalgia. It's time for the two of us to meet. If we don't meet again, maybe we will never meet again in this life, right? Thinking like this, Rin Zhichen walked out of the elevator that stopped steadily, and the nostalgia and warmth on his face disappeared instantly. Uncle Chen followed Rin Zhichen out of the elevator and looked up. No matter how many times he walked into this place, he would still be filled with deep shock. How many meters underground is this place? Uncle Chen didn't know. Looking forward from here, he could see a super large hall with a ceiling more than 10 meters high. In the hall, researchers came and went in a hurry, discussing the latest research projects. This is the Research Institute of Zeus Group, independent of the Zeus Technology Research Center. Heart of Zeus. The outside world gave this mysterious research base such a unique name. Those who can enter the Heart of Zeus Research Institute are all geniuses in various fields. The identity is absolutely confidential, the research content is absolutely confidential, and no one knows the list of researchers in the institute. The sky-high salary contract and top treatment make people curious and yearning for the Zeus Heart Research Institute. Seeing Rin Zhichen coming in, the researcher stopped and greeted him. Well, Rin Zhichen nodded slightly and asked, Where is Professor Fei? A young girl who looked young bravely answered, Should be in the E3 culture room. Rin Zhichen smiled at her and said softly, Thank you. After Rin Zhichen left, the girl's face flushed with excitement. She kept pulling a thin young man with glasses beside her and shaking him back and forth. I heard there are no glasses. Mr. Rin just said thank you to me. Oh my god. The young man was dizzy from her shaking and said in a daze, Mr. Rin has always been so polite to people, you just get used to it. No matter how excited the little girl was, Renjichin walked towards the E3 cultivation room. The design of the Heart of Zeus is very complicated. Renjichin bypassed several intersections before he walked to the door of the room marked E3 on the metal door. Uncle Chen stood guard outside, while Renjichin walked into the room. The moment Renjichin entered the door, a small red dot flashed on the corner of Uncle Chen's clothes. The all-metal room was spacious, with a height of 3 meters and an area of more than 500 square meters. Cylindrical culture vessels were neatly arranged in the room, and complex life monitoring instruments were fixed on the top of each device. In the culture device, there were strange things: snow lotus flowers that were white and sometimes bright and sometimes dark, tentacles that were suspended in liquid and slowly moved, and eyeballs that were so large that they were exaggerated. An old man with gray hair was holding a data meter and carefully observing the culture device in front of him, recording data from time to time. Old Fei, are you still busy so late? Renjichin walked slowly towards the old man and smiled. Mr. Ren? The old man turned around with a look of surprise in his eyes. Come and see the embryo inside. Oh! Renjichin approached the special glass, where a tiny embryo was floating in the culture medium, very small. Mr. Ren, I heard. Mr. Fong will also come here in a few days? Well, soon. Renjichin nodded. Soon, you old friends will be reunited again. Yes, Zhang Ji and I haven't seen Fan Yu for many years, the old man said with emotion. Old Fei, the success of this plan is related to the lives of too many people. Renjichin knocked on the glass and said seriously, we must go all out. Don't worry, Mr. Ren. Even for our children and grandchildren, we will definitely complete the GM plan. Yes, for our children and grandchildren. We must complete it. Renjichin felt something in his heart and murmured, yes, I will end the disaster I started with my own hands. In the huge research room, the elderly Renjichin was a little thin, but he stood straight and became more determined. Chapter 198. Click, Yu Jing turned off the instrument button on the table, took off his headphones, and remained silent for a long time. In the dark and quiet room, he slowly clenched his hands, and the sound from the bug stopped abruptly. Yu Jing's face was slightly pale, and he murmured, Professor Fei? Is it Fei Yu? Has Fei Yu, who disappeared last year, already arrived at the Zeus Heart Research Institute? Mr. Ren, how many secrets do you have that I don't know? Yu Jing sighed lightly and pressed the ring button at hand. Buzz! The wall of the hut slowly opened, and a tall and thin young man walked in. Li Si took a few quick steps, lowered his head and said, Brother Jing, what's the matter? Yu Jing rubbed his eyebrows and pointed to the equipment on the table. The bug on Uncle Chen, find a chance to take it off. Uncle Chen has been with Renjichin for many years, and his mind is meticulous. The bug can be concealed for a while, but it is inevitable that there will be more dreams at night. He took out his mobile phone to check the time and asked, How are Liang Zheng'an and his group? Hearing this, Li Si hurriedly replied, Mr. Liang and his group stayed in the group's hotel, and he happened to have a conversation with Secretary Cui. Well, Yu Jing nodded and murmured, It's time to meet them. Night Demon Cosmetics? Huge potential. Liang Zheng'an and Gu Quan arrived in Bianliang City a day ago. It can be seen that the account incident of the Yanjing Economic Department made them really anxious. When Liang Shi first heard about Night Demon Cosmetics, Yu Jing was very interested. Recently, he has been busy with affairs, and he has been focusing on the top-secret plan in the Heart of Zeus, so he has forgotten this matter. As a result, Liang Zheng'an and his confidant Gu Quan took the initiative to come to Tokyo Bianliang to seek cooperation. Yu Jing asked Cui Yuanlin to go and learn about the details with them first. At present, it seems that this project has great potential. Using the substances produced by the Night Demon to make beauty products can greatly delay skin aging. This project is crazy enough and tempting enough. After explaining these two things, Yu Jing suddenly said, Shall see, Mr. Ren will attend Professor Li Jiogong's birthday party next week. Li Si lowered his head and blinked. Brother Jing means. Duh. Yu Jing's fingers fell on the table, tapping non-stop, and the movement of his hands suddenly stopped after a while. He waved at Li Si and lowered his voice. Use all the strength in your hands to help me do something. Li Si listened attentively, and the more he listened, the more frightened he became. Jing. Brother Jing, will this work? Yu Jing patted his head and scolded with a smile. Where do you get so much nonsense? Go! Watching the brother who had lived with him since childhood walk out quickly, the smile on Yu Jing's face gradually faded. Of course, the risk of doing this is great. If he is not careful, Yu Jing will be doomed. But for Mr. Ren and Zeus Group, he must take this step. A City, Federal Command Center. Captain Shang Yu, you can't go in. I have urgent military information. Get out of my way. Bang. The door of the Secretary General's office opened with a bang, and Shang Wei was strode in. Secretary Lu, I can't stop you. The embarrassed and anxious beautiful secretary looked at Lu Jue helplessly and explained. Well, go ahead. Lu Jue waved at her, and put down the documents in his hand. Yes. The little secretary was as if she had been pardoned, and she quickly closed the door and retreated. Secretary Lu. Why is the supply to Sheer City cut off? Shang Wei saw the secretary go out, and could no longer suppress his anxiety, and asked out loud. Hee. Lu Jue pointed to the sofa on the side kindly. Captain Shang, please sit down first. Sit? How can I sit still now? Shang Wei frowned, but because of Lu Jue's identity, he still sat down. The battle on the front line was fierce, and the Silver Wing Legion and the Night Demons were fighting for a long time. At this time, the supply line to Sheer City was stopped. Legion, the thing Shang Wei was most worried about finally happened. Shang Wei, who learned the news, immediately went to the Federal Command Center in A City to find Lu Jue. Although the Silver Wing Army has supplies in stock, it is not much. Without external supplies, it will be consumed in 2 days at most. Lu Jue's move is to send the Silver Wing Army to death. Old Shang, I know you care about the Silver Wing Army and the Guard Army. Lu Jue said with a smile. But now the transport troops can't get through. I can't do anything. How could it be? Shang Wei stood up from the sofa. The 5th Corps of the Silver Wing Army has been deployed on the road. The 5th Corps? Lu Jue shook his head and said, the 5th Corps is mostly new recruits, and the supply line is so long, and there are only 2,000 people. Alas! But, seeing Lu Jue sighing, Shang Wei had a lot of words in his mind, but he couldn't say them. But what? Lu Jue stood up and said earnestly, we have been actively looking for ways to open up the supply line. Lu Jue has been in the officialdom for many years. He speaks politely, and does things flawlessly. Shang Wei has been in the army for a long time. How can he be his opponent? Lu Jue said it very clearly, and he did not transport supplies. But there were always Night Demons attacking along the supply line, and the transport team suffered heavy casualties. We are also anxious, so we are looking for opportunities and methods to open up the supply line. After saying a set of words, he took away his responsibility completely, leaving Shang Wei with nowhere to go. Shang Wei looked at Lu Jue with a sincere face, moved his lips, and finally said, in this case, I will lead the security forces left in A City to transport supplies. Oh! Lu Jue glanced at Shang Wei and raised his lips. This is good, but the defense of A City also needs manpower, so... Shang Wei gritted his teeth secretly. His face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out. He said in a deep voice, I will only take 500 guards to deliver supplies. Lu Jue smiled slightly when he heard this. In this case, it will be troublesome for Commander Shang. Bang! When Shang Wei left the Secretary General's office, he slammed the door loudly. Lu Jue turned around and looked into the distance. There was a strong wind and a heavy thunderstorm outside the window. Downstairs, Shang Wei walked away in the wind and rain, as small as an ant. What a ignorant fellow, Lu Jue shook his head slightly. Although the cause of this incident was the Liang family, the target was still the Silver Wing Army. The Silver Wing Army rose too fast, so fast that many people were surprised and uneasy. The Silver Wing Army was independent of the army system and had a special status. Could some bigwigs above feel at ease? Not to mention, the Silver Wing Army's successive victories had already violated the interests of many people. There are many people who are making money by taking advantage of the Night Demon outbreak. A City now just need to stay out of it. As for what to do next, it depends on the game in Yanjing. Those who support the Silver Wings won the game, so the supply line will naturally be unblocked. Those who oppose the Silver Wings lost the game, so the supply line may have to be blocked. In this chess game, they are all chess pieces. Is it possible for a chess piece to overturn the whole game? Lu Jue looked deep, watching Shang Wei's figure gradually disappear in the wind and rain. He sneered and turned away. Chapter 199. Gulp, gurgle. Xiao Yuan half closed his eyes, and leaned against Sun Wan, looking at the steam rising from the pot in front of him, and was absent-minded for a moment. In the large pot, 7 or 8 sweet potatoes and corns were cooking, emitting a faint aroma. Liang Lu tightened her cloak and whispered, "Captain, we don't have much food left, right?" Xiao Yuan carefully calculated the remaining corn and sweet potatoes in the RV in his mind, and comforted, "It's okay, it's enough for our company to live." February 10, 2079, Sierra City. The Silver Wing Army finally lost its supply on this day, and the daily food supply within the army dropped sharply. 1 or 2 meals is fine, but how can the hungry Silver Wing Army fight for a long time? At this time, Li Jun and the high-ranking officers of the Silver Wing Army set an example for the entire army, and all supplies were the same as ordinary soldiers, sharing the joys and sorrows. This method can only temporarily maintain the morale of the army. If it continues, the Silver Wing Army, which loses its logistical supplies, will be defeated without a fight. Li Jun had to start his plan in advance, although the time point was much earlier than he expected. Plans can never keep up with the speed of change. Li Jun did not expect that a major obstacle to retaking Sierra City would come from his own people. No matter how hard Li Jun planned, the Silver Wing Army at the bottom was still worried about food. With the help of the Penguin Motor, Xiao Yuan's planning room had a good harvest. While ensuring the food supply of the 9th Company, it could also provide some help to Xingdong Company and Gu Jie Company. Cabbage, corn, sweet potatoes, and a few of the simplest vegetables have become the food source for everyone to survive. Silver Wing Corps, headquarters. Li Jun stood at the front, and the commanders of the 4 corps below were all present. Li Jun marked several points at the junction of the North City and the city, and said faintly, "The storm is about to end, and the Night Demon's general attack is not far away." "General attack?" Jiangxi frowned slightly and said softly, "Captain, our current situation is not very good. The shortage of supplies put the Silver Wing Corps into a passive position. According to the original plan, the Silver Wing Army defended in the original place, and waited for the enemy to tire themselves out. The Night Demon would definitely launch an attack when the storm was about to end." Li Jun's strategy prepared in advance was very comprehensive, but the lack of food reduced their combat effectiveness. Jiangxi's concerns were also what the other 3 corps leaders thought. Lei Yin had the hottest temper. He slapped the table with a bang and said loudly, "Lu Zhua, that bastard, I knew he had bad intentions." Jiangxi sighed secretly. He originally thought that Lu Zhua was just afraid of death, but he never thought he would be so shameless. Hong Pengtao has always been slick, and now he can't hide his anger. Old Lei is right. Du Zhixing thought for a while and said, "Captain, the most important thing now is whether we can defeat the Night Demon head-on. The Night Demon's attack will come. If the Silver Wing Army can hold up in their strongest attack, the balance of war will tilt towards the Silver Wing Army." Li Jun heard this and smiled. "I am confident that with the latest weapons of the A-country think tank, I can defeat the Night Demon in a head-on decisive battle." Li Jun's confidence, in addition to the elite of the Silver Wing Corps, is also based on the research results of Professor Li Jiugong. After listening to the 4 corps commanders, they stopped talking and concentrated on studying the strategic deployment of the next war with Li Jun. Li Jun has never been a boastful person. He is calm, wise, and decisive. This is the biggest impression he has left on people since he took charge of the Silver Wing Army. As night fell, the wind blew violently. Xiao Yuan tightened his collar and murmured, "The wind seems to be stronger tonight." Sun Wan walked in front of him and raised her hand to button his shirt. "Will the Night Demon launch a general attack?" she asked softly. The document issued by the Silver Wing Army has been issued for 2 days, but the Night Demon has maintained the previous attack intensity. Inside the army, all supplies have been distributed today. If the Night Demon does not launch a general attack tonight, I am afraid that we will collapse without a fight. Xiao Yuan held Sun Wan's cold little hand with his backhand and looked at the sky in the city. I am afraid that it has already come. In the sky of Sierra City, the dark clouds are dark. When looking from a distance, there is an illusion that the clouds are about to fall. Boom! A thunder blast sounded, and lightning flashed through the clouds. Whoosh! 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 A huge flying night demon figure appeared in the night sky, more than double the number of the previous night attack. Be on guard! Be on guard! Be on guard! In the North City position, shouts came one after another, and a group of gorgeous 5-color fireworks rose from the rear command position. The 5-color fireworks, representing the general attack of the Night Demon, finally arrived. Boom! The continuous acid attack descended on the position, suppressing the people so that they could not raise their heads. Clang! The 3-dimensional shield beside Xiao Yuan couldn't stand the continuous attacks and fell to the ground. He quickly stood up the shield, and looked into the distance under the cover of the shield. More than 30. At least 30 thunder beasts were spraying wildly under the protection of the night demon. One attack after another cut through the night sky, causing great suppression to the Silver Wing army. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth secretly and shouted to Qi Ming and Lin Lang beside him, "Old Qi, Lin Lang, rush over with me. Plan A." Good. Qi Ming and Lin Lang crouched and quickly moved to the gap between the two buildings. Whoosh! 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 The three of them flew up to the sky one after another and reached the rooftop. The situation on the rooftop was still tense. As soon as Xiao Yuan came up, he saw two night demons attacking him with their mouths wide open. Xiao Yuan retracted his alloy claws and kicked the night demon in front of him away. Swish! He killed the other night demon with a backhand slash. Chu Xian, who was in charge of the rooftop defense, roared and split the night demon in front of him in half, shouting, "Captain, leave this to us. Go quickly." Boom! The thunder continued one after another, and the attack frequency of the thunder beast seemed to have become shorter tonight. The three of them ran around the path to the distance between the two buildings of the thunder beast and sneaked into the building quietly. Lin Lang slammed into a wall, boom. A half-man-high hole appeared in the newly built wall. The three of them filed in and looked at dozens of thunder beasts through the small window. In the wind and rain, the thunder beast opened its mouth, and its belly slowly expanded. When its belly reached its maximum state, boom! The thunder beast shook its head violently, and acid shot out of its mouth. The continuous attack was like a mortar. Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall and nodded to Lin Lang. Seeing this, Lin Lang suddenly pressed the button that had been set in the room. Bang! Boom! The ground in the area occupied by the thunder beast suddenly broke, sand and stones flew, and there was chaos. At the same time, 7 or 8 figures suddenly jumped out from the first floor of the building on the other side of the road and pounced on the thunder beast like a tiger. Wow! Although the night demons that had been guarding around the thunder beast for a long time were in chaos, there were still many night demons who went to block it. These 8 people were the elite team led by Ling Hu and Zhu Gu. The night demons were cunning. After suffering several losses, they occupied the rooftops on both sides to guard. Xiao Yuan and others took a different approach and set up explosives on the ground early, hiding the triggering device in the house. Ling Hu and others have been lying in ambush here for several days, waiting for today's opportunity. The night demons attacked, and the thunder beasts were too threatening to everyone. How could Xiao Yuan not target them? Swish! 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 11 people attacked from both sides, with fierce and swift swords, fighting with all their strength. After Xiao Yuan killed 2 night demons, he shot out the alloy claws and nailed them to the ground under the feet of a thunder beast. Xiao Yuan's body moved instantly, avoiding the obstruction of several night demons, and rushed towards the thunder beast. Roar! The thunder beast roared, opened its mouth wide, and shot a stream of acid towards Xiao Yuan's head. Humph! He snorted coldly, and 2 nin flashed, and a large amount of acid hit the shield and splashed everywhere. Xiao Yuan was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was in front of the thunder beast, raised the Minging knife, and chopped the thunder beast's head with a forceful split. Chapter 200. Buzz! The silver blade cut through the air and slashed the thunder beast. Bang! Xiao Yuan's body in the air suddenly tilted and flew to the side. The 2 strong night demons blocked Xiao Yuan's attack with their bodies without fear of death, and both sides rolled to the ground. Xiao Yuan raised his knife to shake off a night demon, and Tunin pressed against the neck of the other night demon and pushed it hard. Wow! The night demon was knocked away by Xiao Yuan, and it spun in the air, still struggling to pounce on him. Xiao Yuan turned over, and saw that the thunder beast just now was opening its mouth and wanted to spray acid again. Its target was Zhuge, who was fighting not far away. Not good. Xiao Yuan hurriedly stood up and ran towards the thunder beast, shouting, "Zhuge, be careful of the thunder beast." Zhuge was fighting fiercely with the night demon, and he turned his head subconsciously, and took a look when he heard Xiao Yuan's voice. A stream of crystal acid suddenly came in his time, without giving him a chance to react. Just when Zhuge was about to die, a strong wind suddenly came from the sky. Sun Wan fell from the sky, and the leather shield in his hand arrived in front of Zhuge first. Bang! The leather shield was hit, and hit Zhu Ji's face hard. He cried out in pain and fell on his back, but his life was saved. Seeing Zhuge escape, Xiao Yuan attacked without hesitation. He rushed towards the thunder beast like a gust of wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mobile device became extremely lethal under Xiao Yuan's use, and he killed several night demons in succession with his double swords. Xiao Yuan roared and attacked the Thunder Beast again. The Thunder Beast had no choice but to raise its front limbs and kick at Xiao Yuan. The Thunder Beast was not flexible, but its strength should not be underestimated. Its front limbs were short, thick and powerful. If it was hit by it accidentally, it would break bones and tendons at best, or even lose its life at worst. Xiao Yuan secretly thought that it was a good opportunity, and he did not retreat but advanced. He turned his body and went around the side of the Thunder Beast. Before the Thunder Beast's front limbs fell, Tunin had already stabbed it. The Thunder Beast was covered with scales, and ordinary weapons and firearms were difficult to penetrate. Only minging weapons could cause damage to it. The center of the Thunder Beast's head, the center of the lower jaw, and the heart were all vital points. In actual combat, the heart is relatively hidden and is generally not the first choice. Puff! Xiao Yuan's knife pierced the Thunder Beast's lower jaw, and a stream of hot golden red blood spurted out, splashing his face. Awah! The Thunder Beast let out a whine after being injured, and its body twisted. Xiao Yuan was unable to dodge, and was turned by its body, falling backwards. When he stabilized his body, the Thunder Beast had already lost its breath, and its body turned into ashes and dissipated. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to fight again, Sun Quan grabbed him from behind and said urgently, "Xiao Yuan, go back quickly, something happened." Ah! His heart tightened, and he didn't care about killing the Thunder Beast anymore, and led everyone to retreat quickly. After leaving the battlefield, they counted the number of people. Of the 11 people who participated in the raid, 2 were sacrificed and most of the others were injured, but fortunately none of them were seriously injured. The situation was urgent, and Xiao Yuan had no time to feel sad. He hurried on while asking what was going on. Sun Quan led everyone to the highest building in the middle of Zongheng Street and pointed to the city center. In the sky of the city center, spiral black clouds appeared and were slowly flying towards this side. Bang! 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 The flares in the air illuminated the nearest black cloud clearly. How could this be a cloud? It was clearly a dark tornado. Tornadoes were more than 10 meters high and at least 4 meters in diameter, rushing towards the Silver Wing Army's position. Woo woo woo! The tornado gradually approached, making a wooing sound, and the dark surface made it difficult to see what was inside. The appearance of the tornado caused a great disturbance in the front line of the Silver Wing Army. The behemoth that was more than 10 meters high, even if it was known to be the wind, the visual and psychological oppression was still very strong. The location of Zongheng Street was not affected for the time being. Xiao Yuan returned to Zongheng Street and discussed with everyone. While the tornado had not arrived yet, they sent people to investigate. The rest of the people reinforced the defense of the position, resisted the attack of the night demon, and waited for news. Xiao Yuan took Sun Quan, Lin Lang, and Xian Mao to the front to investigate the situation. After the tornado came out, the thunderstorm in Sierra City suddenly became much smaller. The drizzle hitting the face felt comfortable, but Xiao Yuan did not have the leisure to enjoy the drizzle. The shouts and flares for help from the front made Xiao Yuan's nerves tense. After crossing 2 blocks, Xiao Yuan and the other 4 landed on a tall building. Below, a black tornado almost as tall as the building was raging in the position. The tornado was very powerful, and anyone who was hit would be thrown 4 or 5 meters away. Ah! A petite figure flew out from the middle of the tornado and fell to the ground. On the ground, 7 or 8 night demons opened their mouths wide, their eyes glowed with excitement, and they screamed. The girl's clothes were messy, and she was so scared that she turned pale. She barely activated the maneuvering device and wanted to land safely. Unexpectedly, one of the alloy hooks missed, and with only one alloy hook, her body lost balance and fell down. Seeing that she was about to hit the ground face first, Xiao Yuan was above her first, and grabbed the back of the girl's clothes to pull her. Bang! The force of the girl's fall was not small, and Xiao Yuan moved sideways for several meters before stopping. Xiao Yuan looked at the black substance on his hand, and his face changed. A familiar fragrance came from the thing in his hand. Xiao Yuan looked at the tall tornado with his eyes wide open. Is this night devil feces? No wonder the surface of the tornado is black. It turns out that its surface is all made of night devil feces. Although we don't know what's inside, it's probably related to the dark bird. The Silver Wing Army, who were defending the street positions, saw the arrival of reinforcements, and their morale was boosted. They fought hard to clear the night demons around them. Looking at the night demons that continued to fly in the distance and the tornado that was more than 10 meters in front of them, the company commander Wang Baoan, who was responsible for the street defense, shouted, "Fight!" After that, the remaining 20 or so people launched an attack on the tornado. One after another, the alloy claws rushed into the sky with amazing power, but unfortunately, after contacting the tornado, they all passed through the tornado and hit nothing. Or it was blown away by the wind and landed somewhere else. For some reason, the girl Xiao Yuan rescued fainted, and could not be woken up no matter how he called. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan carried her on his back, and walked quickly towards Wang Baolan. Whoosh, before he reached the other side, a gust of wind suddenly flashed by his ears. Xiao Yuan tilted his head slightly, and felt a pain on his face. Warm liquid slowly flowed down his right cheek. Sun Wan walked beside Xiao Yuan. When the wind sounded, she realized that something was wrong. The girl behind Xiao Yuan woke up at some point. She pulled out the dagger tied to her leg and stabbed Xiao Yuan's neck fiercely. If Sun Wan hadn't decisively grabbed the girl's arm, so that the slash missed, Xiao Yuan would have died here today. Ah! Xiao Yuan screamed, shook his body, and threw the girl off. Ouch! The girl's face was covered with blue veins, her eyes were dark, and she rushed towards Xiao Yuan like crazy. Xiao Yuan had good eyesight, and noticed something was wrong at the first time. In her open mouth, a blood-red little man appeared, vivid and lifelike. Chapter 201. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Yuan and so many people be vegetarians? The girl was very strong, almost as strong as Ji Ming. After a lot of maneuvers, the girl was subdued. She was still struggling, mumbling strange characters. While speaking, the girl stared at Xiao Yuan fiercely, as if there was a great hatred between the two. The black whirlwind moved very fast, disrupting the entire block. Wang Baolan and others tried several methods, but failed to repel the tornado. In desperation, they could only avoid the attack first. Seeing that the team members suddenly went crazy, they hurried over. A group of people stood on the roof and looked at the raging black tornado below, at a loss. Wang Baolan was a tall and thin young man. After briefly introducing himself to Xiao Yuan, he asked someone to take the girl over. He said with gratitude, "Captain Xiao Yuan, thank you for coming to support, but in this situation, I'm afraid we can't hold the position." Xiao Yuan pointed at the girl behind him and asked, "Captain Wang, is she the only one in your company who was swept into the wind?" "No." Wang Baolan shook her head. "Several of us were also swept in, but nothing like her happened to us." Oh, Xiao Yuan nodded and felt relieved. If the tornado could control all the people swept in, it would be terrible. They didn't have to fight this battle anymore. They packed up their bedding and went home as soon as possible. Wang Baolan and Xiao Yuan talked briefly, and finally decided to hide in the house in the block and continue to hold their ground. After all, the tornado was only strong outdoors, and they were more than enough to protect themselves even if they couldn't beat it. At the end, Wang Baolan mentioned one more point. The power of the black tornado was not so strong at first. It seemed to be gradually escalating and getting stronger. Xiao Yuan secretly remembered it in his heart, returned to Zongheng Street, and passed the news to the Silver Wing Army everywhere, so that they could be more or less prepared. The destructive power of the black tornado is strong, but it may not be impossible to deal with it. It just takes some time. The most terrifying thing is that it can devour people's minds after being involved. People who have lost their minds have completely become puppets, relying only on instinct to kill, which also caused great trouble to the Silver Wing Army. Normally, comrades who had fought side by side day and night suddenly became emotionless puppets, which was unacceptable to anyone. Kill them to prevent future troubles? Few people could do this, so they had to subdue them first and take them to a safe place. One by one, the puppets created by Black Wind successfully entangled the hands and feet of the Silver Wing Army. The appearance of the tornado instantly tore apart the entire outer line of the Silver Wing Army, and more Night Demon Thunder Beasts began to roam inside the defense line. The positions of the Silver Wing Army were gradually divided from the initial whole, and a chaos officially began. Silver Wing Army, Rear Command Post. People delivering messages entered the tent like a revolving lantern. Li Jin listened to the news read by Li Meng without saying a word. The main road from Dongji Street to Nanji Street was lost. Baker Street, together with the auxiliary road of Guangyuan Street, was lost. Hanshui Road. The bad news came one by one, making Jin Chao's face more and more ugly. He marked them one by one on the map and took a breath. Almost all of his positions at the forefront were lost. The speed of the Night Demon Legion's attack and breakthrough was unexpectedly fast. The Black Tornado seemed to be the secret weapon of the Night Demon, which was specially used in the decisive battle. This was a fatal blow. Li Jin listened to all the battle reports calmly, walked to the table, and murmured, "The outer position was lost. Fortunately. Jean Chao's old face flushed with anxiety, and he said anxiously, "Captain, now. Can't we use that weapon now?" Li Jin picked up the signal pin, made several marks on the map, and said to the soldier standing at the door, "Keep going, explore again and report again." "Yes." Several soldiers followed the order, and quickly walked away. The Silver Wing Army, which lost its electronic signal, specially set up a reconnaissance company to control battlefield intelligence and collect battle conditions in various places during the war. They are Li Jin's eyes and ears on the battlefield, all of whom are elites selected from various corps. Their combat effectiveness may not be the strongest, but their proficiency in the use of anti-gravity maneuvering devices and their speed of movement are definitely among the top in the corps. Li Jin pointed to the area on the map and said to Jean Chao, "Old Jean, we still have to wait a little longer." Jean Chao was anxious. If he waited any longer, the Silver Wing Army would suffer one more casualty, and his own side would be in danger. Li Jin's plan was another gamble, and this time it was the fate of all of them. If he could choose a better way, Li Jin would never take the initiative to take risks. No one wants to try the bloody business again after doing it once. Unfortunately, Yan Jing froze the business of Liang Group and Lu Chao interfered, forcing Li Jin to take a risk again. Time passed by minute, and when battle reports came to the camp one after another. While Jean Chao was waiting for years, Li Jin finally gave the order. Li Jin calculated the time in his mind and said to Jean Chao, "Old Jean, go and talk to Du Zhixing and let him be ready and on standby at any time." Jean Chao was delighted to hear this and immediately said, "Okay. I go now." Li Jin reminded again, "You must wait for the signal before you can go out." After Jean Chao left, Li Jin sat on the chair behind him, and his hands behind him were trembling slightly. Li Ming walked behind Li Jin and gave him a massage attentively. Li Jin, who was so confident in front of others, was the only one who saw how hard he worked. In order to prepare for the final battle, Li Jin had hardly slept for several days. The decision and plan involving the life and death of the entire army made Li Jin sleepless and uneasy. But in front of others, he still had to pretend to be calm and relaxed. The pressure in his heart can be imagined. Li Jin's tense body relaxed a little, and he closed his eyes and whispered, "Xiao Ming, do you think we will win this time?" Li Ming smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, Brother Jin will definitely win." When Li Jin heard this, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, and he said softly, "Yes, yes." Outside the tent, Du Zhixing's 4th Corps began to gradually leave the rear in batches. Since the 5th Corps was transferred away from guarding the supply line, Li Jin had already thought of today's situation. Chao Xing and Fan Geng have been forced into house arrest by him. A war is about to start. Li Jin must firmly control these two unstable factors. As for the 2,000 people heading to Aishi Expressway, all the new soldiers and veterans from the 5th and 6th Corps quietly arrived at the frontline battlefield in Sierra City. Du Zhixing's 4th Corps gradually withdrew from the battlefield as an ambush. The 4th Corps, fully equipped and recuperating for many days, was ready for the final battle tonight. Li Jin always thought far ahead and prepared for a rainy day. Now that everything is ready, he is a little uneasy, so he took the initiative to ask Li Ming if he could succeed. The responsibility of the life and death of tens of thousands of people is too heavy. Even a smart person like Li Jin will still have a little softness. He opened his eyes and looked at the wind and rain outside the tent, praying secretly. Please bless the Silver Wing Corps to have everything go well and repel the night demon, if there are gods in this world. Chapter 202. The Imperial Capital, Yanjing. Xian Mao stood on the balcony and looked down boredly. Li Jiogong's birthday was more lively than he had imagined. Xian Mao, who had been with his teacher for many years, knew Li Jiogong's personality very well. He liked quietness, was not sociable, and was obsessed with research, which was enough to summarize the old professor's personality. "Okay, why don't you help Grandpa greet guests and be lazy here?" Hee. Xian Mao turned around and said with a smile, "All the people who came today are big shots, so how can I get a word in?" "Sister Chiner, didn't you sneak out too?" Xian Mao said to the lovely girl in a delicate dress in front of him. "Humph! You dare to mock me? Let me see how I deal with you." The girl's name is Li Qin, the granddaughter of Professor Li Jiogong. This time, his son and daughter-in-law are far away abroad and can't get away, so his daughter came back. As the old professor gets older, he stays at home more and more. His daily life track is only at home and the laboratory, and a tea house he often goes to. Such a grand birthday celebration is beyond many people's expectations. Good sister, please forgive me." Xian Mao was grabbed by Li Qin's ears, and he quickly begged for mercy and admitted his mistake. Say, will you dare to do it again next time? No, no. That's better, Li Qin's pink face showed a triumphant smile, and said, shall Xian ask you something? Ah? Xian Mao rubbed his ears, and was very helpless with this unruly sister who grew up with him. What's the matter? Grandpa, why did you suddenly think of celebrating your birthday? Li Qin bit her lip, and opened her eyes in confusion. He hates this kind of scene the most. In previous years, he would rather invite a few old friends to dinner at home, but this year. You are Grandpa's favorite student, you must know, right? Well, Xian Mao scratched his head, and saw Li Qin looking at him expectantly, and said, I know a little bit. Really? Li Qin hurriedly grabbed Xian Mao's arm. Shall Xian, then tell me quickly, quickly. In fact, the teacher's birthday party is for 2 people. 2 people? Li Qin glanced at the people walking slowly below. Who? The first one is far away in Sierra City. Xian Mao pointed to the south. My unlucky senior brother Li Zhen. Brother Zhen? Li Qin was immediately excited when she heard Li Zhen's name. I heard that Brother Zhen won a great victory in the country. Yes, he won a great victory, but now? Senior brother is in some trouble. The Economic Department of the Federal Command Center began a formal investigation into Liang and froze its companies, including Liang Logistics. Unfortunately, the logistics and transportation troops in A City, under the control of Lu Chao, delayed the transportation of supplies under various pretexts. Li Jiogong saw it and was anxious. As his birthday was approaching, the old professor took this opportunity to hold a birthday party and invited the nobles in Yanqing to come. Among them, the 2 most important ones were Wu Zhou and Kong Wei. Wu Zhou was an important figure in the parliament of Country A, and Kong Wei was a core figure in the Yanqing headquarters of Country A, the Federal Command Center. Previously, Zhang Tianqing, who went to A City for inspection, was the disciple of this old man Kong. The Liang group is under investigation, and Kong Wei's role behind the scenes cannot be ignored. Li Jiogong has experienced ups and downs for half his life, and he is highly respected. He has a deep friendship with the nobles in Yanqing, and wants to take this opportunity to resolve the matter. Every day that passes, the war situation in Sierra City becomes more dangerous. Li Qin said that Xian Mao is Li Jiogong's favorite disciple. In fact, the old professor's care for Li Zhen can be said to be like a teacher and a father. What about the other one? Li Qin didn't understand the situation in Yanqing very well. After hearing a half-understanding, he was eager to know who the other person was. The other one. Xian Mao rolled his eyes and shook his head downstairs. Look, isn't that guy here? Is that Uncle Ren? Li Qin covered her mouth in surprise and said, Why is Uncle Ren here? It's incredible, isn't it? Xian Mao walked forward a few steps. Outside Li Jiogong's residence, there were many luxury cars parked. Ren Zhichen got out of the car under the gaze of everyone, wearing a white shirt and looking energetic. His appearance made many people whisper. Ren Zhichen, who had not attended a private party for many years, actually came? The last time I saw him was 6 years ago. Li Qin stared at Ren Zhichen blankly, and suddenly remembered what Xian Mao said. The other person Grandpa is waiting for his Uncle Ren? Xian Mao looked at Ren Zhichen, who was calm and composed, and sighed. He is worthy of being my idol, so handsome. TSK. Li Qin rolled her eyes at him and asked, You haven't told me why Grandpa wants Uncle Ren to come. Ah. Xian Mao sighed helplessly. Good sister, do you really think I am an encyclopedia and know everything? I don't care, you must know. I'm really scared of you. Xian Mao compromised. I only know that it may be related to the plan that Mr. Ren restarted. GM plan? Li Qin asked softly. Oh good, you know all this. It's been reported in the news for so many days. How could I not know? Li Qin muttered, and she and Xian Mao stretched out their little heads to look downstairs. After meeting Ren Zhichen, Li Jiogong was very happy. Old Ren, it's really too difficult to see you. Ren Zhichen smiled slightly, looked at Li Jiogong's gray hair, and sighed. We haven't seen each other for a few years. We have aged a lot. Ha ha ha. Professor Li Jiogong laughed loudly and said, If it hasn't changed at all, wouldn't it be scary? He took Ren Zhichen's hand, and the two walked into the Li family mansion. Professor Li Jiogong was calm by nature, and had no pursuit of material life. The mansion at home was purchased by his son and daughter-in-law. The two walked into the mansion, walked all the way inside, and finally entered the reception room in the mansion. This reception room is divided into inside and outside. Outside, there are many people who come to celebrate the birthday. As for inside, there are only 2 people sitting, a handsome and dignified old man, Wu Zhou. The old man next to Wu Zhou is about the same age as him, wearing a pair of glasses and showing a gentle smile on his face. This old man is the helmsman of the Kong family, who was invited, Kong Wei. Brother Ren, long time no see. Wu Zhou stood up and said with a loud voice and a smile. Haha, I didn't expect to see Brother Ren today. Kong Wei also smiled and greeted Ren Jichen. Among the 4 people, Ren Jichen was the oldest. After the host and guests sat down, the waiter who had been waiting for a long time put the prepared meals on the table. Li Jiogong looked at the 3 people and said with emotion, "It seems that it was many years ago when we last got together." "Well," Wu Zhou said with a look of nostalgia, "at that time, the think tank of Country A was officially on the right track. I went with Brother Kong to congratulate you." Kong Wei's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a half sigh and half regret, "It's a pity that Brother Ren, who founded the think tank of Country A, left early, otherwise." Ren Jichen's expression did not change at all, and he said lightly, "It's fate, it's all fate." Haha. Kong Wei heard this and looked at Ren Jichen deeply. "Well said, it's fate." He raised the jade cup in front of him and said, "For this sentence, let's drink a cup." Kong Wei drank the wine in the cup, and his mind turned several bends in an instant. There are many rumors about Ren Jichen leading the think tank founded by Li Jiogong in Country A. Inconsistent research concepts, uneven distribution of benefits, or instigated by others. Today, it seems that the relationship between the two is very subtle. Tonight, it probably won't be boring. Chapter 203. Woo woo woo. In the air, black tornadoes made gusts of wind, covering the sky above North City and becoming more and more oppressive. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan soared into the air and flew past the tornado, using a maneuvering device. A strong suction force came from above, pulling his cloak behind him and making a rustling sound. Bang! Xiao Yuan landed on the roof and looked down. The positions in front of him fell one after another, and the second-line positions such as Zhongling Street also welcomed the invasion of the tornado. On the front of the defense line, Ling Hu and Liang Lu were organizing people to fight against the attack of the whirlwind and the night demon. The whole street was like a boiling pot. Sun Wan wandered on the roofs of both sides, helping Chu Qian and Shen Wu to defend against the falling night demon. However, the black tornado was like a moving fortress, difficult to capture, and no one knew its flaws. Ah! While Xiao Yuan was standing on the roof thinking for a moment, a scream came from downstairs. Wang Ruoling, who was fighting the night demon, was not careful and was knocked far away. The tornado suddenly accelerated and sucked her into the wind. Ruoling. Liang Lu, who was closest to her, rushed forward and tried to catch her. Unfortunately, Liang Lu was a step slower and watched Wang Ruoling being swept into the wind and disappeared. Little sister. Wang Ruofei was fighting in the back. When he heard Wang Ruoling's cry, he turned around and saw her being sucked into the tornado. Not to mention that tornadoes erode people's minds. A tornado as high as more than 10 meters can be life-threatening if you are not careful. Wang Ruofei was anxious and rushed forward with a roar, ready to fight for his life in the tornado. Xiao Yuan saw it clearly from above, and fell down as well, and quickly grabbed Wang Ruofei's arm. Wang Ruofei's eyes were red, and he was about to shake off Xiao Yuan's arm. "Let me go." Xiao Yuan's hands were like iron clamps, tightly controlling Wang Ruofei's body, and said in a deep voice, "Old Wang, don't be impulsive, we have a chance only if we work together." After that, Xiao Yuan shouted to the others, and quickly told them the plan that had just come to his mind. After hearing his plan, Wang Ruofei gritted his teeth and said, "Captain, let me do this mission." Xiao Yuan patted the maple on his left hand. "Hurry up, Ruoling can't wait, I am the most suitable for this mission." Wang Ruofei looked at Xiao Yuan with complicated eyes, and nodded heavily. Whoosh! 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 Sun Wan, Lin Lang, Wang Ruofei flew into the night sky and rushed to the black tornado. When Sun Wan flew to the top of the building, he suddenly retracted an alloy claw and fired it again, clang! The alloy claw fired again made a crisp sound. It contacted with the claw shot by Lin Lang on the other side, and connected tightly together. The two of them worked together to form a long alloy thread between the two buildings. Qi Ming and Wang Ruofei also formed a thread. The two threads were on the left and right sides of the black tornado. As the 4 people kept adjusting their positions, they got closer to the tornado. Chu Xian, Shen Wu, and Zhu Gu were distributed around to resist the attack of the night demon, while Liang Lu commanded the security forces to come to the front. The security forces were all composed of ordinary soldiers, and generally performed auxiliary combat work. Liang Lu gave an order, and a nightmare-breaking crossbow vehicle slowly appeared in the security force. The nightmare had not appeared in the Battle of Sierra City, and it had not been used. Creak, creak. The winch of the nightmare-breaking crossbow slowly turned, and the creaking sound foreshadowed its powerful kinetic power. Snap! The button was activated, and the nightmare-breaking crossbow made a sharp whistle, cutting through the air and flying towards the tornado. At the tip of the nightmare-breaking crossbow arrow, which should have been sharp, was covered with several layers of leather. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow flew out and shot straight into the sky. Whoosh! A man suddenly appeared on the side of the crossbow arrow, with silver light flashing in his hand, holding the crossbow arrow tightly with Tu Nan's hand. Xiao Yuan flew into the sky with the crossbow arrow, and in an instant he was near the tornado. Gusts of strong winds hit him, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. The power of the nightmare-breaking crossbow was so strong that the closer it got to the tornado, the stronger the wind became, but it still couldn't stop its power. Hey! Xiao Yuan shouted loudly and plunged into the tornado. Gulp! The thick, dark surface of the tornado made Xiao Yuan lose his mind for a moment. The surface was slightly fragrant and very smooth. It was like a pool of water sprinkled with shower gel. It was comfortable and pleasant when it touched. This strange feeling only occurred in an instant. The crossbow in Xiao Yuan's hand passed through the tornado and shot far away. Before, the two alloy wires built by Sun Wan and the other four played a role. After the crossbow was shot, the falling trend was dragged by the wire, and the metal rope at the end of the crossbow remained in the storm. Bang! Bang! In the storm, it was pitch black, and gusts of air were rising, giving Xiao Yuan a strange feeling as if he was suspended in a vacuum. Two flares rose up, illuminating the tornado one above the other. 5 or 6 meters above him, Wang Ruoling's body was floating there, unconscious. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan's Tuanan changed, turning into a long silk thread extending out, and the front claw grabbed the anti-gravity device at Wang Ruoling's waist. On the other side, Xiao Yuan tied one end of the alloy claw to the metal rope of the crossbow and pulled it hard. Wang Ruoling and he flew towards the center together. With the light from the incendiary bomb about to go out, Xiao Yuan finally touched Wang Ruoling's waist. Just before the light disappeared, he saw two small bright spots flashing 4 or 5 meters above Wang Ruoling's body. The two bright spots were very small, and they flashed and emitted faint light, which shot straight into his heart. Xiao Yuan shuddered, and then realized that the two bright spots were not lights, but the eyes of the dark bird, Guga. Guga. Sure enough, the dark bird chirped, and the stable airflow inside the tornado trembled. The violent fluctuation stirred in it, and a stronger strange fragrance surged in Xiao Yuan's nostrils. Buzz! Xiao Yuan took back Tunan, and the light was bright. Ah! He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and two shadows appeared above him and climbed down. The shadows were not affected by the storm's airflow, and they attacked Xiao Yuan with their fangs and claws. Xiao Yuan held Wang Ruoling in his left hand, and waved the Mingyin knife in his right hand to resist the attack of a shadow. Whoosh! The dark silver knife hit the Shadow Man, cutting a black gas from his body, and the other Shadow Man took this opportunity to pounce on Xiao Yuan. The most powerful thing about the Shadow Man is that he can hurt and control people's minds. How could Xiao Yuan not know? He raised his left hand holding Wang Ruoling slightly, and a silver-white shield appeared in front of him, blocking the Shadow Man's attack. Boom! The Shadow Man hit the shield, making a crisp sound, causing Xiao Yuan's body to fall down. He held a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, competing with the two Shadow Men. Wang Ruoling in his arms greatly hindered Xiao Yuan's movement. He had to resist the attack of the Shadow Man, and gradually fell. Swish! 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 Xiao Yuan used a series of quick knives to force the Shadow Man back, and tried to evacuate to the edge to see if he could leave on his own initiative. Unfortunately, when he came in, he relied on the powerful impact of the nightmare-breaking crossbow to break the airflow around the tornado. Now, it is not so easy to get out. Xiao Yuan tried several times, but it was useless. His arm was also grabbed by the Shadow Man. The grabbed arm was burning with pain. The Shadow Man's wounding was very strange. They would not damage clothes, but directly cause damage to the skin and flesh. Ah! Xiao Yuan cried out in pain, and was secretly anxious. Why didn't these guys outside take back the nightmare-breaking crossbow? If it's any later, I won't be able to hold on. Chapter 204. Outside the black tornado, Liang Lu shouted to the guard soldier operating the nightmare-breaking crossbow with sweat on her face. How is it? Still not working? The guard soldier in charge of the nightmare-breaking crossbow kept pressing the retraction button, and the mechanism was pulled closer with a clicking sound. However, the metal cable was stretched straight and connected into a line in the air, and it could not be retracted. Liang Lu was very anxious when she saw this, and tears were about to fall. Xiao Yuan's plan itself was too risky. Wrap the arrowhead of the nightmare-breaking crossbow with leather, so that when it was shot into the tornado, it would not accidentally hurt Wang Ruoling. He entered and waited until the agreed time to pull him out, but the metal rope of the nightmare-breaking crossbow was stuck. It was not a problem with the mechanism, but it was stuck in the tornado. Every second of delay, Xiao Yuan and Wang Ruoling's lives are more dangerous. Just when Liang Lu didn't know what to do, Sun Wan suddenly moved, crack. She removed an alloy claw generating device in a few seconds and fixed it on the wall on one side. Whoosh! Relying only on the launch of an alloy claw, it flew high into the sky. Sun Wan's long hair fluttered as she gradually approached the tornado. The air currents in the air fluttered, causing her body to sway with only a single alloy wire to maintain balance. Sun Wan's brown eyes stared at the place where the nightmare-breaking crossbow and the tornado touched. There, the metal rope pulled by the crossbow box recovery device was like a spirit snake, shaking and struggling constantly. It struggled, but was tightly restrained by the tornado and could not move. When her body and the metal rope of the nightmare-breaking crossbow were on the same level, Sun Wan stretched out her arms and shot an arrow at the intersection of the wind rope. Whoosh! The ice blue feather arrow cut through the night sky, and a chill spread. Bang! The tornado was shot through by this arrow, and Sun Wan didn't seem to expect such an effect. She was slightly startled, and her body was blown away by the airflow of the tornado, flying high and falling backwards. The metal rope of the nightmare-breaking crossbow finally broke through the limit, and was quickly recovered. Xiao Yuan held Wang Ruoling and flew out of the breakthrough. Xiao Yuan saw Sun Wan in the air at a glance, and he shouted, "Xiao Wan!" Then, he threw two Nan's mobile device on Sun Wan's waist and pulled her to his side. Sun Wan hugged Xiao Yuan's waist, not caring whether she was flying in the air. Seeing Xiao Yuan trapped in the tornado, others could not understand how anxious and scared Sun Wan was. Fortunately, her ice blue feather arrows seemed to have a good penetrating effect on the tornado, which helped Xiao Yuan and the other to escape. When the people on the ground saw the three of them flying towards them, they shouted to save them, and after a lot of trouble, they finally saved them. Wang Ruofei took over the unconscious Wang Ruoling. He, who was not good at expressing his emotions, could not help crying. The feeling of losing and regaining made it difficult for him to control his emotions. Xiao Yuan endured the pain from several injuries on his body and comforted him. "Okay, Lao Wang, don't delay here any longer. Send Ruoling to the rear medical area quickly." Wang Ruofei kept thanking Xiao Yuan, and then with the help of the security forces, sent Wang Ruoling to the car and headed to the rear. Xiao Yuan took a look at the gradually healing tornado and the increasing number of night demons around, and said, "We can't stay here any longer, we retreat. Evacuate to the next level of defense first, regroup and then fight." Xiao Yuan's opinion was supported by everyone. Except for Zhongning Street, most of the streets on this side have been evacuated. Now that Wang Ruoling has escaped successfully, there is no need for the 9th Company to continue to persist. Xiao Yuan and others followed the retreat route planned before and evacuated all the way to the Hansan Street gathering point. There, 2 companies led by Ouyang have gathered and are reinforcing the defense line. Seeing Xiao Yuan and others retreating, Ouyang roughly understood the battle situation and looked serious. "Dark Tornado, there is still no suitable way to fight it. I am afraid that if it goes on like this..." Xiao Yuan looked at Ouyang charming face with a gloomy expression, and didn't know how to comfort her. The situation has come to this point. Does the Silver Wing Army still have a chance of winning? I am afraid that the Phoenix plan that is highly expected will end here. I am unwilling to accept this result, but what can I do? While the two were talking, 2 black tornadoes and a large number of night demons and thunder beasts attacked from a distance. Ouyang stared at the aggressive night demons, gritted her teeth, drew out her silver sword, and shouted, "Fight!" Swish! 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 2 companies of nearly 100 people, with their swords flashing, prepared to meet the attack of the night demons. Bang! Just when everyone was determined to fight to the death, a loud noise suddenly erupted in the sky, and this loud noise was unprecedented. Even though the distance was far, Xiao Yuan felt his eardrums vibrate and buzz. In the sky behind the camp in the north of the city, a huge firework bloomed and lasted for a long time. Is this a signal for a full-scale counterattack? Everyone stared at the signal blankly. How can they launch a full-scale counterattack under the current situation? The tornado alone is not something the Silver Wing Army can handle. What is the difference between a counterattack and suicide now? Xiao Yuan rubbed his ears, and saw Sun Wan blinking her big eyes. Suddenly she said, "There is a plane in the sky." Plane? Why did the plane appear here? During the Night Demon War, humans once tried to use air power to attack the Night Demons, but with little success. The Night Demons' resistance to thermal weapons was beyond everyone's expectations. The result of the bombing was that a large number of buildings were destroyed, wasting financial, material, and human resources, and the Night Demons suffered almost no losses. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rows of bright spots lit up in the night sky, and at least more than 30 planes flew over the city of Sierra. What are they doing? The Silver Wing Army and the Guard Army looked up at the planes in the sky, and this question rose in their minds at the same time. Bang! 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 There were bursts of noises in the night sky, and the shells fired from the planes exploded, scattering countless fine particles of matter. Then, many tiny particles of matter fell from the plane, emitting faint fluorescence, forming a galaxy-like brilliance over the sky of Sierra City. The rain in the entire Sierra City underwent a magical change, and all the raindrops turned into small, flashing fluorescent water droplets. The seemingly beautiful small water droplets suddenly changed when they fell on the Night Demon and the Black Tornado. Wisps of black smoke emerged from the Night Demon, and the black color on the tornado gradually faded, and the wind weakened. When the black faded away, a strange-looking dark bird was flapping its wings and floating in the air. The sudden change boosted everyone's morale. The ultimate weapon that Li Jin had been hiding was finally put to use. The Abyss material decomposer that Li Jiogong led the team to study day and night was completed some time ago. The news brought by Li Luo was the handwriting of Professor Li Jiogong. The Abyss material that the Night Demon relies on for survival is peculiar. If we can find a way to deal with the Abyss material, can we kill the Night Demon? Following this line of thought, the old professor worked tirelessly to develop a decomposition agent. The decomposition agent can dissolve in the rain and fall on the Night Demon, decomposing some of the Abyss substances. The Night Demon without the Abyss substances will significantly reduce its combat power and mobility. Li Jin has been holding back, just to make a fatal blow when all the Night Demons are out that night. His people's waiting and forbearance were not in vain. The Abyss substances were spread through the aircraft, and together with the materials that assist rainfall, they covered the entire Sierra City. The situation on the entire battlefield was instantly reversed after the arrival of the aircraft. Chapter 205. Wang Li, one of the pilots of this mission, is an elite member of the 8 countries flight unit. The weather conditions in Sierra City are much more complicated than they imagined. Dark clouds, heavy rain, strong winds, and flying night demons that appear at any time. Although the flying night demon has no attack power, if it hits the flying night demon at high speed, the plane will still be at risk. The pilots of the 32 planes dare not relax at all. Now they seem to be dancing on a tightrope, and if they are not careful, they will be doomed. Initially, when they received this flight mission, they had mixed feelings. The Night Devil has always been a knot in the hearts of the 8 countries' flight troops. It has been more than a year since the last battle with the Night Devil, and the last combat mission is unforgettable for the flight troops. The advanced weapons and tactical attacks that they were proud of were all ineffective when used on the Night Devil. After 3 hours of ground attack, the final result was very frustrating for all the pilots involved. Their attacks hardly caused any damage to the Night Demons. On the contrary, the bombing destroyed the city's terrain, making it more difficult for the ground forces to fight. Time passed, but the pain of powerlessness still tortured them like a maggot. As soldiers of Country A, after only participating in one mission, the entire flight unit was basically idle. Their hard training every day seemed to have become a joke. Every day, they heard news about the security forces and the Silver Wing new army. Especially the victory of A City deeply stimulated their hearts. All the flying troops were looking forward to an opportunity to prove themselves and contribute to the fight against the Night Demon. When the mission was issued, everyone in the flying troops rushed to be the first, but unfortunately there were only 32 places. The Abyss material decomposer studied by the think tank of Country A was expensive, and one of the materials was very rare, so the decomposer could not be mass-produced. According to the original plan, the flight formation would fly over Sierra City, and then adjust its direction to leave. The clouds ahead rolled, and even with the lights on, visibility was still only a dozen meters. Wang Li carefully controlled it. Suddenly, he saw a movement in the clouds from the corner of his eye, and a flash of green light passed by. Wang Li looked closely, and saw nothing but rolling clouds. Could it be? I am dazzled? Wang Li muttered in his heart. After all, He was above the city where the night demon appeared, and he did not dare to let his guard down. Bang! Boom! There was a loud noise suddenly from the side of Wang, and flames burst into the air. Wang turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. His pupils suddenly shrank. The plane piloted by the members of the flight formation, who were carrying out the mission with him, was burning with fire. Boom! There was another explosion, and the plane completely fell and flew downwards. In the firelight, Wang saw something he would never believe in his life. A creature that was more than 20 meters long turned and moved in the clouds, and it flew through the firelight towards another plane. Its body was shining with green scales, with 2 horns on its head, long beard fluttering, and tiger paws and eagle claws majestic. Wang opened his eyes wide and murmured, "Dragon! Dragon!" As he watched, the creature suddenly emerged from the clouds on the other side, and suddenly appeared in front of Wang. Moo! He seemed to hear a roar, a bit like an old cow, but much clearer and more pleasant. What are we fighting against? This was the last thought in Wang Li's mind before he lost consciousness. Sierra City, North City. The 4th Legion led by Du Zhixing rushed straight into the city from the center of the battlefield like a sharp arrow. The rest of the scattered silver wings in the city launched a fierce counterattack after receiving the counterattack signal, and the fluorescent rain falling from the sky. The abyss decomposed matter, causing the night demon's combat effectiveness to decline, and the most important thing was to break the black tornado. The dark bird hiding in it, after losing its support, instantly dropped a level in combat effectiveness. The formation of the entire Silver Wing army broke through the city, and waves of shouts and killing sounded, resounding through the night sky of Sierra City. Sierra City Wishing Pool. The long-renowned Sierra City Wishing Pool is located in the city center. The once bustling city center is now only filled with cold rain and countless night demons lying around. In the center of the night demons, 20 nightmares stood quietly around the wishing pool. Their eyes flashed red light, and strands of red light kept floating out and drifting into the wishing pool. The wishing pool in Sierra City has a unique shape. There are 3 stone sculptures in it. The stone sculptures are very old, and are said to be sculpted by a local old craftsman who has passed away. The stone sculptures are 3 legendary goddesses, graceful and lifelike. At this time, in the pool beside the 3 goddesses, the originally clear water began to boil and roll, and a wisp of red merged into it. As the color of the water gradually turned red, the water in the entire pool rolled more and more. By the water, Shirley was wearing a pink skirt, and her delicate face showed an obsessed smile. She stretched out her little hand and touched the rolling water slightly. The moment her thin white hand touched the water, it turned red, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's start." As Shirley's voice fell, the night demons surrounding her began to walk silently into the pool. Plop, plop, plop. One after another, the night demons jumped into the pool. Their bodies were submerged by the rolling water, without making a sound. In the silent square, only the plop sound of the night demons going to death remained. When countless night demons died, there was a sudden explosion in the sky, and a plane crashed between houses not far away, with flames rolling and heat waves surging. However, it was still surprisingly quiet here, and the water in the pool turned from light red to dark red. Woo woo woo. From the center of the pool, a stream of air appeared, and while splitting the water, the airflow opened up a dark space. The space was pitch black, as boundless as an abyss. Shirley looked into it, and in a place where the edge was invisible, an eyeball was squinting slightly. As if it felt Shirley's gaze, the eyeball suddenly opened, and violent and cruel emotions burst out in it. Chuckling. Shirley covered her mouth and chuckled, stretched out her hand to catch the falling fluorescent rain, and said, "You two go, remember, come back here and walk in after an hour." She casually reminded, "If you don't come back, I'm afraid you will die here." "Yes, Master." Qianling, Qianyi shuddered, bowed their heads respectfully, and said in unison. Qianling couldn't help but secretly glance into the abyss, which was pitch black. Suddenly, a chill came over her body, causing Qianling to shudder. She lowered her head, and dared not look again. The 2 girls left one after another, and flew towards the North City. They were very fast, and disappeared into the night after a few jumps. Shirley looked towards the North City with a gentle look. She seemed to be talking to herself, or to someone else. "Lord Shabu, I have already finished this first one, haha." She chuckled, her young face showing an expression that didn't match her age. Under the heavy rain, her body was actually stained with a trace of rain. The day we return together, probably, is not far away. In her mind were the 3 bright and huge stars that always exist in the sky, and the breeze and clouds that never stop all year round. She looked at the distant sky, her eyes seemed to have traveled through countless time and space, and returned to her hometown that she missed so much. Chapter 206. Sierra City, North City Camp. Qianling and Qianyi shuttled through the darkness, bypassing the Silver Wing Army and night demons, who were fighting fiercely. They were like ghosts, and their speed was extremely fast. Qianling stood in a shadow, looking at the Silver Wing Army's rear camp in the distance. The rain falling from the sky not only had an effect on the night demons, but also on them. Qianling stared at the bright light with her bright eyes, and sighed slightly. Qianyi glanced at her from the side. What? Can't bear it? Qianyi curled her lips, disdainful of her hypocritical look of sadness and melancholy. Since she had become a contractor under the master, why was she still pretending to be noble? Wouldn't it be happy to abandon her former identity and memories, and live freely in the world? Qianling's eyes moved slightly, and she whispered, We have to hurry up, we have to go back. Humph. Qianyi looked at Qianling, who was walking towards the camp first, snorted softly, and spread her arms. Huh? A pair of flesh wings suddenly grew behind her, making her look like a demon in the rainy night. She licked her lips, and smiled excitedly. The silver-winged soldiers guarding the camp were the first to notice Qianling's approach. The two young men were stunned, and one of them shone a light, and saw that it was a young and beautiful girl. He looked around and asked, Girl, this is an important place in the military camp. Why are you here? Qianling walked lightly, and slowly to a place 5 or 6 meters away from the two people, and raised her eyes. Her eyes were different from those of ordinary people. There were tiny crystals, like red crystals, distributed in her eyes, making them gorgeous and charming. Not good. The two Silver Wing Army soldiers reacted immediately. One of them drew out the Minging knife, and the other took out the flare from his waist and shouted, There is an enemy. His voice was stuck in his throat, and he could not continue. At some point, Qianyi, who was behind him, hit his throat with a claw, and the blood instantly dyed Qianyi's fingertips red. Swoosh. On the other side, Qianling's movements were not slow either. The distance of 5 or 6 meters was just a blink of an eye for her. Bang! As soon as the Silver Wing Army soldier drew out his weapon, he was hit hard and fell backwards. Qianling's strength was amazing, and the soldier lost consciousness in the air. Chuckling, Qianyi looked at the blood on her fingertips, her eyes blurred, and said delicately, Kill! With her order, 10 shadows suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Nether Hydra. Before, the Nether Hydra, which had been able to attack in stealth, was affected by the Abyss Material Decomposer, and its stealth ability decreased. Even so, they were still the best hunters in the dark. Woohoo! Woohoo! The night demons were called out from the sky, and the night demons carried by the flying night demons descended above the camp. The rear camp of the Silver Wing Army fell into unprecedented chaos and fierce fighting. Qianling listened to the shouting and fighting in the camp, smiled slightly, and quietly hid his figure and walked towards the center of the camp. Lijian, Qianling, and Qian, he have seen his photo more than once. Elegant and handsome, young and promising. If I hadn't died yet, I would have liked to admire him, right? How about keeping his head after completing the mission? Qianyi thought so, and the smile on his face became brighter. At this time, Lijian was being escorted out of the headquarters tent by more than 30 elite Silver Wing Army soldiers. The camp was full of fighting and fire, and from time to time, a strange thing that could not be seen clearly passed by. Lijian's decisive battle strategy was very successful, catching the night demon off guard. However, too many troops were withdrawn, and after the 4th Corps left, there were not many troops in the rear camp, and most of them were new recruits and wounded soldiers transported here. The sudden attack of the night demons, coupled with the mysteriousness of the Nether Hydra, instantly threw the entire rear camp into chaos. Lijian waited over and over again, and decided to temporarily evacuate, and head to the North City, where the Silver Wing Army was assembled. Although the battle was fierce there were experienced Legion soldiers there, which was much safer than here. Some people also suggested that Lijian fire a signal flare to order the Silver Wing Army to retreat and rescue. Lijian almost slapped him after hearing this, to see what he was thinking. What is the purpose of sending a signal now? Let the soldiers in the city know that the rear is under attack and the Legion commander is in danger? How can we fight this battle? We have suffered heavy casualties, and have waited until today's opportunity. Once the signal was sent, the morale of the soldiers in the city was almost lost. After they retreated, they were afraid that the good situation they had accumulated would be destroyed. After weighing it, Lijian decided to withdraw from the rear and march forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the front of the team, Wan Jin, who was responsible for Lijian's protection, saw a white shadow falling in front of him and subconsciously shot out the alloy claw. Clang! Clang! The white shadow fell to the ground, and Qianling, with a calm face, waved his hands to block the alloy claw. Huh? Huh? With a wave of his hands, two flesh wings tore through the lapels behind her and emerged. Seeing this, Wang Jin shouted to Tang Da behind him, "You go first." Tang Da responded, and sent 8 people to help Wang Jin, while the rest quickly evacuated from another direction to protect Li Jin, Jin Chao, and the senior military staff. Wang Jin seemed rough, but he was actually very careful. Seeing that the girl easily resisted the attack, he knew that she was not easy to deal with. The sentence "you go first" just now secretly expressed the urgency of the matter, without exposing the identities of Li Jin and others. Qianling saw Li Jin and others being escorted to the other side, and she knew that they must be important people of the Silver Wing Army. She thought so in her heart, and wanted to see for herself, but Wang Jin and the remaining 8 people pounced on her like a tiger. Attack formation. Wang Jin roared and came first. The attack formation of the Silver Wing Army was centered on one person, and the rest of the people fell slightly behind him, arranged in order, forming an arrow-shaped formation. Wang Jin was at the core, holding a knife in both hands, and chopped at Qianling's head with a powerful move. Swish! The sharp blade was in front of Qianling in an instant. Clang! She held the minging knife with one hand, and the gravity from it made her frown slightly, and stabbed Wang Jin's chest with the other hand. Qianling's nails, after the transformation, became thin and long, as sharp as a knife. Puff! The sharp fingertips were blocked a few centimeters away from Wang Jin's chest, and a leather shield was blocking Wang Jin's heart. The soldier on the left side of Wang Jin's body blocked the fatal blow for him at the critical moment. Hum! Seeing this, Qianling retreated slightly to avoid another knife from the young man on the right, and swung his hand hard. Bang! The leather shield broke free from the soldier's hand, and flew towards the face of the young man on the right. The soldier never thought that the delicate girl in front of him could launch a counterattack against the attack of 3 people. This hit the young man's face hard, and he fell on his back with a cry of pain, and blood gushed out of his nose and mouth. Wang Jin knew that the girl was powerful, so he roared and killed her again, and joined forces with the 2 people around him to fight. On the battlefield, the sound of metal clashing was endless, and sparks flew. After the girl flipped in the air to avoid 3 alloy claws, she flapped her flesh wings. Huh! A strong airflow appeared out of nowhere, causing Wang Jin to stagger in his attack. Swish! Qianling's eyes flashed, and her palm attacked Wang Jin's vitals. Puff! This strike was accurate and fierce, piercing Wang Jin's chest. A sharp pain came from the wound, so that he only had time to cry out slightly before his body fell down softly. Qianling pulled out her palm, and a burst of warm blood splashed on her cheek, beautiful and charming. Chapter 207. Kill! Xiao Yuan roared, his voice was a little hoarse. After receiving the counterattack signal, the Silver Wing Army broke through the boundary between the north and the city. The Nether Hydra, which had once been a big problem for them, was greatly reduced in strength under the effect of the decomposition agent. Everyone had hope in their hearts. Maybe Sierra City could be recovered in our hands? With this hope, everyone was full of vigor. Even the security army, which had been responsible for assisting the battle, could not hold back and rushed to the forefront of the battlefield with their weapons. The night demons in the city were more dense, and the Silver Wing Army began a tough street fight. Led by Xiao Yuan, the 9th Company joined the 4th Legion and fought all the way. They didn't know when their raincoats were broken. Ahead was one of the main roads leading to the city center, and it was also the most intense battle. When Xiao Yuan arrived, hundreds of people from the 4th Legion were fighting the night demons. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan called out and rushed forward first. The Silver Moon Squad had been in battle for a long time, and they did not forget to cooperate with each other even in the chaos. Now, without Wang Ruofei and Wang Ruoling who went to the rear to treat their injuries, they are still unstoppable. Ling Hu, Chu Xian, led Zhu Gu, Shen Wu, and Shifeng to join the battle, but their speed was much slower. Swish! After Xiao Yuan killed the night demon with one sword, his body flew into the air, and he used a clever force with the Minging sword. Woo wow! The 2 night demons falling in the air were shot down by him, and turned into mist. Just as Xiao Yuan fell, and was about to rush to kill again, he suddenly felt something attacking him from the side. He instinctively raised his leather shield to block it. Bang! Xiao Yuan's body was knocked away, and fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Clang! Sun Wan had excellent eyesight, and could vaguely see a shadow flashing in the wind and rain. It wanted to rush towards Xiao Yuan, but she stopped it with her knife. Around the street, There were more than a dozen sounds of breaking wind almost at the same time. A young man was thrown high up. His body was suspended in the air, twitching continuously. When his body fell, his skin was pale, and his blood was almost sucked dry. Hell Hydra, the Hell Hydra, which had sucked blood, gradually revealed its body. Its milky white body changed color and turned slightly red. Its 6 long legs danced back and forth. Before people could see it clearly, its body flashed and disappeared in the wind again. The commander of the 4th Corps, who was responsible for attacking the street, saw this and shouted orders. Some people dealt with the night demon, and some dealt with the elusive nether hydrangea. On this side, the battle between Xiao Yuan and others, and the nether hydrangea had just begun. Sun Quan could keenly capture the position of the nether hydrangea, and cooperated with Xiao Yuan and the other 7 people to chase it frantically at the edge of the battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and increased his speed to the extreme, and finally reached the wall 1 second before the hydrangea. Swish! The silver knife was fiercely swung across the front, and Xiao Yuan blocked its escape route with his weapon and body. Stunt! 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 Xiao Yuan took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. The Hydra in front of him was stopped and immediately cried out in anger. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Xiao Yuan fought against the Hydra, and his knife was as fast as lightning, and it continued. Unfortunately, although the ends of the 6 legs of the netherworld hydrangea were invisible, the carapace at the front of the feet was extremely hard. Xiao Yuan was competing with it in speed, and just as he held on until everyone came, he was hit. There was no way. How could Xiao Yuan resist the attack of the 6 legs of the Hydra with one hand? The Hydra's feet hit Xiao Yuan's arm, but it did not repel him as usual, but stuck to it. Not good. Xiao Yuan immediately realized that this guy was going to suck his blood. He shuddered and ran towards the direction where his teammates were rushing. At the same time, the 2 nan in his left hand flashed, and was about to chop at the Hydra. A cold breath came from Xiao Yuan's right arm. Strangely, this feeling made him a little sleepy, and wanted to fall asleep. Xiao Yuan bit his tongue hard with all his strength, and opened his eyes. The nether Hydra stretched out a foot, and was sucking blood from his arm. The bright red blood turned its entire foot red. Swish! Swish! Tunin and another silver knife fell at the same time, cutting off the nether Hydra's foot. Bang! Sun Quan kicked the Hydra's body, and kicked its cylindrical body to the ground. It was just a matter of a moment, but Xiao Yuan actually felt a little dizzy. This thing sucks blood really fast. If I let it suck blood for a while longer, I'm afraid I die here. Where to run? When Sun Quan ran over to help Xiao Yuan up, Qi Ming, Lin Lang and others were rushing towards the nether Hydra. The nether Hydra fell to the ground, and soon floated up again, trying to escape again. Qi Ming, Lin Lang, Liang Lu, and Xi and Mao simultaneously nailed it to the wall with alloy claws. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, it struggled for a while, and curled up its body, then suddenly puffed up its body and exploded. Bang! The people around were experienced, and knew that things were not going well when they saw the Hydra. Xiao Yuan held up the Tunin shield, and Tunin turned into a large shield 2 meters high and more than 1 meter wide, and fell to the ground with a bang. The 6 people quickly retreated to the back, and the strong airflow exploded with the netherworld Hydra as the center, blowing the people around them almost unable to stand. Before Xiao Yuan could catch his breath, he suddenly heard a burst of noise from the Silver Wing army. He looked up and saw hundreds of dark birds in the sky, and the tornado around them also hovered over the battlefield with their arrival. Kuga! A sharp bird cry cut through the night sky, and the dark birds landed on the ground at the same time. The Silver Wing army quickly formed a circular iron barrel formation under command to resist the attacks from all sides. Xiao Yuan and others had no choice but to form a formation with the crowd. The wind around the dark birds was much smaller without the cover and assistance of the black substance, but hundreds of them rushed down together with amazing power. The formation that the Silver Wing army had just formed was blown to the ground by the strong wind. Adding the attacks of the elusive Hydra and night demons, the overall formation gradually became chaotic. Xiao Yuan looked at the situation around him and shouted to his teammates, "This won't work, we have to." Before he finished speaking, a dark bird had landed in the sky and was heading straight for this area. Guga! In the fierce wind, a strange fragrance surged between his nostrils. Breakthrough! Shouts and shouts rang out all around, and more than a dozen elite soldiers rushed towards the tornado under cover. Xiao Yuan once knew the situation inside, and knew everything about it. Seeing this scene, he thought to himself, "It's bad." As expected, the dozen people who rushed and stayed in midair and floated, just like Xiao Yuan at that time. Unfortunately, they didn't have the help of the nightmare crossbow, and there was no leverage point, so how could they move? Although they struggled hard and fired the alloy claws, they were all dodged by the dark bird. The netherworld polyp, which had disappeared just now, suddenly appeared at this time, and sucked the blood of the people struggling in midair one by one. Wow, this scene made the whole battlefield uproar. Xiao Yuan didn't care about anything else when he saw it, and flew to the center of the crowd, and found the commander, who was shouting orders. Regardless of the surprised looks of the people around him, Xiao Yuan said in a hurry, "We can't fight like this anymore, I have a way to deal with them." The commander was a man in his 30s, tall and strong, with a frown on his face. More than a dozen elite soldiers in the army were killed or injured in an instant, and he was shocked and irritated. Suddenly, someone like Xiao Yuan appeared, and he was very happy. The officer frowned and said in a cold voice, "Which army are you from? No one taught you the rules?" Xiao Yuan almost laughed, but he was so angry that he laughed. At a critical moment, this guy could still talk to him in an official tone. He calmed down and said, "First Corps, 9th Company Commander, Xiao Yuan." "Xiao Yuan?" The officer raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Xiao Yuan's name, but he had never seen him in person. "You really?" Xiao Yuan was extremely anxious when he heard this, but he still said patiently, "Sir, I have been in there before, and I have a way to deal with them." The officer looked at Xiao Yuan and said after a while, "Speak." Chapter 208. The officer felt a little uncomfortable. His own side suffered heavy casualties, and suddenly someone jumped out in front of everyone and said he had a better way. What was he doing? This was a slap in his face in front of everyone. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan had a good attitude. Although the officer was dissatisfied, he knew the priorities and asked him to tell him the method. After a delay, the situation on the field changed again. The dark bird cooperated with the nether hydra, and the lethality was amazing. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 20 alloy claws suddenly shot out from the Silver Wing army, shooting towards the dark bird in a tornado. A closer look revealed that between the two alloy claws, someone followed it into the sky. 10 people reached the edge of the tornado in an instant, led by Xiao Yuan and a sturdy young man with dark skin. Crack! Approaching the edge of the tornado, Xiao Yuan tied the alloy claws around his waist and rushed into the tornado. Entering the tornado again, the airflow was much weaker than last time. Xiao Yuan looked up and saw that the dark bird was hovering about 6 meters above him. He slapped his waist, and 2 strong winds attacked the dark bird. Guga! The dark bird's black eyes moved and it flapped its wings to avoid Xiao Yuan's attack. Whoosh! Xiao Yuan secretly said what a pity, and suddenly heard a gust of wind in his ears. The Hydra is here. He pulled a straight metal wire stretched around his waist, and the 2 people on the ground who were responsible for pulling it pulled hard at that end. With the help of the metal wire, Xiao Yuan kicked on the wall of the tornado. As Xiao Yuan expected, people could not easily escape from the tornado, and stepping on it would only cause ripples. If there were no metal wire provided by the outside world, Xiao Yuan would be blown into the middle of the tornado by the airflow, and could not move forward or backward. Like those people who were sucked dry of blood, they lost their lives in vain. Xiao Yuan's feet landed on the wall of the tornado, and it seemed like he was stepping on cotton. The attack from the side had already arrived. Squeak! The Hydra's movement speed and attack speed were extremely fast, and its 6 legs attacked Xiao Yuan. Clang! 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 The silver-white shield stood up, blocking most of the attacks. Xiao Yuan swung the dark silver knife in his right hand and cut off one of the legs. Squeak! The Hydra chirped, and the leg that attacked Xiao Yuan was cut off. The broken leg was still jumping and rolling down. The Hydra was in pain and became more crazy. The remaining 5 legs were waving like drums. Xiao Yuan leaned against the tornado wall, and his left hand holding the shield was almost numb. Guga! While he was fighting with the Hydra, the dark bird above him landed at some point. A stream of black substance gushed out from its body, forming a translucent Shadow Man. Although the translucent Shadow Man could not be compared with the previous Shadow Man, its strength could not be underestimated. As soon as it took shape, it suddenly attacked Xiao Yuan from behind. The Silver Wing army watching the battlefield below could not help but exclaimed, if he was hit, would Xiao Yuan still be alive? Shadow Man has a strong mental destructive power for humans. A momentary loss of concentration on the battlefield is fatal, not to mention losing consciousness. Seeing Xiao Yuan in danger, the Silver Moon team on the side could not stay any longer. Sun Wan was the first to move, running a few steps on the ground, and then flew into the air towards the tornado where Xiao Yuan was. Just as the Shadow Man was about to hit him, Xiao Yuan suddenly jumped up. With the instant weightlessness effect of the anti-gravity device behind his waist, his body suddenly rose up a bit. When the Shadow Man and Xiao Yuan were almost face to face, Xiao Yuan roared and swung the silver knife at the Shadow Man. Blood splashed in his mouth, and he bit his tongue hard, which made him extremely clear-headed. The shadowy figure rushed towards him, and the cold breath made Xiao Yuan lose his mind for a moment. He kicked the head of the Hydra that was chasing him with its claws and teeth bared, and his body jumped up again. Puff! The dark silver knife pierced through the shadowy figure and hit the chest of the dark bird that landed. Guga! The dark bird was stabbed in the vitals, and let out a scream, and the black fur all over its body burned in an instant. Bang! The tornadoes surrounding it dissipated as it burned, stirring up waves of air, knocking Xiao Yuan and the Hydra clinging to his military boots away. As soon as Sunhua arrived, she saw Xiao Yuan flying down. She stepped forward and cut off the leg of the Hydra that was holding Xiao Yuan. The nether hydrangea appeared and fell into the crowd. How could the soldiers who had long resented it let it go? With the help of Sunhua, Xiao Yuan landed on the ground smoothly and couldn't help breathing heavily. This battle was another risky one. Fortunately, they found a way to fight against the dark birds. The officers continued to send people to do the same, and defeated the dark birds one by one. Seeing that it could not gain any advantage, the dark bird hovering in the air retreated in disappointment and flew towards the city. The officer in charge of the command here saw that the war was stable, and came over with his men. He forced a smile on his serious face. Xiao Yuan, right? Let me formally introduce myself. I am Pei Qin, the commander of the 4th Battalion of the 4th Corps. Battalion commander? In the Silver Wing Corps, a corps consists of 2,000 people, divided into 4 battalions, and each battalion has 10 companies. Xiao Yuan didn't know the people in the 4th Corps, but when he saw his superiors in the same corps, he still cheered up and saluted. Pei Qin looked Xiao Yuan up and down, and the grudge in his heart had long disappeared. He saw Xiao Yuan's strategy and strength, and admired it very much. In the army, everything is based on strength. If Xiao Yuan was just a boastful and empty-headed person, Pei Qin would not treat him well. However, Xiao Yuan proved himself with his strength, and his previous irrationality became brave and strategic in Pei Qin's eyes. When people change their perspective on a thing, the conclusion they draw will be completely different. After this main road was captured, Pei Qin seemed very happy. Next, as long as they consolidate this place and join the main force to attack the city center, they will be a member of the history of Country A. Pei Qin wanted Xiao Yuan to stay in the 4th Battalion and join them in the attack. After all, the 1st Corps was broken up, and there were people everywhere. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan also accepted his invitation. The two were still talking when they suddenly heard a scream from behind. Someone shouted in the half-baked language of Country A, "It's bad, the rear is lost, lost." As soon as these words came out, the Silver Wing Army, which was preparing to continue the attack on the street and had high morale, was in an uproar. Lost? What lost? Really? We have enemies behind us. No, there is no signal from the rear camp. Pei Qin's face changed, and he pushed away the people in front of him and walked to the back. Who is spreading rumors there? Nonsense. Xiao Yuan followed Pei Qin and looked in the direction of the sound. After seeing the group of people, he frowned. How could it be them? The disheveled and dirty guys were the members of the Federal Expedition Team. Standing in the front were Xiao Yuan's old acquaintances Jack and Jean Su, and a blonde, blue-eyed, bearded man he didn't know. Those words just now were shouted out by Jack. The Federal Expedition Team, including Jean Su, had a total of 12 people, and now each one was more miserable than the other, as if they had fled from famine, and they were completely different from their usual bright appearance. Pei Qin walked up quickly and said gloomily, "Who shouted just now?" When Jack saw the Silver Wing Army, his panic stopped a lot, and his back straightened. "It was me who shouted just now." "Catch them!" Pei Qin shouted sternly. "Catch them all and lock them up. No one is allowed to talk to them." Swish. Chapter 209. Swish. As soon as Pei Qin finished speaking, the sound of swords being drawn behind him became continuous. Jack and Jean Su were dumbfounded and panicked for a moment. Only the bearded man was still calm. He stretched his neck and shouted, "I am Daniel Smith. We are members of the Federal Expedition Team. You have no right." "Pa!" Pei Qin took a step forward and slapped the guy who called himself Daniel in the face. This slap was loud, and Daniel's fat face instantly swelled up and became fatter. He seemed to have not expected that someone in the Silver Wing Army could be so disrespectful to them, and was stunned for a moment. Speaking of the Federation Expedition Team, When they first came to the southeast with Zhang Tianqing, they were still pretending to be decent. They were treated with courtesy by the Silver Wing Army because of their status, but who knew that they would change when they received orders to go on an expedition with the Silver Wing Army? The news that Jack molested a civilian girl spread, which made the Silver Wing Army have a bad impression of him. But they still didn't know how to restrain themselves. After arriving at the front line, they spent every day wandering around, eating, drinking, and having fun. Especially Chao Xing, who treated these guys like masters, and almost served them. In the past, when the Silver Wing Army had sufficient supplies, no one said anything. Later, when the supply line was cut off, these guys from the Federal Expedition Team still enjoyed the highest standard of treatment. How could people not have thoughts in their hearts? When things are unfair, there will be resentment. They don't participate in combat, and they don't participate in logistics. Just because of their identity, they can be superior to others? The composition of the Silver Wing Army is very complex, with people from all walks of life, but in the final analysis, it is still a legion established mainly by civilians. In their concepts and ideas, fairness and justice are one of the most important criteria. That is why when food was scarce, Li Jun and the top leaders of the Silver Wing Army took the initiative to eat and live with the soldiers. Now, this group of guys are misleading people in front of everyone. How can Pei Qin let him go? This big slap was given, and Xiao Yuan secretly shouted in his heart, "Good hit!" Jin Su was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, he jumped up. You dare to hit him. Do you know? Pa! Another loud slap. Pei Qin yelled, "Quick! Plug their mouths, so they don't spray shit everywhere." Under Pei Qin's thunderous means, these people were tied up and locked up before they could say a few words. Pei Qin looked around and said in a full voice, "What are you still standing there for?" Xiao Yuan left a team to build fortifications, and the rest of the people will leave in 10 minutes. Yes. Battalion commander, after giving the order, Pei Qin called Xiao Yuan to the corridor on the street, his face not looking good. Xiao Yuan looked around and saw that no one was looking at him, so he asked in a low voice, "Pei Yingzhang, do you have anything to say?" Pei Qin looked worried and nodded. "Just now, did you hear what they shouted?" The rear was lost. Although it was only a short sentence, it was like a thunderclap in the ears of those who were concerned. Xiao Yuan remembered the miserable appearance of Jack and Daniel, and said, "They usually live a life of luxury." If there was no real trouble in the rear. When he saw the appearance of Jack and others, Xiao Yuan had already made up his mind. The rear is stable and safe. The Federal Expedition Team is tired of living and ran here to suffer. The only explanation is, something happened in the rear command camp, and it might even be breached. But why is there no news at all? Xiao Yuan frowned and asked, "Someone destroyed the signal flare device of the headquarters. It shouldn't be." Ah. Pei Qin looked at Xiao Yuan's young face and sighed. He said faintly, "Between retaking Sierra City and personal safety, if you could only choose one, which one do you think the Legion commander will choose?" Ah? Xiao Yuan opened his eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Pei Qin. "You mean?" The corps commander was indeed in danger, but for the sake of victory he... Legion, a man who was willing to fight to the last moment with A City, might really make such a choice. In this case, isn't the corps commander in danger? Pei Qin looked at Xiao Yuan, whose face was uncertain, and said seriously, "Xiao Yuan, I want to ask you to do something." Xiao Yuan's face became serious and said, "Pei Battalion Commander, please speak." Pei Qin raised his hand and placed it on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, saying in a heavy tone, "Lead a team to search for the corps commander in the rear." Tokyo, Bianliang. Yu Jing walked along the tree-lined road of Renjichen Manor, admiring the exquisiteness of the surroundings from time to time, feeling very comfortable. Cui Yuanlin and Li Si followed behind Yu Jing, lowering their heads and not daring to breathe. In the strict atmosphere of a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, Yu Jing's demeanor and courage were admirable. The young man who led the 3 people forward had clear eyebrows and bright eyes. After walking a little further along the tree-lined road, the group arrived at their destination, Renjichen's private residence. Cui Yuanlin opened her red lips slightly and sighed softly. Wouldn't it be too big for one person to live in such a big house? The young man who led the way heard this, and explained in a gentle tone, "This is one of Mr. Ren's residences. There is another one nearby. The young man's name is Chen Qingnan, the eldest son of Uncle Chen, and now works with Renjichen." Yu Jing walked into the mansion, went up the stairs, and asked casually, "Would it be bad if we just went to Mr. Ren's study like this?" Chen Qingnan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Mr. Yu is not an outsider. My father sent a text message back. Please don't mind it." Oh. Yu Jing nodded and turned to walk into the study. The color scheme in Renjichen's study is simple and quaint, and the tall bookshelves are filled with various books and small sculptures. Qin then asked the maid to make tea, and he walked into the study together. The tea and snacks in Ren's house are all top grade. Cui Yuanlin couldn't stop eating after tasting a piece, and she ate them sweetly one bite after another. Yu Jing glanced at the silly girl, stood up, and walked towards Renjichen's bookshelf. Qin Qingnan's eyes moved slightly, looking at Yu Jing's back. Yu Jing's fingers slid across the spines of the books, and finally stopped on a book called Lost Country. He looked at the book and said softly, "Mr. Ren still likes to read this kind of book?" Qin Qingnan put his hands in front of him, and his voice was calm and neither humble nor arrogant. "Mr. Ren has read a lot of books in recent years." "Oh," Yu Jing responded, and walked slowly to an exquisite statue. The sculpture has smooth lines, and is carved with an eagle spreading its wings and flying high, with lifelike details. "Ouch," Yu Jing explained. "What a delicate sculpture." Qin Qingnan raised his head, his eyes changed, and walked forward. "Mr. Yu, that can't be moved." Yu Jing's raised hand stopped in midair, and he turned around strangely. "What? Is there something wrong?" Qin Qingnan came to stand in front of Yu Jing, with an apologetic look on his face. "This sculpture is Mr. Ren's favorite, so that's it." Yu Jing smiled and said, "If that's the case, I can't move, so as not to upset Mr. Ren." After saying that, Yu Jing snapped his fingers. Snap! Qin Qingnan was attracted by his movements, and suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and a strong sense of dizziness came over him. He struggled hard, took 2 steps back, and saw Li Si holding a small injection instrument in his hand. And Cui Yuanlin, who was stunned and didn't know what happened. Yu Jing walked to Qin Qingnan, patted his cheek, and said softly, "I'm sorry, brother." Click! After Li Si locked the door quickly, Yu Jing slowly turned the statue on the bookshelf. Buzz! With his movement, the bookshelf split in the middle, revealing the metal door hidden behind. Cui Yuanlin put down the cake in her hand, and there were still a lot of cake crumbs on her mouth. She pointed at Qin Qingnan lying on the ground and stammered, "Mr. Yu shall see. What is going on?" Yu Jing put the simulated iris that had been prepared long ago on his eyes, changed into the white clothes in the briefcase, and said, "Silly girl, wait for me outside with Shao Si." After that, Yu Jing walked into the elevator, leaving Li Si and Cui Yuanlin outside. The moment Yu Jing descended along the elevator, Qin Qingnan, who was originally in a coma, moved his eyes, and suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 210. Sierra City. At this time, Sierra City was in chaos, with shouts and fights everywhere. The long-lasting storm gradually subsided, and it might stop completely in a few hours. With the assistance of other corps, the 4th Corps attacked the last 2 main intersections leading to the city center under the command of Du Zhixing, and the 2 sides were deadlocked. The camp behind the north city of Sierra City was completely broken by Qianling and Qianyi, as Li Jun and others evacuated. North City Lingsha Road. A group of people rushed to the roadside in a hurry. There were about 40 people. They were Li Jun and others, who were evacuating in the melee. Tangda was guarding Li Jun, and vigilantly observing the situation around him. He knew how long Wan Jin could hold the girl. He glanced ahead and said to Li Jun, "Captain, there is a temporary gathering point 2 streets ahead." Li Jun held a Mingyin knife, and was no longer as elegant as before. Along the way, everyone evacuated in the chaos, and he also picked up a weapon and fought with the soldiers. Although Li Jun was the leader of an army, he was from the Falcon Corps, and was very agile. Under the leadership of him and Tangda, they repelled 3 groups of night cubes and arrived here. Li Jun nodded and said, "Everyone, work harder. We will be safe when we reach the gathering point." Bang! As soon as Li Jun finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly appeared in front of the street, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a corpse at the end of the street rolling several times and stopping there. The corpse was wearing a silver-winged military uniform, and most of the clothes on his body were stained with blood, but his head was missing. That is. Tangda took a few quick steps, trying to see more clearly, with an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. "Wait!" Li Jun grabbed Tangda. "Don't go over there." Tangda pointed at the headless body, his eyes red. "Captain, that seems to be Lao Wan. He and Wan Jin were responsible for protecting the commander of the corps, and they were together day and night. Just by looking at the figure, he could guess about 70% of it." Li Jun grabbed Tangda, and his fingers holding the Mingyi knife made a click. Chuck! The charming laughter sounded in the empty street, getting louder and louder. Hula! The sudden laughter alerted the already nervous crowd, and the sound of weapons being raised became one. Duh duh duh. Qianyi walked out of the darkness at the corner of the street. Her white dress had been stained with blood, and her short hair was pretty, but could not hide the strong murderous aura on her body. She walked slowly towards the crowd, holding a head in her hand, Wan Jin's head, which, Tangda roared, his eyes red, and he was about to raise his knife to fight her to the death. Li Jin looked at Qianyi, and the three nether hydra floating behind her, pulled Tangda's arm and shouted, "Retreat!" After saying that, the whole team ran towards the other side. Was Li Jin in pain? Pain beyond words. The pain of his comrade's tragic death almost made him lose his mind. In the past, he was in charge of the rear, and the casualties he saw were a series of numbers on the battle report. On the battlefield, casualties were a bloody reality. However, Li Jin still did not lose his reason and judgment. With his current state, he was definitely not their opponent. Retreat? It was the best way to save everyone's life. Unfortunately, their last hope was also shattered. At the other end of the street, a girl with long hair and white clothes fell from the sky. She looked at the people who wanted to retreat with empty eyes, and the flesh wings behind her flapped, cutting off their escape route. Li Jin looked at the two of them, tightened his weapon, and shouted, "Send a signal flare for help, and break through with all your strength." Whoosh! Bang! The flare flew into the sky and bloomed over the North City. Li Jin's move was really helpless. The Silver Wing army in the North City was very scattered, and many people had already entered the city. Before, they didn't set off the signal flare because they were afraid that their own people would not come, but would attract the enemy first. The distress flares set off in the crowd are for soldiers to use. In the rear command camp, there are special distress flares for the Legion. If the Night Demon can find it, and set it off in the sky, the Silver Wing army will definitely lose this war. Let's say Legion ordered someone to set off the flares and kill Qianling. Among the 40 people in their group, 28 belong to the regular Silver Wing army, and the remaining 12 are civilian staff except Li Jin and Jin Chao. Qianling stood in the middle of the road. When he saw them rushing towards him, his eyes flashed slightly, and he raised his hand to block the alloy claws that were shot at him. Clang! 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 After she blocked the sharp alloy claws with her hands, 3 cold lights attacked almost at the same time. 3 knives stabbed at the vital points of Qianling's body, and she dodged one by slightly turning sideways. With a wave of her hands, she knocked another knife away, and the last knife was stuck by her sharp nails and could not move. Humph! Qianling snorted lightly and pulled hard. Ah! The young man holding the weapon screamed, the silver knife slipped out of his hand, and the whole person staggered forward. Looking at his hand again, a layer of skin was worn off by the force dragging, and it was bloody. Puff! Qianling struck back, stabbing the young man in the back, killing him. The tragic death of their companions inspired everyone's fighting spirit, and Li Jin attacked with the others, and for a while the field was filled with clanging sounds. When everyone was entangled with Qianling, Qianyi walked to a place not far from them with a smile. She looked at Li Jin, who was fighting bloody battles with interest, and threw Wan Jin's head in her hand to the ground. Qianyi looked at Li Jin with an almost obsessed look, and murmured, "He is mine, he." Taking advantage of the short time when he was entangled with Qianling, Tangda pulled his assistant, and shook his head fiercely at him. The assistant was a skinny young man with a pair of big and lively eyes, and looked like a monkey. He immediately understood what Tangda meant, and together with another person, he grabbed Li Jin's arms, and ran wildly behind Qianling. The rest of the people, one by one, covered the civilian staff such as Jin Chao and evacuated first. In the end, only Tangda and 7 Silver Wing soldiers were left to contain Qianling. Qianyi looked at Li Jin, who was being held up, and still struggling to turn around and fight to the death, and smiled slightly. She waved her hand, and the 3 netherworld hydras behind her followed Li Jin and the others, while she herself flew into the sky. Li Jin and the others rushed into the alley, and ran all the way until they were out of breath, and could no longer run, then they stopped to take a breath. The alley was dark and quiet. Everyone ran only in the basic direction, and they didn't know where they ran to. They were chased by the netherworld hydras along the way, and after counting the number of people again, only 15 people were left. The rest were either killed by the hydras, or lost their tracks in the rapid attack. Li Jin leaned against the wall and sighed, "It's me, I caused trouble for you all." He insisted on not sending the signal for the whole army to retreat, which led to the capture of the rear camp. Now that his comrades have left one by one, Li Jin's guilt has gradually accumulated to an unbearable level. Ahem, Jin Chao covered the wound under his ribs and coughed, "Captain, you Don't have to say that. He sat on the ground, his face covered with sweat. I, old Jean, can personally recapture Sierra City in this life, and it's worth dying. He smiled with difficulty and said, If I were you, I would make the same decision. The Chief of Staff of the Silver Wing Corps is called CU. He is in his early 30s, and not very tall. He staggered to Li Jun and patted Li Jun on the shoulder. Captain, you did the right thing. He endured the wound on his leg and said firmly, If the whole army retreats, our sacrifice will be in vain. Millions of Silver Wing soldiers have sacrificed. Why can't we sacrifice? How many lives did the Silver Wings army pay for the upcoming victory when they attacked Sierra City? So many people sacrificed. Why couldn't they sacrifice? Li Jun lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression. His voice was a little choked. I know, but I feel a little uncomfortable. Pa. Li Jun and CU were talking when a burst of applause suddenly came from above. Qian Ye's figure fell from the sky. She looked at Li Jun with a coquettish smile and said half coquettishly and half teasingly, Captain Li, you are so courageous. Chapter 211. Qian Ye's sudden appearance plunged the people who had escaped death into despair. After running so far, they still couldn't escape in the end. Each of them had reached their limit of physical strength. How could they fight this devilish girl? Ka! Li Jun supported himself on the ground with a minging knife and straightened his body. He carefully looked at Qian Yi in front of him and said calmly, Who are you? Are you a human? Or a visitor from another world? Chuckling. Qian Yi covered her mouth and chuckled and said coquettishly, Are you questioning me? Li Jun walked in front of the crowd and stared into Qian Yi's eyes. Your target this time is me, right? Qian Yi took a small step and approached Li Jun. Well? So what? Li Jun frowned slightly, but did not retreat. I will go with you. As for them, let them leave. Oh! Qian Yi looked at the group of people behind Li Jun, who were still holding on with their last gasps, and smiled sweetly. She smiled like a flower and said, Okay, as long as you agree to one condition of mine. Seeing Li Jun looking at her, she opened her red lips and said, Tonight, leave your head. For me. Swish. Qian Yi's movements were so fast that no one expected it. She was smiling sweetly and whispering to Li Jun just now, but she was so cruel. Leader of the army. Everyone raised their weapons, and before they could attack, the crowd was in chaos. 3 nether hydras attacked at the same time. The smile on Qian Yi's face became brighter and brighter. She never wanted to let anyone go. Li Jun saw Qian Yi's movements, and her sharp nails were shining with a faint light, which could split gold and break stone. However, he really didn't have the extra energy to continue fighting. Holding the minging knife horizontally in front of him, Li Jun barely managed to resist the fatal blow. Clang! Bang! The minging knife spun out of his hand, and Li Jun's body flew up and fell heavily to the ground. Qian Yi walked in front of Li Jun, looked at his handsome face, and laughed. You are mine now, hee. As she said that, she raised her right hand and slashed at Li Jun's neck. At that moment, many things and many people rang in Li Jun's mind. Time seemed to freeze in an instant, and the experience of life passed through his mind like a fragment of a movie clip. The practice ceremony of the Silver Wings army going to Sierra City, winning the final victory in the defense of A City, and escaping death with the Falcon army. Do you regret it? At the moment of death, such a voice suddenly appeared in Li Jun's mind. If I could choose to release a signal to recall the entire army at that time, it would probably not be like this, right? Li Jun closed his eyes and thought silently in his heart, but I don't regret it. Even if there are thousands of choices, I still don't regret it, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for Lao Wan. I'm sorry for Tangda. I caused you to die here with me. The last picture in my mind was in front of a golden sea of flowers. The delicate little girl held the hand of Li Jun, who was still a child, and said with joy, Brother Jun, look, it's so beautiful. Huh? A breeze blew, bringing with it the refreshing fragrance of flowers, which made Li Jun dazed. When he came to his senses, the girl in front of the sea of flowers had become graceful and beautiful. She stretched out her jade hand to Li Jun and said in a crisp voice, Brother Jun, I wait for you to come back. Boom! A scorching breath burst out in front of Li Jun, awakening him from the situation in his mind. Li Jun opened his eyes suddenly, and was shocked. A strange beast with red light all over its body was blocking him. Qian Yi, who was not far away, looked at the torn corner of his clothes and his face turned pale. The strange beast looked like a red leopard, with horns on its head bending behind it, 5 tails flapping behind it, and 5 diamond-shaped things on the tip of its tail. The color of the diamond in the middle was different from the others, as if it had grown out. Zhe! This word appeared in Li Jun's mind. The existence of Zhe was mentioned in the battle report submitted by Xiao Yuan. When this battle report was sent to the headquarters, Li Jun and others only glanced at it and put it aside. I didn't expect to see Zhe here. Roar! Zhe lowered his head, and his limbs were slightly bent on the ground, ready to attack at any time. Its voice was clear, like the sound of stones hitting each other, and it sounded particularly good to the ears. The fat sheep that was in her mouth flew away again. How could Qianya give up? Huh! The flesh wings behind her flapped, and she jumped into the air and killed Zhe. With the help of the flesh wings, her speed was even faster. When Qianya's attack came, Zhe suddenly jumped and met Qianya's attack with his claws. Zhe's claws were very sharp, and he was still not at a disadvantage after fighting with Qianya. Roar! It roared, and took advantage of Qianya falling to the ground to attack again. Qianya let out a long whistle, and when the sound fell, the netherworld hydra that was attacking others suddenly attacked Zhe's side. Zhe rolled flexibly to avoid the netherworld hydra, but he didn't expect that Qianya and another hydra's attack would also come close. In desperation, Zhe could only use his claws to block the attack of the netherworld hydra. I think Zhe also knows how powerful this thing is, and its blood-sucking speed is terrifying. The opportunity has come. Qianya was delighted, rushed forward, and attacked Zhe's side with both hands. Just after flying a distance, Qianya realized that something was wrong. Why did Zhe's position shift? She was stunned, but Zhe, who had been hiding aside, was not stunned. He opened his mouth wide and bit Qianya, and this bite was right on Qianya's arm, causing her to scream in pain. Li Jun felt a sharp pain in his chest, and lay half on the ground unable to move. He thought that the arm of this demon girl Qian Yi would be bitten off by this blow, but the result surprised him. The seemingly slender arm was bitten by Zhe with all his strength. Zhe's sharp fangs only left 2 long wounds on her arm, and a faint golden blood flowed out. Qian Yi looked down at the wound on her arm and smiled foolishly. The little trick of folding light? It's really interesting, Qianling. She suddenly shouted loudly. How long are you going to pretend to be dead? When the time comes, can't we go back and die here together? Huh. Qianling landed beside Qian Yi, looking at the wound on her arm with a calm expression. Are you okay? Not dead. Qian Yi glared at Zhe fiercely and said in a fierce voice. Not dead. Bang! Bang! The 2 women kicked the ground, and 2 muffled sounds broke out at the same time. The 2 of them rushed towards Zhe, one on the left and one on the right. Zhe was strong and dodged back and forth with his flexible body. Unfortunately, it was no match for the 2 people working together. In a moment of carelessness, Zhe was hit on the forelimb by Qianling. Roar! Zhe waved his claws fiercely and repelled Qianling. On the other side, Qianya's attack also reached him, and he raised his tail. Snap! The 5 tails whipped Qianya's arms like whips, knocking her back. Zhe took 2 steps back to Li Jun's side, and the wound on his front leg turned slightly black, causing him to growl, with a hint of fear in his eyes. He was once injured by the night demon, and there is still a scar on his abdomen. Seeing that he could not defeat Qianling, Zhe protected Li Jun under him, and a flame suddenly burst out from his body. The flame was hot, but it couldn't burn his abdomen. Qianya's face changed, and she said, Stop it. This beast wants to run. Qianling and Qianya no longer held back, flapping their wings behind them, and a black gas gushed out from their wings. After the black gas entangled into a ball, it formed a black gas mass, and attacked Zhe fiercely. Roar! On the tail behind Zhe, a diamond-shaped substance instantly broke, making the flames around it stronger. When the flames were about to reach their peak, the black color also arrived in front of it. Zhe lowered his head, and could only take this attack head-on. Boom! The blazing flames broke out above the alley, stirring up layers of air waves. Chapter 212. The flames were blazing, and the flames were soaring into the sky. The strong temperature and air waves pushed the people around back 3 or 4 meters away, leaving only Qianling and Qian Yi still standing there. Cough cough. Qian Yi coughed, her face slightly pale, and it was obvious that the attack just now had a heavy burden on her body. The flames faded, and all the Silver Wing Army soldiers, who were blown away by the heat wave, fell into a coma. Plop! There was a slight sound next to Li Jun, and he turned his head and suddenly froze. The pretty girl was wearing a fur short skirt and a corset. She fell to the ground, and there were still several wounds on her body from the burning flames. Li Jun looked at her, and finally his eyes stopped at her head. The girl was beautiful, and she could be considered a real beauty in the crowd, except the 2 animal ears on her head. 2 animal ears appeared out of thin air between her long hair, flickering and very cute. Qianyi walked in front of them with a slender and charming waist, and looked at the girl with interest. Transformation? The girl raised her little face, clenched her fists, and tried to stand up, but failed twice. Hee hee. Qianyi covered her mouth and laughed. Can you still stand up in your current state? It's a pity that you will die here after seeing the first little guy who can transform. Swish. Qianyi's tone was sweet, but she did not hesitate. Her right hand stabbed straight at the girl's heart, and her nails with a faint glow stretched a little longer, and were about to pierce the girl's heart. Whoosh! Just before her fingertips arrived, a silver light suddenly came from the sky and blocked it accurately. Clang! The silver light collided with her fingertips, and after a crisp sound, the silver light swirled into the sky. Qianyi turned back and looked up in surprise. Suddenly, a group of people flew from the sky in the night sky. When she saw the two people in front of her, her eyes narrowed. Are they them? Bang! Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan landed beside Li Jin, followed by the 4 members of the Silver Moon team. Finally caught up. Xiao Yuan helped Li Jin up and looked at him in such a state of disgrace. Captain, you really made it difficult for us to find you. Xiao Yuan was entrusted by Pei Qin to come to the rear to look for Li Jin. When they arrived at the rear command camp, it had already become a mess, and the senior military officials headed by Li Jin were nowhere to be found. After analysis, Xiao Yuan and others unanimously believed that Li Jin and others were likely to have gone to the battlefield in the north of the city. Just in case, Xiao Yuan asked Ling Hu and Xunwu to continue searching in the rear, while he led the team to the north of the city. The area of the North City is vast, and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. Xiao Yuan and others rushed for a long time, and finally rushed to the scene when they saw the distress signal. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Li Jin and others ran into the alley again. With Xin Mao's tracking skills, the Silver Moon team chased all the way. Fortunately, they were nearby when the fire rose. Pulling the speed to the extreme, they can arrive at the critical moment. Sun Quan helped the girl up, very surprised. Xiao Zheng? How come you are here? The girl who rescued Li Jin was the girl Xiao Zheng whom Xiao Yuan met in the mountains. She weakly supported Sun Wan's arm, her lips turned pale, and she just shook her head, unable to say a word. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky, and the clouds rolled and gathered towards the city center. Boom! The sky, which had been calm for a long time, was in turmoil again. Thunders exploded one after another, and the clouds in the sky in the center of the city were as dark as ink, with lightning flashing through them. A dark cloud was like a time bomb, ready to explode at any time, and it made people feel more stressed when they watched from afar. Qianye and Qianling were shocked when they saw this scene. Is that time finally coming? Qianye's eyes fixed and looked at Xiao Yuan. Last time, you ruined the master's good deeds. This time, I want you to pay back with interest. Qianling was behind, and her eyes suddenly burst into red light. She opened her mouth and let out a high and sharp cry that went straight into the sky. Xiao Yuan saw them fighting and rushed towards them, shouting, Xiao Xian, protect the Legion commander. Xiao Yuan and Qianye are enemies, who are extremely jealous of each other. Qianye hates Xiao Yuan for ruining their plan in the mountains outside A's city, while Xiao Yuan hates her for slaughtering the Silver Wing army. Chu Qian's team suffered heavy losses after that battle. Lu Mingyao was mentally ill for a while, and the rest of the people were killed or injured. Qianye's ferocity and viciousness made Xiao Yuan hate her to the point of gnashing his teeth. Bang! The two collided with each other, one with a knife and the other with a claw, and each move was fatal. Swish! 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 Xiao Yuan used a series of quick knives, and each knife aimed at the same position on Qianye's hand. His triple wave was extremely effective on the battlefield, and Qianye was shocked and retreated repeatedly. Roar! Qianye was furious after being suppressed continuously. She roared, her wings fluttered, and streams of air surged from both sides of her body, and she flew into the sky. Xiao Yuan looked up from her position, and was slightly startled. In the sky, many night demons gathered at some point, and those night demons fell from the flying night demons. Crash! At least hundreds of night demons landed on the battlefield like dumplings. Liang Lu, Lin Lang, Qi Ming and Xian Mao were fighting against the falling night demons, and protecting Li Jin and the others. It turned out that they were summoning night demons just now. Xiao Yuan raised his knife to avoid the attacks of two night demons, and looked up at the sky. Whoosh! Qianyi fell from the sky with amazing impact. Xiao Yuan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but his body was suddenly hit, and returned to the original position. Ah! He turned his head, and saw a vague shadow flashing by. Netherworld Hydra. Everyone be careful. Xiao Yuan had just finished shouting when Qianya's attack was already in front of him. He had no choice but to prop up Tunin to meet the attack. Bang! Qianya, who fell rapidly from the air, was so powerful that he knocked Xiao Yuan off the ground and flew backwards. Xiao Yuan's back hit the wall, causing his blood to surge. Hum! He groaned, and Tunin suddenly flashed, turning into a long sword and stabbed towards Qianya's heart. Ah! Qianya screamed, and her body stopped its forward momentum, and flew into the sky again. How could Xiao Yuan let her fly away so easily? Swoosh! Swoosh! Two strong winds shot out, and the alloy claws locked the roots of Qianya's wings. Xiao Yuan also flew up into the sky with Qianya. He retracted the alloy claws and flew towards Qianya. Qianya naturally knew that Xiao Yuan was behind her, but her wings were locked, and she couldn't break free for a while. Swish! Xiao Yuan's knife was fast and accurate, slashing towards the flesh wings behind Qianya. Just when it was about to hit, a mist suddenly surged from Qianya's back, and it only lasted for a few seconds. When the black mist dissipated, there was a scream, ah! Bang! Xiao Yuan was kicked in the chest and fell from the air. In his sight, a light golden hot snow fell, and the wings behind Qianya disappeared. On her snow-white back, there were two small tattoos on the shoulder blade. Next to the tattoo, there was a hideous wound caused by the Minging knife. Qianya retracted her wings at the critical moment, which was beyond Xiao Yuan's expectation. Xiao Yuan, who was kicked, quickly adjusted his body in midair, and shot out the alloy claw to grab the wall on one side. Bang! The low wall could only cushion his fall, but Xiao Yuan still fell to the ground. Qianya's body fell to the ground, shaking slightly. She stared at Xiao Yuan and said fiercely, "If it weren't for that beast, you would have died by now." Beast? Xiao Yuan looked back at Xiaozheng, who had a pair of animal ears, and raised his mouth. One saves people, the other kills people. The beast you are talking about. Is it you? Chapter 213. You? Qianya's eyes almost spewed fire, and her fists clenched tightly and crackled. Xiao Yuan's physical strength and combat ability exceeded Qianya's expectations. In order to interrupt the escape of the flames around Zhe, she and Qianling paid a heavy price. Zhe, the diamond-shaped substances in the five tails behind him, are the source and storage of their abilities. After burning, the flame energy generated is amazing. Using flames to escape is one of Zhe's talents. Qianya, and the two of them forcibly stopped Zhe, which was fine for a short time, but after a long time, the feeling of weakness in the body gradually came. She looked at the increasingly dense lighting in the city, and shouted to Qianling, who was fighting with Sun Wan, "It's too late. Leave this to that guy. Let's go." This was the second time Qianling fought with Sun Wan, and the fight between the two was evenly matched. Qianling did not complete the soul fusion in the cave last time, so her strength was a little weaker. Now that she succeeded and fought with Sun Wan again, she found that she was still suppressed by Sun Wan. Hearing Qianya shout, she waved her flesh wings and flew into the sky. "Let's go!" she shouted, looked at Sun Wan deeply, and flew towards the city. "Want to leave?" Xiao Yuan slapped the motorized device on his waist, and heard a cry from Xinmao. He turned around and saw a netherworld hydra attacking Li Jin desperately. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan had no choice but to return to protect Li Jin. After the netherworld hydra was dealt with, the figures of Qianling and Qianya had already disappeared into the night sky. Swish! Liang Lu sheathed the Minging knife and looked towards the city. "Captain, they seem to have some strength left. Just now, if Qianling and Qianya insisted on not leaving, they would fight to the death here. It is unlikely that they will escape unscathed, and there will be casualties, but they retreated at this time." Xiao Yuan looked up in the direction of the city, a little worried. "They are so anxious. Something big is probably going to happen in the city. We have to hurry over." Li Jin stood up with the help of Liang Lu and said, "Xiao Yuan, what is the situation on the front line now?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuan told Li Jin about the battle situation of the Silver Wing Legion in the front. When talking about the Federal Inspection Team, Li Jin finally understood why Xiao Yuan, who was far away on the front line, could arrive in time. He slapped his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. The Federal Expedition Team was indeed a black sheep, but because of their escape and spread, Pei Qin and Xiao Yuan learned the news of the accident in the rear. Li Jin's escape from death should also be attributed to their contribution. After understanding the situation on the front line, he felt relieved and believed that the Silver Wing Army had a great chance of winning. Among the thousands of troops, how much ripples could powerful figures like Qianling and Qianyi cause? Li Jin endured the pain in his body and said, "Thank you for arriving in time this time, and this girl, thank you." As he spoke, He couldn't help but look at the pair of animal ears on Xiao Jing's head. Xiao Yuan took out a diamond-shaped crystal from the inner pocket of his military uniform and gently placed it in Xiao Jing's hand. This crystal was left by the monster he saw in Yojia Mountain after the fire escape, and he kept it at that time. Xiao Yuan smiled at the pale Xiao Zheng, returned the property to its original owner, and, "Thank you." Xiao Zheng raised her red eyes slightly, and a layer of mist appeared. "You said." "Ah?" Xiao Yuan was stunned by her incoherent words. "What did I say?" Xiao Zheng's mouth pursed, her voice full of grievance. 10 days. After 10 days, let me come back here, but you never came to pick me up. 10 days? Xiao Yuan recalled for a moment, and then he remembered the situation at that time. Xiao Zheng was not a member of the Silver Wing Corps, and it was not safe to follow her on the front battlefield. Xiao Yuan said this when he sent her to the rear. At that time, there was still a week before the typhoon, and people like Xiao Zheng would be transferred to a city in advance. Xiao Yuan said 10 days, but he just wanted her to leave Sierra City by then, but he didn't expect. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "This matter is my fault, I'm sorry." Xiao Zheng stared at Xiao Yuan, and seeing his sincere attitude, she wiped the tears from her eyes. Li Jun smiled secretly in his heart. Although he was surprised by Xiao Zheng's identity, he still didn't say anything. After everyone worked together to move the other unconscious high-ranking members of the Silver Wing Army to a small courtyard, they began to plan the next move. Li Jun's group was almost unable to move forward, with some dead and some injured. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were going to the city, while the other 4 stayed here to protect Li Jun. After all, there were still 2 netherworld polyps missing. If they came back, Li Jun and his group would be in trouble. Sun Wan helped Xiao Zheng sit against the wall, took off the cloak behind her and put it on her, saying, "What those 2 people said when they left just now was a little strange." "Strange?" Qi Ming grinned and asked, "What's strange?" Li Jun leaned against the wall, slightly closed his eyes, and said, "Her words leave it to that guy are indeed very strange." "What does that guy refer to? Is it the remaining Night Demon, or the Nether Hydra? If it refers to them, with the strength of the Silver Moon team, Li Jun's life safety will not be threatened again. If it wasn't them, what else could it be?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and after Sun Wan and Li Jun said this, he also reacted. "Qian Yi, that witch, doesn't seem to be the kind of person who talks nonsense, so do they have a backup plan around here? Woo woo woo." In the quiet alley, only gusts of night wind blew. Xiao Yuan slowly stroked Tu Nan, suddenly stretched, and walked to the foot of the wall. "I think they may just say it casually." The silver knife in his hand suddenly turned a circle and made a knife flower. "We don't have to scare ourselves, ha ha." "Kill!" Xiao Yuan, who was just talking and laughing, suddenly shouted and kicked the ground. Whoosh! Xiao Yuan jumped and stepped on the wall again, and instantly climbed over the wall. The other 5 members of the Silver Moon team understood what Xiao Yuan meant when he made a knife flower. This gesture was a signal that there was an enemy nearby ready to fight. Bang! Bang! 2 flares flew into the sky, and Xiao Yuan saw something in the alley with the light, and couldn't help but gasp. It was it. In the alley, a giant python appeared at some point, and its body was at least nearly 15 or 16 meters long. It had moved to a position not far from the courtyard without anyone noticing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If Xiao Yuan had not heard the subtle sound of the snake's tongue, he would have been almost attacked by it. Surprised at how such a large python could arrive here quietly, Xiao Yuan did not stop. Buzz! Tu Nan flashed and turned into a shield, and Xiao Yuan took the minging knife and rushed forward. Hiss! 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 The python saw that its tracks were exposed, and it attacked Xiao Yuan fiercely while its tongue was moving. With its fangs white, and its eyes full of ferocity, the giant python collided with Xiao Yuan with a fishy wind. Clang! Tu Nan hit the snake's head, and Xiao Yuan used all his strength to slightly tilt the shield. After the collision, the shield dissipated most of the impact force, allowing Xiao Yuan to fly past it. Swish! The dark silver knife slashed the python, leaving a shallow wound. The python's body was so smooth that Xiao Yuan couldn't use any strength. After the blow, Xiao Yuan landed behind the giant python, with his weapon raised. Hiss! The giant python rolled over, and Xiao Yuan couldn't stand firmly, and fell to the ground. The python's body was huge, but surprisingly flexible. The moment he fell to the ground, it opened its bloody mouth and bit Xiao Yuan. Chapter 214. The giant python's body flipped, and slammed against the wall of the alley with a bang, making a shocking sound. When Sun Wan and Lin Lang arrived, Xiao Yuan was falling off the giant python, and was in a critical situation. Whoosh! Sun Quan took off the longbow behind her, shouted, and fired an ice blue feather arrow. Puff! The giant python focused on Xiao Yuan, and the arrow shot right on its back, with half of the feather arrow embedded in it. Hiss! Although it felt pain in its back, it still refused to let Xiao Yuan go, and opened its big mouth to attack Xiao Yuan. While Xiao Yuan was blocking with 2 Nan, he released his alloy claws, and nailed them to the wall not far behind him. His whole body was pulled by the force, and slid on the ground. Bang! The giant python just fell, and hit the ground. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but break a cold sweat. If he was hit by this force, his bones would be broken. After escaping the attack range of the python, Xiao Yuan immediately flew to the wall on the side. When the giant python saw Xiao Yuan running away, it turned around and saw Sun Quan putting away the longbow, with a fierce light in its big orange eyes. It turned around and rushed towards Sun Quan. Sun Quan and Lin Lang were standing on the courtyard wall. Seeing this, they quickly flew away. This place is too close to the courtyard where Li Jin and others are recuperating. If you don't pay attention to those people in their dreams, you may die. Sun Quan passed over the roofs of the buildings and looked back from time to time. The giant python was obviously angry. It chased after Xiao Yuan without caring about her, crawling on the ground at a very fast speed. Xiao Yuan stayed in Xi and Mao, Liang Lu stayed in the courtyard to take care of the injured, and Qi Ming followed behind. As a result, on a rainy night, Sun Quan and Lin Lang were running in the front, followed by the giant python. Not far behind the giant python, Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming were chasing closely, not daring to fall behind. After crossing several alleys in succession, the space in front suddenly became clear. Seeing the figures of Sun Quan and the giant python flashing at the turn in front, Xiao Yuan and Qi Ming could not help but speed up. Xiao Yuan was in the front, and suddenly the hair on his body stood up. That was the magical reaction and feeling of his body facing danger after experiencing countless life and death crises. Not good. Xiao Yuan hurriedly stopped and shouted, "Old Qi, be careful ahead." Unfortunately, Xiao Yuan's warning was a step too late. When he reached out to grab Qi Ming had already passed by him. At the corner, Qi Ming had just arrived, and suddenly a bloody mouth appeared. The giant python's eyes showed excitement, waiting for Qi Ming to fall into the trap. The giant python was very smart, knowing that the people assisted by the mobile device were flexible, and with the support of each other, it would be difficult for it to take advantage. Chasing some of them, dividing the battlefield, and then looking for a hidden visual blind spot, waiting for an opportunity to move. Sure enough, it waited for the perfect opportunity. How could Qi Ming stop his body from rushing forward? Between life and death, Qi Ming exerted all his body's potential. He used the anti-heavy strike maneuvering device to pause slightly in the air for a moment. It was just this moment that won him a precious opportunity. Xiao Yuan behind him threw 2 Nan out, and the silver light nailed to the belt around his waist, and he tried his best to take 2 Nan back. The giant python opened its mouth and bit down. The white teeth left a deep wound on Qi Ming's leg, blood splattered, and the flesh was torn. It wanted to swallow Qi Ming directly, but the man flew back. The bloody taste in its mouth aroused the python's ferocity. It arched its body and flew towards Xiao Yuan. Ah! Qi Ming, who was usually a simple and stoic man, cried out in pain and turned pale. Xiao Yuan took a look at his blood-stained legs and shouted through gritted teeth, "Old Qi, hold on for a while." Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Yuan increased his speed to the extreme, running over the houses and running towards the nearest high-rise building. When they reached the tall building, they had room to maneuver. The buildings in the alley were too low. In their ears were the whistling wind and the sound of the giant python chasing. The giant python was blocked by Xiao Yuan several times and became more and more angry. It chased Xiao Yuan and moved across the roof without paying attention. Here it is! Xiao Yuan was delighted and jumped up suddenly. Swoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the alloy claw became unusually slow in Xiao Yuan's eyes, and finally, it was nailed into the stairs of the tall building at the limit position. He held Qi Ming and flew up to the sky at the same time. The giant python also rushed up to the sky and flew past Xiao Yuan's feet. Captain, on the other side, Sun Quan and Lin Lang also rushed over from the front. The whole thing happened in a short time. When they found that the giant python was not following them, they turned back. The 3 of them took Qi Ming to the top of the tall building and checked his wounds. Qi Ming's face was pale, and he couldn't stop shivering. Fortunately, there was no poison on the giant python's teeth, otherwise Qi Ming would not have lost as many lives as he wanted. After bandaging Qi Ming, Xiao Yuan looked down and saw the giant python circling the building, and it seemed to be about to come up. He quickly assessed the situation and said, Lin Lang, Xiaonuan and I will lead the guy away, and you take Lao Qi back quickly. Qi Ming's injury was not serious, but it was raining outside, and it would be very troublesome if the wound was not treated properly. Liang Lu had a lot of medicine, which was just right for his treatment. Lin Lang nodded, indicating that he understood that Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan's skills were enough to just entangle the giant python and get away. After finishing the simple plan, Xiao Yuan walked to the side of the building with the silver knife in hand. It was 12 meters high, and the wind and rain were strong. He waved his long knife, smiled and shouted to the bottom, Hey! Idiot! Swoosh! Xiao Yuan had already jumped down and flew downstairs as soon as he finished speaking. The feeling of falling in the air made his mind clearer than ever before. Hey! Xiao Yuan shouted loudly, and two Nan turned into silver light and shot at the giant python, while shooting out alloy claws. Hiss! The giant python heard the sound and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that Xiao Yuan dared to fall down on his own initiative without knowing whether he would live or die. It shook its big head and leaped suddenly. Tunin's silver light was in front of it in an instant, but it turned its head to avoid it. Xiao Yuan missed the attack, and his body drew an arc in the air and flew to the other side. Seeing this, the giant python hurriedly chased his figure to another building, taking advantage of this short period of time. Sun Wan helped Lin Lang fix Qi Ming behind him, and quietly flew away from the other side. Xiao Yuan landed on the balcony on the 5th floor of another building, sneered and turned his head to look at the giant python. What's the use of looking powerful? Isn't it just being walked like a puppy by yourself? Xiao Yuan was still feeling proud, but he felt something was wrong, and heard a scratching sound coming from below. He looked down, and he almost fell off the balcony. The giant python had climbed to the 3rd floor without knowing when, and two claws stretched out from its front belly, tightly grasping the building. The claws seemed to have just been born, revealing a pinkish color. The bulge on the top of the giant python's head was slightly red, as if something was about to be born. Ah! Xiao Yuan was startled, and hurriedly flew to the roof to meet Sun Wan. Looking at the giant python crawling faster and faster below, Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up and said, Xiao Wan, I have a way, you can try it. He leaned over to Sun Wan's ear and whispered a few words, saying, Do you understand? Sun Wan nodded and said, Well, be careful. Don't worry. Xiao Yuan reached into the backpack behind him, feeling a little distressed. This thing is one less, and now there is no way. Chapter 215. Hiss! The giant python climbed faster and faster, and gradually became familiar with its new claws, becoming more and more skilled. It was 8 stories high, and it quickly reached the top. Swish! As expected, Xiao Yuan's silver knife chopped at its head. Crack! The giant python used its claws to crush the cement under it, and attacked Xiao Yuan, with sharp claws and terrifying fangs. Xiao Yuan was pounced on by it, and although he blocked the attack with his shield, he still staggered to the other side. The giant python was relentless and opened its mouth wide, wanting to take the opportunity to kill Xiao Yuan and relieve its hatred. Xiao Yuan had already retreated to the edge of the building, and when he saw it coming, he became even more panicked and slipped down from the edge of the building. The giant python was delighted and bit Xiao Yuan in the air. It seemed to have seen the human being torn apart by it, and died tragically on the spot. Just as the giant python's head just poked out the edge of the roof, something strange happened. A figure suddenly rose from below and stabbed the giant python in the eyes. The giant python reacted very quickly, and lowered its head slightly to avoid the attack. Swish! The silver knife cut across the giant python's forehead, leaving a bloody mark. The giant python was angry, but when it lowered its head, it suddenly felt a foreign object in its mouth. Before it could react, the object suddenly exploded. The burning sensation spread throughout its body, almost damaging its organs. Hiss! The giant python opened its eyes, and saw Sun Wan kicking its head and flying backwards. Xiao Yuan smiled on the rooftop not far away. The fruit produced by Sun Wan's hairpin in the planting system was indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, the breeding speed is too slow. Penguin Motor carefully cultivated it by watering and playing music, and has produced a total of 3 fruits so far. The fruits cultivated with the hairpin fruit, crushed and made into flame powder, melted into a small blasting device that is easy to carry, are extremely powerful. The giant python's scales are hard, and its defense is amazing. They ran and stopped all the way, and had no time to think. It happened that the terrain here was suitable, And Xiao Yuan had an idea and came up with this idea. The internal organs of the giant python were damaged, which was very fatal. Life force was rapidly draining from its body, just when it decided to fight Xiao Yuan with all its strength. A strange change occurred in the sky, and the thunderstorm that had been shrouding Sierra City for a long time suddenly stopped. All the rain floated in the air in an instant, and then flew towards the city. Above the center of the city, in the dark clouds with lightning and thunder, a dragon roar suddenly sounded, resounding throughout the sky of Sierra City. The giant python felt something in his heart, and the hope of life appeared in his eyes. It abandoned Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan, plunged down the building, and headed towards the city center like crazy. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan knew that the city center must have undergone a drastic change. Xiao Yuan took Sun Wan's hand and walked to the edge of the building, and fell down at the same time. The alloy claws circled in the air, and were entangled with the ice blue feather arrow that Sun Wan left on the giant python. Xiao Yuan landed on the running giant python, and the two hugged the giant python's body tightly, and moved forward with it. The giant python could no longer feel the pain in its body, and was too lazy to care about Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan hitchhiking on it. It urged the last energy in its body and headed towards the city, where there was an aura that it respected and yearned for, and it was also the key to its further progress. Sierra City, the city center. The attack of the Silver Wing Army continued. Du Zhixing and Jiangxi stood side by side, commanding the continuous attack of the entire army. After a night of fierce fighting, the combat power and number of the night demons were greatly depleted. Looking at the night demons whose resistance was still strong, but whose number was not increasing, both of them felt an irrepressible excitement. Recovering Sierra City, the once unattainable dream, finally appeared in front of the two people. Jiangxi picked up the telescope and looked at the most intense battle in front of him. Suddenly he said, "Old Du, I remember that the wishing fountain in the city center is further ahead, right?" "Wishing fountain?" Du Zhixing was stunned, and then said, "Oh, it's the wishing fountain in Sierra City." While observing the situation, Jiangxi said with expectation, "The commander said that after we recover Sierra City, we will drink at the wishing fountain. I didn't expect it." "Uh-huh." Du Zhixing couldn't help laughing, and his serious face looked several years younger. "Well, let's drink 300 cups together." Jiangxi was infected by Du Zhixing's heroic spirit, and just as he was about to say a few words, his vision suddenly became hazy. What happened? He wiped the telescope lens in his hand, and looked again. Why is it more blurry than before? Jiangxi put down the telescope and looked forward, and couldn't help but be stunned. In the direction of the city center, a group of white mist rose. At first, the scenery there could be vaguely seen, but later the mist became thicker. Standing in their position, they could not see anything. Jiangxi and Du Zhixing looked at each other, and saw solemnity in each other's eyes. Could the night demon have any other means? The fog gradually spread towards this side, and the lightning and thunder in the sky became more intense, reaching the peak. Moo! A loud and high voice came from the sky, and the wind and rain that had lasted for many days stopped in an instant. Huh? A breeze came from nowhere, and all the rain went against the trend and floated into the sky. Jiangxi looked solemn, waved to the messenger beside him, and said, "Order each team to resist the night demon and light the bonfire stone plate." Now, the clear situation has become confusing again. Jiangxi's order had just been issued when someone ran to the two of them and shouted, "Report! Unknown creatures were found around." Jiangxi took a few quick steps and asked, "Tell me the details." The messenger wiped the sweat from his head and said, "Many people saw it, but they didn't see it clearly." "Didn't see clearly?" Jiangxi almost laughed at this answer, pointing at the messenger's nose and said, "Go and report again." "Ah!" Jiangxi had just finished speaking when the soldier pointed at the air, groaned, and his voice trembled. "Captain, there is one." Jiangxi turned his head suddenly, and saw a shadowy figure floating in the fog 5 or 6 meters away from them. It was surrounded by thick fog, and nothing could be seen except this shadow. Jiangxi was startled and took a few steps back. When he went out to fight, he was equipped with the standard weapons of the Silver Wing Army. He activated the mobile device. The alloy claw broke through the mist and shot towards the shadow in the air. Whoosh! The alloy claw hit the shadow accurately, but it had no effect at all. Instead, it made the shadow closer to the ground. What? What is this? Du Zhixing and Jiangxi also saw the changes in the shadow. Suddenly, a laugh appeared in their ears, giggling. The laugh seemed to be from a young woman. The laugh was crisp and pleasant, like a silver bell, with a kind of fascinating magic. When they came to their senses, The shadowy figure was getting closer and closer to them, and the laughter turned into crying. In the mist, the resentful crying surrounded them, making everyone feel cold. No, there seemed to be something wrong with the whole thing. Jiangxi's mind was a little fuzzy. He seemed to have forgotten something? Chapter 216. What is wrong? Jiangxi looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer, and thoughts flashed through his chaotic mind. He was like a drowning man sinking into the water, trying his best to grab the life-saving straw. The shadow is wrong. Jiangxi opened his eyes, and looked at the shadow that was almost in front of him, and still had a shadowy shadow, and found a point that he had overlooked. At first, the shadow was hidden in the fog, and was more than 6 meters away from everyone. It was surrounded by white fog. The fog was so thick that it was impossible to see anything. Why can they see such a far figure? Is it due to the magical light effect, or is all this fake? The people around Jiangxi all looked at the scene in horror, only he gradually calmed down from the panic. He took out the dagger from his ribs, and the figure in front of him was almost touching his face. Jiangxi raised the dagger and stabbed it fiercely. The bright dagger cut through the mist, not towards the figure, but stabbed Jiangxi's leg. Humph. Jiangxi groaned. Although he avoided the vital part, the severe pain still made him almost scream. The pain stimulated the nerves, and Jiangxi's half-drunk and half-awake state of mind was instantly changed. The fog lingering in front of his eyes still existed, but the white shadow disappeared. Jiangxi looked around, and everyone, including Du Zhixing, looked in front of him and talked to themselves. Obviously, they were all trapped in hallucinations. The hallucinations caused by the fog were difficult to distinguish between true and false. Obviously, the people around him were all comrades, and they all existed. When hallucinations are integrated into real scenes, no matter how smart and clever a person is, he will be affected by the people around him. Imagine that one day everyone around you says you are sick. 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 100 people. When people say the same thing, your mind and judgment will be affected by them. Until one day, you start to doubt yourself. Are they right? Maybe I am the real madman? He walked quickly to Du Zhixing, grabbed his arm, and shouted, Old Du, old Du. Du Zhixing hurriedly pulled Jiangxi back, shouting, Go, go. It's coming. Pa! Jiangxi raised his palm, and slapped Du Zhixing hard on the face. This slap was done with full force, and Du Zhixing's face was immediately covered with a palm print. He was stunned for a few seconds and looked at Jiangxi. Jiangxi, are you crazy? Okay. Jiangxi waved his hand in front of Du Zhixing. Old Du, are you awake? Du Zhixing rubbed his burning cheeks and looked around. No, just now. Where is that shadow just now? Seeing that the slap worked, Jiangxi hurriedly limped to explain the matter. Old Du, let's wake up the others. Jiangxi didn't care about the injury on his leg, and he and Du Zhixing slapped the people around them. If I had known that slapping would solve the problem, why would I have hurt my leg? Jiangxi endured the pain and began to wake up others. This fog came strangely, and its lethality and effect were not strong. In addition to delaying the rhythm of the Silver Wing Army's attack, what other functions can it have? Jiangxi was thinking, and suddenly heard a burst of screams and noises from the back. The Silver Wing Army, shrouded in fog, was in an illusion, but could clearly perceive the changes in the surrounding environment. Jiangxi looked back with great effort, and suddenly the fog was dispersed, and a giant python passed through the crowd. The giant python did not hurt anyone, and crawled towards the city with its head down, at a very fast speed. The most peculiar thing was that the fog was sucked into the skin wherever it crawled, clearing a temporary passage. Jiangxi dodged the giant python and looked at it. This look startled him. There were 2 people riding on the giant python, fixing their bodies with anti-gravity maneuvers, leaning over and following the giant python. Seeing this, Jiangxi stretched his neck and yelled, Xiao Yuan? What's going on? Xiao Yuan was on the giant python and heard Jiangxi's voice. He didn't have time to say more and shouted, The Corps Commander is safe. Please continue the attack, Corps Commander Jiang. Ah! Xiao Yuan's sudden words made Jiangxi unable to react for a long time. What happened to the Corps Commander? What's unsafe in the rear? He was eager to wake everyone up, and didn't care about Xiao Yuan's words. Xiao Yuan rode on the back of the giant python, and the surrounding scenery flew by quickly, and the strong wind hit his face slightly painfully. After running for another 2 minutes, the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. Xiao Yuan looked up, and saw that there was no more fog in front of him. The rain in the city disappeared, and he could see everything at a glance. He looked back and saw that the entire fog was cut by a knife, with neat edges and the street they just passed through as the boundary. The two sides seemed to be different worlds. Right above them, the rain in the whole city gathered in the clouds above. From here, the low-hanging dark clouds were as thick as ink, as if they would fall and hit the ground in the next moment. 2 blocks away from them, balls of light slowly rose into the sky, illuminating the city center, which should have been dim. Xiao Yuan roughly estimated the direction, which should be the direction of the wishing fountain in Sierra City. For him, Sierra City, where he had lived for many years, was clear without a map. Xiao Yuan suddenly pulled out the ice blue feather arrow from the giant python, and flew down with Sun Wan. Watching the giant python's huge body quickly crawling towards the city center, Xiao Yuan pulled Sun Wan and quietly ran to the middle of the high-rise building on one side. The city center, the wishing fountain. After the night demon jumped into the wishing fountain without hesitation, the black abyss appeared. The abyss continued to expand and reached its limit. The entire wishing fountain turned into a circular abyss. The light ball that continued to rise in the abyss merged into the clouds when it touched the sky. Shirley stood quietly by the pool, and the dozens of nightmares around her all knelt on the ground. Their bodies had all turned into stone. Upon closer inspection, only a pair of eyes were still emitting red light, shining into the wishing fountain. Qianling and Qianyi stood behind Shirley in a panic, trembling. Shirley raised her pale little face and said to herself, "It's about to start. You two have failed." Plop! Qianyi and Qianling were frightened and knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Qianyi lowered his head and explained intermittently, It's the boy from last time." Shirley retracted her gaze and snorted without turning her head, "Are you making excuses for yourself?" Qianyi heard this and hurriedly fell to the ground, almost sticking his head to the ground. "Master, I... Shirley opened her eyes, sniffed the air, and raised her lips. She turned around. Her big black and white eyes looked at the darkness in the distance. "Remember, this won't happen again." Qianling and Qianya thanked her again and again. "That's it." Shirley waved her hands impatiently and said, "You guys leave first." The two of them stood up and bowed deeply to Shirley as if they had been pardoned, and walked to the wishing pool together. The abyss is bottomless, swallowing up all the light. Qianya and Qianling looked at each other and stepped into the abyss together. Buzz! A slight ripple appeared on the surface of the abyss, and the two living people disappeared in an instant. Shirley looked into the distance with a sweet smile on her face, and murmured, "You are finally here." Chapter 217. By the wishing well, a group of radiant light rose to the sky. Shirley's petite figure flickered in the light and looked unreal. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan hid in the shadow of a tall building, looking towards the wishing well, carefully observing the situation. When he saw Qianling and Qianyi disappear in a leap, Xiao Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Are they leaving here? Qianling and Qianyi, who are powerful but have a mysterious origin, obey the girl in the pink skirt. When the little girl turned around and looked over here, Xiao Yuan's heart suddenly jumped. Her eyes went straight to the place where Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan were hiding. After a while, her childish voice came from a distance. "Since you are here, come out." Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan looked at each other, no longer hiding, and walked out of the shadows. Chuckling, Shirley laughed like a silver bell, looking at the two people walking side by side. There was a trace of surprise in Sun Wan's brown eyes. She looked at Shirley and asked uncertainly, Are you real?" Shirley, who had appeared in her spiritual world, now stood in front of her alive, making Sun Wan a little dazed. Shirley's mouth corners were raised, and her eyes were almost smiling into two crescents. "Didn't I say that we would meet sooner or later?" Swish! Sun Wan and Shirley were 10 meters apart, and she drew out the Minging knife and pointed at Shirley. Shirley's smile became even bigger, and she said with emotion, "Lord Shabu, you are still so stubborn and direct." Xiao Yuan glanced at the wishing pool behind Shirley, and the dark clouds in the sky that were about to fall into the city, thinking. He took a step forward and walked in front of Sun Wan. The long sword made a knife flower, and the cold light flashed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Little sister, do you know Sun Wan?" Shirley can make Qianling and Qianyi bowed down to her, so her own ability must be extraordinary. If I guess correctly, she is the same as Qianling and Qianyi, with a human body, but the body is occupied by other conscious life forms. Sun Wan. Shirley finally turned her attention to Xiao Yuan, looking him up and down, but she didn't see anything strange about Xiao Yuan. She curled her lips and sneered, "What does it have to do with you whether I know him or not?" While Shirley was talking, a whirlwind surged around her. She raised her white and tender little hand and waved it gently. "Go!" Swoosh! Whoosh! Two air currents separated from the whirlwind around her and rose to the sky behind her. After the two light balls merged into it, the two air currents were stained with a layer of halo, and the speed was a little faster. The air currents swirled and rushed toward Xiao Yuan. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan dodged with a leap, but he didn't expect that the air currents seemed to have eyes and chased him and killed him again. Ouch! Xiao Yuan was secretly angry in his heart, and didn't want to lose face in front of the little girl here. He took off the leather shield on his back and blocked a whirlwind head-on. The force of the whirlwind was much greater than Xiao Yuan imagined. He staggered back a few steps, and when he turned around, the silver knife was slashing on the whirlwind. Strangely enough, the invisible whirlwind was shining, but after being attacked by the silver knife, it was as if it was severely damaged. The two whirlwinds were chopped apart by Xiao Yuan's swords and dissipated in the night wind. Shirley didn't care, and didn't even look at Xiao Yuan, and said to Sun Wan, "Lord Shabuyu, leave here with me." Sun Wan's mind was in a mess now. There was a voice in her heart that kept telling her, "Follow her. Follow her." The voice was lingering in her ears. Sun Wan suppressed the voice in her ears and looked at Shirley with a frown. "I don't know what you are talking about." Chuckling. Shirley covered her mouth and chuckled. "Don't you know? Or do you not want to know?" Boom! Boom! The thunder in the air sounded again, one after another, when it was extremely dense. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky, and the dark clouds that had accumulated for a long time finally changed. In the center of the dark cloud, the cloud slowly spread to both sides, and a dark blue circular hole appeared, facing the abyss in the wishing pool. Shirley's body shook at the moment of thunder. Xiao Yuan vaguely saw that her body became translucent for a moment. Shirley touched her skirt and said unhappily, "What a pity, there is not much time. I have to take you away by force." Paw! Shirley clapped her hands, and the whirlwind around her dissipated, turning into 5 streams of air that attacked Xiao Yuan. She attacked Sun Wan. Shirley's small body was incredibly fast. She raised her hands, and a ball of fire appeared out of thin air above her hands. Whoosh! The raging fire burned in front of Sun Wan. She shouted, and the silver knife slashed at the fire and Shirley. Shwa! The fire was split into 2, scattered on both sides, and fell to the ground. Shirley behind the fire had somehow moved to the side. Bang! Her seemingly light punch hit Sun Wan's abdomen. Sun Wan's body was hit and flew backwards. Shirley followed immediately. She waved her hand, and the flames that had just fallen on the ground flew back to her hand and rushed towards Sun Wan again. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 alloy claws, one nailed in the distance to help Sun Wan turn in the air and avoid the flames. The other shot toward Shirley's cheek. She slightly turned sideways, and the sharp blade cut off a strand of black hair and slowly fell down. Xiao Yuan dodged left and right under the pursuit of 5 air currents. The air currents seemed weak, but they were actually very powerful. He saw Sun Wan and Shirley fighting fiercely over there, and was afraid that Sun Wan would suffer a loss, so he cut through 2 air currents despite being hit by the air currents. Bang! The air currents that hit his back knocked Xiao Yuan 2 or 3 meters away, and he fell to the ground. He flew up with a tumble, and his left hand shone brightly, and 2 Nan instantly broke the attacking air currents. I wanted to use 2 Nan as a secret weapon, but now it seems that I can no longer hide it. The air currents that the little girl summoned casually were so difficult to deal with, and Xiao Yuan was afraid that something might go wrong if he delayed for too long. Xiao Yuan summoned 2 Nan, and quickly solved the airflow and escaped. Turning his head, he saw that Sun Wan had just turned over and dodged the flame shot by Shirley. Oh my god! Xiao Yuan couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. She could control both wind and fire. Could Shirley be the element control genius mentioned by Lord Yuga? Feeling emotional, Xiao Yuan didn't dare to delay and rushed toward Shirley with 2 swords in hand. Swish! 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 The 2 long swords were wielded tightly in his hands. It was very powerful. Xiao Yuan also put a lot of hard work into the 2-handed sword. The 2-handed sword requires coordination between the left and right hands. I don't know how much hardship I went through to master it. Xiao Yuan's joining gave Sun Wan a chance to breathe. Since she joined the Silver Wing Corps, she has never foreseen an opponent as powerful as Shirley. Moo! As the 3 fought, a dragon roared in the sky. Above the dark blue hole, the clouds rolled, and a dragon with green scales appeared and disappeared from time to time. The wind suddenly surged at this time. Boom! There was a violent sound in the alley, not far away, and Xiao Yuan was surprised when he glanced at it. The giant python was desperately rushing towards the wishing fountain. It could feel the sacred and vital breath coming, The giant python's body was crawling faster and faster. When it reached its maximum speed, it kicked the ground hard. Crack! The marble floor was torn into pieces by its sharp claws. Then, the giant python jumped up and flew over Xiao Yuan. Chapter 218. The giant python jumped up with all its might, and when its body reached the sky above the wishing pool, it seemed to be frozen. Its huge body stagnated in the air, and then rose up and flew into the sky. Xiao Yuan was stunned when he saw this scene. Even more amazing things were to come. Just as the giant python's body rose more than 10 meters, a bolt of lightning fell. Crack! The ball of lightning hit the giant python, splitting a large area of its skin into a dark black. Its hard scales were as thin as cicada wings in front of lightning, and the parts hit by it fell off in pieces, leaving a bloody mess. Even so, the giant python still struggled to fly into the sky. Xiao Yuan was surprised by the strange phenomenon in the sky, and suddenly heard Sun Wan beside him shouting at him, "Be careful!" Coming to his senses, he instinctively blocked Tunin in front of him. Clang! Shirley's punch hit the shield, and the strong impact shook Xiao Yuan's body away. He shot out the alloy claw in the air and fell down, and the shield on his left hand was still buzzing. What a great strength! Facing Shirley, this super-strong lowly, Xiao Yuan dared not be distracted anymore, and went forward with Sun Wan to fight her. Shirley's physical strength and elemental control were extremely strong, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan could only maintain a self-protection situation together. A ball of fire suddenly ignited around Shirley, almost more than a person tall. She waved her hands, and the flame swam towards Sun Wan like a spirit snake. The long string of flames was beautiful, but also dangerous and deadly. Xiao Yuan rushed to Sun Wan, holding a shield in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, to help her resist the flames. The scorching flame sprayed on Tunin, causing its temperature to gradually rise. Shirley smiled at Xiao Yuan, who was gradually unable to resist the flames, and said, "Why bother? You will leave with me today after all." Swoosh! While Shirley was still talking slowly, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the flames in front of her. Puff! A blue light shot out from the scorching flames and attacked Shirley's heart. She stretched out her hands to catch the feather arrow, but the sharpness of the feather arrow was far beyond her expectations. "Ah!" Shirley screamed and quickly moved her hand away to the side. After just a moment of contact, Shirley's right hand was cut with a deep wound, and dark blue blood flowed out from it. When the blood fell from her hand, it turned into dark blue crystals and fell to the ground with a click. Icy breath? Shirley unconsciously clenched her hands. How could this happen? Swoosh! Swoosh! Seeing Shirley injured, Xiao Yuan immediately launched a series of attacks. Seize the opportunity to strike with thunder, and don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. This was the combat experience he had accumulated in the Long War. Tunin turned into a long sword while Xiao Yuan was flying. One sword and one knife, they attacked Shirley at the same time. Shirley's pink lips curled slightly. Seeing Xiao Yuan coming, she was not panicked. She waved her hands in front of her. There were barely perceptible ripples, and a mist in the air. The mist only existed for a few seconds, and disappeared when Xiao Yuan arrived. Hum! Xiao Yuan snorted coldly, and slashed at Shirley with all his strength. Swish! Under the flash of swords and shadows, Shirley's body was pierced by the tip of the sword and slowly disappeared. What? Xiao Yuan's body flew through the air, and he found that Shirley was just an illusion. Air refraction? Xiao Zheng is also the best at this trick. Unfortunately, when Xiao Yuan reacted, it was too late. His body fell right above the wishing pool, and was controlled by a suction force, slowly flying into the sky. Xiao Yuan heard Sun Wan calling his name, and then he could no longer hear the outside world. The unique area formed between the dark abyss and the dark blue circular hole in the wishing pool isolates the outside world sound and light. Xiao Yuan tilted his head with difficulty and looked outside. Endless darkness enveloped the surroundings. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The giant python's body was struck by lightning, and almost no part of its scales was intact. It was still desperately moving towards the sky. Xiao Yuan estimated that it was only a few dozen meters away from reaching the cloud layer. Moo! As Xiao Yuan was looking at the giant python, his whole body suddenly tensed up. A huge head suddenly appeared in the clouds. Bull head, deer horns, blue scales, long beard. The orange eyes were majestic without anger, and swept over Xiao Yuan below. Dragon! This word popped up in Xiao Yuan's mind, different from the dragon he had seen before. He was almost 100% sure that the creature in the cloud was a dragon, The blue dragon's eyes were huge and bright, and it roared downward. After scanning the slightly glowing red dragon eye pattern on the shield in Xiao Yuan's hand, it took a deep breath downward. Huh! Xiao Yuan slowly rose with this airflow, and the closer he got to the sky, the more he could feel the stinging sensation in the air. The dense lightning struck the giant python, and a lot of it remained in the air. Seeing that the body was rising uncontrollably, Xiao Yuan could only use the alloy claw to lock one of the giant python's front claws to resist the upward trend. He then discovered that the claws under the giant python had changed color at some point. The bag on its head split from the middle, and something was surging in it as the light flowed. Roar! The scales on the giant python's body finally fell off completely in the burst of lightning, and pieces of green scales mixed with blood fell from the sky. It roared from its mouth, using up the last bit of its strength. Just as it was about to reach the clouds, the last lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck its vitals. The python watched the lightning bolt fall, but was powerless to dodge. Was it finally over? It closed its eyes helplessly. After hundreds of years of waiting and lurking, it thought it could turn things around in one day, but it lost at the last step. Crack! The ball of lightning exploded, but did not hit the python directly. From in front of it came Xiao Yuan's hoarse shout. If you don't work harder, I will die here with you. Xiao Yuan had thrown the silver knife aside, attracting some of the lightning. He held Tuanan in his hand, and turned it into a large shield, with the fiery red dragon eyes on it shining with unprecedented light in the lightning. Tuanan was made of the purest exotic material, which helped Xiao Yuan resist most of the lightning, but even so, he was not in a good situation. Thunder and lightning were overflowing in the sky, making Xiao Yuan's hair stand up like a hedgehog. His body was baptized by the overflowing lightning, and even though Xiao Yuan had endured the transformation of the RV before, he still felt pain. Many books have recorded that the giant python flew into the sky and turned into a dragon, and was struck by lightning. Xiao Yuan was trapped between two mysterious passages, and it was difficult to move and could not escape. The giant python wanted to fly into the clouds. Although it didn't know whether it was true or not, it might have a chance to escape if it flew into the clouds. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Yuan decisively helped it block the last lightning strike. The giant python opened its eyes, and saw Xiao Yuan block the last lightning strike, and inexplicable emotion surged in its eyes. It took advantage of this rare opportunity, and its body rose up. Whoosh! Finally, the giant python penetrated the clouds and flew into the sky, bringing Xiao Yuan, who was on its front paw, with it. The giant python exuded a soft green light, and a new layer of green scales grew on its body. A horn grew on its head, and it made a sound like an old cow. Moo! It let out a long howl that resounded through the clouds, and all the organs that were injured by lightning and Xiao Yuan's ambush were restored. After going through hardships, the giant python finally completed its transformation and became a dragon. Chapter 219. Moo! Xiao Yuan clung to the claws of the giant python, now it should be called the green dragon, looking around to see how to get back to the ground. A clear whistle suddenly came from the front, and the clouds rolled, and a huge dragon head poked out from it. Xiao Yuan didn't know what Yigong, who was recorded in Yigong likes dragons, thought when he saw the dragon. He guessed that the person might have a bad heart, and he couldn't control himself after being stimulated, and he died. Shock! Shock! Excited. These were the three strongest emotions in Xiao Yuan's heart. The Jiaolong was like a young child in front of the Qilong. It threw Xiao Yuan onto its back with a flick of its claws, and slowly bent down. The Qilong's head was almost twice the size of a truck's head. Its body was mostly hidden in the clouds, and its exact length could not be seen. When the Qilong gradually approached, Xiao Yuan felt that the moisture in the air suddenly became extremely thick. It made him feel like walking through a dewy wilderness in the early morning in the countryside. A fishy smell mixed with a strange fragrance came from the azure dragon, strong but not unpleasant at all. Xiao Yuan looked at the well-behaved Jiao under him, and then looked at the majestic azure dragon, and felt his throat tighten. After trying twice, Xiao Yuan finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Hello. Hello. After saying that, Xiao Yuan wanted to slap himself. What are you asking an azure dragon? Huh? The azure dragon's nose moved, and it slowly approached Xiao Yuan. It seemed to think for a while, and a light flashed in its eyes. The shield in Xiao Yuan's hand, and the badge hanging on his chest floated into the air at the same time. The badge was obtained by Xiao Yuan when he accidentally entered a cave that recorded the history of the Lihua nation during the jungle competition. The outer circle was burning with flames, and inside was a swimming dragon. Qilong looked at it carefully, and the light in his eyes swept over the badge again and again. After a while, the two objects flew back to Xiao Yuan's hands, and an old and deep voice appeared in Xiao Yuan's mind. Xiao Yuan looked around and finally looked at Qinglong. Is it you who is talking? Qinglong looked at Xiao Yuan. His voice was calm. You saved it. Saved it? Xiao Yuan reacted immediately and waved his hands. It's okay, I just like to help people, haha. You shouldn't. Qinglong's eyes shone brightly. Death, life, are all its fate. Xiao Yuan's smile froze on his face. The Qingqiu under him felt the momentum of Qinglong, and was so scared that he lay on the ground and dared not move. Xiao Yuan squeezed out a smile awkwardly. I'm sorry, I disturbed your civil servant promotion, I'm sorry. Moo! The azure dragon let out a long roar, waved its tiger paw and eagle claw, and the horn on the dragon's head was taken off out of thin air. Xiao Yuan saw it, and couldn't help but gasp. It was so painful. The horn of the dragon that was taken off circled in the air, and fell into Xiao Yuan's hand. The azure dragon lowered his head, and looked at the dragon, and his voice was a little warmer. The last step, it has to take it by itself. Huh? Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, the azure dragon waved its claws, and he was shrouded in a cloud of mist. He felt warm all over in the clouds, as if a force in his body was gradually awakening and growing stronger in the warmth. When he came to his senses, he was in the air 7 or 8 meters high, and Sun Wan was knocked to the ground by Shirley below. After meeting Qin Jiao again, Xiao Yuan knew the reason. He blocked the last lightning on behalf of Qin Jiao, which saved Qin Jiao's life, but also cut off its path to dragon transformation. Qinglong took off Qin Jiao's horn and let it start over, so that it had a chance to transform into a dragon. At this time, Xiao Yuan was sent out of the cloud in a daze, and when he saw Shirley again, he was extremely jealous. This damn girl was so cruel that she almost lost her life by sending him into the wishing pool. He was furious and shouted, "Double-tailed damn girl, don't run." Shirley designed to throw Xiao Yuan into the space above the wishing pool, and then she calmly fought with Sun Wan, preparing to take her away by force. Who knew that when Sun Wan was defeated, the voice of Xiao Yuan, the stinky boy, sounded again from the sky. He is not dead? And he came out so quickly? Swish! Xiao Yuan turned Tunin into a long sword and fell from the sky to kill Shirley. A flash of fire appeared above Tunin. Is this fire? Liu can control the fire element for a short period of time. He is the only human who is friendly with the element that Xiao Yuan has seen. Surely should not be considered a human, right? Xiao Yuan did not expect that one day he would be able to control the elements. The flame grew from small to large. A long arc of fire was drawn in the night sky, like a falling meteor. Shirley directed the whirlwind in front of her to sweep upwards, trying to stop Xiao Yuan's attack. Swish! 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 The airflow that had previously required several slashes to completely break was shattered by a single blow from Tunin, who was igniting flames. Xiao Yuan blocked the attack and fell to the ground, then attacked Shirley with a powerful blow. This attack was unreserved, and he, who had seen Shirley's methods, would not show mercy to women. Shirley looked at Xiao Yuan with an unpleasant face. How could he improve his elemental control so much in such a short time? Could it be that guy? Shirley glanced at the clouds with hatred and stopped thinking about it, concentrating on dealing with Xiao Yuan. Clang! Xiao Yuan slashed at the flames that Shirley had gathered, and the flames collided with Shirley's hands. Shirley stepped back a few steps, and the flames gathered around her body again. She looked at Xiao Yuan and gritted her teeth secretly. That old thing, damn it. Seeing Shirley's angry look, Xiao Yuan laughed in his heart, retreated to Sun Wan's side, and blocked her behind him. Sun Wan's silver-winged uniform was torn to pieces, but fortunately, she was not seriously injured. Xiao Yuan moved his wrist and sneered, "Little sister, if you admit defeat now, you can have candy. If you continue to be naughty, you will be beaten." Shirley's eyes widened with anger, and the flames around her burned a few more points. She waved her hand violently. Whoosh! The flame soared to a height of 4 or 5 meters, becoming more and more scorching. She pointed forward, burn. Xiao Yuan teased, but he did not dare to underestimate Shirley. He and Sun Wan went to the flames on the left and right. Tunin turned into a glove in Xiao Yuan's hand, and shot out a silver light. It shot directly through the flames toward Shirley, while Sun Wan took off the ice blue longbow and went towards the flames. As a melee weapon, the ice blue longbow still had considerable lethality. The cold air it carried became a sharp weapon to restrain the flames. The two of them attacked and defended, dissolving Shirley's attacks one by one. Shirley's attack was long, and it was difficult to tell who was better. Just as they were fighting fiercely, the space above the wishing pool suddenly fluctuated. Then countless figures emerged from the dark blue hole above, night demons, flying night demons, nightmares, thunder beasts, nether hydras. That was Xiao Yuan's body, which had broken through the flames, froze in place, his back soaked with cold sweat. Shirley put away her attack and smiled. Oh, it's finally time. She smiled and looked at Sun Quan. Lord Shabu, I can't take you away today, but we will meet again soon. After that, Shirley's body began to burn, turning from the inside out into a blazing flame. Boom! When Shirley's body shattered, a flame as high as more than 10 meters appeared in front of the wishing well. Huh? The flames hovered in the air, covering half of the square in flames, and suddenly rushed towards Xiao Yuan. Chapter 220. Swoosh! Swoosh! The overwhelming flames were like a fire dragon, circling and attacking Xiao Yuan. The two ice blue feather arrows shot by Sun Quan penetrated the front of the flames, weakening them a little, but it was still useless. Xiao Yuan and Sun Quan ran in the square, and the countless night demons in the wishing pool were sent into the abyss at an incomprehensible speed. Outside the wishing pool, the two people were chased by the flames. Seeing that they were about to be caught up by the flames, Xiao Yuan pushed Sun Quan hard, and this time he used all his strength. Without time to see how Sun Quan was doing, Xiao Yuan picked up Tu Nan and rushed towards the flames. Tu Nan turned into a silver-white shield, and a blazing flame ignited on it. Could it withstand this attack? Xiao Yuan didn't know. At that moment, he only saw flames flying in the night sky. It was hard to tell whether this was the human world or purgatory. Whoosh! Bang! The fierce flames hit Tu Nan, and a strong air wave came out from the collision point, knocking Sun Quan, who had come to his senses and was running towards this side, away. In the middle of the collision, Xiao Yuan felt that his body was about to burn in the heat wave. On the south of the map, the dragon eye has never shone so brightly as it does now. The flames burning around Xiao Yuan and the flames produced by Shirley's explosion compete with each other. Xiao Yuan has never felt that time is so long. Every second, he is suffering as if in purgatory. Ah! He let out a loud roar, and the flames around him suddenly burst out, holding back the flames in the sky. From the outside, no one can see the existence of others. Sun Quan, who was outside, wanted to rush in, but was forced back by the heat wave again and again. With tears on her face, she called out Xiao Yuan's name. When her despair reached its peak, a faint blue light suddenly emerged from Sun Wan's eyes. The light became more and more dazzling. When it was about to reach its peak, a loud cry sounded from afar. A golden light flew over and landed right where Xiao Yuan was, helping Xiao Yuan block the remaining flames. The flames gradually faded after the golden light flew over. Sun Quan woke up from a dream, and the faint blue in her eyes also retreated at this time. She rushed to Xiao Yuan and caught his falling body steadily. Gaga! Lord Yuga stretched his wings and looked at Xiao Yuan with appreciation. Not bad, it could almost block half of the flames. You? Xiao Yuan's hair and eyebrows were burnt in the flames, his face was black and white, and he looked very embarrassed. Xiao Yuan raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at Lord Yuga. Did you come a long time ago and watch the show? Lord Yuga smacked his lips and said dissatisfiedly, You are an ungrateful boy, right? Lord, I just came. Sun Quan hugged Xiao Yuan tightly, her face full of tears. I just thought. Whoa. Her tears fell on Xiao Yuan's face one by one like pearls that had broken off the string. Xiao Yuan coughed and whispered, I'm fine. Stop crying, dear. Buzz, just as they were talking, the abyss in the wishing pool and the sky completed the transmission, and the two channels disappeared with a bang. At the same time, the layers of dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. The dark clouds that had been shrouding the sky over Sierra City for countless days and nights disappeared in a very short time. The east was slightly white, and it was almost dawn. Xiao Yuan raised his hand to touch Sun Wan's cheek, stood up with her help, and looked at the east. This night is finally over. Xiao Yuan felt that this might be the longest night he had ever spent in his life. If it weren't for the petrified nightmare beside the wishing well, and Sun Quan and Lord Yuga beside him, Xiao Yuan would have doubted whether all this was a dream. A nightmare that would disappear without a trace when dawn came. Ahem. Xiao Yuan slowly walked towards the wishing fountain. The water was clear, and the bottom was filled with coins thrown into it by tourists. He raised his head and looked at the goddess statue inside. Suddenly he asked, Why didn't you come out earlier to stop all this? Lord Yuga flapped his wings and flew to the statue in the middle of the wishing fountain. Its small black eyes looked at Xiao Yuan and shook its head. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Lord Yuga, who had changed his usual domineering attitude, said sorry to Xiao Yuan for the first time. Its eyes drifted into the distance, and its voice was low. When you arrived, the ceremony had already been completed. With my current state, I cannot change it, and Xiao Yuan saw that it was hesitant to speak and asked, what else? Lord Yuga lowered his head and said, what you just faced was just a clone of it left here. Clone? Xiao Yuan was stunned when he heard this, and the scenes of fighting with Shirley came to his mind. No wonder Shirley's body was translucent. It turned out that she was just a fake clone. If a clone is so powerful, then her original body must be. Lord Yuga saw Xiao Yuan's thoughts and said, you don't have to feel discouraged. With your speed of improvement, you may have a chance to meet her next time. Huh? Xiao Yuan let out a long sigh. Shirley had shocked him so much tonight. The two elements of fire and wind were extremely powerful in her hands. Xiao Yuan even wondered if the gods in ancient mythology were just like Shirley. Where did those huge night demon legions go? Xiao Yuan felt a little uneasy. In the horizon, the sun broke free from its restraints and rose into the sky, bringing dawn to the world, and also dispelling a trace of worry in Xiao Yuan's heart. Who cares? At least we have won now. Xiao Yuan gently hugged Sun Wan, feeling an incomparable sense of security and warmth in his heart. A wave of cheers, like a tsunami, rang out over Sierra City. We won! We won! The cheers went straight to the sky and lasted for a long time. Li Jin and his group leaned against the small courtyard. When they saw the flares and dawn in the air, the whole courtyard was instantly boiling. After more than 2 months of hard fighting, and with no logistical supplies, the Silver Wings finally won the battle with great determination and perseverance. Cheers and joy gradually spread throughout the city. This long-lost city welcomed its new life in the early morning of this day. The Silver Wings running on the streets gathered towards the center of the city. They were in a mess after a night of fierce fighting, but their faces were full of excitement. Recapture Sierra City. When it was first established, the Silver Wings, which were not optimistic about by many people, did it. They have overcome many difficulties, and finally achieved this goal after countless casualties. In Sierra City, beside the wishing well in the city center, under the gaze of countless Silver Wing Army soldiers around him, Li Jin planted the flag of the Silver Wing Army in the wishing well. Roar! The city center once again rang with thunderous cheers, and the messengers in the Silver Wing Army sent the news back to A's city like crazy. Then the news gradually spread to the entire country A. On March 9, 2079 AD, the Silver Wing Army recovered Sierra City. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the news quickly fermented across the country, and people were immersed in the joy of victory. In the defense of A City, the Silver Wing Army was engaged in defensive operations. In the Fengming Plan, the Silver Wing Army took the initiative to attack. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The success of the Fengming Plan means that humans can take the initiative to attack and win. The history of passive defense has become a thing of the past. This battle was called the turning point of the entire Night Demon War by many historians in later generations. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan snuggled together and stood in the crowd. The Silver Wing Army flag flying in the sky shone brightly in the sun. Chapter 221. H City, northwest of Country A. The news of the Silver Wings Corps' victory quickly spread throughout Country A, including the northwest region. After hearing the news, the people of H City seemed relatively calm. 2 years after the outbreak of the Night Demon, H City has been at the forefront of the Northwest to resist the Night Demon and has never lost. The long-term stability has given people here a subconscious feeling that the Night Demon is not a vicious monster. The H City Guard Corps will definitely be able to keep the danger out. Few people will delve into the reasons. They regard H City as a utopia in troubled times and are immersed in the beautiful dream. Dreams must eventually wake up, even in the most cruel way, to wake up this dream completely. H City suburbs. 2 young men in their early 20s drove a small car on the highway. One of them was fat and big-eared, and the other was skinny, sitting in the car humming a song. The fat young man lit a cigarette with a comfortable look on his face. Skinny monkey, the herbs we picked in the mountains yesterday sold for a lot of money. Hee, the skinny young man laughed slyly. Need I say that? How many people dare to go into the mountains to pick herbs now? The Tiger-back Mountain outside H City is sparsely populated and vast. In the Tiger-back Mountain, a Chinese medicinal herb called tiger head grass is produced in abundance, named after its shape resembling a tiger head. The value of tiger head grass is quite high, especially after the outbreak of the Night Demon. Almost no one dared to enter the mountain to collect herbs. The skinny young man is named Tang Li, and the fat and big-eared young man is his childhood friend Guan Bo. The two have lived in H City since they were young. Their family is poor and has no industry, so they live a hard life. Seeing that the value of the tiger head grass that they picked and played with when they were young is rising steadily, the two brothers can't sit still. There is a saying that people die for money, birds die for food. Tang Li and Guan Bo decided that the night demons were active at night, so they would not go deep into the mountains to collect herbs during the day. In this way, the two of them entered the mountains with trepidation and picked a lot of tiger grass. After going back and forth for half a year, they gradually became familiar with the place and were no longer afraid. With the savings accumulated over the past 6 months, the two bought a small truck and their lives gradually became prosperous. Tang Li asked Guan Bo for a cigarette and turned on the radio. The news of the recovery of Sierra City was overwhelming. He smacked his lips and said, "Fatty, do you think it's worth talking about this one thing over and over again?" Guan Bo opened the car window to get some fresh air and grinned. "Now we take it back. It's because they didn't use it in the first place and lost Sierra City." Tang Li hummed, and after a while, he said with some worry, "Fatty, the Silver Wings core is so powerful, if they drive away the night demon, then our business will be." The arrival of the night demon has a positive impact on Tang Li and Guan Bo, two ordinary young people living in a border city. They took this opportunity to pick tiger grass and made a lot of money. If the night demons disappeared, their lives would be back to square one. Guan Bo scratched his head in annoyance and said, I hope those guys from the Silver Wing Legion don't come to our side." He glanced forward casually and froze in his seat. A thick, dark cloud floated over the Nyobe mountain, and it continued. Looking more closely, it was not a cloud, but countless night demons. Guan Bo and Tang Li were shocked. Tang Li screamed and turned the steering wheel to run towards H City. Behind them, the overwhelming night demons were rushing towards H City. In H City, the citywide alarm sounded for the first time. Sierra City, the city center. The Silver Wings Corps moved its camp from the North City to the city. Since Xiang Weiguo led hundreds of his men to deliver supplies to Sierra City despite Lu Zhua's various obstructions. The logistics troops also began normal supply under Lu Zhua's instruction. The reason was simple. The news from the imperial capital of Yanjing showed that after a round of negotiation, the two sides reached a settlement. However, Xiang Weiguo's supplies were still late, and the dawn came after the Silver Wing army defeated the Night Demon. The supplies sent by Lu Zhu were just icing on the cake, making people hate his actions even more. The Silver Wing Army Headquarters. Li Jun, the two commanders and deputy commanders of the Jin dynasty, the chief of staff Siyu, Jiang Shi, Lei Yin, Hong Puntao, Du Xixing, and the commander of the security force, Xiang Weiguo, sat together in the military tent. Li Ming held the post-war statistics report in his hand and read it carefully to everyone. The Silver Wing Corps, at the beginning of the expedition, had 12,000 soldiers in the formal combat. After 2 months of attack and defense of Sierra City, the total number of casualties was 5,829. Among them, 5,104 people were killed, 725 were seriously injured and could no longer serve, and minor injuries were not included in the statistics for the time being. In 2 months, the Silver Wing Corps recaptured Sierra City at the cost of nearly half of the casualties, and completed the Phoenix Plan. If the logistics supply can be guaranteed at the last moment, casualties can be reduced a lot. Li Jun listened silently and sighed in his heart. Even he almost died in the melee that night, let alone ordinary soldiers. If a clay pot is not close to the well mouth, it will break, and the general will inevitably die in the battle. He had already realized this, but when he heard such heavy casualties, he still felt sad. Hiding his emotions, Li Jun cheered up and said, "Everyone, this battle was hard." He looked around, his eyes shining. The main force of the Night Demon was defeated by us. Next, I want to make a concerted effort to capture the Mount Qi and the Deep Sea. Li Jun's words made everyone present stunned, and then their hearts could not help but beat wildly. Capture Mount Qi, the Deep Sea. Li Jun is going to win in one battle. Pa! Lei Yin slapped the table and laughed. Captain, I admire your courage. Continuous victories have greatly increased Lei Yin's confidence in Li Jun, and he said in a loud voice, if the commander says to fight, I will never hesitate. Jiangxi rubbed his ears that were buzzing from Lei Yin's vibration, and whispered, Captain, our army has suffered a lot of damage, I am afraid. We are not strong enough. Du Xixing also frowned and said, it's really too risky to attack now. Hong Puntao almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Du Xixing is good in every way except for his mouth. He touched Du Xixing with his elbow, and carefully looked at Li Jun's expression. I think the proposal of the corps commander is good. Li Jun smiled, and showed no change in emotion. He stood up, drew a circle on the map hanging behind him, and emphasized it. He said loudly, "Yes, Han is located in the southeast coastal hub, and its location is extremely important. Now that the Night Demon is weak, it is a great opportunity for us to take it back." Li Jun paused, and then changed the subject. "Of course, attacking Yishan City still requires multiple investigations. After determining the specific situation, we will." "Legislature Commander." Li Jun was talking excitedly when he suddenly heard Li Ming yelling. Snap! Li Jun's hand shook, and the signal pen fell to the ground. He turned around in surprise and looked at Li Ming. "What's wrong?" Li Ming raised her head, her big eyes full of shock and confusion. She handed the data recorder in her hand to Li Jun with trembling hands. "Commander, the news from Yanjing." Li Jun took the data recorder and glanced at it. His face suddenly changed. He confirmed it again, feeling cold all over, and murmured, "How could this happen?" Jiangshi saw Li Jun's appearance, and had a bad premonition in his heart, and asked hurriedly, "Commander, what happened?" Li Jun handed the data recorder to Jiangshi with a pale face, and said word by word, "Northwest, H City, or City, all fell." Chapter 222. Jiangshi took the data instrument, scanned it, and sat back on the chair. He murmured in disbelief, "How could it be? Hasn't the Northwest always been peaceful and stable? Since the outbreak of the Night Demons, the Northwest has always been one of the most stable places. The number and attack intensity of the Night Demons are more than one level weaker than the southeast coast and the northeastern border. No one would have thought that the cities in the Northwest would suddenly fall, including Li Jun." Li Jun took a long breath and calmed down. Jiangshi read the following details to everyone. Jiangshi nodded, flipped through the data recorder, and read aloud. On March 10, 2179 AD, a large number of night demons appeared in Tiger Back Mountain outside H City. The number of night demons in Tiger Back Mountain exceeded the total number of night demons that had appeared in the past, and they were extremely ferocious. The 5,000 standing guard troops in H City chose to evacuate after being defeated by the night demons, and less than 1,000 people finally evacuated to our city. Evacuate? Li Jun raised his eyebrows, and found a problem in the battle report. What about the people in H City? How many casualties? Jiangshi shook his head and continued. The battle report did not mention that after H City fell, Night Demon attacked Or City. 1 day later, Or City also fell. Bang! Li Jun punched the table, heartbroken. Gao Yi, you are ashamed of the people of H City. Li Jun and others are veteran officers, and they are very familiar with Night Demon. After attacking 2 cities, Night Demon encountered an ambush in Hangjin City, and temporarily retreated. The battle report detailed the battle situation in Hangjin City, and the process was unexpected by everyone. The Night Demon was repelled by a rain, and the guard corps led by Gao Yi had nothing to do with the whole process. A rain? Li Jun frowned slightly, and suddenly his face changed. Could it be the Abyss material decomposer developed by Teacher Li? Jiangshi nodded with an unpleasant expression, confirming Li Jun's guess. Professor Li Jiogong worked day and night to create a decomposer that has a restraining effect on the Night Demon. 3/5 of the decomposer were transported to the front line of CR City, and the rest were divided into 2 parts and sent to the I City defense line and the Northwest front line. The role of these 2 potions is to serve as the last trump card and surprise force. As a result, Gao Yi, the chief of the Northwest defense, used the precious Abyss material decomposer in Hangjin City. The Night Demon retreated, but it was just a delay. When they kept probing and found that there was no more decomposer in Hangjin City, could they still be afraid of you? Li Jun sat in his seat and gently rubbed his forehead. The atmosphere in the military tent was terribly depressing. After a while, Li Jun suddenly laughed, but it was a bitter laugh. Everyone, the plan to recapture the city of Qishan must be put on hold first. Man proposes, God disposes. Li Jun, who was just full of vigor and vitality, had to face reality at this moment. Xiang Weiguo read the battle report in detail, and slowly clenched his fists. Gao Yi was born in a family in the Northwest, and had a deep foundation. Gao Yi was unwilling to establish a new army, which caused the matter to be delayed again and again, which led to the current situation. If the Northwest region could have established a new army corps earlier, H City and Or City would not have been lost so easily. Li Jun and others could have recovered Mount Qi and Shanghai. Now, all they can do is to take the time to rest. The Northwest is in chaos, and a new journey is about to begin. The war in the Northwest was surging, disrupting Li Jun's plan to retake the Southeast in one battle, and also led the fate of all of them to a new trajectory. Xiao Yuan sat on the top of the building, staring at his hands in a trance. Swish! Tunin turned into a long sword, and as he pushed with all his strength, a wisp of flame ignited on the blade. The flame was weak, and seemed to be extinguished at any time. He waved his hand, put Tunin away, and scratched his head in annoyance. What's going on? What's wrong? After experiencing the fierce battle with Shirley's clone that night, Xiao Yuan mastered the trick of controlling the fire element. But what frustrated him was that he could no longer use the same powerful flame as that night. No matter how many times he tried, the thin layer of flame on Tunin and Mingyin knife was far from what Xiao Yuan had imagined. Duh. The sound from behind interrupted Xiao Yuan's attempt. He turned around and saw Xiao Zheng had reached the rooftop and walked behind him. Xiao Zheng was wearing the uniform of the Silver Wing Army, her long red hair fluttering in the wind, and her big eyes looked at Xiao Yuan without blinking. Xiao Yuan touched his face and rubbed it repeatedly. Xiao Zheng tilted her head slightly with curiosity and asked, "What are you doing?" "Oh." Xiao Yuan patted his cheek and smiled. "I'm checking if there are any spots on my face." "You keep looking at me." Xiao Zheng covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard it. Her laughter was clear and pleasant, just like the feeling she gave people. Seeing that she was not so restrained, Xiao Yuan pointed to the side. "Sit down and talk." Xiao Zheng hesitated for a moment, and seeing Xiao Yuan's comfortable look, she also followed his example and exposed her legs outside the building. Sitting on the rooftop of a building several dozen meters high, overlooking the scenery, is a special feeling. Xiao Zheng slightly turned her head and glanced at Xiao Yuan quietly. "Thank you." Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand, feeling the cool breeze, and smiled. "Why thank me? You know my identity, but you still protect me so much. Is it for this?" Xiao Yuan understood. "You didn't hurt anyone, on the contrary, you saved Li Jin, the commander of the army. Do I have any reason to hate you? But I'm not a human." As she spoke, Xiao Zheng's hair arched up, revealing 2 furry animal ears. "It's not important. What's important is that you are sincerely helping us. That's enough." Lu Zhua, that bastard, cut off our supplies at a critical moment. "Is he a human?" Xiao Yuan smiled at Xiao Zheng. "We are already friends. There's no need to be polite between friends." "Friends?" Xiao Zheng rolled up the corner of her clothes with her fingers, seeming to care about this term. "I never had any friends. Until I met you." "Never had any friends?" Xiao Yuan looked up and down at the beautiful Xiao Zheng, very surprised. "Really? Don't you have any friends of the same age where you live?" "Yes." Xiao Zheng looked at the sky and recalled. "Our hometown is very far away. There are 4 stars hanging in the sky. Since we were born, we have to train hard and become stronger. We have no time to play or make friends." Excuse me, what is the purpose of your becoming stronger?" "Purpose?" Xiao Zheng thought for a moment and said, "For the door, guarding a door." "Guarding a door?" Xiao Yuan scratched his head. "So all of you tribesmen do nothing but hang around a door all day long?" "That door is very important," Xiao Zheng said seriously. "Not only us, but everyone is guarding that door." "Then, what's behind that door?" Xiao Yuan became more and more curious. "What on earth is it that needs to be guarded all the time?" "I don't know. Only the tribe leaders know." "No. I don't know." Xiao Yuan's jaw almost dropped. "That's really hard work for you." "Hee, it's not hard. I was responsible for guarding for a short time." "That's good. How long did you guard?" Xiao Yuan rubbed his silver-white gloves and asked with interest. 300 years. Chapter 223. 300 years? Xiao Yuan's face froze, and he looked at Xiao Zheng suspiciously. "I have a question. How old are you this year?" Xiao Zheng thought for a while and replied, "If calculated according to your time, I am exactly 400 years old this year." Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Zheng's pretty face and sighed. 400 years and still like this? Maybe, when he turns into dry bones in the tomb, Xiao Zheng will still be as beautiful as she is now, and won't age at all? Xiao Zheng didn't understand Xiao Yuan's complicated feelings now. The long life gave her enough time to experience the meaning of life. Xiao Yuan recalled the scene when he first met Xiao Zheng, and was very curious why she appeared in the town government building of Thor Town. Xiao Zheng blinked and said, "I had just come to this world not long ago, and I was injured and happened to be recuperating in Thor Town." When they first met, Xiao Yuan noticed that there were scars left by the night demon on Ji's abdomen. It turned out that she was recuperating in Thor Town. After hearing Xiao Zheng talk about just coming to this world, Xiao Yuan asked about the way and purpose of her coming to this world. Xiao Zheng shook her head like a rattle, and said that this was a secret and could not be told, otherwise she would be punished by the ancestors. Xiao Yuan did not believe that their dead ancestors could come back to life to punish their descendants, but seeing her serious look, he did not force it. After some contact, Xiao Yuan's understanding of Xiao Zheng deepened and his sense of her was also very good. Xiao Zheng was simple, kind, and grateful by nature, which could be seen from her risking her life to save Li Jin. After the war, Xiao Yuan had a rare moment of free time. It was almost sunset when he and Xiao Zheng went downstairs to prepare for the bonfire party tonight. The bonfire party of the Silver Wing Army was not held often. The first phase of the new army training ended, the second phase of the new recruit training ended, and the night of celebration of the victory in the defense of A City. So far, the Silver Wing Army has only held bonfire parties on these 3 days. Gradually, the bonfire party became an activity for the Silver Wing Army to celebrate major festivals. The logistics troops started preparing the venue, cleaning, and setting up the lines in the morning. Fluorite generators transferred from A City, giant bonfire stone plates, sound systems, mechanical stages, screens, fireworks. As dusk fell, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Zheng walked downstairs side by side. Qi Ming came towards them and said with great joy, "Boss! Good news, good news." "Huh?" Xiao Yuan asked as he walked. "What good news? Look how proud you are." Hee hee. Qi Ming could hardly hide his smile. "Jack, the one from the Federal Expedition, do you remember me, boss?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows. "That scumbag? What happened to him?" Qi Ming cleared his throat and said loudly, "Jack was beaten up by someone. I heard that his legs were broken." Ouch. Xiao Yuan was excited when he heard it and asked, "What happened specifically? Tell us quickly so that everyone can have fun." Qi Ming and Xiao Yuan walked to the campfire and sat down together, looking very excited. After Jack, Daniel, Jin Su, and his group made a scene on the battlefield, they were caught by Pei Qin. The Silver Wing Army had long been fed up with the Federal Expedition team's domineering attitude, so how could they let them off easy when they got the chance? After taking good care of them, they locked up the Federal Expedition team. After conquering the city, the fireworks signal spread throughout the city, and the Silver Wing Army cheered and forgot about the imprisoned group. After being locked up, the Federal Expedition team suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and then all fell into a coma. After waking up, they found that Jin Su and Jack were beaten like pigs. Especially Jack, whose right leg was broken, and he howled like a ghost, and the whole street could hear it. When the victory signal came, the Silver Wing Army, who was responsible for guarding them, rushed into the city like crazy. The joy of victory made them forget about the locked-up Federal Expedition team. As a result, this tragedy happened, but in fact, they were also very happy in their hearts, secretly thinking that they fought well. Xiao Yuan was happy to hear this, but after thinking about it, he found something strange. Who among the Federal Expedition team didn't act arrogantly and think they were superior? In terms of hatefulness, they are all characters who should be taught a lesson. Why did Jin Su and Jack get beaten up, but the others were fine? Xiao Yuan was still thinking, while Sun Wan and Liang Lu came over quickly and told him to leave quickly. Silver Wing's army, the grand bonfire party is finally about to begin in the night. Sierra City, outside the North City. The vast fields are boundless, the dusk is vast, a team of cars is driving on the highway, and the shadows are stretched by the setting sun. Li Luo sat in the car calmly, muttering softly. He knew that Sister Mu she was coming, but he didn't say he was coming to pick you up. Next to Li Luo sat a beautiful girl with a classical temperament, long hair like a waterfall, and a clear spirit. She was dressed in white, and held Li Luo's hands with both hands somewhat uneasily. Hearing Li Luo's complaints, Wu Mushi smiled. The war has just ended, he has a lot of things to do, it's okay. Li Luo pouted and snorted. Sister Mushi always speaks for that big fool. Wu Mushi's skin was as white as cream, and there was no flaw in her skin. She gently raised her finger and tapped Li Luo's forehead. I know you are doing this for my own good, don't be angry, my good sister. Li Luo was like a balloon that was deflated, and was infected by Wu Mushi's smile. Hee, Sister Mushi still understands me. Squeak. The convoy suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, shaking the two people's bodies. What happened? Li Luo opened the car door, and wanted to see what happened, and heard footsteps coming from the front. A short-haired young man ran over quickly, and said respectfully to Wu Mushi in the car, Miss, the Silver Wing Corps is here to pick us up. Silver Wing Army, Wu Mushi's eyes lit up. Wu Jiao is it? Jin? Li Corps Commander? The young man was slightly startled, lowered his head a little, and answered simply, yes. Wu Mushi heard this, raised a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth, got off the car, and ran to the front of the convoy from Wu Jio's side. Her steps were light, like birds flying in the forest, and elves in the wind. Wu Jio waited for Wu Mushi to leave, then raised his head, and looked at her back, sighing slightly. Li Luo poked Wu Jio's arm, looking at him with big watery eyes. Hey, Mu Tu. Does your master ask you to report the situation at any time? Wu Jio's expression remained unchanged. He bowed his head slightly in respect, and slowly closed the car door. In front of the motorcade, Li Jin stood straight in his Silver Wing Army uniform. Behind him were the officers and soldiers of the Silver Wing Army, who were also lined up in a neat and solemn manner, looking straight ahead. When Wu Mushi ran solemnly from the motorcade to the front of the motorcade, she finally saw the person she had thought about countless times. She stopped, and there was only 10 meters between them. Li Jin's figure was as tall as she remembered in her heart, and his elegant and handsome face became more angular. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 2 meters. Wu Mushi stood in front of Li Jin, looking at him with her bright eyes, and all she could say seemed to be stuck in her heart. She looked at Li Jin's cheek, and after a while, she said with a trembling voice, Brother Jin, you have lost a lot of weight. In her memory, Li Jin was plump and jade-like, elegant and handsome. Now, he has experienced the trials of blood and fire again and again, and his temperament has changed a lot. Li Jin's mouth moved, revealing a smile. You are still as good-looking as before. Puff. The Silver Wing officers and soldiers standing a few meters behind Li Jin almost popped their eyes out when they heard this. Is this still the Legion commander, who is always respected and has the final say in the army? They all looked strange and controlled their emotions, not daring to show them. Li Jin's words made Wu Mushi seem to see him again, who always became inarticulate in front of her. Hee. Wu Mushi heard this, and covered her mouth with a smile. Brother Jin is still the same as before. It's great that you can only say this sentence to praise people. Li Jin raised his hand slightly, wanting to hold Wu Mushi's hand. After hesitating for a moment, he put his hand down and smiled at Wu Mushi. Mushi, let's go back to the camp. Chapter 224. Sierra City City Center. Over the long silent sky of Sierra City, a group of brilliant fireworks bloomed. The bonfire party of the Silver Wings Army officially began beside the wishing pool in the city center, with brilliant lights and extraordinary bustle. Above the square, the 5-color lights formed by the whole projection kept changing colors. Plates of delicious food exuded bursts of fragrance and were served on the makeshift dining table. In the middle of the square, the flames jumped in the huge bonfire stone plate, and a person slowly walked out from the center of the mechanical stage. When he walked onto the stage, the noisy surroundings gradually quieted down, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire. Li Jin, dressed in military uniform, adjusted the microphone beside his ear. Everyone, I am honored to stand here today and celebrate the bonfire party with you all. Putting aside the polite title introduction, I would like to introduce myself to you again. My name is Li Jin, an ordinary person who participated in the original Night Demon War. I belong to the Falcon Force of Country A and have participated in the defense wars of the City of Mount and the City of Deep Sea. My troops were dispersed in the Nightingale Project and almost lost their organization. Only 1 in 10 survived. After the disastrous defeat, I lost a lot of things. My home, my friends, and my courage. Such a complete loser named Li Jin has been hovering in the trough for a long time, and he wants to establish a new army. Silver Wing Army. Li Jin's voice trembled slightly, and he looked around. It is our common Silver Wing Army. I still remember the enlistment ceremony of the first batch of recruits. I once asked a recruit why he joined the army. That was a young girl, about the same age as most of you. Li Jin smiled and walked to the edge of the stage, looking around. She said that her younger brother wanted to buy a house, and her parents wanted her to join the Silver Wing Army because of financial difficulties. The original Silver Wing Army was made up of us. Li Jin pointed at himself and the officers and soldiers in the audience. It was made up of a group of ordinary people like us. At that time, someone asked me privately, "Are you afraid?" I answered, "I am." Li Jin's words made the audience laugh. No one is not afraid of the unknown and death, including me. In the defense of A City and the attack and defense of Sierra City, we fought together. Thank you all for letting me see hope and dreams, and seeing that even the most ordinary people can work together to accomplish the impossible. What we have achieved today belongs to everyone. Belongs to those who fell on the road, left the Silver Wing Army, belonged to the brothers in the security forces who helped us, and belongs to all of us present here. We have proved to the world that we can do it. Tonight, the glory belongs to everyone, to a group of once ordinary and unknown people. Wow! The whole square was boiling in an instant under the leadership of Li Jun. The sky-high fireworks resounded through the sky, and Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan sat below, snuggling together. Xiao Yuan remembered what he had said to Sun Wan at the bonfire party after the recruit training ended, and before he was about to step onto the battlefield for the first time. I will always be with you, no matter where you are. Thinking of this, he gently kissed Sun Wan's cheek, who was still in a daze. Sun Wan turned her face, and her cheeks were red, not knowing whether it was the color of the fireworks or something else, which made her look very cute. Sun Wan smiled sweetly at Xiao Yuan, and leaned her head on Xiao Yuan's shoulder. Xiao Yuan often thought later how nice it would be if time could stay at that night. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. On the stage, someone sang the song Nobody that was widely sung in the Silver Wing Army again. Tokyo, Bianliang. Yu Jing walked in the metal passage, and the researchers behind him gradually became fewer and fewer. The Zeus Corps established by Ren Shichen was much larger than he had imagined. The number of scientific researchers and the sophisticated facilities were no less than the research headquarters of Zeus Group. Carefully walking in the corridor, passing by researchers in a hurry, Yu Jing walked all the way to the end of the corridor, where there was an exclusive passage. After opening it with an iris scan, Yu Jing walked in. Buzz, the entire elevator was darkened, and then the surrounding walls instantly transformed into ultra-high-definition screens. Underground Floor 2, Marine Biological Research and Cultivation. Underground Floor 3, Fusion Material Research and Cultivation. Underground Floor 3, Biomass Research and Cultivation. As the elevator continued to descend, layers of research information appeared in the elevator, accompanied by the changing research material display on the surrounding walls. Underground Floor 8, Soul Medium Research and Cultivation. Underground Floor 9, the 9th Secret Research and Cultivation. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 9th underground floor that Yu Jing chose and slowly opened. Yu Jing carefully walked out of the elevator and looked around. This place was not quite what he imagined. The long corridor extended to more than 10 meters away. The corridor was covered with thick carpets, which felt soft when stepped on. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there were several paintings with childish brushwork, which looked like they were drawn by children. There were flowers and plants, people, and most of them were scenes of families together. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, and a little girl with 2 ponytails. There was a door at the end of the corridor. As soon as Yu Jing walked to the metal door, it opened automatically. After entering, what came into view was a small room of more than 10 square meters, decorated in light pink. Pink sheets and quilts, pink table lamps and curtains, a small desk and a pink bunny doll. The more Yu Jing looked, the more confused he felt. What exactly is this place? Why did Mr. Ren decorate it like this? There was a similar metal door in the corner of the room. After several iris scans, it slowly opened. Yu Jing walked slowly into it, and the doubts in his mind grew bigger and bigger. In front of him was a wide space. Yu Jing roughly estimated that it should be several thousand square meters. Building such a huge project underground shocked Yu Jing deeply. Yu Jing's eyes suddenly lit up, and rows of lights lit up in the space, illuminating the entire 9th floor. In front of him was a small desk with a red button and a file bag on it. Yu Jing picked up the file bag with trembling hands, and a throbbing feeling that the answer to the mystery was about to be revealed spread from the bottom of his heart. He slowly pulled out the information inside and murmured, "Silver Wing Corps, the first batch of recruits. Sun Wan." Yu Jing suddenly turned his head and looked at the large culture device surrounded by a curtain on the entire floor of the space, and an absurd idea came to his mind. Snap! Yu Jing pressed the red button, and the curtain slowly opened, revealing the girl floating in the culture medium. The girl's skin was as white as milk, curled up with her eyes closed, and her appearance was exactly the same as the girl named Sun Wan in the photo. Yu Jing ran to the cultivation device like crazy, checked one by one, and finally sat down on the ground with a plop. He sat on the ground in a daze, muttering to himself, "Hundreds of the same people. Mr. Ren, what do you want to do?" Duh. The crisp footsteps came from behind him, and Yu Jing stood up and turned around. "Ah!" Yu Jing couldn't help but screamed, staring at Ren Shichen, who had come behind him without knowing when, and Sun Wan, who was standing next to him. Yu Jing stared at her and trembled. Sun Wan." Ren Shichen put his hands behind his back and sighed softly. "Finally, you couldn't help but come in." The girl beside him walked lightly to Yu Jing and smiled sweetly. A mischievous light flashed in her eyes, and she said word by word, "Remember my name? Don't call it wrong again. My name is Emily." Chapter 225. Volume 4, Peking Opera. The imperial capital Yanjing. Located on the top floor of the Lafayette Castle Hotel in Yanjing City, an elegant and luxurious cocktail party is slowly opening. The lights in the venue are soft, and the music is melodious. The girl who seems to be an elf is shuttling between people, greeting and greeting. She is the organizer of this cocktail party, Cui Yuanxi, the eldest daughter of the Cui family in Yanjing, beautiful and elegant, and generous. Her slender waist is slender, and her eyes are like autumn water, charming and dazzling. Young men from aristocratic families, ladies of high rank, this is a gathering that belongs to them alone. Exquisite snacks and expensive drinks are just ordinary things here. Cui Yuanxi walked all the way to the door of the party, with a brighter smile on her face. "My Zhao, you are here." Wu Mai was handsome in a white suit, and the white suit made his usually feminine appearance more sunny. Beside him, the girl who gently held his arm was wearing a white dress, with black hair like a waterfall and eyebrows like a painting. Especially the low-cut dress design, which perfectly showed her proud figure, attracted many men around her to look at her sideways. Kong Zhao, Kong Wei's youngest granddaughter, was spoiled since childhood. The third generation of the Kong family is now prosperous, but there is only one girl, Kong Zhao. Old man Kong Wei loves and cherishes her, holding her in his hands for fear of losing her, and holding her in his mouth for fear of melting her. She has been smooth sailing in Yanjing, and old man Kong will agree to whatever she wants from childhood to adulthood. Kong Zhao, who is only 29 years old, not only has a hot body, but also has a straightforward temper, and is unwilling to suffer any loss. Seeing Cui Yuanxi coming over, she let go of Wu Mai's arm, and walked towards her lightly. "Sister Yuanxi, it's all because of this idiot." She kept asking Wu Mai, "You were so slow on the way." "You?" Cui Yuanxi smiled slightly, and said helplessly, "Mai is always punctual." "Are you naughty again?" Hee hee. Kong Zhao covered her mouth and laughed. "I remembered a beautiful piece of jewelry halfway through, so I went to Century Jewelry to make an order. It's all my fault, okay?" Wu Mai came up and greeted Cui Yuanxi, taking the blame. "Humph. That's more like it." The relationship between Wu Zhou and Kong Wei is very subtle. They are old friends, but later they disagreed and rarely interacted with each other. But they never interfered too much in the interactions of the younger generation. Kong Zhao and Wu Mai, two people with completely different personalities, can get along with each other. As for how much sincerity and how much falsehood there is, who knows? "Oh, you all came at the right time." When the three were talking and laughing, a slightly sharp voice came from behind. "Miss Cui, Sister Kong, long time no see." The young man was about 22 or 23 years old, with shiny hair. He had a handsome appearance, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a straight figure. He walked towards this side, with a bright smile on his face. The young man was good in everything, but his face was a little pale, and his eyes were a little frivolous. "Mr. Zhang, long time no see." Cui Yuanxi smiled slightly and greeted him, while Kong Zhao just hummed and didn't want to say a word. "Sister Kong, you don't say anything? Are you embarrassed because we haven't seen each other for a long time?" "Zhang Wei, if you don't say anything, no one will think you are dumb." Kong Zhao said angrily when she saw Zhang Wei's eyes wandering around her chest. "You are still so hot-tempered, tsk. Zhang Wei, are you suffocating to death after being locked up in your house for half a month? So much nonsense." "Huh?" Zhang Wei looked at Wu Mai, who was blocking Kong Zhao and disturbing her from enjoying the beautiful view, and laughed strangely. "Who is it?" "Lu Chuan, look at this person." "Hey Zhang Xiao, this is Master Wu." The young man named Lu Chuan behind Zhang Wei said in unison. "Oh, I didn't recognize you until you said something." Zhang Wei looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "I thought Master Wu and Miss Mu she went to the coast to rescue the wounded." "Ha ha ha." Wu Mai's eyes condensed when he heard this, and he stared at Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, say it again." Zhang Wei's smile deepened, and just as he was about to speak again, Cui Yuanxi interrupted them at the right time. "It's almost time, everyone, let's go in." Wu Mai looked at Zhang Wei with deep eyes, snorted coldly, and walked into the venue. Cui Yuanxi shook her head secretly in her heart. Zhang Wei is really getting more and more outrageous now. The Zhang family has always been on good terms with Kong Wei. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei should have a good relationship with Kong Zhao. However, the situation is just the opposite. Kong Zhao hates Zhang Wei very much. Zhang Wei, relying on the rise of the Zhang family in recent years, has become more and more unruly. This cocktail party is held by the children of the Beijing family once a month. The original intention of holding the party has changed from a simple gathering to a small news distribution center. New news and hot news will be spread and exchanged here. People's curiosity and gossip are always the most difficult instinct to suppress. In a small corner of the cocktail party, 3 girls sat together and whispered, and the topic turned to the Silver Wing Army, which is in the limelight recently. Have you heard? The senior and elite members of the Silver Wing Army will soon arrive in the imperial capital. Really? The girl in the yellow dress opened her eyes wide. Wanyu, where did you hear that? Of course it's true. Wanyu lowered her voice mysteriously. My brother and my father were talking in the study, and I just happened to pass by and heard it. Hee hee. Then wouldn't we be able to see the Silver Wing Army? Oh my god. I heard that they are all tall and strong, like calves. Calves? Wanyu was amused by the metaphor of the girl in the yellow dress next to her. Fan Xuan, where are you talking about? Where? Fan Xuan didn't understand what she meant at first, but when she understood, her face turned red. You Huang Wanyu. How dare you make fun of me? As she said that, Fan Xuan was about to deal with her best friend. The 3 girls were having a great time in the corner. Among the 3, the girl with pretty short hair was named Ouyang Shui. She pulled the 2 girls, who were playing around, and suddenly said, the Silver Wing Army is back in Beijing, so, will Sister Mu Shi come back? Xiao Xue, are you stupid? Fan Xuan analyzed rationally. Sister Mu Shi went to Xi'er City just for Lijun. When Lijun returns, she will of course. Who said that? Huang Wanyu pouted. These are all rumors without any basis. I don't believe Sister Mu Shi will marry him. How come it's just a rumor? Otherwise, why would Sister Mu Shi go to the front line in person? That's the compassion of a doctor. Huang Wanyu was speechless after being asked by Fan Xuan, and finally said this. Sister Mu Shi is so brave. Ouyang Shui raised her hands and covered her cheeks. I really hope I can find someone I like in the future. Xiao Shui. Fan Xuan touched her hand with heartache. Did your family arrange a blind date for you again? Well, I'm tired of seeing the same people. Your family is fine. At least they give you a chance to choose. Huang Wanyu said half self-deprecatingly and half dejectedly. I don't even know what my fiancé looks like. If it doesn't work, let's run away like Sister Mu Shi. Fan Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's ask Sister Mu Shi for help and run away to Xi'er City. The sky is high and the road is long there. Run away to Xi'er City? Huang Wanyu looked up at the crystal chandelier above and murmured, Can I? Chapter 226. Wu Mai leaned against the corner of the wall, quietly listening to the 3 girls' wild ideas, with a slight smile on his face. Cui Yuanqi came over from not far away, glanced at him, and shook a few photos in her hand. Wu Mai understood and walked towards her. The 2 walked through the busy hall and came to the quiet balcony. Cui Yuanqi turned around, with a smile on her pretty face. Here. The photos you want are all here. Wu Mai took the photos, lowered his head and looked at the photos and said thank you. There are 5 photos in total, and the protagonists in each photo are Wu Mushi and Lijun. On the highway outside Xi'er City, at the bonfire party next to the wishing fountain in the city center, and at the medical camp behind the Silver Wings Army. The other 2 photos are photos of the 2 of them going out for fun. In each photo, Wu Mushi is looking at Lijun beside her, gentle and quiet, with great attachment. Cui Yuanqi sighed and pretended to be wronged, saying, When you ask for help, you say all the nice things. Why do you just say thank you and send people away now? Wu Mai's eyes turned, and his narrow eyes looked at Cui Yuanqi, causing her heart to skip a few beats. He leaned forward slightly, almost touching Cui Yuanqi's face, and said in a gentle voice, Oh? How can I thank you then? Cui Yuanqi was slightly startled, but she stepped back unwillingly. The 2 were so close that they could almost see each other's eyelashes. She opened her red lips slightly, exhaling like orchid. I want to ask you to do me a favor. Ha. Wu Mai's smile deepened a little. My people will help you solve the match in the underground boxing ring. Cui Yuanqi looked at Wu Mai, who turned around, and her hands couldn't help but clenched. You know everything, and you still ask me to find out the news? Wu Mai stopped and his back was straight. He said with a slightly annoyed tone, With my old man here, my people can't leave Yanjing. After saying that, Wu Mai waved his hand and left the balcony. When Wu Mai made this request to her, she was a little hesitant. Wu Mushi is not an ordinary person. She went to the front line of Xi'er City and protected many people openly and secretly. Wu Mai's request was simple. He hoped she could bring back his sister's recent situation in photos. Can't she look at the photos at home? Why must she go through so much trouble? Wu Mai actually knew about the underground boxing match. This means that he knew her exchange conditions and paid a high price, but only got photos and simple recent information in return. Cui Yuanqi really couldn't figure out what this Mr. Wu was thinking. Cui Yuanqi bit her red lips lightly and murmured, "What an unpredictable guy." Sierra City, Huanghe Road. This is the southern part of Sierra City, an area where civilians once gathered, but now it is deserted. In the distance, a young man and woman walked on the road. They were wearing the uniforms of the Silver Wing Army, and the swords on their waists were particularly eye-catching. This is where I grew up. The Xinguang community in front is my home. Yuji Kanji shop, I used to have breakfast here every morning when I was in high school. Dalong haircut, I haven't been here for a long time. Xiao Yuan pointed at the small shops on the street and introduced them to Sun Wan one by one. Xiao Yuan, what is that pot lid noodle? Noodles made with a pot lid. It's just ordinary noodles with a secret sauce. Oh, it sounds delicious. Hee hee, there are so many delicious foods here, but it's a pity that they can't be seen now. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan talked as they walked into Xinguang community. It had been uninhabited for a long time, and the community looked a bit rundown. At noon, the only sounds in the community were their footsteps in the yard. Building 1, Unit 1, Room 302, Xiao Yuan took Sun Wan's hand and walked all the way to the building where he used to live. There was a faint musty smell in the air, just like when he lived here. On the old anti-theft door, there were still small advertisements that had not been removed, making them look particularly familiar, even though Xiao Yuan had cursed them countless times in private. Xinguang community was built more than 10 years ago. Xiao Yuan has lived here since he could remember, and every tree and grass is very familiar to him. He took out the key from his pocket and just inserted the key into the keyhole, but he didn't expect the door to open by itself. Squeak! The security door slowly opened, which startled Xiao Yuan. I clearly closed the door when I left. How could this happen? Could it be that the door lock failed because it had been too long? He and Sun Wan looked at each other and carefully pushed the door open. Returning home again, Xiao Yuan's heart was uneasy. The last time he left home, he was still a young boy who had accomplished nothing and fled in a hurry. When he returned again, everything had changed and it seemed like a lifetime ago. The ordinary house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room was simply and warmly decorated, and photos of their family were hung on the walls of the living room. Xiao Yuan looks a lot like his father, except for his mother's eyes. Sun Wan walked to the photo frame and saw Xiao Yuan's childhood appearance. She was curious. Xiao Yuan, you were so dark when you were young. The Xiao Yuan in the photo was about 10 years old, with delicate features, but his skin was a little darker, which was very different from what he is now. Xiao Yuan walked to Sun Wan, full of nostalgia. When I took this photo, I had just returned from the beach on vacation, and I was tanned like a coal ball, haha. Recalling the time he spent with his parents, he reached out and gently touched the eyebrows and eyes of his parents in the photo. With a somewhat sad look on his face, he said, I really hope that I can find them one day. Sun Wan raised her slender hand and touched his slightly wrinkled brows. Didn't the commander say that he would help you? I believe there will be clues soon. Well, Xiao Yuan held Sun Wan's hand and said, I will. Will it really happen? Xiao Yuan was unsure. His parents disappeared 10 years ago, and there has been no news since then. If they are fine, why don't they show up? Even if they have unspeakable secrets, it would be good to pass on the news so that he can know whether they are doing well and whether they are safe. In 10 years, Xiao Yuan went from full of hope to disappointment and acceptance. He no longer had much hope for his parents' return. Sun Wan's hand was icy and cold, which made him feel at ease. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, Sun Wan gently raised her finger to her lips and winked at him. Xiao Yuan followed her gaze and looked towards the balcony. The door to the balcony was closed, and there was nothing unusual. Sun Wan pointed to her ear, clenched her fist, and made a gesture to indicate that there was something unusual. Swish! Xiao Yuan slowly pulled out the silver knife from his ribs and walked towards the balcony. The slight rustling sound made by the friction between the blade and the scabbard echoed in the room with Xiao Yuan's light footsteps. Tunin flashed a faint light, ready to go. When Xiao Yuan's hand was on the door handle, he raised his eyebrows, and there was a slight dampness on the door handle. This room has been uninhabited for a long time. How could there be a dampness on the door? Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan suddenly opened the balcony door. Huh? A black shadow jumped up from below and ran towards the window on the side of the balcony. Xiao Yuan rushed in and found that the side window had been opened at some point, and the figure jumped straight down from the window. The height of the 3rd floor was neither high nor low. If an ordinary person jumped down in a hurry, His leg would definitely be sprained. Judging from his figure, the man should be a young man. He landed on the ground smoothly, paused slightly, and ran out of the community. Oh, Xiao Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect that such a remote community could attract thieves. After thinking about it, he found something strange. What kind of place is Sierra City? A city occupied by night demons, who can steal things here and happen to steal from his own home. There must be some other reason. He also jumped down from the window and chased in the direction of the young man in black. Chapter 227. The black-clothed youth ran incredibly fast, like a puff of green smoke. Xiao Yuan chased after him, increasing his speed to the limit before catching up with him. The two of them ran and chased each other, and soon left the gate of the community. The black-clothed youth and Xiao Yuan ran out of another street, and suddenly stopped. He took a long breath, turned his back to Xiao Yuan, untied the long black cloth around his waist, and tied it on his face. Xiao Yuan saw that the youth stopped running, and the silver knife in his hand made a knife flower, shining brightly in the sun. He pointed to his cheek and sneered, "Why? You still have to wear a mask in broad daylight. You are too embarrassed to see people?" The young man in black looked at Xiao Yuan with his eyes exposed, and said in a low voice, "You are Xiao Yuan?" Xiao Yuan laughed when he heard it, and laughed in anger and said, "You sneaked into my house, but you don't know who I am? Tell me, the purpose of your coming to my house. I don't want to be your enemy, I'm just following orders. You do me a favor." "No problem." Xiao Yuan agreed quite happily. "Tell me the reason for your coming here, and I will let you go. It seems that you insist on letting me take action." The young man saw Xiao Yuan's attitude and knew that he had to take action today. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out, holding two short knives in his hands, as fierce as a tiger. When the young man used the knife, he held it in his backhand and moved it with him, flexibly and changeably. At first glance, he was an expert who had received systematic Chinese martial arts training since childhood. The two-handed knife requires the use of chest and abdomen, and requires very high coordination of the body. Xiao Yuan fought with the young man with fast fighting, and the fight was difficult to distinguish for a while, and the only sound on the field was the sound of clinking. Clang! After another heavy blow, the two retreated backwards. Xiao Yuan glanced at the weapon in the young man's hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. "How come you have a Minging weapon?" Minging weapons are expensive and extremely tough. The sources known so far are all from the military. No one has ever heard of them appearing in the civilian world. In the previous battle, if the young man had an ordinary weapon, it would have been cut off by the Minging knife. The young man moved his numb hands and snorted and laughed. The elite of the Silver Wing Army do have some tricks. It was expected that Xiao Yuan's help would arrive soon. The young man did not delay any longer, and concentrated his mind to drive the energy in his body, to quickly direct it to the double swords in his hands. Buzz! His double swords hummed in the sun, and a thin layer of water appeared on the surface. The water flowed with light, as if it had life, flowing between the blades, and there was a faint sound of water waves. Element affinity? Xiao Yuan had never thought that he could see the figure of an element affinity here. "Hey!" The young man in black shouted and rushed towards Xiao Yuan. When the two swords covered with water flow fought against Xiao Yuan, they formed a group of splashing water, and shot towards Xiao Yuan. The water splash was small, but the power was not weak. It was extremely painful when it hit him. However, in just 5 moves, Xiao Yuan had 4 more wounds on his body, and a chill radiated from the wounds into his body. Feeling a slight chill in his limbs, he dodged the young man's heavy blow by turning sideways, and the two swords fell to the ground, leaving a deep scratch on the concrete floor. Xiao Yuan was also angry, and he snorted coldly, and held the Minging knife with both hands. A layer of flames ignited from the dark silver knife, which made the young man in black stunned. Xiao Yuan didn't care whether he was stunned or not. The dark silver knife came suddenly, and the attack was fierce and continuous. Water and fire clashed, and the knife went to the vital points of both sides. Groups of mist spread between the two people, and in the end Xiao Yuan was slightly better, and a flame flew to the young man and burned instantly. After the young man in black tried his best to turn his body, his shoulder on the back was hit by the flame. The black clothes were burned to pieces in the flames, and a strange tattoo was revealed. On his shoulder blade, a spider tattoo suddenly appeared, with 8 legs, a human face, and 6 eyes. The human face had a strange expression that seemed to be neither smiling nor crying, which made people feel uncomfortable. "Ah!" The young man screamed and fell backwards, rolling on the ground for several times before the flames were extinguished. He gritted his teeth, opened the object on his waist, and threw it towards Xiao Yuan, who was rushing towards him. Xiao Yuan didn't dare to fight hard, fearing that he would be caught by the young man. Sure enough, the spherical object flew in the air and exploded, and white smoke spread into the air for a long time. Xiao Yuan covered his mouth and nose and left the white smoke area, coughing non-stop, feeling his eyes burning. When the white smoke dissipated, where was the shadow of the young man in black? He secretly said it was a pity, wiped the tears left by the irritation in his eyes, and walked toward Xinguang community. The appearance of the young man in black was very strange. He obviously didn't know him, but he came to Xinguang community to search. It was obvious that he was really ordered to come to investigate his home. But what was the purpose of the person behind him? And the origin of the minging weapon in the young man's hand was a mystery. The intruder who appeared out of nowhere made Xiao Yuan lose most of his interest in returning home, and he hurried back to the military camp. Sun Wan told Xiao Yuan in detail the clues he had found on the balcony, and he finally understood why Sun Wan had not come. The young man should have gone to Xiao Yuan's house to investigate the situation after Sierra City was recovered. He unlocked the front door and entered. While he was investigating, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan happened to arrive. He had no choice but to hide in the balcony. After the young man and Xiao Yuan left one after another, Sun Wan carefully discovered the young man's footprints left by the dust accumulated on the balcony. She was afraid that the wind would destroy the scene, so she quickly collected footprints and preserved the evidence. With the footprints, she could finally find a direction to trace through the channels of the Silver Wing Corps. After Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan returned to the military camp in Sierra City, they were notified that the main force of the Silver Wing Corps would return to A City. The defense of Sierra City was handed over to the 6th Corps and the security forces. After the Silver Wing Corps returned to A City, it began to recruit soldiers and rest. The senior military leaders and outstanding soldiers will go to the imperial capital Yanjing at the end of March to attend the Anti-Night Demon Commendation Conference. Xiao Yuan has always lived in the coastal area, and the farthest he has been is to Linen City and Shanghai for a few days. For him, the imperial capital Yanjing is the first time for a young lady to get married. The rest of the Silver Wing Army soldiers also got a half-month vacation, and Qi Ming and Lin Lang returned to their hometown in Tokyo Bianliang. Xi and Mao went with them to visit Grandma Bian and Xiao Shuyi in Tokyo Bianliang. The Wang brothers and sisters were going back to their hometown in the northwest to visit relatives, and Liang Lu went home to help her father deal with affairs. In the end, the only one who could go to Yanjing with Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan was Xiao Zheng, a little girl who was not familiar with the world. She was helpless in this world, and she clung to Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan for food and drink. Xiao Yuan promised her that after the third phase of the Silver Wing Army recruitment, she would join the Silver Wing Army. On the eve of departure, everyone decided to have a meal at a nearby restaurant. After choosing, they finally went to Meng's Fish Hot Pot. The boss of Meng's Fish Hot Pot was still kind and friendly, smiling at everyone he met. Meng Jiji was cute and charming, and warmly entertained Xiao Yuan and others. After they ordered the dishes, she ran downstairs happily. Xiao Yuan looked at her back and said with emotion, "It seems like a long time since I last saw her, but it's only been 2 months. Hee hee." Liang Lu chuckled, "Captain, you sound like my dad." "Ha ha." Xiao Yuan touched his chin and said, "Then I should put on a beard." Xin Mao sat aside, sniffing all the time, frowning. Qi Ming patted him on the head and shouted, "Xiao Xian, what are you doing?" Xin Mao glanced at Xiao Yuan, looking a little flustered. "No. It's okay, I just smell it casually, hee hee." The 9 people chatted and laughed, and after a while, a man came over with a charcoal basin, saying, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time, charcoal fire." His words were stuck in his throat, and he looked at Xiao Yuan with big eyes, stammering, "Company. Company commander?" Chapter 228. Everyone stopped talking and laughing, and looked at the young man standing at the stairs. Xiao Yuan pointed at the charcoal in his hand and smiled. "Lu Jun, aren't you afraid that the charcoal will get cold if you don't put it in?" Lu Jun was wearing jeans, a black shirt, a gray apron, and a smear of black ash on his face. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, he came back to his senses, walked forward, and put the charcoal in the iron stove in the middle of the table. The charcoal was burned just right, and the iron pot was put in place. Meng Jiji's footsteps came from the stairs, holding the ingredients for the fish pot in his hand. Qi Ming looked at Lu Jun's outfit and grinned. "Lu Jun, what's the matter with you? The most ordinary soldiers in the Silver Wing Corps have extremely generous monthly salaries, and they still work here?" Xiao Yuan patted Qi Ming's arm and smiled gently. "Lu Jun, do you know Jiji's family?" Lu Jun looked embarrassed, and was about to speak when Meng Jiji spoke up and said, "Of course, Brother Lu Jun and my family have always been neighbors. Oh. Xiao Yuan looked at Lu Jun meaningfully and smiled. Childhood sweethearts. No wonder it's like this. Meng Jiji, the silly girl, didn't hear the hidden meaning in Xiao Yuan's words, and smiled. Brother Lu Jun comes to help when he has time, he is very diligent. Her innocent and cheerful appearance made Lu Jun more embarrassed, and he quickly pulled her downstairs to prepare the ingredients. Lin Lang and Xi and Mao put the fish into the pot together and said, "Look, you have made little Lu smell bad, hey." Wang Ruoling raised her hand and added the seasoning. Brother Lin Lang, I heard Yao Yao said you want to take her to Bianliang to meet your parents. Hee hee. Lin Lang's old face blushed, and he was no longer free and easy. It's a rare holiday. I thought about taking her to meet my parents, hee hee. Lin Lang and Lu Mingyao met, and got to know each other in the jungle of a new army competition, and now they are together. It is not easy. Lu Mingyao was mentally traumatized in the defense of A City, and was admitted to the first hospital of A City. Lin Lang took care of her, and ran around more diligently than to see Xiao Yuan. Whenever he talked about this, Xiao Yuan would criticize him indignantly, making Lin Lang beg for mercy again, and finally promised to treat him to a meal. The meal took a long time, and even Xiaozheng, a little girl who had never drunk alcohol, drank a glass, and her little face was flushed. It was not until dusk that everyone dispersed and returned to their residence. Qi Ming was drunk and crying. He said some incomprehensible words, hugged the stone pillar at the door, and refused to let go, calling Chunhua, Chunhua, tears streaming down his face. Lin Lang, Wang Ruofei dragged him away with great effort, and said goodbye to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan did not leave after the party. There was one thing he had to deal with before he could feel at ease. Ming's fish pot, backyard. Lu Jun lowered his head and picked vegetables. Meng Jiji stood beside him, and asked him about some new things during the battle from time to time. Later, the company commander raided from the sewer to kill the thunder beast. Ah? Then, did they succeed? Meng Jiji blinked her big eyes, and clenched her fists. Successful, but they met in the sewer. Lu Jun deliberately kept it a secret. What did they meet? A python. A python more than 10 meters long. Ah! Meng Jiji dropped the vegetables in his hand into the basin, and said anxiously, Aren't they in danger? I heard that the python is so powerful that it can bite off most of a person's thigh in one bite. Well, it was really dangerous. What was the result? What was the result? Meng Jiji grabbed Lu Jun's sleeve, and asked. Hee, keep it a secret. Lu Jun raised her head, trying to tease her by not telling her the result. Ahem. A voice came from not far away. Xiao Yuan coughed a few times. Sorry to bother you too. Brother Xiao Yuan. Meng Jiji seemed to have seen a savior. His eyes lit up. Tell me what happened later. Well, we managed to escape. Xiao Yuan pointed to his legs. My thighs were not bitten off by the giant python, luckily. Shiji, go to the front to help the uncle and aunt first. I have something to tell the company commander. Oh. Meng Jiji wanted to ask Xiao Yuan some details, but seeing that the two had something to do, he had to agree silently and walked out of the backyard. After Meng Jiji left, Xiao Yuan slowly walked to the stone pillar next to Lu Jun. Lu Jun stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. Today. Is the fish pot today delicious? Xiao Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised, and smiled. Not bad, but a little spicy. Xiao Jun, did you know that someone from the Federal Expedition team was injured? Oh. I know a little bit. Lu Jun paused while picking vegetables, and answered hurriedly. What do you think? I think it might be because they were too domineering, so they were retaliated against. Haha, it's similar to my guess. Xiao Yuan clapped his hands and changed the subject. I mean, what do you think of the actions of the people who took action? Captain Lu Jun turned his head suddenly, and looked at Xiao Yuan. When facing his pair of eyes as bright as stars, the words on the tip of her tongue were forced back. Xiao Yuan patted Lu Jun's shoulder and said, If you don't want to say it, then I say it. Well done. Well fought. Lu Jun didn't expect Xiao Yuan to say this, and raised his head in surprise. Captain you. Do you really think so? Of course, that guy flirted with girls before the war, and acted arrogantly during the war to disrupt the atmosphere in the army, and shake the morale of the army. I wish I could break his legs. Captain, actually, I did this. Lu Jun finally made up his mind, and said with gritted teeth. I know. Xiao Yuan smiled knowingly. During the post-war summary, Lu Jun disappeared for a while, and was separated from the team. He said that he got separated accidentally. Xiao Yuan didn't take it seriously. He didn't think of him when the federal expedition team was knocked unconscious and Jack was beaten. It wasn't until Lu Jun appeared in Ming's fish pot that Xiao Yuan connected the whole thing. Lu Jun and Ming Jiji were childhood sweethearts. When Jack first came to Ming's fish pot, Lu Jun was training in the army. Later, he followed the army to Sierra City and stayed at the front line without the chance to see Jack and others. After the federal expedition team fled to the area under Peichin's jurisdiction, he locked them all up. Lu Jun was there at the time. Xiao Yuan led the Linghu team back to the rear to rescue Li Jun, while Lu Jun and other soldiers of the 9th Company stayed at the front line to help fight. He had long hated Jack's actions in his heart. After Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan and the giant python rushed into the city to repel Shirley's clone. The whole city welcomed the victory. The Silver Wing army guarding Jack and others excitedly forgot their mission and ran towards the city. Lu Jun took action at this time. He was very clear about his grudges and only beat up Jin Su and Jack and broke Jack's leg. After listening to Lu Jun's account of the whole incident, Xiao Yuan nodded in understanding. He patted Lu Jun on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Jun, repaying kindness with kindness and repaying grievances with justice. This is right." Lu Jun lowered his head in shame and said, "Captain, I have actually been feeling a little uneasy since then." Hearing this, Xiao Yuan shook his head. "I haven't finished yet. There is nothing wrong with your revenge, but on the battlefield, abandoning your comrades to seek revenge for personal grudges is wrong." Seeing Lu Jun lowering his head in thought, Xiao Yuan said no more. Lu Jun is very smart and bold, but he still lacks some training. He naturally understood the meaning of Xiao Yuan's words, and as for how to do it in the future, I believe he will master the scale. Xiao Yuan then forgot about this matter. He would not have thought that this casual kindness would become the key to helping him escape in the future. Chapter 229. Tokyo, Bianliang. Yu Jing stood in the middle of the study, staring at Renjichen's back, speechless for a long time. Renjichen put his hands behind his back, wondering what he was thinking. After a long while he sighed. "What do you want to ask?" "Just say it." Yu Jing opened his mouth, but there were too many things he wanted to say at the moment. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Ren, you knew I was going to sneak in here a long time ago, right?" Renjichen did not turn around, and said softly, "Yes." "So that's why. No wonder it was so smooth to enter Renjichen's manor and study. All of this was arranged by Mr. Ren." "Uh-huh." Yu Jing lowered his head in frustration. "You deliberately let me enter the heart of Zeus. You want me to fully assist in completing the plan, right?" Hearing this, Renjichen slowly turned around, his eyes sharp and bright. "Yes." Yu Jing served as the general manager of Zeus Group, making the group more and more powerful. Renjichen is old, and carrying out the GM plan will take up a lot of his energy and time. With a capable person to assist and allocate resources, manpower, and financial resources, the progress of the plan will be twice as effective with half the effort. Yu Jing is undoubtedly the best candidate. Yu Jing took a deep breath and looked at Renjichen with a sincere look. "Mr. Ren, I have been wandering since I was a child. It is you and Zeus who gave me the opportunity to change my destiny. As long as it is a plan you want to complete, I will definitely support it without hesitation. But, can you tell me what the GM plan is? I've been worried that this plan will drag you and Zeus into eternal damnation." "Xiao Jing, your temper is still the same as when you were a child." Renjichen's expression gradually softened. "No matter what, I want to get to the bottom of it, no matter how many twists and turns there are ahead." Renjichen looked at Yu Jing, whose eyes were red and excited, and seemed to see the little boy from the mountains again. With innocent stubbornness and seriousness, he shouted among hundreds of children that he wanted to change his fate. "Hey!" Renjichen sighed, stretched out his hand to half-kneel Yu Jing, and patted the wrinkles on his clothes. "I will tell you about this, but not now." Renjichen's face showed a touch of tenderness. "I promise you, I will tell you when the time is right." "Xiao Jing, I am old." Renjichen smiled at him. "Uncle Ren doesn't have much time left. I need you to help me fulfill my wish." "Mr. Ren." Yu Jing held Renjichen's skinny hands, and couldn't help but burst into tears. "I promise you." Yu Jing nodded heavily. He didn't want to delve into the GM plan any further. Renjichen had been strong all his life. He was almost at the end of his life, and asked Yu Jing for help for the first time. Yu Jing felt mixed emotions. The man who had once stood tall in his heart was really old. He must help Ren Lao fulfill his last wish. Driver, Xiao Yuan. Authority level, level 2. Transformation progress, 5%. Current tasks, 1. Kill 3 thunder beasts, Completed 2. Collect 1 kilogram of fire fluorite. Completed 3. Collect 2 kilograms of titanium alloy. Completed 4. Collect 10 kilograms of granite. Completed 5. Collect a dragon horn. Completed. Task reward. Unlock the first stage of RV armament. Hidden reward. Unlock the first stage of RV camouflage. Additional reward. Unlock the element potential activation system. After Xiaoyuan put the last material, the dragon horn, into the storage box, the 5th task of the RV was finally officially completed. Xiaoyuan, Sunwan, and Lord Yuga stood in front of the RV and began to explore its new functions. The RV helped them a lot in the late stage of the attack and defense of Sierra City, when supplies were cut off. The corn, sweet potatoes, and cabbages grown by Penguin Motor were taken out by Xiaoyuan to feed 3 battalions of Silver Wing Army. The angry Motor shouted robber and capitalist every day when he saw Xiaoyuan. The RV mission became more and more difficult as the transformation process was unlocked. The Jiaolong horn was obtained by Xiaoyuan by chance. If it weren't for the failure of the giant python to transform into a Jiaolong, I don't know when I would have to wait to get all the materials. Buzz, a mechanical cannon slowly rose from the top of the front of the RV, looking majestic. Lord Yuga jumped into the RV, posed proudly, and pressed the newly appeared button under the gaze of Xiaoyuan and Sunwan. Beep. Boom. A boom came from the mechanical cannon, and a dark beam of light shot out from the barrel, leaving a hole as big as a bowl on the building in front. Xiaoyuan had good eyesight, and he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips when he saw the black beam of light continuously penetrate a building more than 500 meters away. The mechanical cannon, which looks unremarkable, is so powerful that it can penetrate the wall of an entire building from such a long distance. He gave Lord Yuga a thumbs up and shouted excitedly, "Lord, another one." Lord Yuga flapped his wings and slowly got out of the car. It can't come. It can only fire 1 annihilation cannon within 3 days. Annihilation cannon? Xiaoyuan muttered a few words and couldn't help complaining. It can only be used once every 3 days. Why give it such a cool name? Gaga. Lord Yuga glanced at him and yelled, "Do you still want to fire infinitely?" Xiaoyuan complained to Lord Yuga that he knew it earlier. Why didn't he give it a try? While checking the second function of the RV. The RV upgrade unlocked the camouflage function of the RV, which was very interesting. When the RV activates the camouflage function, its overall color will change with the color of the surrounding area. Parked on the street next to the building, the color of the RV gradually changed to the same color as the building next to it. Even the color of the glass has changed. Xiaoyuan sat inside and tried it out, and found that it was no problem to see things from inside. When the RV drives next to green plants, it will turn into the green color of the plants, and the green will blend into the surrounding plants. Of course, this function is at best a small auxiliary function, and is not very useful on the battlefield. What really makes Xiaoyuan pay attention is the newly unlocked element potential activation system. The element affinity encountered in Xinguang community made Xiaoyuan suddenly realize that with the changes in the environment of this world, elemental affinity has quietly appeared among humans. Li Yu, the mysterious young man, with the black spider behind him, and himself. I believe that after the second batch of genetic potions mature, more and more people will have elemental control. After listening to Xiaoyuan's experience, Lord Yuga tilted his head and said, "Impossible, the person you were talking about must have used some method." Lord Yuga explained that the environmental changes on Blue Star gradually manifested the elemental affinity of the human body. However, environmental changes are a long process, and just 2 years is not enough for natural elemental affinity to appear among humans. It might exist, but there is only one person like that in a million. Unless Xiaoyuan steps on dog shit when he goes out, he will happen to meet a special person among a million people. Could it be that the person also got his ability through drugs? Xiaoyuan thought of the second-generation gene potion that Li Yu took. Could the drug used by the young man in black be the same as his? If it is the same, his origin is very intriguing. Chapter 230. Currently, the second-generation gene potion is jointly developed by the think tank and the government of Country A. If the young man in black gains abilities by taking the gene potion, his identity may be related to these two. The think tank of Country A is chaired by Professor Li Jiogong, so the possibility is very small. There are many factions and constant struggles within the officialdom of Country A, as can be seen from the fact that the Silver Wing Corps was cut off from supplies in the later period of the Phoenix Plan. Xiaoyuan suddenly felt a little more uneasy about his trip to Yanjing. Has someone already targeted him before he even arrived? Lord Yuga saw Xiaoyuan in a daze and patted his trouser legs with his wings. "Boy, what are you in a daze for?" Xiao Yuan came back to his senses and walked into the newly appeared potential activation room while expressing his worries. Lord Yuga rolled his eyes and said, "Otherwise, don't go to Yanjing. I heard that the people in Yanjing's dangerous places eat roast duck all day long. It's simply crazy." Sun Wan picked up Lord Yuga and followed Xiao Yuan into the potential activation room. She smiled and rubbed Lord Yuga's head, saying, "Lord Yuga, do you feel the same way?" Xiao Yuan looked at the newly appeared secret room and said jokingly without turning his head, "Your Excellency is afraid of being caught and stewed. There is no way to avoid the trip to Yanjing. Someone is secretly investigating him. It is better to face it than to avoid it. When you arrive in the imperial capital, all eyes will be focused. If you are a fish, you will always take the bait, and if you are a fox, your tail will inevitably be exposed." Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan secretly clenched his fists. The interior of the potential activation room is completely different from what Xiao Yuan imagined. The surrounding walls are no longer cold metal texture. Green vines hang down from the ceiling around the walls, making the whole room look particularly fresh. In the middle, there is a transparent crystal ball placed on a plant. A closer look reveals that the crystal ball is combined with the fluorescent plant below, and it is actually grown from the plant. Behind the crystal ball, there are two small spaces woven by vines, each of which can only accommodate one person. Xiao Yuan walked to the crystal ball curiously and looked at it. "Sir, what is this thing used for?" "Divination? Element detection fruit, used to detect the properties and strength of elements in the body." "Element detection fruit? It's a fruit?" Xiao Yuan looked at the crystal ball in front of him and couldn't believe it. "Of course it's a fruit. Put your hand on it and try it." "Is it really a fruit?" Xiao Yuan stretched out his finger and poked it gently. A cluster of flames appeared in the center of the crystal ball, swaying and burning. Xiao Yuan's fingers were attracted by a force, and he couldn't help but cover his entire palm on it. The flickering flame shook violently with his movements, and then split into two. The two clusters of flames were separated on both sides, shaking constantly, and finally dissipated suddenly in a violent shaking. "Huh?" Xiao Yuan's hand covering the fruit finally got rid of the suction force, and was pushed away by the strong wind that erupted at the moment the flames went out. Step, step, step. He stepped back several steps in a row before stopping and looking at his hands belatedly. "The flames that appeared just now came from my body?" Lord Yuga nodded and explained, "To be precise, you have a talent for affinity with the fire element in your body, which has been materialized under the effect of the element detection fruit. Xiao Yuan's elemental affinity is fire, which he has known for a long time. The element detection fruit not only tests the element type, but also the affinity ability. The highest level of elemental affinity is 10, which means that there are 10 clusters of flames in the fruit. Xiao Yuan's flames are 2 clusters, which means that the elemental affinity is 2, which is above the medium level. Master Yuga, if it can reach 10, what kind of power will it have?" Xiao Yuan suddenly asked. "Reach 10? Master Yuga smacked his lips and said, "It's no different from the gods in the ancient myths and legends of your country, eh?" "You mean?" "The gods in the ancient legends of country A are actually humans, who have reached the ultimate control over elements." "Haha. You little brat, are you trying to trick me again?" "Hee, I'm just asking out of curiosity." Xiao Yuan smiled and quickly changed the subject when he saw Lord Yuga getting angry. "Sun Wan, you should also try to see your elemental affinity." Sun Wan put Lord Yuga in her arms on the ground and slowly walked to the fruit. A breeze appeared when she was 2 meters away from the fruit, surrounding Sun Wan. Sun Wan's long hair fluttered slightly, her steps were light, and her slender hands slowly touched the fruit. A drop of clear round water emerged from the element detection fruit and shuttled through it. As her hand covered it completely, the water drop became more active, and after a while of shaking, it suddenly split. 5. The water drop changed from 1 to 5, emitting a faint fluorescent light that illuminated the inside of the fruit. Xiao Yuan stared in astonishment as the 5 water drops gradually condensed and finally turned into 5 pure white snowflakes. Sun Wan stared at the 5 floating snowflakes in a trance. With a thought, the snowflakes began to chase each other, which was very beautiful. Whoosh! When the snowflakes moved to the extreme, a gentle thrust came from the element detection fruit. Sun Wan's hand was gently pushed away, and the snowflakes that were just flying stopped and fell. "Lord Yuga, Sun Wan's elemental affinity is 5. What is the degree?" "Haha, very good." Lord Yuga rolled his eyes and praised, "Beyond my expectation." "Lord, you said this secret room is called the Element Potential Activation Room. Does it mean that it can improve our elemental affinity?" "No. Ah? Xiao Yuan was stunned. Then why is it called this name? You country bumpkin, potential activation can enhance your ability to use elements. Lord, can you explain it in a more popular way? For example, Lord Yuga shook his head and said, you humans now have to use a medium to use elements. The Minging knife and various Minging weapons are all media. The activation of elemental potential will naturally develop the potential of human external elements. In the future, when you reach a certain stage, even if you don't use Minging weapons, you can use elements as defense. Defense? Xiao Yuan keenly grasped the key point of Lord Yuga's words. Why is it defense, not offense? Because this world has some problems. The externalization of elements is restricted. Xiaotuan may be able to turn the externalized elements into an attack. As for you, you may have a chance, but it's not great. As for others, don't even think about it. Others? Where are the others? People who take the second generation gene potion, they will have the ability to externalize elements in the future, but the strength of the externalized defense is far less than yours. Don't worry. Not as good as me. How far can you reach? Let me think. Lord Yuga thought for a while, and said a fact that shocked Xiao Yuan. Defending against firearms should be a piece of cake. Defending against firearms. What's the difference between that and Superman? Haha, you can't be so naive to think that the selection of the Silver Wing Core is really that simple? Lord Yuga screamed. Almost all of you have the potential to use genetic potions to gain elemental affinity, but some are stronger and some are weaker. So that's how it is. Xiao Yuan finally understood why the imperial capital had always been so ambiguous about the new army. The new army is a line of defense against the night demons, a great wall to protect the country, and more importantly, a beast that can't be controlled at any time. Once a large number of elementalists appear in the army, who can still control them? The trip to Yanjing is probably not just a simple commendation meeting. Chapter 231. Under the guidance of Lord Yuga, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked into the space woven by vines. After entering, he found a different world inside. The dense vines covered the transparent wall inside, and the cylindrical design was similar to the bathroom at home. As Xiao Yuan walked in, the vines in front of him gradually stretched out branches and leaves, slowly sealing the entrance. Huh? In the whole space, a weak airflow blew, mixed with a burst of fresh air. Xiao Yuan had the illusion of being in the forest. He closed his eyes, and a long song sounded in his ears, which seemed far and near. A mist appeared in the space, slowly filling Xiao Yuan's surroundings. He closed his eyes, his whole body bathed in the warm mist, and fell into a deep sleep. Lord Yuga raised his head, and stared at the element detection fruit that Sun Wan had touched. In the fruit, the tiny snowflakes gradually disappeared, and a cluster of flames burst out just before the snowflakes disappeared. Lord Yuga's fat body shook, and he looked in the direction of Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan. He murmured, not far away that day. Not too far away, hey. Sierra City, the wishing pool in the city center. Li Jun and Wu Mushi walked side by side on the square, with the Silver Wing Legion soldiers, and the Wu family guards scattered in the distance. Beside the wishing pool, the stone sculptures transformed by nightmares were neatly kneeling around the wishing pool. Wu Mushi looked at the nightmares curiously with his black-rimmed eyes, and said, Brother Jin, what kind of animals are these? The nightmares looked strange, and the patterns on their heads were completely preserved after they turned into stone sculptures. They knelt on the ground devoutly, facing the wishing pool like a group of believers. Li Jin tapped the top of Nightmare's head with his fingers and explained, Nightmare, a night demon that can manipulate people's minds at high altitudes. Manipulating people's minds. Wu Mushi subconsciously withdrew her hand from Nightmare, and looked at the stone sculpture carefully. When they arrived in Sierra City, the dark clouds dissipated, and the war was over. Wu Mushi did not experience the fierce tug-of-war and the dangerous night, but she always felt frightened when she heard Li Jin talk about it. Seeing that she was afraid, Li Jin smiled gently and gently pulled her hand and placed it on the top of Nightmare's head. Li Jin's hand was warm, making Wu Mushi's pretty face slightly red. She asked softly, Brother Jin, is Nightmare particularly dangerous? Dangerous? Li Jin hummed and said, When Nightmare first appeared, many generals in the army died under its mental attack. Wu Mushi heard this and grabbed Li Jin's hand nervously. Then, Are you okay? Li Jin shook his head and looked at her lovingly. I'm so powerful, of course I'm okay. Wu Mushi's beautiful eyes moved, and her red lips curled. Brother Jin is bragging again. I heard that Night Demon can fly very high. Li Jin led the Silver Wings to fight the Night Demons. Wu Mushi was in the imperial capital, and she would pay attention to the war situation in the southeast region almost every day. The information of the Silver Wings was confidential, and there was not much official information disclosed, but the news released by the self-media on the internet was flying all over the sky. Wumushi collected a lot of information about the Night Demons and the Silver Wings through their information dissemination. If the Silver Wings won, she would cheer in her heart. If the Silver Wings were in a tough battle, she would be unable to sleep or eat in the imperial capital. Yanjing Medical University formed a medical team, and she was the first to sign up and became one of the student leaders. The two people, thousands of miles apart, finally met here again after more than 2 years of separation. Until this moment, Wumushi's heart gradually settled down. The person she missed was by her side, and she no longer had to know his recent situation through other people's mouths. The sense of happiness and stability filled her heart, making Wumushi put down her dignified and wise appearance in the past. Here, she is herself, an ordinary girl at the age of a flower. Li Jun tapped his forehead in annoyance and said, "There are many talented people in the army. I can coordinate the overall situation from behind." Hee. Wumushi was amused by his expression. For example, Xiao Yuan? Li Jun took Wumushi's hand and walked to the pool. He looked at the clear water with interest and said, "You also know Xiao Yuan?" Not only that. Wumushi took out a silver coin and shook it at him proudly. "Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Sheng Dong, Zhou Nan, these people are very popular on the internet." Li Jun had been on the front line for a long time, and was not very familiar with the popular information on the internet. He shook his head helplessly and said, "They are not entertainment stars, so it is better to stay out of the public." Wumushi smiled and stuck out her pink tongue at him, throwing the silver coin in the air. The silver coin flipped in the air, fell into the water with a plop, and slowly fell to the bottom of the pool. She put her hands together, facing the three goddesses in the pool, and silently made a wish in her heart. After a while, Wumushi opened her eyes, and saw Li Jun's eyes looking at her silently. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and before she could speak, Li Jun asked, "What wish did you make?" Wumushi raised her hand, and poked Li Jun's face with her water-green fingers. "Don't tell you, it won't work if you tell it." "Ha." Li Jun smiled when he heard it, stretched his muscles and said, "The day after tomorrow, we will set off for Yanjing." "So soon?" Wumushi's bright eyes dimmed slightly. "Can't we leave a few days later?" After returning to Yanjing, will they still be as free as they are now? The capital seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, the situation was turbulent and unclear. She didn't want Li Jun to go back from the bottom of her heart. Li Jun gently held her hand, and the two looked at each other. "We are already much later than the original time, and we must leave here." Wumushi opened her red lips slightly, and after a long time, she whispered, "Brother Jun, there are many people in Yanjing who are eyeing you covetously." The account issues of Liang Group were investigated by the Economic Department of the Federal Command Center. Wang Liui, the team leader in charge of one of the main affairs, was a person planted by Wu Zhou in the Economic Department. If it weren't for his secret help, the accounts of the Liang Group might not have been found out until now. Even so, when the news of the lifting of the ban on the Liang Group reached A City, the war in the entire Sierra City had already ended. How could Li Jun not know the risks of going to Yanjing? He sighed lightly, and his tone was gentle. "Mushi, Mr. Wu is working in Yanjing, and his every move is under so many eyes. If I don't go now, where will he be?" "I understand, but..." Wumushi bit her lip and said, "The Kong and Zhang families have long had plans for the new army. You know their methods. Don't worry, I promise you that I will be extra careful." Li Jun's face became serious. "Even if they use the beauty trap, I will control myself." Hee. Wumushi laughed at his last sentence and punched him lightly. "Brother Jin is talking nonsense again." Li Jun smiled heartily, and he was also very happy to see Wumushi smile. "Mushi." He looked into her eyes and said seriously, "Mushi, as soon as the Night Demon War is over, I will ask my husband to let us get married." "Get married?" Wumushi looked at Li Jun with eyes as clear as autumn water. "Brother Jin, are you serious?" "Yes." Li Jun nodded firmly, and hugged Wumushi gently. The two hugged each other in front of the wishing well, as if they could stay together forever. Wu Jiao stood by the wall in the distance, looking at Li Jun and Wumushi hugging each other, and let out a barely audible sigh. Knowing that it was impossible but not letting go, how many hardships are waiting for them in the future? "Miss, when will you really grow up?" Chapter 232. A City, First Hospital. Xiao Yuan, dressed in black, walked in the silent corridor, the smell of disinfectant in the air lingering. At the door of a ward, Li Luo lowered her head to look through the medical records in her hand, occasionally glancing at the end of the corridor. When she saw Xiao Yuan, her eyes lit up, and she came to greet him. Xiao Yuan smiled and greeted her. "Hello, Dr. Li Luo." Xiao Yuan was not quite the same as Li Luo imagined. In her subconscious, Xiao Yuan should be a muscular man with tendons all over his body. In fact, he has a delicate and fair appearance, and if you don't look closely, he is not much different from an ordinary boy in college. Li Luo smiled and shook hands with Xiao Yuan, saying, "I'm sorry to bother you to come here today. They want to see you." Xiao Yuan nodded in understanding and pointed to the ward behind her. "Can I go in now?" Li Luo responded, and then reminded her worriedly, "Be careful when you speak later. Their mental state is very poor, and they can't stand too much stimulation." Xiao Yuan followed Li Luo and entered the ward together. There were 3 people in the ward, 2 middle-aged people, and a young man. They were Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and the 3 sleeping humans that Xin Mao found in the basement of the house. That room was very special. The strange spirits that were generated surrounded the house, and the sounds they made were heard by Sun Wan. After some twists and turns, they found that the 3 people in the basement were still alive under the protection of the strange spirits. Finally, the strange spirits used the remaining energy to maintain their body functions and revived, and dissipated into the air. The photos in the living room revealed the members of this family of 4. Qianling, the girl who appeared twice at the key points of the battle between the Silver Wings and the Night Demons, turned out to be a member of the family. After rescuing the 3 and sending them to the rear hospital, their battle in Sierra City became more and more intense, and Xiao Yuan also put this matter behind him. After the war, before Xiao Yuan was about to leave A City for Yanqing, he received a message from the first hospital of A City. The family hoped to meet Xiao Yuan in person and thank him. So Xiao Yuan happily went there, and he was full of curiosity about Qianling's past. Qianling's father, Zhongshu, was over 40 years old and had a lot of white hair on his temples. He hurried forward to hold Xiao Yuan's hand and kept thanking him. Qianling's mother, Gongli, was pale and half lying on the bed. She wanted to get up, but was quickly stopped by Li Luo. Qianling's mother was in average physical condition. After several months of not eating or drinking, she was in a half-living dead state, and it would be difficult for her to recover in a short time. As for Qianling's younger brother, he was sitting next to his mother. At the age of 12 or 13, he looked at Xiao Yuan with big black eyes, a little curious and a little timid. After Xiao Yuan and Li Luo sat down, Zhongshu was very happy. Their family did not have time to evacuate Sierra City when the Night Demon attacked, and they were trapped in the city and could not get out. Unexpectedly, they survived miraculously in the end. They were happy but felt a little unreal. Zhongshu looked at Xiao Yuan, then at Li Luo, and finally, with Li Luo's encouragement, he asked, "Captain Xiao, I have something to ask you." "Mr. Zhong, what do you want to ask?" "Where is my Xiaoyu now?" "Zhong Xiaoyu?" It turned out that her name was Zhong Xiaoyu. Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment. "Mr. Zhong, your daughter should have left Sierra City now." "You mean she is still alive?" Gongli excitedly supported herself. "How is she doing? Why doesn't she come back?" This. Xiao Yuan looked embarrassed and said, "Auntie, don't worry. Tell me first what it was like when you saw her for the last time." "The last time?" Gongli frowned slightly and recalled. "I remember that day we stayed in the basement, and the food was almost gone. My old Zhong wanted to go out to look for food, but Xiaoyu refused to agree and was in a very abnormal mood. Later I heard Xiaoyu open the door of the basement. I don't remember what happened after that." "Mr. Zhong, is it the same for you?" "Almost. Xiaoyu seemed to be in a bad mood that day. I have never seen her like that." "Is that so?" Xiao Yuan was a little disappointed. He could hardly find any useful clues from their narration. "My sister became too." Zhong Xiaozhua, who was huddled beside his mother, suddenly said something. "Xiaozhua, did you see what happened at that time?" Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhong Xiaozhua. "The elder sister became too, and there was a little sister in a pink skirt smiling at me." "Then, what else did you see?" "Wings, black wings." Zhong Xiaozhua held the corner of his clothes tightly with his little hands. The little sister gave the elder sister a pair of wings, and then I fainted. Xiao Yuan carefully remembered his words in his heart, and said to the 3 people, "Regarding Zhong Xiaoyu's matter, I hope you are mentally prepared." Xiao Yuan briefly told the 3 people about Qianling's current situation. Of course, he deliberately concealed the bloody incident, and only said that Zhong Xiaoyu was temporarily controlled by Shirley. Knowing that their daughter was still alive, the Zhong couple was both happy and worried. They kept asking Xiao Yuan to find a chance to rescue her, but was it possible? Zhong Xiu's words made Xiao Yuan vaguely touch upon the relationship between Qianling and Shirley. Shirley fulfilled Qianling's wish and protected her family, and Qianling accepted the black wings given by Shirley, and became her subordinate. The two sisters that Zhong Xiaozhua saw were caused by the split of Zhong Xiaoyu's soul, which is basically consistent with Lord Yuda's speculation. After Zhong Xiaoyu's soul split, she generally became a spirit to protect her family. The other half of her soul became a Qianling, following Shirley in the world. Xiao Yuan didn't know how much of Zhong Xiaoyu's former humanity and rationality she could retain after becoming a Qianling. He estimated that Qianling had a little bit of humanity and kindness. In the decisive battle of Sierra City, after Li Jun was chased by Qianling Qinya, Tang De and his group of people covered the rear to stop him. Qianling could have killed them, but she only knocked them unconscious. From this point of view, Qianling still has a kind side. After saying goodbye to the family, Xiao Yuan and Li Luo went to see Zhang Yang, a soldier who was once in the night company. Zhang Yang still sat in the ward every day, muttering strange words, and words that others could not understand. Xiao Yuan stood outside the ward, watching Zhang Yang with a bad taste in his heart. The dark bird drove the night demon to self-destruct, and the sound produced could cause irreversible damage to a person's mind. In the battle that night, the Silver Wings had more than 500 wounded soldiers like Zhang Yang. Among them, more than 400 died that night. There were only 12 people like Zhang Yang who could still live and eat normally, and the rest were paralyzed in bed, living a life worse than death. Li Luo stood beside Xiao Yuan, not knowing how to comfort him. Finally, she whispered, "The hospital will do its best to treat him, don't worry." Xiao Yuan forced a smile and nodded, "Thank you. It's not easy for him." After staying for a while, the two left the ward side by side. If Xiao Yuan looked back at this time, he would find Zhang Yang's pale face pressed against the bed, silently watching their backs as they left. Chapter 233. Time flies. In the early morning of late April, the Silver Wings officially set out on the journey to the imperial capital Yanjing. Li Jun, commander of the Silver Wings, Jiangxi, commander of the 1st Corps, Chao Xing, commander of the 5th Corps and the 6th Corps, and Fan Geng went to Yanjing together. Jin Chao, deputy commander, and Siyu, chief of staff, stayed in A City to rest and prepare for recruiting new soldiers and training. Tang De is the current commander of the Guard Battalion. After Wan Jin was killed, Tang De was promoted to commander of the Guard Battalion. The camp selected the most elite 50 people to accompany Li Jun for protection. Xiao Yuan team, Shandong team, Zhou Nan team, and Yen team, Pang Fei team, Gu Jie team. 6 teams, the captain and the deputy captain, went to Yanjing as representatives of the new army soldiers. Wu Muxi returned to Yanjing with Li Jun, and the guards responsible for protecting her reached more than a dozen people. In addition to Li Luo, some members of the medical team led by Yu Huai, and more than a dozen civilian staff such as Li Ming. All in all, their number reached hundreds. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked in the middle of the team. After the recuperation in late April, A City has gradually regained its vitality. People can live upright in the sun, and are no longer afraid of the attacks of the night demon. Liang Logistics has restarted, and batches of daily necessities are delivered to A City and Sierra City to rescue people who are short of supplies. In the station, the train that has been waiting for a long time has stopped on the platform. On the side of the train, there is a striking silver-winged military flag, shining in the morning sun. As the crowd slowly approached the train, Xiao Yuan looked back at the train station in A City and took a deep breath. Imperial capital Yanjing, I'm finally coming. The original plan of the Silver Wings Corps was to take a plane to the imperial capital. But the magnetic field above A City has not yet fully returned to normal, and unknown creatures appeared in the clouds during the decisive battle in Sierra City. After comprehensive consideration, it was decided that it would be safest to take a train to the imperial capital. The 12 people of Xiao Yuan's 6 teams were arranged in the back carriage, and the soft seats in the carriage were very comfortable. Pang Fei stretched and said, "It's really comfortable. I should get one of these things back to the dormitory." Pang Fei and Xiao Yuan have the same position, both are company commanders, but they still can't change their lively personality and speak freely and freely. Su Yi, deputy company commander of Pang Fei's company, has a name that sounds like a man's, but she is a real beauty. Su Yi is a typical Southeast woman, petite, but smart and capable. Hearing Pang Fei say this, she touched Pang Fei with her elbow. "Company commander, if others hear what you said, they will think that our Silver Wing army is so poor." "Ha." Pang Fei laughed nonchalantly. "Why do you care so much? Anyway, everyone knows that we are rich." Sheng Dong and Qin Shishir sat opposite Pang Fei, and he looked around. He saw Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan snuggling together, staring out the window, wondering what they were thinking. The scenery on both sides flew past quickly, and A City was getting farther and farther away. Sheng Dong smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, what are you looking at so intently?" Xiao Yuan came back to his senses and said with emotion, "I was wondering what Yanqing is like." "Oh!" Sheng Dong was stunned and asked subconsciously, "You haven't been to the imperial capital?" Xiao Yuan shook his head and smiled. "To be honest with you, Brother Sheng, the farthest place I have ever been in my life is Linen City." Sheng Dong suddenly remembered Xiao Yuan's family situation. His parents disappeared when he was young, and he relied on his aunt to support his studies. Xiao Yuan's personality seems easygoing, but he is actually strong-willed. His aunt's family is rich, but he is unwilling to accept too much, so it is naturally impossible for him to travel around with his aunt's convenience. After understanding this, Sheng Dong patted his shoulder and said loudly, "When we get to Yanqing, I will treat you to a big meal." Xiao Yuan laughed and said, "It's settled, Brother Sheng, be prepared to bleed a lot, don't feel bad when the time comes." The two had fought side by side before, and with similar interests, they soon opened up. Sun Wan leaned on Xiao Yuan's shoulder, squinting her eyes and sleeping, like a kitten. Zhou Nan, who was sitting in another row, suddenly said, "Captain Shou has made great contributions in this battle. I'm afraid he will be promoted again after entering Beijing?" Next to Zhou Nan sat a girl with a pink face and a harmless look. Her name is Tao Chen. She was originally the captain of Lu Hao's team. Lu Hao always followed Zhou Nan's lead. Tao Chen took advantage of the relationship between the two and finally stepped up to the position of deputy company commander of Zhou Nan's company. She was really good at it. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Nan when he heard it. Zhou Nan also looked at Xiao Yuan without fear, and the provocation in his eyes was beyond words. There was no intersection between Zhou Nan and Xiao Yuan. However, the innocent man was guilty of possessing a treasure. The two had already become enemies during the defense of A City. At that time, Sheng Dong was surrounded, and the team members went to the assembly point for help. Zhou Nan, Lu Hao, and others not only did not help, but also scolded Zhang Wei and drove him out, which happened to be seen by Xiao Yuan. After the war, Xiao Yuan reported to the corps that Zhou Nan had done something. After the victory of the defense of A City, Xiao Yuan became the candidate for the deputy corps commander, which made Zhou Nan regard him as a thorn in his side. Zhou Nan is a very real person. He does not hide his desire for power at all, and he will pursue what he wants. Anyone who stands in his way is against him. Xiao Yuan thought that Li Jin would deal with him after the Battle of A City, but he didn't expect that Li Jin didn't investigate the matter. Zhou Nan's character is questionable, but his ability is definitely the best in the Silver Wing Corps. Combat, reconnaissance, and raids are all first class. Xiao Yuan's smile became brighter and brighter, and he said, "Sierra City can win, and everyone here has gone through life and death, and we are all promoted together." Humph! Zhou Nan snorted and laughed, and said with a fake smile, "It's true that we went through life and death, but—" He looked at Sun Wan who was sleeping on Xiao Yuan, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. No matter how many times he looked at her, Sun Wan always gave him a sense of amazement. With Sun Wan by your side protecting you, it will be difficult for Captain Xiao to fall into the situation of life and death, right? And Yen and Bai Lu sat opposite Zhou Nan, and they couldn't help frowning when they heard the words. Zhou Nan's words were too harsh, implying that Xiao Yuan was a gigolo who relied on women for protection. Sun Wan's strength had long been well known in the Silver Wing Corps. But Xiao Yuan is also an elite with first-class combat effectiveness, not to mention his command ability and his frequent ingenious strategies. Xiao Yuan's face changed slightly, and he looked at Zhou Nan with a cold look. Comrades should support each other, but— Zhou Nan, can you do it? After hearing this, Zhou Nan was so angry that his teeth itched. What are you talking about? The two of them exchanged sharp words, and finally Sheng Dong spoke up to change the topic and separated the two. Otherwise, if this trend continues, it may evolve from verbal fight to physical fight. The train was running on the wilderness, and before we knew it, it was already dusk. Watching the afterglow of the setting sun spreading over the earth, Sun Wan's cheeks were dyed pink, very cute. Since she and Xiao Yuan strengthened their elemental potential together, Sun Wan began to become sleepy. Lord Yuga repeatedly assured Xiao Yuan that it was just a normal reaction, and that everything would be fine in a few days, so he was relieved. Xiao Yuan gently hugged Sun Wan's shoulders and asked in her ear, "What are you looking at?" Sun Wan's ears were a little itchy due to the hot air he exhaled. She tilted her head slightly and said, I'm thinking, what is Yanjing like? Xiao Yuan looked to the north and murmured, prosperous, huge, very far away, and a little cold. Chapter 234. The Silver Wing special train traveled northwards in the night. The temperature gradually dropped as they traveled northwards, and a thin layer of mist gradually appeared on the windows. After dinner, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xiao Zheng came to the sleeper car to rest. The sleeper berths of the special train were very spacious and comfortable. Xiao Yuan sat on the bed and flipped through the rubbings in his hand. The rubbing map that Qingyan gave Xiao Yuan was handed over to Li Ming for searching, but there has been no result so far. Li Ming was in charge of the Tianji system, but the authority he could use was strictly limited. To use the core functions, the approval of two old gentlemen, Li Jiugong and Wen Yuan, from the think tank of Country A is required. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to take the rubbing version of the map to Yanjing, hoping to get help. Buxian Mountain is too vast, and it is difficult to find a location with a map that is thousands of years old. Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng sat opposite Xiao Yuan, and seeing that he frowned, they comforted him. Xiao Yuan, don't worry, Professor Li Jiugong will definitely find a way. Alas! Xiao Yuan put away the map and carefully put it back in his bag, saying, before leaving, I promised Mr. Qingyan solemnly now. Qingyan, Qin Yuan and Qin Yuzheng now live in A City, silently waiting for good news from Xiao Yuan. A few days ago, Qin Yuan came to the military camp to visit Xiao Yuan. From what she said, Qin Yuzheng's condition is not optimistic. His body is weaker than before, and his tendency to regress is deepening. If this continues, within 2 years, Qin Yuzheng will completely lose his human body and become a mermaid. Qin Yuzheng's situation is different from the regress of his ancestors. His ancestors had a long life and a youthful appearance. They only gradually became mermaids in the last 7 or 8 years of their lives. When he dies, he will completely turn into a mermaid. Qing Yu is still young, and he lost his mind and his life was rapidly declining after turning into a mermaid. There are only 3 people left in their family. If he dies, the ancient family inherited from the mysterious country, Liwa country, will be completely extinct. Xiao Yuan has been thinking about this matter in his heart, but he has no strength to do it, so he hopes that Professor Li Jiugong can help. Xiao Zheng was very active on the train. It was her first time to take a train, and she was like a curious baby, and she felt that everything she saw was new. Seeing that she and Sun Wan were chatting enthusiastically, Xiao Yuan said, and walked out of the sleeper compartment to get some fresh air. In the quiet corridor, a slender figure came from the other side of the corridor pushing a dining cart. She was wearing the uniform of a special train attendant, with her hair tied up and a good temperament. Her beautiful eyes just fell on Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan stared at her, with a slightly absent-minded look, and when the girl came closer, he waved to her. The girl smiled professionally and said, "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" The lights in the corridor were dim, and with the regular sound of the train hitting the rails, it was particularly quiet. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Just give me some snacks." "Okay," the girl agreed, and quickly opened the dining car, took out several snacks from it, and handed them to him. Xiao Yuan reached out to take it, and touched the girl's hand calmly. The girl shuddered, as if she was bitten by a poisonous snake, and quickly withdrew her hand, pretending to leave. Xiao Yuan held the dining car, and said in a low voice, "Have we met somewhere before?" The girl lowered her head, and when she looked up again, tears welled up in her eyes. What do you want to do?" Looking carefully at the girl's expression, there was no trace of anger and shame between her eyebrows. "Interesting," Xiao Yuan said in his heart, and then let go of the girl's dining car. He looked at the girl's fleeing back, and said faintly, "Your eyes are very similar to someone I have seen." The girl seemed not to hear it, and left the carriage without stopping. Xiao Yuan raised his right hand, and looked at the fingertips that had just touched the girl's palm, looking thoughtful. He. Captain Xiao Yuan is in such a refined mood. Xiao Yuan turned around and looked at the door of the sleeper compartment a few meters away. "I didn't expect that she would even eat the tofu of the flight attendant." Gu Jie showed half of her head, and teased with her lips pursed. "She looks like an old friend of yours?" Gu Jie couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Are you still using such an old trick?" "Looks like a killer I met." Xiao Yuan leaned on the bed, and explained with his arms around his shoulders. "You are so humorous. Why didn't I notice it before? I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do." Xiao Yuan shrugged. The girl's eyes really looked like the man in black who appeared in Xinguang community. "Oh." Gu Jie stretched out her tone. "You met a male killer, And she is a woman. They look alike, haha. That's the truth. Xiao Yuan said calmly, picked up the small plate in his hand, and pretended to walk into the car. You? Gu Jia was so angry at his lazy look that she wanted to hit him. Is there something? Of course I have something. Otherwise do you think I am willing to care about you, a little pervert? As soon as Gu Jia appeared, Xiao Yuan knew that she had something to say, and he stopped teasing her when he saw that she was anxious. Let's find a secluded place to talk. Gu Jia and Xiao Yuan walked to the connection between the two carriages and explained what they wanted to say. The news that Gu Jia told Xiao Yuan shocked him. On the night of the decisive battle in Sierra City, Lu Jun took advantage of the chaos to attack the federal inspection team, and the murderer was not found afterwards. Lu Jun thought that his plan was thorough, and there were no omissions. In fact, his actions were witnessed by two silver-winged soldiers, who were separated from the main force. One of them was a soldier from Gu Jia's company, and the other one was a soldier from Zhou Nan's company. Zhou Nan and Xiao Yuan have always been at odds, which is no secret in the Silver Wing Corps. He was able to resist such a good opportunity, which shows that he had a big plan. Gu Jia and Xiao Yuan were not close friends, but she recognized his character. As for Zhou Nan, she despised him. Gu Jia looked careless and sinister, but she was actually kind-hearted, so she took the initiative to talk to Xiao Yuan about this matter. After listening to it, Xiao Yuan thought about it secretly. The weight of this matter could be big or small. If no one pursued it, it would be fine. If Lu Jun was found guilty, the responsibility he would have to bear would be very serious. After all, Jack's identity was there. Xiao Yuan smiled at Gu Jia gratefully and said, Gu Jia, thank you for telling me about this matter. I owe you a favor. Hee. Gu Jia also laughed when she heard that, and waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay, I just don't like Zhou Nan's ugly face. This time, Xiao Yuan had a deep understanding of Gu Jia's generosity, and thanked her again and again before leaving. Finally, Xiao Yuan remembered something and reminded Gu Jia, the flight attendant today was not quite right, be careful when you meet her. Gu Jia raised her eyebrows and whispered, she didn't obey you, so you started to blacken her like crazy? Xiao Yuan almost vomited blood, and he shook his head helplessly. Chapter 235. In the early morning, the train was traveling alone on the track, heading north. In the air thousands of meters in front of the train, the air was fluctuating violently and gradually twisting. When the frequency of the fluctuation reached its peak, a slight tearing sound was heard. A black abyss appeared in the air. At this time, if someone could stand below and take a look, you can see that in the deepest part of the abyss, a glowing eyeball was emitting thousands of rays of light in all directions. Every ray of light hit the void, forming a torn opening, which led to all parts of the blue star. The northern ice field of country A covered with ice and snow, the bustling city center of Media, and the Kyoto with cherry blossoms in full bloom. Hundreds of space rips erupted simultaneously on the blue planet, turning tonight into a sleepless night for countless people. Thick fog descended in front of the train, instantly covering the area. The train entered the thick fog without knowing it and drove deep into it. Bang! The violent shaking caused Xiao Yuan to open his eyes immediately. After fighting the night demon for a long time, Xiao Yuan still kept the habit of being alert when sleeping. He got up and jumped out of bed. Sun Wan also got up and got out of bed after him, and the two looked at each other. Xiao Yuan gestured to Sun Wan, telling her to be on guard, and then slowly pulled open the curtains covering the window. The situation outside the window startled Xiao Yuan. The thick fog blocked his vision, and he could only see 3 or 4 meters away, all white. He confirmed again, and said to Sun Wan and the sleepy Xiao Zheng in a deep voice, the train has stopped, be careful for a while. What exactly is going on? The people in Yanjing dared to be so bold and openly fight on the special train to Beijing? Many thoughts flashed through Xiao Yuan's mind, but he rejected them one by one. Pushing open the door of the compartment, Xiao Yuan looked outside and saw Gu Jia and Hu Meiqi, the deputy company commander of Gu Jia's company, just walked out. Xiao Yuan tied the Minging knife under his ribs. Before leaving a city, they were approved to carry the Minging knife, but they didn't expect it to come in handy here. Gu Jia looked outside with the emergency light in the corridor and said, something is wrong. The power in the train has stopped. Well, Xiao Yuan responded and said hello to Sheng Dong, who came out following the sound. We have to go see what's going on. Sheng Dong looked at the emergency lights and calmly analyzed. It may be that there is a fault in the power room. It will probably take some effort to eliminate the fault. The special train that the Silver Wing Army took was a diesel locomotive with an electric transmission mode. If the power is lost, the train will basically lose the means of moving forward. But the special train uses fire fluorite as raw material to generate electricity. So how could it suddenly fail? Fire fluorite is a type of fluorite. The fluorite used in the anti-gravity maneuvering device is called energy fluorite, which is pure white like jade. Fire fluorite is fiery red and crystal clear, and can generate huge energy. However, its energy is too violent, and is not suitable for precision mechanical devices such as motorized devices. It is mostly used in large mechanical devices. Xiao Yuan, Shengdong, Gu Jia, Peng Fei, and Yin, and Zhou Nan met, and decided to split into two groups. One group went to the carriage where Li Jin was, to understand the situation and protect Li Jin. After all, the situation was unclear. The other group went to the conductor's room in front to help troubleshoot the fault. Xiao Yuan, Shengdong, and Gu Jia were in one group, and Peng Fei, and Yin, and Peng Fei were in another group. Time was running out, and Xiao Yuan pointed to the front. Everyone act according to the plan, and fire flares in time if there is any situation. Wait! Zhou Nan stopped Xiao Yuan and pointed to the direction he was going. Let's go to meet the Corps Commander. The power system is a big deal, and Captain Xiao Yuan is the most suitable person to go. Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment, and without thinking much, he said, "Okay, the 6 of us will go to find the train conductor." After that, he and Sun Wan, Sheng Dong and others turned around and walked towards the train conductor's room. Bai Lu stood beside An Yin and looked at Zhou Nan deeply, shaking his head secretly. He was still calculating at this time. What was Zhou Nan thinking about every day? The sky was foggy, and the train was suspended. The situation was unclear. If someone had designed all this, what was the purpose? The target was most likely Li Jin. If Li Jin was in danger, whoever could arrive in the first time and provide key assistance to the Corps Commander would have a great contribution. However, if he could still think of this at this time and play tricks with his comrades, his character could be imagined. Xiao Yuan and the other 6 people left the sleeper car and headed towards the conductor's room in front. After walking 2 cars, they saw a conductor stumbling over, panting. Seeing Xiao Yuan and the other 6, he seemed to have seen a savior. He grabbed Xiao Yuan's arm and gasped, saying, "The train conductor asked me to inform Commander Li that the power system failed and the fluorite went out." Got out? Xiao Yuan and the others were all dumbfounded when they heard it. Fluorite power generation needs to be placed in a special instrument. After high temperature heating, the fluorite will continue to release heat and generate electricity, and can work continuously for up to 2 years. Sheng Dong frowned and said, "Then why don't you use the igniter to heat it quickly?" The conductor shook his head, his face pale, as if he was greatly frightened. The ignition failed, and the fuel in the internal combustion engine. All failed. All failed. Xiao Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong. This was not something that humans could do, but it was. The method of the night demon. Strange, sudden, unexpected, just like every attack of the night demon. He helped the conductor up and said, "We are going to see the conductor now. Please notify the Corps Commander, quickly." After that, Xiao Yuan, Shengdong and others quickly walked towards the direction of the conductor. He had a strange premonition that he might meet familiar enemies again tonight, but could they still win in the wilderness? Xiao Yuan shook his head and put aside his complicated thoughts. The group soon found the conductor, who was troubleshooting with the technicians when they saw him. Liang Long, a man in his early 30s from northern Shaanxi, was rigorous and thoughtful in his work, and he was meticulous in his roughness. Seeing Xiao Yuan and the other 6 people coming here, he asked the technicians to continue and walked out to chat with Xiao Yuan. Liang Long wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a low voice, "Everyone, I just met Xiao Lu." Xiao Yuan nodded and asked, "Captain Liang, what happened to the ignition device and fuel failure?" Liang Long looked behind him and whispered, "The fuel inside the ignition device and the fuel in the internal combustion device are both unusable." As he spoke, another layer of sweat appeared on his head. "I have worked on the train for more than 10 years and have never encountered such a situation." Sheng Dong asked worriedly, "How long do you think it will take to fix the problem?" Liang Long shook his head and said honestly, "I can't guarantee it, and I can't estimate it." Well, even the usually calm conductor has become like this. Xiao Yuan knew that the train probably won't be able to restart tonight. He unbuttoned the buttons on his military uniform and glanced out the window. Just such a casual glance made Xiao Yuan tremble and reveal an incredible look. Outside the window, within sight, shadowy figures appeared one after another. Chapter 236. Xiao Yuan blinked in disbelief, and found that the figure that had just appeared disappeared from his sight. Could it be that I was dazzled? He frowned and continued to listen to Lian Long's description of the current situation. Lian Long's opinion was clear, and everyone was on alert and waited for dawn, while continuing to find a way to make the igniter effective. Now, the most difficult problem is that the fuel inside the igniter has failed, and cannot start the fire fluorite. Xiao Yuan listened, and an idea flashed through his mind. Captain Liang, if we can use flames directly to act on the fire fluorite device, can it be activated to restart again? Lian Long nodded and said with a wry smile, that requires extremely high temperatures. Where can we find high temperature flames? Xiao Yuan hesitated and said, Bang! Xiao Yuan was interrupted by a knocking sound from outside the carriage before he finished speaking. Lian Long's body trembled, and he subconsciously took a few steps back and shouted, outside. There is something outside. His voice was almost broken because of fear. Xiao Yuan patted his arm and whispered, please lead everyone to continue troubleshooting and leave the outside to us. His voice was clear, confident, and calm, which calmed the restless mood of Lian Long and others. Since joining the army, the Silver Wing Army has seen countless strange things and handled them in an orderly manner. Xiao Yuan and Xingdong walked in the front and slowly walked towards the window. The bright silver swords in their hands emitted a cold light, ready to go. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Xiao Yuan's eyes were fixed on the window, looking down with a weak light. He and Xingdong took a breath at the same time, and a pale face was pressed under the window. He stared at the two of them. The face was pretty, a girl's face, but the eyes were dull, with a few tiny red lenses scattered inside. Roar! After staring at the girl for a few seconds, she suddenly roared and banged on the carriage with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. Her banging seemed to open Pandora's box, and the dense drum-like banging sound came from all directions. The banging sound was heard all around the train, and pairs of hands began to claw at the windows. Ah! The attendant in the carriage screamed. Anyone who saw so many hands in the middle of the night would be scared. Demons. The demons that caused a lot of trouble to the Silver Wing Army in the defense of A City did not appear in Sierra City. Xiao Yuan thought they were extinct, but he didn't expect them to suddenly appear here. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the glass on the window was cracked and almost shattered by the impact. The situation became more serious. Xiao Yuan thought for a while and said, Brother Sheng, we have to gather everyone in the first few carriages and give up the carriages at the back. Sheng Dong said he understood and said, we think the same. Sure, and I will go find the army commander and ask him to organize everyone to come here. Okay. Xiao Yuan shouted, leave it to us. Swish. The dark silver knife swung out and cut off the hands of the first demon who smashed the carriage. Roar. With his hands cut off, the demon still desperately tried to climb up and down. Gu Jie kicked the demon in the face and kicked out the face that was stretched out in the car window and shouted, Meichi, go to the front of the car and protect them. After hearing this, Hu Meichi quickly ran towards the front of the train. Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Gu Jie, and Xiao Zheng protected the entire carriage and resisted the crazy demons. The silver knife seemed to have life in Xiao Yuan's hands. He killed from the other end of the carriage, and his uniform was stained with the blood of the demons. Lian Long and his staff finally saw the power of the Silver Wing Army. Facing hundreds of demons, it was amazing to remain calm. The 4 of them took advantage of the terrain and successfully resisted the attack. All these things gave Lian Long a new understanding of the Silver Wings. While Xiao Yuan was running around, Lian Long directed other train crew members to find useful shelters in the car and block the windows. As they were running around, a scream suddenly came from another car behind. Xiao Yuan rushed to the door and saw that the girl who had given him snacks had just fallen to the ground. Her hoarse screams were heard from far away, and she rolled and crawled towards Xiao Yuan. Crack! Just when they were about 7 or 8 meters away from the door, the side window that had already been scarred was completely shattered. The 2 demons rushed in and rushed towards the girl. Her face was covered with sweat, and her makeup was smudged. She looked really miserable. She screamed at Xiao Yuan, Save me! Save me! Ah! Xiao Yuan sighed in his heart. He still doubted the identity of this girl, but he couldn't use a life to verify his guess. Bang! He pushed open the door of the carriage and rushed to the girl in 2 steps. Swish! The silver sword cut off the demon's arm that tore the girl's hair, and black blood splashed all over the girl's head. The demon's body strength was amazing, and it became even crazier after being severely injured. Xiao Yuan hit it on the cheek with an elbow, knocking the demon backward and falling to the side. Roar! Another demon took advantage of Xiao Yuan's fight and pounced on the girl, and was about to grab her with both hands. With the strength of the demon's palm that can directly fight against ordinary metal weapons, the girl would probably lose half her life if she was hit like this. Xiao Yuan pushed hard with his feet and rushed towards the demon. Bang! He felt as if he had hit a wall, and then the demon's hands deviated and fell on the seat on the side. Crack! The seat was pierced through by the demon, and Xiao Yuan pushed hard with his hands and retreated at the same time. Hiss! Xiao Yuan pulled the girl's back and pulled her back. The flight attendant's uniform could not withstand such a strong force, and was shattered, revealing her smooth and white back. Xiao Yuan glanced at her from the corner of his eye, then pulled her and quickly returned the way they came. Bang! The door between the carriages slammed shut and locked. Xiao Yuan took off his military uniform and threw it to the girl, looking at her deeply, then turned and rushed to the window. The girl held Xiao Yuan's military uniform in her arms, and put it on after realizing it. She looked at Xiao Yuan with complicated eyes, and walked quickly towards Lian Long. Lian Long was busy at this time, and when he saw the girl coming over with her clothes on, he said, "Qixio? Where did you go just now?" Qixio forced a smile at Lian Long. "Conductor, I just went over there for something." Lian Long waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Go and see what's going on in the cab. Hurry up." Qixio nodded, looked back at Xiao Yuan, who was fighting against the demons in the carriage, and left quickly. Buzz! The tunan in Xiao Yuan's left hand flashed and turned into a silver knife. The two knives moved side by side, killing the night demons one by one. He killed countless night demons, stopped to take a deep breath, and looked at the rear carriage. Why didn't the Legion commander and the others come? Whoosh! Bang! The sound of a flare came from outside the noisy carriage. Although Xiao Yuan couldn't see it, he already knew what it meant. Signal for help. Something happened to the Legion commander? Xiao Yuan looked around and said with gritted teeth, "Xiao Wan, I leave it to you." Sun Wan repelled the demon and retreated to Xiao Yuan's side, saying, "Don't worry, Xiao Zheng and I are here, it's okay." Xiao Yuan nodded. Sun Wan had amazing combat experience and combat power, and Xiao Zheng could transform into a fierce monster in a critical moment. With them around, it should be okay. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan ran to the rear carriage with the mean knife. Bang! Just as he closed the door with his backhand, a demon with fangs and claws in front of him attacked Xiao Yuan head-on. Chapter 237. Humph! Xiao Yuan snorted coldly, ducked to avoid the demon's attack, and slashed with the silver knife. The demon's belly was cut open by his knife, but he still refused to retreat and chased Xiao Yuan to kill him. Swish! The silver light shot by Tunan hit the demon's forehead, and its forward momentum stopped abruptly, and its whole body fell down. After Xiao Yuan dealt with 4 demons in a row, he rushed to the next car with flexible steps. These demons were different from those he had seen before. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan first met, they were being chased by demons, and the dead demons turned into ashes. However, the demons besieging the train now did not turn into ashes after they died. What happened? Seeing that there were many demons in the front carriage, Xiao Yuan turned his eyes, and turned to the side window. Maybe I can try it. He did it as he said. Xiao Yuan rushed forward and jumped out of the window, and Tunan shot out. Clang! The silver hook hung upside down, and he suddenly flew onto the roof. Xiao Yuan stood on the roof and looked around. The visibility in his eyes was extremely low. He did not delay any longer and rushed towards the rear on the roof of the train. The sides of the carriages he passed by were crowded with evil demons. Roar, roar, roar! Where Xiao Yuan passed, there was a rolling fog and the roar of demons. Pay attention to defense, quickly. How are you doing over there? I finish it soon, just hold on. Kill! Not far ahead, there were bursts of shouting, and the noise was unusual. Xiao Yuan jumped up and flew across the gap between the 2 carriages, and finally arrived at the place where the sound came from. Bang! He descended from the sky and killed a demon who tried to attack from behind, and looked up. Sheng Dong's face was covered with black blood, and he looked back with surprise. Brother Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Xiao Yuan took up his sword and joined the battle, helping them to resist the demons around them, and said, "Don't talk about this first. Why are you outside?" Sheng Dong, Zhou Nan, and Yin, Pang Fei and 4 others led more than 20 guards to the surrounding areas, and someone in the middle was dismantling the connecting device between the 2 carriages. Sheng Dong wiped the black blood off his face, pointed the tip of his knife at the rear carriage, and panted, "All the rear carriages have been corroded by unknown substances." Oh! Xiao Yuan looked along the tip of his knife, and saw that the carriages were covered with a layer of grass-like plants. Looking more carefully, it was not a plant at all. The green visual effect was just the result of the rapid corrosion of metal. The green was still spreading towards this side at a speed visible to the naked eye, giving people an increasingly urgent sense of oppression. Bang! Finally, the two carriages were separated successfully with everyone's efforts. They quickly returned to the train, locked the doors and windows tightly, and kept the group of demons out. Xiao Yuan followed Sheng Dong to the carriage where Li Jun was, and finally saw him. Li Jun had a bandage wrapped around his arm, and blood was faintly visible. Wu Mushi sat beside him with a calm expression. Li Jun was startled when he saw Xiao Yuan and the others coming back, and asked, "Xiao Yuan, aren't you in the front?" Xiao Yuan briefly explained the situation in front and said, "Captain, we are now moving to the front carriage quickly." There were only more than 100 people in their group, including many civilian staff. Li Jun naturally understood this, but the carriages were connected to each other just now and were infected by corrosive substances. He had to stay and command to cut off the connection between the trains. Otherwise, the train would be corroded before they could solve the problem of restarting the train. After everyone gathered together, they rushed to the front of the train, fighting all the way without further ado, and finally gathered together. 100 people guarded the front of the train, the power room, and the carriages on both sides. The cooperation between them temporarily stabilized the situation. Liang Long and the researchers reported the situation to Li Jun, but they were at a loss. Jiangxi looked back at the defending Silver Wing army and whispered, "Captain, this is not a solution." The fog came strangely. Is it possible that the fog caused the ignition device to malfunction? Li Jun analyzed calmly. Is it possible that the fog will dissipate automatically after dawn? It is possible. Li Jun nodded and said, but we can't pin our hopes on possibilities. Captain Liang, is there any other way to replace the igniter? Replace the igniter. Liang Long thought for a moment and said tentatively, you can try to heat the fire fluorite with high temperature. How high a temperature do you want? Li Jun's eyes lit up. 800 degrees. Where can I find something that can heat to 800 degrees? Jiangxi heard this, and he couldn't help but get anxious even though he was always steady. Alas, I didn't expect that we are now trapped. Li Jun said half self-deprecatingly and half seriously, the plan for now. Captain, I have a way, maybe we can give it a try. Xiao Yuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Do you have a way? Li Jun waved at him and said, tell me about it. I think we can try to generate fire through elemental control. Elemental control? Li Jun frowned and said, the second-generation gene potion has not yet been popularized in our Silver Wing army. As far as I know, there is only one person who can be friendly to the fire element. Yes, that person is Li Yu. I have met him once. Captain, please look, Xiao Yuan said, raising the minging knife in his hand, concentrating on stimulating the heat in his body. A ball of flame instantly covered Xiao Yuan's knife, burning hotter and hotter. Xiao Yuan's ability to control the fire element was beyond Li Jun's expectation. The situation was urgent, so he stopped procrastinating and said to Xiao Yuan, in this case, go and try it, just do your best. Xiao Yuan nodded, and followed Liang Long into the space equipped with fire fluorite. Li Jun, Wu Mushi, Jiangxi and others gathered at the door, looking at Xiao Yuan together, feeling a little uneasy. Can Xiao Yuan succeed? If he fails, everyone will be trapped in the wilderness. How many people will be alive when rescue arrives? The flame burst out from the tip of the minging knife, becoming hotter and more fierce, and gradually turned into the size of a fist. The flame burned at the bottom of the device containing the fire fluorite and began to heat up. Xiao Yuan used all his energy to stimulate the flame in his body. Liang Long was surprised to find that the fire fluorite had a tendency to restart. He shouted excitedly, Captain Xiao Yuan, keep working hard. It will be done soon. The flames jumped higher, roasting the bottom of the device red. As everyone looked on expectantly, the flames burned to the extreme. Ding! A crisp sound came from the fluorite device, causing Liang Long's face to change and turn pale. The flames gradually died out, and Xiao Yuan sat on the ground, panting. Captain Liang, is it started? Liang Long looked at Xiao Yuan, then at the people behind him, and said dejectedly, it's just a little bit short, hey. His words poured a bucket of cold water on the hopeful people. From hope to disappointment, it was so fast that it was hard to accept. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind Wu Mushi. I can try with him. Chapter 238. Wu Mushi turned around in surprise and looked at Wu Jiao, a Juyu. Wu Jiao bowed his head slightly to her respectfully and said, Miss, it is important to restart the fire fluorite now. After that, Wu Jiao drew the short knife from his waist and walked to Xiao Yuan. Wu Mushi and Li Jin looked at each other and shook their heads slightly, indicating that they had never known that Wu Jiao was an element affinity. Wu Jiao entered the Wu family when she was a child and became the family guard of the Wu family after training. He was very quiet and low-key. Most of the time, he silently protected Wu Mushi's safety and didn't like to talk. Wu Mushi thought she understood Wu Jiao, but she never thought that he, who had been with her for many years, still had such a secret. Wu Mushi's heart was surging, but Wu Jiao didn't know it. He walked to Xiao Yuan and raised the dagger. The two looked at each other and nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two balls of flame appeared almost at the same time, gradually burning hot, and the rising temperature made Xiao Yuan and Wu Jiao's faces red. They urged the flames to burn, and their clothes were almost soaked. Ding! Ding! Two soft sounds were heard inside the fire fluoride device, and then the sound became louder, like a continuous drumbeat. Liang Long's pale cheeks flushed red, and he shouted excitedly, "It's done! It's done! Get ready to restart the train." The fire fluoride was stimulated by the high temperature of Xiao Yuan and Wu Jiao's flames, and it generated electricity again, making the lights in the train light up again. Li Jin commanded everyone to resist the attack of the demons in an orderly manner. Finally, with Liang Long's excited shouting, the train restarted. Boom, boom, boom! The train rushed through the layers of obstructions of the demons, leaving the surging demon tide behind, and drove towards Yanjing. Xiao Yuan and Wu Jiao were helped to sit down in the corner of the carriage to rest. Both of them looked unhappy. Of course, using the fire element with all their strength put a lot of strain on their bodies. Xiao Yuan handed the water cup to Wu Jiao and wiped the sweat off his head. Xiao Yuan, Silver Wing Legion. Wu Jiao took the water cup and smiled. Wu Jiao? Wu Jiao? Xiao Yuan was slightly stunned and smiled. This name is very unique. This is the first time someone has described my name like this. Wu Jiao said with a calm expression. Captain Xiao Yuan's elemental affinity is very good. Don't be so polite, just call me Xiao Yuan. To be honest, I'm surprised to see someone with the same element affinity as me here. Me too. Wu Jiao's eyes fell on the Mingyi knife in front of Xiao Yuan. Can you lend it to me? Of course. After hearing this, Wu Jiao picked up the Mingyi knife on the table and looked at it carefully. The touch of his fingers brushing across the blade made him love it. His fingertips flicked lightly on the blade, and it rang. The Mingyi knife made a light sound that lasted for a long time, and he couldn't help but sigh, what a good knife. The material and workmanship of the Mingyi knife were carefully selected. The value of a knife is almost equal to the value of an ordinary person's creation. How can it be bad? Seeing Wu Jiao's expression, Xiao Yuan's heart moved and said, Brother Wu, are you also interested in the Silver Wing Corps? Wu Jiao put the Mingyi knife back in front of Xiao Yuan, his eyes lowered. If it weren't for the great favor, I would have always wanted to join the new Army Corps. The Silver Wing Corps and the Storm Corps have repeatedly made military achievements in the two borders of Country A to defend their country. Wu Jiao is at the age of full of vigor and vitality. How can he not yearn for that kind of life of revenge? Unfortunately, he was raised by the Wu family since he was a child, and Wu Zhou was very kind to them, and he could never repay this kindness in his lifetime. He only envied them secretly in his heart when he saw the news of the new army. Why do you talk so much today, you piece of wood? Li Luo came to Xiao Yuan and Wu Jiao at some point and said sarcastically. Dr. Li Luo? Why are you here? Hee, a doctor is like a parent. I want to see you. Li Luo said to Xiao Yuan with a smile. Impossible. Impossible? Xiao Yuan was confused by Wu Jiao's words. Brother Wu, what's impossible? She can't be so kind. Wu Jiao's eyelids drooped, and he said expressionlessly. You? Li Luo was angry, pointing at Wu Jiao's nose and shouting, Wu Jiao, you take my kindness for granted. I'm just telling the truth. Humph. Dead wood, stinky wood. Li Luo rolled his eyes at him, and ignored him. Xiao Yuan, I saw your ability to control the fire element just now. It's very powerful. Haha. It's okay. Xiao Yuan touched his head a little embarrassedly. Brother Wu is much better than me. Then when you get to Yanjing, come to our research center when you have time. Oh, that's no problem. But aren't you at Yanjing Medical University? I'm also a member of the research center. Li Luo said excitedly. It's settled. I come to see you when I get to Yanjing. Oh. Okay. Xiao Yuan agreed to Li Luo's barrage of words, and agreed to her without thinking. Dr. Li Luo, what is the name of your research center? Our research center is called. Li Luo smiled mysteriously. Country A Mind Research Center. Mind Research Center? Xiao Yuan muttered, feeling cheated. Later, Xiao Yuan learned that the Mind Research Center was a research organization founded by Li Luo's teacher, Mr. Wen Yuan. Their main research direction is supernatural science and mind power research. The Mind Research Center has always believed that there are many untapped potentials in the human body, and once released, people can do incredible things. Believe in the potential of the human body. Lord Yug once said that human potential has always existed, but the environment of Blue Star is special. Many people with extraordinary talents cannot show much strength in the environment of Blue Star. Things like telepathy are just the tip of the iceberg of their abilities, but they can only show the tip of the iceberg in their lifetime on Blue Star. With the outbreak of the Night Demon, the environment of Blue Star has undergone tremendous changes, and people's talents and potential have gradually emerged. Now, Xiao Yuan still knows very little about the Mind Research Center. He yawned, feeling his eyelids heavy. A faint glow came from the east outside the window. The night was finally over. Just as Li Zhen and his group escaped from danger, more than 30 places in Country A fell into chaos. A large number of demons appeared in the mysterious mist that appeared out of thin air and wreaked havoc. Unlike the Night Demon Legion, they spread around without organization, preying on humans and running around. The number of demons that appeared overnight was conservatively estimated to be around 30,000, and there was a trend of increasing. Fortunately, the demons are not as resistant to firearms as the night demons, and the guards stationed in various places can cope with it. However, as more and more demons emerge from the fog, more and more demons spread everywhere. A panic spread unknowingly throughout the blue planet. Are the night demons scary? Scary. They are fierce, brutal, and invincible, but there is one thing: the activities of the night demons are strictly organized and disciplined. After occupying a city, they will move within a fixed range, and will not attack the next city for a short time. However, the big demons and night demons that appeared this time were different from the previous demons. They no longer followed the rules, but attacked based on instinct and wandered around. The psychological pressure they brought to humans was even greater than that of the night demons. The fear of the unknown was always more disturbing than the direct threat. The panic spread quickly throughout Country A like a virus. Chapter 239. The soothing piano music echoed in every corner of the room. Yu Jing half closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting away. After a heart-to-heart talk with Ren Zhichen, his doubts dissipated. Ren Lao's determination is unshakable. He has been like this since he was young. He never gives up on what he wants to do. This is the case when he left the think tank of Country A and founded Zeus. Everything he has now comes from Ren Zhichen: wealth, status, and glory. When Ren Zhichen said in person that he needed Yu Jing's help when he was old, Yu Jing felt mixed emotions. The man who was like a god in his heart has really aged. Time flies, and Ren Zhichen wants to fulfill his last wish in life. Yu Jing can't find any reason not to help him. The funds of Zeus Group began to flow into the secret plan gradually, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Yu Jing had a feeling in his heart that when Mr. Ren told him the truth, everything might be a foregone conclusion. Even so, Yu Jing would never regret his choice. Squeak! The door of the study was slowly pushed open, and Cui Yuanlin walked in lightly. Mr. Yu, the people from Liang Group are here. Well, please let them in. Yu Jing opened his eyes and cheered up. Mr. Liang, please come in. Mr. Yu is waiting for you inside. Sorry for the trouble. A middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door. After a while, Liang Zhongnan walked in, followed by a young girl. Yu Jing stood up and greeted him politely. Mr. Liang, I have been dealing with things in the company for some time. Please forgive me. Mr. Yu is so polite. Liang Zhongnan looked at Yu Jing, secretly marveling at his youth and demeanor. It is an honor for our Liang Group to cooperate with Zeus. Mr. Liang, please sit down. Yu Jing smiled slightly, his eyes naturally falling on the girl. Hello, Mr. Yu, my name is Liang Lu, and I am discussing beauty matters with my father. The girl greeted Yu Jing generously. I see. Yu Jing's eyes moved around, and he felt that Liang Lu's temperament was capable and heroic, which was completely different from ordinary girls. Excuse me, is Miss Liang working in the military? Oh! How did President Yu know? Liang Zhongnan was surprised by Yu Jing's words. Yu Jing knew Lulu? I have a few friends who also work in the military. Seeing that Miss Liang's temperament is very similar to theirs, I made a random guess. President Yu has a good eye. Liang Zhongnan said with a smile. My daughter is currently in the Silver Wing Corps, serving as the deputy company commander. Silver Wing Corps? Yu Jing's eyes lit up, and then said, then the news about Night Demon Cosmetics should come from Miss Liang? Indeed. Liang Zhongnan secretly thought that he had such a quick reaction. Yu Jing only said a few words and thoroughly analyzed Liang Lu's identity and the source of her beauty news. He was really amazing. Hee hee. Yu Jing chuckled and said, Mr. Liang, let's talk about business first, about your Night Demon Beauty plan. Night Demon Beauty is a beauty plan that the Liang Group has put all its efforts into. The beauty products produced by the substances continuously produced by the accumulation of Night Demon excrement can greatly delay the aging of human face. With proper maintenance, a person can still look like a 30-year-old even when he is 50 or 60 years old. Liang secretly sent personnel to a city to collect samples. After day and night research, the first batch of sample products were finally produced recently. Liang Zhongan asked Liang Lu to take out the sample she brought with her and show them to Yu Jing Wang. The exquisite glass bottle contained a translucent light blue liquid. If you look closely, you can find crystals that occasionally flicker inside. The surface of the glass bottle is printed with a unique print time. Time? This name is interesting. Yu Jing's mouth slightly raised. The hero is at the end of his road, and the beauty is old. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she can't resist the passage of time. But this small bottle of beauty makeup can reverse time. Magical, incredible. Yu Jing sighed in his heart and said, what a good name. With Yu Jing's praise, Liang Zhongan's heart was relieved, and he talked about the role and production process of beauty makeup. The preparation of the Night Demon substance is not complicated, and the cost is low. A small bottle of time essence costs about 300 a national currency. Yu Jing returned the bottle to Liang Lu and said, Mr. Liang, how much do you want to sell it for? Liang Zhongan thought for a moment, and said tentatively, $6,000. Seeing Yu Jing frown, he quickly changed his words, $5,000 Yu Jing's smile deepened, and he whispered 10,000. 10,000. Liang Zhongan almost vomited blood when he heard this, and even his voice trembled. Isn't this too expensive? Yu Jing shook his head and said, Mr. Liang, our products are unique on the market, so don't be too conservative in pricing. Besides, Yu Jing stared at him with his eyes piercing. Your Night Demon makeup is not for ordinary people. What do you think? Liang Zhongan was speechless for a moment, and gritted his teeth and said, what Mr. Yu said makes sense. Let's set it at 10,000 a country currency. Haha, Mr. Liang is really smart. I think we will have a pleasant cooperation. But, Yu Jing changed the subject and said, there is another question. Mr. Liang doesn't seem to have explained it to me clearly, right? What does Mr. Yu want to ask? Liang Zhongan's heart skipped a beat. Yu Jing's appetite and courage were beyond his imagination. How do you ensure that you can continuously obtain Night Devil substances from a city? Yu Jing looked at Liang Zhongan with an oppressive look. We have a professional team responsible for collecting materials, and can ensure the supply of Night Devil substances. Not safe enough. Yu Jing raised his eyebrows. The journey is long and there are too many variables. Once someone targets the transportation team, the risk is very high. We have a professional security team. Mr. Liang, your plan seems to be incomplete? When Yu Jing talked about business, he was completely different from his gentle appearance. In this case, it will be difficult for us to carry out the plan. Mr. Yu, we will transport the Night Demon substance back to a safe place for reproduction in the future. Liang Lu gently pulled her father's sleeve. I know the method of transportation in the army, and I can guarantee that there will be no accidents. Oh! Yu Jing looked at Liang Lu and said, Ms. Liang, you also know this method? You often deal with night demons, so you naturally know some special methods. In that case, Yu Jing looked at Liang Lu deeply. Let's finalize the contract and officially launch the product at the beginning of next month. Liang Zhongan and Sun Wan both breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Yu Jing brought too much pressure to people when he talked about business, almost making people breathless. The father and daughter chatted with Yu Jing for a while, and then said goodbye and left. Liang Lu and Liang Zhongan got in the car and whispered, Dad, Yu Jing is really an extraordinary person. Haha, Liang Zhongan tapped her nose lovingly. How can someone who can manage Zeus Group in an orderly manner be an easy person? Yu Jing's last few words just now directly pointed to the weakness of Liang Group in the beauty plan. They are not able to fully guarantee the supply of raw materials for Night Demon Beauty. If Liang Lu hadn't said that the material could be transferred, Yu Jing would probably ask them to give up their share of the profits in the next sentence. Their share of profits, which was originally 60% to 40%, might change from 40% to 30%. Yu Jing in the business world is definitely a tough opponent. Liang Zhongan looked at the night of Tokyo Bianliang City, and secretly prayed that everything would go well. Chapter 240. After many twists and turns, the Silver Wings finally arrived at their destination. On the way, Li Jun also learned about the fog demons that appeared in various places in Country A. A total of 36 places were constantly producing demons in the fog. The Federal Command Center urgently set up a special team to deal with this matter, and the reserve security forces set out that night to go to various places. After 2 days and nights of efforts, the situation was basically under control. The panic of the people gradually subsided as the situation developed. In the entire territory of Country A, there are probably only 2 places where the people are most at ease. A city, Sierra City. These 2 cities have just experienced a war, and the night demons have been basically eliminated. They are also cities where the Silver Wings are stationed. There are 2 people responsible for receiving Li Jun and his party, one named Hua Zhe, and the other named Jiang Qin. Hua Zhe is affiliated with the Federal Command Center, and Jiang Qin is affiliated with the Parliament of Country A. The 2 of them also represent the importance that the 2 most powerful institutions in Country A attach to the Silver Wings. Hua Zhe is in his early 40s, and his amiable appearance reminds Xiao Yuan of his junior high school teacher when he was young. Jiang Qin looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, dressed in professional attire, and had a very well-maintained figure. Her words and deeds were full of charming charm, and she seemed very happy about Li Jun's arrival. After meeting at the station, everyone got to know each other, and led Li Jun and his party to the Kunping Hotel. A hotel located in the HE area of Yanjing. This is one of the places where all officials and dignitaries who come to Beijing often stay. The environment is elegant, and the service is excellent. As soon as Wu Mushi got off the car, she returned home with the guard sent by her family, and said goodbye to Li Jun. Li Jun and Jiang Qi had dinner with Hua Zhe and Jiang Qin, and chatted for a long time before finally sending them off. After they left, Li Jun and Jiang Qi went to the rooftop of the hotel and chatted in the night breeze. As night fell, the lights came on. The prosperous imperial capital was always dazzling, and the nightlife of this super city had just begun. Wherever Li Jun could see, there were tall buildings and neon lights. Yanjing, it's still the same as before. Captain, how long have you not been back to Yanjing? About 2 years? Li Jun said faintly, touching the transparent glass covering the edge of the rooftop with his fingers. 2 years. The last time I came to Yanjing was 5 years ago. At that time, I was still an ordinary soldier, and I came to Yanjing with my comrades during training. How did you feel at that time? Feeling. Jiang Qi laughed at himself and said, it feels like Yanjing is very big, but it is very far away from me. Prosperous, noisy, never-ending, but out of reach. Li Jun's mouth slightly raised, and continued. Almost. Jiang Qi shrugged. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. I have lived in Yanjing since I was a child, and I have seen a lot of such scenery. The more I see, the more I find that there are too many restrictions here, and it is far less free than our southeast. Want a can? Li Jun said, opening a can of beer and handing it to Jiang Qi. Captain, are you from Yanjing? No. No. Ha. Li Jun raised his beer can and clinked it with Jiang Qi's. I grew up without a father or a mother, and was adopted and raised by Elder Wu. Elder Wu, is that Mr. Wu Shou? Yes. Li Jun took a sip of beer and breathed a sigh of relief. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. Commander, actually. Jiang Qi considered his words and said, your ability is obvious to all. Even without Elder Wu, you would be a leader in the army. Old Jiang, when do you think we can get rid of the demons? Li Jun's eyes flickered, and he changed the subject. According to the current situation, it will take 2 to 3 years at the shortest, 5 to 6 years at the longest. I really want to end these days. Li Jun sighed. Old Jean in the army has started preparing for the next recruitment. Feng Ming planned to march south to drive the night demon out of Sierra City. It took 2 months before and after, and the Silver Wing army suffered a lot of losses. The continuous fierce battles have rapidly improved the combat effectiveness of the military personnel, and the new recruits are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The price is terrible damage and casualties. Recruiting soldiers after each war has become a tradition of the Silver Wing army. Did those brats run around? I heard from Xiao Fang that they were eating so much in the buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor that they could hardly walk. That's good. Li Jun nodded and couldn't help laughing. They are probably the happiest people in Beijing this time, right? Ha. Jiang Qi laughed. Most of them are in Beijing for the first time, and some of them are having fun. Okay, relax. Li Jun looked at the brightly lit night view of the imperial capital and murmured, this prosperity is also due to their hard work to protect. Kunping Hotel, buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor. A wide variety of food, fragrant, Xiao Yuan and Shandong, Peng Fei, and Yin sat together feasting. The girls who were traveling together were still reserved, but they ate as much as they could. Having been in the army for a long time, with heavy training tasks and dangerous combat tasks, their physical fitness has gradually increased with daily training. In addition, with the transformation of the first generation of genetic potions, their appetite is even more amazing. Peng Fei bit off most of the chicken leg in his hand, and said, "No wonder everyone says Yanjing is good, the food alone is much better than our army." Hee hee. Su Yi, the deputy company commander of Peng Fei's company, laughed. "Company commander, you eat the most in Sheer City." Peng Fei chuckled and said, "What do you know? How can you have the strength to fight if you are not full? I do that for the overall situation." Xiao Yuan's eating manner is much more elegant, but the 3 girls, who were eating next to him, still looked at him sideways. Looking at Xiao Yuan's slow and methodical manner, he kept putting food into his mouth for nearly 20 minutes. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. "What a big eater." Xiao Yuan took a sip of the drink on the table and said, "What do you think of the 2 people who came to pick us up today?" Peng Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "That beautiful sister is very beautiful." "Sister?" Sheng Dong knocked on the table and reminded him in a low voice, "Old Peng, she is 10 years older than you." "Tsk," Peng Fei grinned and said, "What do you know? A real goddess doesn't care about age. Let me tell you about those legs and waists." "Ahem," Xiao Yuan coughed lightly. "Be careful, there are girls here." Peng Fei reacted and slapped his head embarrassedly. "Look at my mouth, I said something wrong." "You know more?" Xiao Yuan stroked Tunin helplessly and analyzed. Jiang Qin seems to be more enthusiastic about the Legion commander. Bai Lu sat opposite Xiao Yuan, her red lips slightly parted, and said lazily, "I heard that the Legion commander has a close relationship with Mr. Wu Zhou of the A Country Parliament." Xiao Yuan and others had heard about the relationship between Li Jun and Wu Zhou, but no one really investigated it until Wu Mushi came to Sierra City. How much trust does it take for Wu Zhou's beloved daughter to leave Yanqing and go to the front line, where the war was raging? Since then, the people in the Silver Wing Corps have basically confirmed the speculation that Li Jun and Wu Zhou have a close relationship. Sheng Dong tapped the table with his fingers rhythmically and said, "Huazei's attitude is ambiguous, and I can't tell anything, but..." He frowned and said, "At the beginning, the economic department of the Federal Command Center sealed off the Liang family and cut off our supplies. This can give us a rough idea." Chapter 241. The Federal Command Center froze Liang's logistics due to an accounting issue, causing the Silver Wing Corps to have insufficient supplies in the later period. This incident caused a lot of uproar at the time, and caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the people. The prestige of the Silver Wing Corps in Country A has risen with the 2 great victories, and public opinion is behind it. In addition, the experimental progress of the 2nd-generation gene potion is progressing smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be mass-produced and put into use in a few months. The 2nd-generation gene potion can enhance the human body's affinity for elements. Xiao Yuan and Wu Zhou's abilities on the train have proven how powerful humans are after receiving the 2nd-generation gene potion. In the Silver Wing Army, if they can continuously produce element controllers, they will be an ace army that is superior to all conventional troops. Li Jun, the first commander of the new army, who doesn't know the power and weight in his hands. In 2 bloody battles, Li Jun and the Silver Wing Army advanced and retreated together, sharing life and death. Especially in the attack and defense of Sierra City, in order not to affect the overall situation, he could disregard his personal life and safety. In the post-war summary, someone raised an interesting point. Li Jun, when the rear camp was attacked, if you were afraid of death and ordered the entire army to retreat, what would the situation be like? After simulation, it is highly likely that the Silver Wings Corps will suffer morale due to the retreat. When the counterattack is organized again, the Night Demon may have set up a new line of defense, and the recovery of Sierra City will take at least another week. However, no one knew when the supply line would be unblocked. The Silver Wings Corps, which lost its supply and failed to take Sierra City in one go, would be in a situation several times more difficult than before. Facts have proved that Li Jun's choice was correct again. He proved himself with wisdom and courage, and won the recognition and respect of everyone. Today, Li Jun's prestige in the army has reached a level that others cannot reach, and he and the Silver Wing Corps are truly integrated. Humph! And Yin snorted coldly, his tone gloomy. The Federal Command Center is full of people who are just sitting there doing nothing. Peng Fei swallowed the chicken leg in his mouth and agreed. And Yin is right. Just look at the morals of the people in the Federal Investigation Team, and you will know. The Federal Inspection Team. Xiao Yuan's right hand trembled slightly, and he looked at Zhou Nan, who was sitting in the distance, and whispering with Tao Chen calmly. He whispered, I heard that the Federal Inspection Team took another train and left. Gu Jie, who had been silent, raised her head with a smile on her face when she heard this. How can I not be afraid? Their leader's legs were broken. As she said this, she glanced at Xiao Yuan and blinked. Jack and Daniel's group were indeed scared. They were knocked unconscious for no reason, and Jack and Jean Zhong were beaten up. If they dared to go with the Silver Wings again, it would be hell. Speaking of this, the atmosphere became more lively, and everyone listed the evil things done by the Federal Expedition Team and scolded them. The meal lasted until after 8 o'clock in the evening. All of them were arranged to stay on the 13th floor, and Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xiaozheng's rooms were next to each other. During the meal, Xiaozheng, the little girl, was not very conspicuous, and she swept half of the table by herself. Perhaps because she drank too much red wine, and was not used to it, Xiaozheng's little face was red, and her eyes were blurred. After being helped to the bed by Sun Wan and Xiao Yuan, she was still mumbling something and whimpering, like a lost and injured young animal. After carefully covering her with a quilt, Sun Wan took Xiao Yuan out of Xiaozheng's room, and the two walked out of the hotel hand in hand. It was a little chilly at night in Yanjing in early April. The warmth of Xiao Yuan's hand warmed her always cold fingertips, and they strolled along the roadside. Before they knew it, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan came to a small square. The small square was very lively at this time. Many elderly people who loved exercise walked out of their rooms to exercise, and there were also several juggling artists. Juggling is one of the characteristics preserved in Yanjing. There are many types of street juggling. In addition to the bowl balancing, fire breathing, plate spinning, tightrope walking, and dragonfish dragon dance, monkey juggling, and stone breaking with the chest occasionally appear. Don't underestimate these skills. Yanjing is prosperous and the people are rich. Craftsmen are officially registered in Yanjing, and can perform on the street only after passing the assessment. In addition to the monthly subsidies issued by the government, the money earned from the performance belongs to the individual, and is exempt from tax. In this way, the folk skills that were passed down in Country A 2 years ago have been gradually passed down, and have become popular in recent years. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan finally stopped in front of a girl performing a frisbee show, and watched the show with many people. Spinning a disc is one of the traditional acrobatic performances of Xia country. The girl was tall and graceful, and she used a pole about 1 meter long and as thick as a pencil to support the bottom of the disc, shaking and spinning it. It looked like a lotus leaf standing in the wind, or a flying butterfly, graceful and lyrical. Sun Wan's beautiful eyes were bright, and she explained softly from time to time. Xiao Yuan had lived in Sierra City since he was a child, and he had seen some of this kind of performance. Seeing that Sun Wan was very interested, he accompanied her to watch it. After a performance, the girl gracefully bowed to the audience. 5 or 6 people came out from the audience and put their money into a small box on the side. Sun Wan tugged at Xiao Yuan's clothes. Xiao Wan, they performed really well. Xiao Yuan nodded her little nose and said lovingly, I know. As he said that, Xiao Yuan took out a banknote from his pocket and put it into the wooden box. The girl looked up at Xiao Yuan in surprise and bowed to thank him. 100 federal coins were given as soon as he said it. This young man must be of great status. She thought so in her heart, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Yuan again. With fair skin, delicate features, and a gentle manner, he looked like a college student. Xiao Yuan was not showing off on purpose, but he had no change on him. They had been in the military camp for a long time, and all the money they earned was kept in the account, with nowhere to spend. This money was borrowed from Gu Jie as a backup when they came out. Xiao Yuan took Sun Wan's hand and walked away to see if there were any new things. Suddenly, he felt his pants being gently pulled. The long-standing sense of vigilance made Xiao Yuan's body tense, and Tu Nan was about to explode. Brother, do you want to buy a flower? Xiao Yuan controlled the urge to take action, looked down, and saw a little girl with long hair and bangs pulling his trouser legs, refusing to let go. Brother, buy a rose for the beautiful sister next to you. The little girl was delicate and beautiful, with a pair of big black eyes, very cute. Rose? Xiao Yuan looked at the little girl and smiled. Little sister, how much do you sell your roses for? 100 federal coins. Well, give me a rose. Xiao Yuan took out 100 federal coins, took the rose, and gave it to Sun Wan. For you? So beautiful. Sun Wan looked at the rose in her hand and murmured, This is the first time I have received a rose. Brother, Buy 2 more roses. The little girl put the money into the pocket of her washed white denim skirt and said with a smile, "Little sister, a rose represents one-hearted love. Why do you want me to buy 3? Don't be too greedy." Xiao Yuan touched the little girl's hair and said with a smile, "Brother, 1 rose represents acquaintance, the second represents love, and the third represents companionship. Brother, you don't even know this, do you? That's too backward." The little girl looked at Xiao Yuan with innocent eyes and said something that hurt him. Chapter 242. Xiao Yuan's smile froze on his face, and he said, I know that, of course." The little girl looked at Xiao Yuan eagerly, her eyes curved as if to say, "Brother, hurry up and pay." Sun Wan was standing aside, and was so amused by the little girl's cleverness that she couldn't close her mouth. Xiao Yuan smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, then give me 2 more roses." The little girl smiled and praised immediately after hearing this. "Brother, you are really handsome, and you match your sister very well." Slippery little devil. Xiao Yuan silently gave her such an evaluation in his heart, and took the other 2 roses from her hand. "Xiao Lei, what are you doing?" Sister?" The little girl hurriedly put the money into her pocket, and turned her head to look behind her. "Didn't sister tell you not to run too far? Why don't you listen?" "Hee, not next time." The little girl stuck out her tongue. "Sister, let's go quickly, it's time to go home." "Is you?" The little girl's sister glanced at the young couple next to her, and recognized Xiao Yuan. "Haha, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Xiao Yuan smiled at her. It was the girl who just performed the frisbee. "Sorry, she is my sister who always likes to play tricks." The girl smiled apologetically. "Is it not causing you any trouble?" "Well?" Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to say that he was framed by a little girl and made a fool of himself. "Sister, Xiao Lei is very good. Brother also bought 3 flowers." "Xiao Lei, brother and sister have already paid for the performance just now. We can't take their money. Return the money to brother and sister quickly." But this is what he gave me." Xiao Lei waved her fists, very unhappy. "Besides, my mother's medicine." "Be good, Xiao Lei." The girl touched Xiao Lei's face. "Give the money back to him." "Oh, no need, no need." Xiao Yuan waved his hands and said, "I watched the frisbee show and bought roses, so it's only natural to pay." "Little sister, thank you for your blessing." Xiao Yuan blinked at Xiao Lei and said goodbye to the 2 sisters politely. After saying that, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked away without stopping. Xiao Lei rubbed her face and suddenly said, "Sister, I seem to have met love." Chuckling, Xiao Lei's sister gently tapped her forehead. "My Xiao Lei is really amazing. She can meet love at the age of 8. Xiao Lei's face turned red when she heard it, and she argued, "Sister, don't you believe me?" Okay, sister believes you, and I will go back to buy you osmanthus cake later." "Really? Then I want 2 pieces." Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan walked slowly along the street. At 10 o'clock in the evening, this block was still bustling with people. Sun Wan sniffed the roses, and her pretty face became more beautiful in the nightlights. With her slim figure, she would attract the attention of others, and become the focus wherever she went. "Xiao Yuan, it's so lively here, there are so many people at night." "Yes, there is basically no one walking outside in A City at this time." "So do you think Yanjing is better or A City is better?" "Yanjing is prosperous and bustling, but it always makes people feel uneasy," Xiao Yuan said seriously, his eyes inadvertently looking around. "Uneasy? Yes, I have had this feeling since I first arrived at Yanjing Station, and now I am finally sure of it." Xiao Yuan took a rose from Sun Wan's hand and whispered in her ear, "Be careful." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and walked to the side. Xiao Yuan's steps were fast, and finally he stopped in front of a girl and looked at her with a sharp gaze. The girl was dressed in a plain white dress and light makeup, with a serene temperament. Seeing Xiao Yuan suddenly approach her, she raised her head slightly with curiosity and said, "What do you want?" Xiao Yuan had a mask-like smile on his face and looked at her playfully. "We have met before." It was not a question, but a firm tone. The girl frowned slightly for no apparent reason and said, "Did you recognize the wrong person?" As she said that, the girl took a step to the side and wanted to leave, but was blocked by Xiao Yuan again. "What do you want to do?" The girl couldn't help but raise her voice, causing people around to look at her sideways. "Yanjing North Station, when we first arrived, you were standing in the crowd watching. If I remember correctly, the second row, white coat, beige fleece, right? I don't understand what you said." "It doesn't matter, I continue to tell you." Xiao Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. his dark eyes staring at her motionlessly. On the third floor of Kunping Hotel, in the buffet restaurant, you sat in the southeast corner until we left. And that's a coincidence, isn't it? The girl smiled slightly, changing her surprise and confusion when she first met. What do you want? Capture me in public? I'm not going to do anything to you. Xiao Yuan slowly approached the girl, so close that they could hear each other's breathing. Just want to remind you that it's best to stay away from us. Oh, is that so? The girl's bright eyes flickered slightly, and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. Has anyone ever told you that your smell is charming? Take care of yourself. Xiao Yuan avoided the girl's cheek that was getting closer and closer, turned around and left, leaving her standing there alone. Hee hee. The girl's innocent face showed a strange smile, and she murmured, the taste of his blood must be very delicious. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Yuan's tall back, licked her lips gently, and her eyes were blurred. Yanjing is really not a good place, Xiao Yuan sighed. The Silver Wings Corps had been targeted as soon as they arrived in Yanjing. Yanjing Station, Kunping Hotel, Buffet Restaurant, Circus Square. The girl who appeared in every place had already entered his field of vision. Xiao Yuan expected that the Silver Wing Army would be watched and monitored, but he never thought it would come so soon. It certainly doesn't feel good to live under someone else's nose, but I hope that after this, they will give up. Xiao Yuan and his 12 people are only company commanders, but they are still under surveillance. You can imagine what Li Jin is like. Sun Wan was standing on the side of the road. When she saw Xiao Yuan coming, she shook the rose in her hand. She's gone? Yes, Xiao Yuan responded and said, she's gone. I don't know if there will be new people coming. Sun Wan's beautiful brown eyes turned, and she said coquettishly, don't be unhappy, here, I give you flowers. Xiao Yuan took the rose, and the haze in his heart was dispelled by her smile. He hugged Sun Wan and smiled, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, you have made progress. Sun Wan's ears were slightly red, but she still did not break free from Xiao Yuan's arms, and walked slowly back to the hotel with him. When they returned to the hotel, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. After Xiao Yuan sent Sun Wan back to the room, he had just finished taking a shower when he heard a knock on the door. Who had come so late at night? He walked to the door and asked, who? A strange cry came from outside the door. Haha, open the door for me. Xiao Yuan hurriedly opened the door, looked down and said with a wry smile, Master Yuga? Where have you gone? The person standing at the door with his chest and head held high. Who else but Master Yuga? Master Yuga came to Yanjing with Xiao Yuan, but as soon as he got off the car, he spread his wings and flew away, and there was no trace. Master Yuga flapped his wings and cursed as he walked. These stupid humans want to catch masters to make soup? Bah! Chapter 243. Puff, the water that Xiao Yuan drank almost spurted onto the ground, and he couldn't help but look at Lord Yuga with a smile. Cook soup? Gaga, Lord Yuga jumped onto the table with great effort, and said angrily, yes, don't you think it's infuriating? Xiao Yuan slapped his thigh in anger and cursed. It's really stupid. With your fat body, it must be delicious when stewed. Lord Yuga felt relieved, and the more he listened, the more wrong he felt. He stretched his neck, and was about to peck at people with his duckbill. Xiao Yuan begged for mercy and said, my lord, don't take me seriously when I'm joking with you. Where have you been? Lord Yuga showed off his power for a while, and said proudly, my lord, I went to see an old friend and was exhausted. Old friend? Lord Yuga still has friends in country, eh? This guy has lived for who knows how many years, so his old friend must be. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth curiously, and found that Lord Yuga walked to the towel on the table and fell down. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. If it doesn't want to say it, no matter how much it asks, it will not get any results. Xiao Yuan stretched his muscles, and climbed onto the bed and fell asleep, not noticing the burn scar hidden under Lord Yuga's wings. Linen City, Zhou Family Mansion. Zhou Fangwei was dressed in white, with a ponytail and sleeves rolled up. She skillfully held a tea whisk, and brewed tea in the pavilion. The sun fell on her little face, and the fine beads of sweat made her skin more pink, revealing youth and vitality. Although her technique was not very skillful, it was rare to be very precise. After a busy time, the crystal clear tea appeared in the cup. She held the teacup with both hands, and presented it to the old man, sitting across the table. The old man was about 60 years old, with bright eyes and a strong spirit. His face was kind and gentle, making people feel close to him. After taking a sip of tea, he nodded slightly. Not bad, your technique has improved again. Zhou Fangyue's beautiful eyes curved, and she said with a smile, "Grandpa, it's so difficult to bite the cup. I haven't learned it after studying for so long." This old man is Zhou Fengyue's grandfather, Zhou Shen, the helmsman of the Zhou family, who is as famous as the Liang and Lu families in the southeast. Old man Zhou Shen touched her hair lovingly and said, "It's okay, your grandma didn't learn it at the age of 30. Really?" Zhou Fengyue blinked and asked, "Grandma is smart. She can learn anything once she learns it. Grandpa is comforting me, right?" Zhou Fengyue's eyebrows and eyes are very similar to his father Zhou Jianli and Zhou Shen's late wife. Looking at Zhou Fengyue, Zhou Shen seemed to see the scene when he first met his wife. He said with a look of nostalgia, "Grandpa, how could I lie to you? Of course it's true." Zhou Shen waved at her and asked her to sit next to him. The old man took Zhou Fengyue's hand and asked, "Grandpa heard that you are going to Yanjing?" Zhou Fengyue felt the warmth of her grandfather's palm and whispered, "My college classmate works in Yanjing. I haven't seen him for a long time." Old Master Zhou patted her hand and warned her, "Yanjing is not peaceful these days. Be careful when you go out." Zhou Fengyue smiled sweetly, showing her white little tiger teeth. "Don't worry, Xian and Jianlu won't lose me." Hee hee. Zhou Shen gently tapped her forehead and pretended to be angry. "You little girl, don't talk nonsense." The grandfather and grandson were talking and laughing, and an old housekeeper came from the pavilion. He walked to the side of the pavilion and said respectfully, Master Zhou Yi is here." The smile on Zhou Shen's face faded a lot, and he said to Zhou Fengyue, "Grandpa has something to talk about, you go first." "Yes," Zhou Fengyue responded, stood up and walked out. Following the gravel road, she walked all the way to the outside of the small garden and saw Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was dressed in white, with a handsome face and a deep smile on his face, and he looked very happy. Zhou Yi saw Zhou Fengyue lowering her head and walking carefully on the road, and his eyes rolled. He coughed and took the initiative to say, "Fengyue, are you here too?" Zhou Fengyue's body trembled, and she had to look up at Zhou Yi, forcing a smile. "Brother, you should go in quickly, Grandpa is still waiting for you." Zhou Yi looked at Zhou Fengyue and smiled. "I heard that you are going to Yanjing." Zhou Fengyue nodded and said, "I want to meet my college friends." "Oh," Zhou Yi raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth. "In this case, let's go together. I am also going to Yanjing for business." Zhou Fengyue looked at Zhou Yi with wide eyes, and saw his bright eyes, and lowered his head. "Won't this disturb your work?" Zhou Yi snorted and laughed, walked past him, and left a message. "With you as a companion, the journey will probably not be boring." Zhou Fengyue stood there blankly, her fingers nervously pinching the corners of her clothes. Zhou Yi was becoming more and more incomprehensible. Zhou Yi was respectful in front of Zhou Shen like a little white rabbit, bowing his head and greeting him. "Zhang Tianqing sent a message that he wants you to go. Do you know this news? My grandson has received the message and is packing his luggage. He will leave the day after tomorrow." "Well, not bad." Zhou Shen raised the teacup on the table with a calm expression and asked casually, "What do you think of Zhang Tianqing?" "This?" Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Grandson dare not make a casual comment in front of you." "Don't dare? Does it mean that you have already thought about it? Speak up. Don't hide it in front of me." Grandpa Zhou pointed to the chair opposite and motioned him to sit down. "Then grandson will dare to speak." Zhou Yi thought for a while and said, "Zhang Tianqing is very versatile and changeable, but you can't trust him easily when you are in a relationship, and you can't talk about love with him. Don't trust him easily when you are in a relationship, and don't talk about love with him." Hee. "Okay, very well said." Zhou Shen finally smiled. "Be careful about everything when you go to Beijing this time, especially this Zhang Tianqing. Grandson knows, please rest assured. Well, after this matter is done, you and Zhou Ling will take over the business of Xinya's wing." "Ah?" Zhou Yi was stunned when he heard this. "You don't want to?" No. Zhou Yi's joy was beyond words. Grandson, of course, is willing. "There is one more thing you need to pay attention to." "What is it? Please tell me." "The situation in Yanjing is complicated. Protect Fengyue, understand?" Zhou Shen looked at him deeply and said, "Don't worry, I will protect her." "Okay, remember what you said today." Zhou Shen waved at him. "Go, I'm tired." "Then you should pay more attention to rest." Zhou Yi quickly got up and said to Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen opened his half-closed eyes and looked at Zhou Yi's back with a complicated look. He sighed faintly and said to himself in a low voice, "Do you really understand what I said?" Zhou Yi is smart and sharp, and a malleable talent. The only thing is that his mind is unclear. He has lived in the Zhou family, as an illegitimate child since he was a child. It is impossible for him not to have resentment in his heart. Among the 3 generations of the Zhou family, Zhou Yi is undoubtedly the best among them, with all the scheming, means and ambitions. However, if you want Zhou Yi to gradually come to the fore, you still need a test that concerns whether the Zhou family can be stable in the future. Zhou Shen closed his eyes a little tiredly and murmured, "Jianli, it would be great if you were still here." Chapter 244. Night falls in the imperial capital of Yinjing. Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, Pan Fei, and An Yun meet in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Pan Fei looks around cautiously and whispers, "Everyone, are you ready?" Sheng Dong coughs and says, "Don't worry, I've been preparing for a long time." An Yun nods and says, "Me too." Xiao Yuan sees the 3 people's eyes fall on this side and scratches his head. "Isn't it just going to a bar? Why make it so mysterious?" TSK, Pang Fei raised his eyebrows and teased, "Xiao Yuan, you are not afraid that Su's sister will find out and punish you, right?" Hee, and Yan couldn't help laughing when he heard it. "Don't say that. Sun Wan is a top-notch fighter. It's normal to be afraid." Xiao Yuan's face turned red after being said by the 2 of them. "Let's go. Let's show you what the god of wine is." Pang Fei and An Yan looked at each other, both laughed, and carried Xiao Yuan out of Kunping Hotel. The Silver Wing Legion settled in Kunping Hotel, and 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Legion had no time to rest, as people from all sides came to visit him one after another. Legion was busy with socializing and was exhausted. Xiao Yuan and other 12 officers and soldiers had nothing to do in Kunping Hotel, and they ate and slept all day. Finally, Pang Fei couldn't stand this kind of life and took the initiative to ask to go around. After a few people discussed it, the hotel's food was excellent, and there was everything they wanted to eat, so why not go to the nearby bars and nightclubs? Xiao Yuan didn't like noise, and he had already refused, but was dragged out by the 3 of them. In Pang Fei's words, including Xiao Zheng, there are 13 of them, only 5 men. Zhou Nan has a weird temper, and a bad face when interacting with others, so no one wants to go out with him. If Xiao Yuan doesn't go, the 3 of them won't have fun. After a lot of trouble, Xiao Yuan was pulled out by them, and walked out of the hotel. The nightclub Pang Fei chose is called Cool One Club, which is half an hour's drive from Kunping Hotel, and has 3 floors. From the outside, this nightclub is quite formal and high-end, with rows of cars parked at the door. There are professional receptionists and security personnel at the entrance of the store. This is not the first time Xiao Yuan has been to a nightclub. In the past, he worked in a nightclub for a period of time in Sierra City to make a living. However, he likes quietness by nature, and the noisy environment inside makes him irritable. Xiao Yuan worked there for 4 months, and then found an excuse to resign, and never went there again. The scale of the nightclub in Sierra City is naturally incomparable to that in Yanjing. Pang Fei led the 4 people to enter in one after another. The environment on the first floor is noisy, with passionate music and people, and the atmosphere is hot under the dim and chaotic lights. The second floor was much quieter, and the music became softer. Xiao Yuan and the other 4 sat down, and a waiter came over to hand over the menu. Pang Fei pointed at it, and ordered a lot of drinks with strange names. Sheng Dong leaned on the soft sofa, and said with emotion, "The prosperity of the imperial capital is true, look." He patted the sofa under him. The sofa of a nightclub is made of real leather. Pang Fei laughed and said, "Otherwise, why would everyone want to come? Think about the life we lived in Sierra City, and then look at this place. The difference is like heaven and earth." "Old Pang, what you said is interesting." "What? Want to retire early?" "Hee, I'm just complaining." Pang Fei patted An Yan's shoulder. "You let me stay here every day. I'm really not used to it. I don't know when I can go back." Xiao Yuan watched the waiter bring bottles of wine to the table one by one, grinning secretly. "The commendation meeting will be held in a week. If you want to leave, you have to wait until the end of the month." Sheng Dong took the bottle and analyzed it carefully. "The situation in the northwest is under the watchful eyes of the Storm Legion, so it will be fine for the time being, but the 36 fogs across the country should involve us." "Brother Sheng, do you mean that the Silver Wings will go out again in the short term?" "It's hard to say." Xiao Yuan took over Pang Fei's words and said, "Sending a few teams to help eliminate the fog is the most likely. The deep sea has not yet calmed down in the mountains, and there are still night demons in it. The Silver Wings need to be stationed in A City." "Well, I agree with Xiao Yuan's opinion." Sheng Dong nodded. "I just don't know when the naming ceremony of the new army in the imperial capital will be held." "Hey! No matter when, come! Celebrate our first Yanjing nightclub party, cheers. Cheers. Under Pang Fei's lead, the four of them clinked their glasses and drank, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Hey everyone, do you know why I joined the Silver Wing Army? Oh. Xiao Yuan looked at Pang Fei, whose face was flushed, and asked, Old Pang, you are not doing this for your dream, are you? Go to hell. Pang Fei cursed with a smile and poured a sip of wine into his mouth. Before I joined the army, I was an ordinary security guard, dreaming every day of doing some side job to buy a house earlier. What happened later? What happened later? Pang Fei filled his glass and said with a smile, I finally worked hard to get enough for the down payment, but the result? The result? My girlfriend ran off with a rich man. I didn't expect that you, Lao Pang, have such a story. Sheng Dong raised his glass and said, Lao Pang, there are mountains and rivers in life, but she didn't know how to cherish them. Hee hee, well said. Pang Fei clinked glasses with everyone and drank the wine in one gulp. Think of me, Lao Pang, handsome and eloquent, but he just has a few stinky money, right? Now, I have plenty. I have a house in Bianliang. Pang Fei picked up an empty wine bottle and waved it in the air. I still have the mean knife, bang. Bang. I chop you two dogs to death. Hey, please be quiet. Xiao Yuan hurriedly took the bottle from his hand, fearing that he would get hurt accidentally in his daze. Hey, Xiao Yuan. Pang Fei picked up the bottle and drank most of it, his eyes slightly unfocused. You kid, burp. He burped. You kid are really lucky, you are good at fighting, and you have Sister Sue who follows you wholeheartedly. And he has a pretty face, which is popular with girls. It's really abominable. Isn't it that Lao Pang drinks like this? Xiao Yuan stood up with an yen, laughing and crying, and wanted to help him sit down. I've never been drunk before. Who knew that Lao Pang would be so carefree when he was drunk? Sheng Dong was amused by him. Every word Lao Pang said was sincere, haha. I'm not drunk. Pang Fei shook off Xiao Yuan and in Yan's arms, straightened his back, and said, I show you my skills, hum. After saying that, he shook his head and walked towards the center of the second floor. In the center of the second floor was a long table with soft little lights on it. There were men and women sitting in groups of 3 or 4 on the high stools beside the table. Pang Fei staggered towards a young lady in the middle. The girl was wearing a short skirt and had a graceful figure. She had wavy hair, delicate and charming makeup, and her eyes seemed to have stars. Her facial features were soft and charming, which was fascinating. She sat alone at the table, shaking the wine glass in her hand lazily and charmingly. She didn't know how many men had approached her, but when she heard the footsteps behind her, her eyes moved slightly. A smell of alcohol came from Pang Fei's body, accompanied by his voice. Hi, hello, beautiful girl. Chapter 245. Xiao Yuan and the other two sat in the distance, watching Pang Fei and the young lady talking with interest. After a while, Pang Fei turned around, returned to the original path gracefully, and sat on the sofa. Xiao Yuan and the other two looked at each other, and Sheng Dong asked, Old Pang, you look so high-spirited. Did you get the contact information? And Yen bowed his hands in admiration and said, I didn't realize that Old Pang had this trick before. Pang Fei sat down and poured a glass of wine and drank it all. Then, the smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he fell on the table, his voice choked. She told me to get out. Whoa. Puff. As soon as Pang Fei said this, Xiao Yuan, Sheng Dong, and Yen couldn't stop laughing. Xiao Yuan covered his stomach and patted Pang Fei's back. It's okay, men can just laugh it off. Pang Fei raised his face from the table and cried loudly, not knowing whether he was sad because he thought of his ex-girlfriend, or was really sad because he was rejected. He pushed Xiao Yuan and said, Xiao Yuan, go and try. Ah? Xiao Yuan waved his hands when he heard it. I can't. Pang Fei's face turned red, and he pushed him, shouting, That's even better, go and get humiliated to make the brothers happy. Xiao Yuan was forced to do something helpless, and walked out of the corner. He held a wine glass, and walked towards the young lady. Excuse me, can I sit here? Xiao Yuan asked politely. His voice was clear and clean, with a bit of youthfulness, and it was very comfortable to hear. Of course. The girl turned her face slightly, her eyes flickered slightly, when she glanced at Xiao Yuan, and said lazily, Thank you. Xiao Yuan sat next to the girl and said, The one just now was my friend. Oh. He was a little drunk, don't mind him, he didn't mean any harm. Hee hee. The girl's beautiful eyes moved, and she giggled, Malice? What kind of thoughts? Can be considered malicious? Cough cough. Xiao Yuan coughed unnaturally twice and said, probably. Ill intentions. You are really cute. Then let me ask you something. She leaned forward slightly, and the fragrance of orchids came faintly. What about you? What's wrong with me? Do you have any bad intentions towards me, huh? The girl's red lips were charming, and the fragrance on her body made Xiao Yuan a little confused, especially the last sentence, which made him embarrassed. Of course not. Why do I feel like you are lying? The girl's body was getting closer and closer to Xiao Yuan, and her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Little brother, you are not obedient. I have something else to do. Xiao Yuan saw this and hurriedly stood up to leave. He was young and had never seen such a scene before. Hee, you're leaving without leaving your name? That's rude. Xiao Yuan? Xiao Yuan? What a good name, the girl said, and gently stroked Xiao Yuan's temples with her fingers. Remember my name, Chen Ming. Chen Ming? Xiao Yuan silently memorized this name in his heart and hurried away. The girl's sweet laughter came from behind him, and Xiao Yuan felt dizzy and his blood was boiling. After Xiao Yuan came back, Pang Fei was dumbfounded and kept saying it was unbelievable. This kid was so bad at drinking that he picked up the bottle in anger and yelled that he was going to poke a transparent hole in Xiao Yuan. The three of them couldn't stand it anymore, so they quickly paid the bill and took Pang Fei back to the hotel. From then on, they never dared to let Pang Fei drink more. After the four of them returned to the hotel and went back to their residence, they learned that the other girls went out to eat together that night and were not in the hotel. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to go back to his room first. When he opened the door, he saw Lord Yug and Xiaoling making a fuss in the room. Xiao Zheng ran back and forth like a kitten, chasing the ball of yarn in the room. Lord Yuga flapped his wings, and the ball of yarn fluttered under his control. Plop! The ball of yarn fell to the ground and was grabbed by Xiao Zheng. She was like a child who had eaten candy, holding the ball of yarn to Xiao Yuan to ask for credit. When she was 2 meters away from Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zheng suddenly stopped and looked at him suspiciously. Xiao Yuan subconsciously stepped back and held Xiao Zheng's little head as she tried to get closer. Xiao Zheng, what are you doing? Xiao Zheng's nose moved, and she said seriously, Brother Xiao Yuan, you smell something wrong. Xiao Yuan lowered his head and sniffed, but he didn't smell anything wrong. Xiao Zheng pulled his hand away and sniffed it, and said affirmatively, I smell the scent of another girl, which is very different from Sister Sun Wan. Are you born in the year of the dog? Xiao Yuan grinned secretly and explained, when we go to the bar, it's inevitable that we will be contaminated with other smells. Haha, Lord Yuga jumped off the bed, shaking his fat body and teasing, what are you explaining? What's there to be embarrassed about for a man to go out and play? Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue, shrugged his shoulders. The innocent are innocent, I have no guilt. Stop! Lord Yuga suddenly called Xiao Yuan. His tone was very serious. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan took back his steps and said, My lord, what's wrong? Lord Yuga waved his wings at Xiao Zheng, and waited for a while to see that she was still standing there stupidly. It had no choice but to say, Silly girl, pick me up, my lord. Xiao Zheng woke up as if from a dream, bent down to pick up Lord Yuga, and moved towards Xiao Yuan. Lord Yuga put his little head close to Xiao Yuan's cheek, looked left and right, and flapped his wings from time to time. Finally, he confirmed his thoughts and said, Boy, it may hurt in a while, bear with it. As soon as the voice fell, Lord Yuga flapped his wings, and a gust of wind appeared out of thin air and hit Xiao Yuan's head. Out of trust, he endured the instinctive rejection of his body, and did not move, letting the wind reach the side of his cheek. Whoosh! The soft wind flowed around his head, turned a few times, and determined the target on the 4 circle. Whoosh! The wind suddenly accelerated, gathered, circulated, and attacked, almost in a breath. Xiao Yuan felt a strong wind hit his temples, and then suddenly pulled out. Ah! Xiao Yuan couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The tearing pain spread quickly, several times more painful than being injured by the night demon. Gaga! Lord Yuga shouted loudly, flapping his wings. There was a slight crisp sound of click in the air, and something was pulled out of Xiao Yuan's temples by the wind and fell to the ground. Strangely enough, Xiao Yuan felt a lot of pain, but after taking out the foreign object, there was no bleeding, and not even a piece of skin was damaged. He rubbed his head and bent down to pick up the things that fell on the ground. A small black flake, as thin as a cicada's wing, only 1/3 the size of a little fingernail. One side was smooth, and on the other side extended 3 hair-thin tentacles, which had lost their vitality and died at this moment. What is this thing? How did it get on my head? Then I have to ask you, Did you touch something you shouldn't touch when you went out today? Something you shouldn't touch? Xiao Yuan recalled what happened today and exclaimed, "It was that woman. She touched my temples lightly, and— Sir, what is this? TSK, you were just being stubborn." Lord Yuga couldn't help teasing Xiao Yuan. "Have you heard of telepathy?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "The function of this thing is to collect the scenes and sounds in your mind, and the elite mental power implanted in the same place can perceive them from a distance. At first, they can only know what you see and hear, but after a long time, I'm afraid you will be controlled by others." "So powerful?" Xiao Yuan recalled the graceful Chen Ming in the nightclub, and his back felt cold. "It's okay. You just had the implant. It won't have any impact. By the way, Sir Pang Fei may have been implanted as well. Go and have a look at him." "Haha, now I remember you. Every time I ask you to buy melon seeds with 5 spices, you refuse to move." "Don't worry, sir. I buy you buttered melon seeds every day." "That's more like it." Lord Yuga snorted, and walked out the door with fellow practitioner Yuan Xiaozheng. Chapter 246. Pa. Pang Fei held his forehead and slapped his thigh. "Women are the most vicious. How do you say that?" Sheng Dong carefully looked at the black sheet in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. "I have never seen such a magical device. It can attach to the human brain without making any noise, releasing tiny tentacles, and can control people's minds for a long time. This has gone beyond the scope of technology, like magic." Xiao Yuan recalled the charming Chen Ming in the nightclub, and smiled bitterly. "Old Pang and I have been through many battles, but I didn't expect that we were both fooled in such a short time." Gu Jie hugged her shoulders, and said maliciously, "You two must have been plotted against because you saw a pretty girl, right?" "Ah." Pang Fei sighed and said in annoyance, "I didn't expect that I, Pang Fei, who has been wise all my life, would be plotted against by a little girl." And Yin almost laughed out loud when he heard this. He suppressed his laughter and reminded, "Old Pang, drink less next time. We have all seen your drinking habits." Pang Fei's face twitched, and he was not convinced. "I am famous in my hometown for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. It's the foreign wine that's wrong." Xiao Yuan took the black sheet from Shendong, carefully put it away, and said, "I have a question in my mind. How did she find us?" Xiao Yuan frowned slightly and analyzed. "This is the first time for the 4 of us to go out for fun. The location is not fixed, and the time is uncertain. How could she find it?" Chen Ming appeared at the right time, just after Xiao Yuan and the other 4 arrived. Everything was too coincidental. Gu Jia leaned against the wall and said, "Is it possible that someone has been guarding outside the hotel? Monitoring us?" Sheng Dong nodded in agreement. "Not only that, if Lao Pang didn't go to find her in the nightclub, Chen Ming would probably find a reason to come." "Ahem." Pang Fei coughed and defended, "I really don't have any interest in her, I just simply prove my charm." Xiao Yuan shook the black sheet in his hand and said self-deprecatingly, "Facts have proved that we are not charming, but we are lucky." After that, Xiao Yuan waved his hand. "I will go to the think tank of Country A with the Legion commander in a while. You can arrange to eliminate the surveillance. Legion has been in Yanjing for a week, and is entangled in trivial matters. Finally, after dealing with external social events, he will visit his mentor, Professor Li Jiogong." Xiao Yuan happened to have something to ask the old professor, so he took a ride with Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng to the prestigious A Country think tank. The A Country think tank is located in Yinjiao, Yanjing, covering an area of more than 50,000 square meters. It is home to a group of top scientific researchers and the most cutting-edge research projects, equipment, and many incredible secrets. When Li Jin, Li Ming, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xiao Zheng arrived at the main gate of the A Country think tank, they met the security guards guarding the A Country think tank. According to regulations, private vehicles are not allowed in the think tank park of Country A, and all must take internal vehicles. Li Jin handed over Professor Li Jiogong's invitation letter, and after 3 more inspections, he led everyone in. The last inspection device had a peculiar shape, with a thin layer of light and shadows stirring in the middle of the ring. When Xiao Yuan passed by, he felt as if his whole body had been through a layer of cold water, and he couldn't help shivering. Xiao Zheng walked at the end. She looked at the light and shadow curiously, and stretched out her fingers to gently pass through the detection device. Buzz, the quiet detection device suddenly shook, and then the whistle sounded loudly. Clang! The 12 security guards, who were responsible for guarding the gate, all raised their weapons, and gathered around. The weapons of the security guards were very interesting. They looked like ordinary batons, but they changed their appearance when they moved. The front and bottom of the baton extended and deformed, and finally became a gun, with electric light flashing at the tip. Z. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and pulled Xiaozheng behind him. The tunin in his left hand was faintly glowing, ready to attack at any time. Seeing this, Li Jin waved his hand to the leading security captain and said, "Everyone, she is a soldier of our Silver Wing Corps. What are you doing?" The security captain was in his early 30s, capable and calm, and said neither servile nor arrogant. "Captain Li, we all know your and Mr. Li's identities, but—" He pointed to the third detection device, frowning. "The device for detecting the Night Devil alarmed. We are following the rules." Night Devil detection device? Li Jin glanced at the ring and said, "She can't be a Night Devil. There must be some misunderstanding here." As he spoke, Li Jin picked up his phone and dialed the number. After the call was connected, Li Jin explained the situation and urged, "You and Qiner come over." The security captain saw that Li Jin had finished the call, and he was not in a hurry. He ordered the security team members around to remain alert and wait for the people Li Jin called. About 5 minutes later, a sky blue minibus slowly drove in from the road in the park. Before the car stopped, Li Jin heard Mu Xian's voice from a distance. "Brother, you are finally here. Jinny, drive faster. Brother, I miss you so much." Mu Xian got out of the car, followed by a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. "Brother Jin, long time no see." Li Qin smiled sweetly and greeted Li Jin. "Are you Qiner?" Li Jin looked the girl up and down and sighed. "I haven't seen you for 2 years. You are so beautiful that I can hardly recognize you." "Hee, is that so?" Li Qin smiled a little embarrassedly. "Let's go in quickly. Grandpa has been waiting for you. By the way, what's going on?" "Let's talk on the way. Let's get in the car first." Mu Xian said hello to the security captain, took Li Jin's arm, and dragged him to the car. Li Jin introduced Xiao Yuan and others to Li Qin and Mu Xian, and finally asked, "When did the device at the door appear? I don't remember it before." Mu Xian looked around curiously, and finally fell on Xiaozheng. "You are not human?" Xiaozheng's body suddenly tensed, her red eyes shook slightly, and she was very uneasy. Sun Wan took Xiaozheng's hand and patted it twice, signaling her not to be impulsive. Since Mu Xian had made the matter clear, it meant that he had no ill intentions. Besides, he was Li Jin's junior brother, so it wouldn't be a big deal. Mu Xian saw Xiaozheng's performance and said, "Jinny, clear the sound record and stop recording." "Got it." After Mu Xian finished speaking, a driver sitting in the driver's seat suddenly raised his head out of thin air, and his skull was divided into 4 parts. "Oh my!" Xiao Yuan was sitting behind the driver's seat. Seeing this, he almost jumped up on the spot, and hurriedly stood up and looked at Jinny. In Jinny's head, there are complex instruments and machinery. He is actually a robot that looks real. Data cleared. Stop recording. Mu Xian clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Don't be surprised. We developed intelligent robots. They are responsible for driving back and forth." He chuckled and said, "The third detection device was only equipped at the door last month. The principle of the ring detection device is not difficult. It detects the subtle pulse, body temperature, heartbeat, etc. of the passing personnel to identify their identities. Human physical condition data is recorded in the terminal system. The physical condition of the Night Demon is different from that of humans. People infected with the Night Demon virus will be different from those who have the virus lurking. There is also a kind of non-human existence that will be different." Mu Xian's eyes are bright, and he looks at Xiaozheng with a smile. "The fluctuations in your body don't seem to be infected with the Night Demon virus, so I guess it's non-human?" Chapter 247. Pa! Li Jin patted Mu Xian on the head and said with a smile, "Xiaozheng is a new recruit I specially approved to join the Silver Wing Corps. Don't bully her." Mu Xian rubbed his head and smiled. "Senior brother has spoken. What else can I say?" Xiaozheng transformed into a monster in Sierra City and saved Li Jin. After recovering from her injuries, she joined the Silver Wing Corps with the help of Xiao Yuan. Li Jin looked at the changing scenery around him and sighed. "I haven't been back for a long time, and this place has changed a lot." Li Qin is lively and volunteered to explain the buildings to everyone. Since Li Jin left the think tank of Country A to join the army, the park has been further expanded, and the Night Demon Research Area has been built in the new area. The Night Demon Research Area specializes in scientific research related to night demons, and the Abyss Material Decomposer was born here. Jinny drove the minibus all the way to the inside of the park and finally stopped outside the Night Demon Research Area. At the main entrance, there were professional security personnel guarding, and they were allowed to pass only after confirming that everything was correct. Li Jun and his group, led by Mu Xian, entered the main research building in the research area to visit Professor Li Jiugong. The main research building was bustling with people, but very quiet. The researchers who were in a hurry were either thinking with their heads down or discussing problems, with a strong research atmosphere. On the top floor, Mu Xian pointed to the innermost room and said, "Brother, the teacher is waiting for you in the lounge and wants to talk to you alone." Li Jun was slightly startled and said, "Okay, you guys go wait for me somewhere else." At the end, he reminded her again, "Xiao Xian, don't mess around." Mu Xian curled her lips and said, "Don't worry, senior brother, you don't know me yet." "It's because you know me that I'm worried," Li Jun muttered in his heart and walked towards the lounge. Ta ta ta. The soles of his shoes fell on the ground, making a crisp sound, and Li Jun's heart kept rising and falling with the sound. When he walked to the door, Li Jun raised his hand and hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door gently. Dong dong dong. When he heard a voice from inside the door saying, "Come in," he pushed the door open, and a fragrance came to his nose. Li Jun looked up and looked around. In the huge room, there was only a desk and two huge bookshelves filled with books. There was a photo on the wall, which showed Professor Li Jiugong with his family and students. Li Jun unconsciously approached the photo and looked at it carefully. Li Jiugong's son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter Li Qin. Li Jun, Mu Xian, and the two brothers who had disappeared and had no news so far and were stationed in the border of northeast China, looked at the camera with a smile. He raised his hand and stroked the person on it with his fingers. For a moment, he was upset. Time flies, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. When he was lost in thought, Professor Li Jiugong's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Teacher?" Li Jun came back to his senses and quickly turned around to greet the teacher. "After seeing the photo, I was lost in thought for a moment. Please don't blame me, teacher." Hee. Professor Li Jiugong looked at Li Jun with a smile and said, "Why are you being polite to me, kid?" "Teacher, where were you just now?" Li Jun clearly remembered that after entering the room, he did not see the teacher in the room that was open to the public. Come this way." Professor Li Jiugong took Li Jun's hand and walked towards the wall beside the desk. "This is..." Seeing the teacher's body sink into the wall and pass through directly, he said in surprise, "Did your research succeed? This technology was successful a year ago and is currently in the improvement stage. Come, taste the teacher's tea. Laowen came here last time for my tea." Li Jun sat down with Li Jiugong, and after taking a sip, his eyes lit up. "Good tea. Teacher, your skills have improved again. It seems that Mr. Wen can never catch up." "Ha." Li Jun's words hit the nail on the head. Li Jiugong laughed and said, "Of course, that old guy is still far behind me. Teacher, what is Mr. Wen busy with recently? His last disciple Li Luo went to the front line some time ago, and is said to be collecting data. Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about you." Professor Li Jiugong took Li Jun's hand and asked about Li Jun's situation at the front line with concern. Li Jun sat in the quiet room with the old professor and told him the entire Fengming plan. When he finished speaking, Professor Li Jiugong kept patting the back of his hand and said, "It's too risky. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for luck you might be?" "Teacher, I understand all this." Li Jun nodded, with a bitter look on his face. "But the supply was cut off, and the best way at the time was to gamble everything. If I ordered the entire army to return to help, all the efforts and sacrifices in the early stage would be in vain. Hey, your Uncle Wu has been mediating for you in this matter. I know that Uncle Wu met with Elder Kong Wei at your birthday party. It's really beyond my expectation that Kong Wei could do such a thing. But don't worry, your Uncle Wu has already planted people, and it won't be so easy for him to do anything in the future." And Professor Li Jiugong looked at Li Jun with a smile on his face and asked, "How is the matter between you and she girl?" "Ahem." Li Jun coughed and said awkwardly, "It's okay." "What do you mean okay?" Li Jiugong glared and pretended to be angry. "Why don't you tell the truth to the teacher?" "Teacher, we..." Li Jun looked embarrassed. "Of course I love her in my heart, but the Night Devil War is brutal, I'm afraid. Teacher understands your concerns." Professor Li Jiugong looked at Li Jun distressfully and said faintly, "You are on the front line, living between life and death every day. You are afraid of implicate her. Xiaojun, the teacher has something to say to you. We have no idea how long the Night Devil War will last, even if the Abyss Material Decomposer is developed now. How long do you want she to wait for you? 1 year? 2 years? Teacher, Li Jun opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Teacher doesn't want to force you to do anything, Xiaojun. Professor Li Jiogong said kindly. Teacher is afraid that you will think too much and miss out on losing. Before leaving Beijing, you have enough time to think. If you want to marry her, the teacher will go to her house to propose marriage with this old face. Li Jiogong said seriously. If you want to wait a little longer, the teacher will support you as well. Thank you, teacher. Li Zhen's eyes were slightly red. I will give you an answer before leaving Beijing. Okay, no hurry. Li Jiogong agreed. Xiaozhen, have you heard about the new army in the imperial capital? The Silver Wing Corps' victory over the night demons has accelerated the speed of the new army's establishment. The previously stalled Central Theater's new army formation document was announced to be passed in a very short time. By the end of the Fengming Plan, the construction of the new army in the Central Theater was nearing completion, and the speed was astonishing. I've heard about it. What do you think about this? Professor Li Jiogong looked at Li Zhen with interest. Students think. The fog that appears in various places now is very strange. The establishment of a new central army is of great significance to the defense of Yanjing. Yes. Professor Li Jiogong nodded and said, the fog is a small trouble. We have been studying one thing recently. What is it? The origin of the night demon. Ah? Li Zhen looked at Li Jiogong with eyes wide open, deeply shocked by what he said. Chapter 248. The night demons broke out without any signs. In the entire Blue Star, the night demons appeared overnight and swept the world. People fought and lost repeatedly and retreated again and again. From the outbreak of the night demons to the victory of the defense of A City, humans have been looking for ways to fight against the night demons. Standard weapons such as Minging weapons, anti-gravity maneuvers, and nightmare-breaking crossbows are all products of this period. With the victory of the war, humans who gradually stabilized their position began to have time to explore. What to explore? The origin of the night demon. Too much defense, too passive. Only by finding the root cause and location of the night demon's birth and targeting it can we completely solve the problem once and for all. Li Zhen agreed with Li Jiogong's point of view and asked, Teacher, what progress have you made so far? Professor Li Jiogong stood up. He took a document from the small bookshelf beside him and handed it to him. Li Zhen glanced at it and saw that it said, Night Demon Origin Investigation File. The content of the file is not much, and it describes the specific situation and area of the 3 frequent directions of night demons in Country A. Northeast, Northwest, Southeast. For these 3 places, the investigation team chose the northeastern border as the investigation point, and with the assistance of the Storm Corps, they went deep into the mountains to investigate. Through continuous investigation in the mountains, the investigation team gradually discovered the whereabouts and traces of the night demon, as well as the abnormality of plants. Li Zhen pointed at this passage and asked curiously, Teacher, what is the matter with this abnormal plant? Li Jiogong heard this and explained, the plants in the deep mountains are gradually mutating, and many of them are aggressive. The mutated plants, as if they have life, will attack each other wantonly, and will also attack humans. The investigation team encountered great difficulties in their exploration work here, but it was not the plants that stopped them from working. Li Zhen quickly browsed the information report, and finally his eyes fell on the last page of the file. Humanoid creatures? He subconsciously turned another page and found that the back was empty, and there was no record. Professor Li Jiogong sat down and said, only one of the 12 people who participated in the last investigation team survived, but he was mentally ill. He looked sad and said, he kept saying the words humanoid creatures, demons, and help, and he has not recovered yet. There were also soldiers in Li Zhen's army who were mentally disturbed by the night demon, and he felt bad after hearing about his situation. After calming down, Li Zhen suddenly asked, will the Storm Corps continue to explore? Professor Li Jiogong shook his head regretfully. 2 cities fell in the northwest, and the Storm Corps sent troops to help. We dare not act rashly again. The sudden fall of 2 cities in the 4 cities defense line, the first line of defense in the northwest, taught the Storm Corps a lesson. Before, they gradually relaxed because of the long period of peace, and they dared not neglect it any more. Wuhai and Or were lost, and at least 200,000 civilians were killed or injured, and countless people were displaced. The Storm Corps divided its troops under the emergency order and went to Hangjin City to provide assistance, which stabilized the situation. The speed of establishing the Northwest New Army Corps progressed rapidly during this period. After experiencing a painful experience, Gao Yi dared not block related affairs again and cooperated vigorously in order to save the Northwest. After all, the Northwest is the base camp of the Gao family. The more they lose, the greater their losses will be. Li Zhen sighed. Gao Yi, you have misled the country and the people. If Gao Yi could cooperate to complete the formation of the Northwest New Army as soon as possible, Wu Hai and or would not be lost so easily. Country A is becoming more stable internally. Legion will ask for the initiative to recover the mountain, the deep sea, and the Storm Corps will increase its exploration efforts. With 2 lines of attack, the expulsion of the Night Demon is just around the corner, but now, the situation is likely to be delayed. Li Jun and Professor Li Jiogong have not seen each other for a long time, and they are drinking tea and chatting in the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan are touring the research building under the leadership of Mu Xian. Mu Xian led everyone downstairs and stood in front of a research room, saying, "The equipment in this room is amazing, it is specially used to test the limits of the human body." Mu Xian met Xiao Yuan when he went to A City, and they were very familiar with each other. He said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, do you want to try it?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Xiao Xian, you don't want to use me as a guinea pig, do you?" Hee. Li Qin covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right, Xiao Xian was clamoring to test you before you came." Mu Xian was exposed without being pretentious, saying, "I just want to see the physical ability of the top warriors of the Silver Wing Legion. What's wrong with that?" Li Qin made a face at him and said, "Oh, you are still confident, right?" Xiao Yuan was very interested in the instrument in his mouth. After experiencing the fierce battle, and being soaked in the mist exhaled by the Azure Dragon, he always felt that something had changed in his body. It's hard to explain, but it's real. He was willing to use the instrument to find out, so he readily accepted Mu Xian's suggestion and shook his head. "You can try it." "Great." Mu Xian was delighted and quickly used his fingerprint to open the metal door of the laboratory. The space in the laboratory was extremely spacious, more than 500 square meters. There was an instrument in the laboratory, covered with a transparent cover. A giant screen was hung on one wall, with rows of professional data constantly scrolling on it. Xiao Yuan glanced at it, and didn't understand anything. In the center of the laboratory was a terminal console, covered with several buttons and devices. Xiao Zheng came to such a high-tech place for the first time, and felt that her eyes were almost not enough. She touched the glass protective cover in front of the terminal console with her fingertips and said, "What is this used for?" Mu Xian said proudly, "Don't underestimate it. Through it, you can clearly see the power points and detailed data of the human body in the instrument." Finally, he added, "I designed it." Xiao Yuan followed Mu Xian's instructions, and walked into the device. As the glass cover slowly fell, he felt like he was back in the RV reinforcement room. Buzz, a buzzing sound came from the device, and then 2 red lights appeared above and below his head, slowly moving in opposite directions. When the 2 red lines finally intersected, Xiao Yuan seemed to hear the sound of electricity. Ziz. After repeating this several times, the sound of electricity finally disappeared, and the protective cover slowly opened. Xiao Yuan stretched his body and said, "The test is completed? It's pretty fast." Mu Xian carefully recorded the data and praised, "Brother Xiao Yuan is worthy of being the top warrior of the Silver Wing Corps. Among the people I recorded, all the data can be ranked in the top 3. "Oh!" Xiao Yuan walked to him curiously and glanced at the recorder. "You recorded a lot of people?" "Of course." Mu Xian said simply, "The 2nd generation gene potion is in the final stage, and your data are all valuable references." "Gene potion?" Xiao Yuan's heart moved, and said, "Are you responsible for the 2nd generation gene potion?" Hee. Mu Xian scratched his head embarrassedly. "How is it possible? I am responsible for the human body data reference." The 2nd generation gene potion was jointly developed by the A-Country Think Tank Research Institute and the Imperial Capital Haoming Research Institute. The 2 core scientists are Professor Li Jiogong and Professor Yuan Kui of the Imperial Capital Haoming Group. With the joint efforts of these 2, the research progress of the 2nd generation gene potion has been rapidly improved. Li Jiogong and Yuan Kui were later called the founders of the human element era. Chapter 249. In the lounge, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xiao Zheng greeted Professor Li Jiogong one by one. Professor Li Jiogong waved his hand at the 3 of them kindly and said, "You're welcome. It's like being at home here. Don't be shy." Xiao Yuan nodded gratefully, and said, "We have heard of your name for a long time. It's inevitable that we are a little excited to meet you in person today." Professor Li Jiogong was very humorous and said, "Will you be disappointed? After all, I'm not born with 3 heads and 6 arms." The old professor's humorous look relieved Xiao Yuan's tension, and he began to explain the whole story one by one. Before coming to the imperial capital, Xiao Yuan had asked Li Ming to use the Tianji system to find the location on the map of the Bushian mountain range for him. Unfortunately, Qingmian's family map spanned thousands of years, and the landforms had changed dramatically. In addition, Li Ming's Tianji system had insufficient authority, and could not be used for full search. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to think of Professor Li Jiogong of the eight-country think tank, who had full authority over the Tianji system. I hope to find the secrets of Lihua country hidden in the Buxian mountain, with the help of the heavenly secrets. Professor Li Jiogong looked surprised and asked, "How do you know about Lihua country?" As a mysterious country, Lihua country has very few historical records, and the academic community has not recognized its existence. There has been no unearthed cultural relics or archaeological excavations to prove its existence. As time goes by, fewer and fewer people know about the existence of Lihua country. Xiao Yuan hesitated and said, A friend I met by chance, he likes antiques, and there is such a map in his collection of rubbings. Professor Li Jiogong has lived for decades. How could he not hear the mystery in the words? How can there be so many coincidences in the world? One person just happened to collect rubbings, and was just encountered by Xiao Yuan? The most important thing is, how to interpret the text on the rubbings of ancient books? The Chinese characters of Lihua country have long been lost. Even with Li Jiogong's erudition, it is still unknown who in the world can decipher large sections of Lihua characters. Seeing that Xiao Yuan was unwilling to reveal the person behind the map rubbings, he did not pursue it in detail and respected Xiao Yuan's privacy. Li Jiogong carefully examined the map rubbings Xiao Yuan brought, and whispered, "The range of the mountains and rivers depicted on it is not large." Li Jiogong did not continue to ask about the source of the map, which made Xiao Yuan feel a little relieved. Qingmian, Qing Yuan, and Qing Yuzhen are the last bloodline of the Qing family, the historian of Lihua country. Qingmian and Qing Yuzhen are cursed, and they can't control themselves and turn into mermaids every full moon. If someone has evil intentions and captures them for research, Xiao Yuan dare not imagine their fate. The best way to protect them is to keep their existence secret. Xiao Yuan's excuse was full of loopholes, and even he himself felt uncomfortable. The old professor didn't say anything else, which made him respect Li Jiogong even more. He nodded and said, "That's true." Li Ming said, "The range is too small. It's so difficult to find this place in the vast Buzhou mountains." Professor Li Jiogong lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "This matter is very serious. It involves the source of the night demon. I will open the highest authority of the Tianji system to find it." Li Jin heard this and said, "Teacher, the traces of the Lihua kingdom in the mountains of Ace City are very similar to the records in the rubbings." Well, Li Jiogong nodded and analyzed slowly. There are traces of activities from the north to the Bushan mountain and the south to Ace City. This shows that the territory of the Lihua kingdom at that time was probably much larger than we imagined. Xiao Yuan, I saw your statement in the report. Did you see tens of thousands of soldiers fighting during the full moon? Yes. Xiao Yuan recalled the situation at that time and said, "One side should be the army of Lihua country, and the other side is the enemy country." Is that so? It means that there were different hostile countries at that time, but they were wiped out one by Lihua country. The text records on the rubbings are highly credible. Professor Li Jiogong was very excited. This matter cannot be delayed. I need to go to the central control room of the Tianji system immediately. Xiaozhen, take the children to eat. No need to wait for me. Professor Li Jiogong said, and was about to walk out the door. As his eyes swept through them one by one, he was startled and looked at Sun Wan, who looked confused, with surprise. Li Jin noticed Li Jiogong's abnormality and asked, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Li Jiogong quickly reacted, shook his head calmly, and said, It's okay, it's okay." After saying that, he left the lounge without looking back. After going out, Professor Li Jiogong frowned and murmured in a barely audible voice, "It's so similar. How can it be so similar? The girl named Sun Wan, her appearance and demeanor, why is she so similar to an old friend? Is it all a coincidence, or is there another reason?" He sighed and walked towards the central control room of the Tianji system step by step. In the lounge, Li Jin looked around and smiled helplessly. The teacher has always been like this, and he will do it immediately when he has something in mind. Mu Xian patted his stomach and said, "Brother, let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. Recently, a chef has come and the dishes he makes are delicious." Li Jin pointed at him and said with a smile, "You only know how to eat, and you don't even care about the teacher." Mu Xian chuckled and said, "I can't get into the Tianji Center, you know that." Li Qin saw that the two of them were talking endlessly, so she pulled Li Jin's arm and acted coquettishly. "Brother Jin, let's go eat quickly, Qiner is hungry too." Seeing Li Qin like this, Li Jin had to compromise and tapped her nose. "I know, let's go eat first, Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yuan heard Li Jin's call came back to his senses and said, "Ah, okay, let's go now." Li Jun looked at him deeply and said with a smile, "Let's go and try the dishes of our country think tank." As he said that, Li Jun walked out first and led everyone downstairs to the cafeteria. Xiao Yuan walked in the end, and he was still thinking about Professor Li Jiogong's expression just now. Surprised, stunned, confused, and worried? Could it be that Professor Li Jiogong knew Xiaonuan? Or had he seen Xiaonuan's photo before? No. Xiaonuan was just a soldier of the Silver Wing Legion. The old professor had experienced many ups and downs in his life, and had seen too much. Would an ordinary female soldier make him look like that? Xiao Yuan walked in the corridor, becoming more and more confused. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind. Will Professor Li Jiogong know Xiaonuan's life experience? Xiao Yuan racked his brains, and could only think of this possibility. Xiaonuan's origins have always been a mystery. Her memory is incomplete, and her skills are as powerful as human limits or even higher. She is a girl full of mystery, and she is also a girl Xiao Yuan wants to cherish. Xiaonuan has never said that she wants to trace her own origins, but Xiao Yuan knows that she has always cared about it. The tacit understanding between the two of them, a glance and a gesture can understand each other's feelings. But Xiao Yuan didn't dare to mention it. He was afraid of touching Xiaonuan's pain, and even more afraid of losing Xiaonuan. He was afraid that when the day came when Xiaonuan's life story was revealed, they would drift apart, and even lose each other. This selfish emotion has been tormenting Xiao Yuan in his heart. Today, Li Jiogong's performance revealed the wound hidden in Xiao Yuan's heart. The anxiety and entanglement made Xiao Yuan confused for a while, and he didn't know how to choose. Chapter 250. Yanjing, Kuiping Hotel. Wu Mai, dressed in white and standing tall, leaned against the rooftop and looked down. Cars were shuttling back and forth, and people were surging. After hearing the footsteps behind him, Wu Mai's eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Not bad, very punctual." Li Jun walked to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. "I just came back from the think tank of Country A. I hope I didn't keep you waiting for too long." "Haha," Wu Mai chuckled and said, "You are now famous in Yanjing. I don't deserve the word wait for too long." Li Jun ignored the sarcasm in his words and asked, "Old Wu-in, Mushi, are they all right?" Wu Mai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Li Jun. "Father is naturally fine. I heard that he will host a banquet for you at home in a few days, but..." His tone gradually became colder, and he said, "You'd better not take my sister's affairs so seriously." Li Jun looked calm and said softly, She and I are sincere." "True love?" Wu Mai showed a mocking look on his face. "What can your sincerity be worth between life and death? Being with you, she was worried and scared every day. She went to the front line and suffered criticism from many people. Do you think that you are not afraid of anything just by being sincere? Wrong. Very wrong. I know what you think of me." Li Jun looked directly at Wu Mai and said word by word, "I love her, and will do my best to love her with my life. I have also hesitated and been cowardly, afraid that I could not give her happiness. When I was in Sierra City, when I stepped into the gates of hell, I suddenly realized something. I'm just an ordinary person, a nobody." Li Jun laughed at himself. "In this love, I'm a selfish person. I don't want to be a hero, I want to be an ordinary person pursuing love. So, I won't retreat anymore. I will spend my whole life taking care of her until my life ends." Li Jun's words were sincere and honest. His eyes were bright, and when he looked at people, he would make people feel good and willing to believe him. Wu Mai's handsome face moved, but he didn't say a word for a long time. He turned around with mixed feelings, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said, "Brother Li Jun, I didn't expect you to be so naive after so long." He. He laughed neurotically, unable to restrain himself, and the sound echoed on the rooftop. Finally, Wu Mai sneered, "Do you really think things will be so simple? Wait until you can leave Yanjing safely, then talk about it." Li Jun raised his eyebrows, turned around and asked, Do you know something?" Wu Mai snorted and laughed, without looking back, "May you be blessed." As he said that, Wu Mai strode away from the rooftop, and a faint smile appeared on his originally cold face before entering the exit. "Li Jun, your performance is not bad, but you still have a long way to go." "How far can you go?" Li Jun looked at Wu Mai's back as he left gracefully, and recalled Wu Mai's words. Today's Wu Mai seemed different from before. Although his words were sharp and merciless, the meaning of his words kept reminding him secretly. Who else in Yanjing will target him? He looked at the city with a worried look on his face. There were lights on, and it was bustling and prosperous. He hoped everything would go well. Li Jun prayed in his heart. He always felt a little uneasy when he left the familiar frontline battlefield. Maybe Yanjing was too big and too far away, which made people feel alienated. Or maybe the road ahead was difficult, and he didn't know where to end. In a famous Western restaurant in Yanjing City, Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng sat upright on their chairs, listening to the waiter introduce the menu woodenly. Xiao Yuan pretended to be experienced and pointed at the menu and said, 1 pizza, 2 pumpkin soups, 3 black pepper steaks. After that, Xiao Yuan handed the menu to Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng. What do you want to eat? Sun Wan looked at it for a while, and ordered another cream of mushroom soup. Xiao Zheng flipped through it for a long time and timidly said to the waiter, Sister, do you have beef here? Sheep? The waitress immediately responded and said with a smile, We have a variety of lamb dishes in our restaurant, such as Scottish lamb soup, roast lamb, and lamb sauce lasagna. Xiao Zheng waved her hands, made a circle, and said, No, sister, I want to ask if you have a live lamb here, a whole one. The waitress was stunned and forced a smile. Sorry, we don't have a live whole lamb in our store. Ahem, Xiao Yuan coughed and said, My sister is teasing you. Please don't mind, and add another portion of stewed lamb knee. As he said that, Xiao Yuan winked at Xiao Zheng, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. Xiao Zheng held Sun Wan's arm aggressively, and whispered, The whole lamb is delicious. When I was in my hometown, I could eat 1.5 lambs in one meal. Sun Wan smiled helplessly and explained, Xiao Zheng, people here eat cooked food, they don't eat animals raw. Oh. Xiao Zheng curled her lips and said, They actually eat lamb cooked, they are so terrible. Xiao Zheng's complaints disappeared after the dishes were served one by one, especially the stewed lamb knee, which she ate up clean. Seeing that she liked it, Xiao Yuan ordered another portion. The little girl got up and went to the bathroom. Halfway through her meal, her steps were fast. Sun Wan was not used to using a knife and fork, but fortunately Xiao Yuan was skilled and cut the beef into small pieces for her. Sun Wan looked at Xiao Yuan's deft hands and asked curiously, Xiao Yuan, did you often eat Western food before? Hee. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, Do you think I used to be able to eat Western food? Sun Wan thought seriously for a while and said, No, when we first met, you were still looking for food in the supermarket. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but recall the scene at that time and smiled. Thank you, lady, for saving me twice, otherwise I would have died there. Chuck. Sun Wan chuckled, slightly opened her red lips, and ate the beef handed to her by Xiao Yuan. She asked, You haven't told me how you learned to use a knife and fork? Xiao Yuan pointed to the waiters coming and going and said, I worked as a waiter in a Western restaurant in Sheer City for a while. He shook his head and smiled. I didn't have any money in my pocket at the time, and I always wanted to eat a meal when I saw others eating Western food. Sun Wan blinked, smiled sweetly, and tilted her head slightly to be cute and charming. So, how does it taste? Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Nothing special, but with you accompanying me, this meal is extremely delicious. Sun Wan was amused by him and giggled. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a cry of surprise in the restaurant. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan's eyes were attracted and both were startled. Xiao Zheng stood at a dining table at a loss, with most of the wine in a high-heeled glass in her hand spilled. The spilled wine splashed on the table and on a man's white shirt, which was extremely conspicuous. Xiao Zheng stared blankly and whispered, Sorry. I didn't mean it. Bang. There were 3 people at the table, a man with a high nose and broad eyes wearing a white shirt, and 2 young girls from country A. One of the girls, wearing a pure white dress, slammed the table and yelled, What's wrong with you? Tom is covered in wine. The girl had delicate makeup and delicate features, but her lips were thin, which made her look mean at first glance. Chapter 251. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng quickly defended herself. Just now when I was walking over, someone tripped me, so I... Ha. The girl stood up and hugged her shoulders, her voice getting louder. There is no one else here. Do you want to say that it was Tom who tripped you? Xiao Zheng looked down at Tom, and saw that he was looking straight at her. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Zheng had not been in Blue Star for long, and knew very little about the culture and social etiquette of today's society. Seeing her bow her head, the girl became even more arrogant, and she yelled at Xiao Zheng in public. Xiao Zheng clenched her fists and let out a faint roar, like a kitten making a sound when threatened. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Xiao Yuan whispered in her ear, It's okay, I take care of it. He patted Xiao Zheng's shoulder, pulled her behind him, and smiled. She is my sister, we can talk about anything. Xiao Yuan looked at the wine stains on the white tablecloth and Tom's clothes, and said, I will compensate you for your losses, and the trouble you caused to the hotel. The girl in the white dress was showing off her power happily, but she didn't expect to be interrupted by Xiao Yuan. She raised her eyebrows and said, Compensation for the losses is enough? Do you know how much Tom's shirt cost? She looked at Xiao Yuan and Xiaojing's clothes, and her eyes showed contempt. I'm afraid it won't be enough for your monthly salary. Xiao Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he still said in a calm tone, How about this, double compensation for your losses? The girl was about to speak, and Tom, who had just wiped his shirt with a towel handed by the waiter, finally spoke. He stood up, 190 centimeters tall, a head taller than the others. Xiao Yuan's height of 178 centimeters was half a head shorter than him. Tom put down the towel, and looked at Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng behind Xiao Yuan. When his eyes fell on Sun Wan, a touch of surprise flashed across his face, and he said, It's okay, I believe this lovely lady didn't mean it. Tom spoke authentic Mandarin, with clear pronunciation and graceful manners, and walked around Xiao Yuan to greet Sun Wan. He extended his hand with a kind smile on his face. Hello, beautiful lady. Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, and was immediately furious. Does this guy think he doesn't exist? Sun Wan took Xiaojing's hand to comfort her and ignored Tom's hand. Xiao Yuan smiled and reached out to hold Tom's hand, saying, It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Mr. Tom is really broad-minded. Tom's eyes finally landed on Xiao Yuan, and he asked, Who are you? Xiao Yuan cursed inwardly. Did you not pay attention to what I said just now? He looked at Tom with a smile and said, Oh, I am the boyfriend of this beautiful lady. A fire flashed in Tom's eyes. Having lived in Country A for a long time, he often felt a sense of superiority. In Country A, the preferential treatment policy for foreigners has made people like Jack and Tom accustomed to being treated as honored guests. Whether in life or work, his identity makes him feel at home, including the two girls from Country A around him. After meeting at a party, the three of them soon became very close, and the details are too embarrassing to describe. The smile on Tom's face turned cold, and he wanted to withdraw his hand and said, You get out of the way. Xiao Yuan heard this, still without changing his expression, and suddenly exerted force on his hand. Crack! Ah! Tom screamed in pain, and the force of Xiao Yuan's hand made him think that his hand bones were broken. In the eyes of others, Xiao Yuan's physique is not comparable to Tom's. One looks like a weak scholar, and the other is a sturdy man. When Tom turned pale with pain, many people had not yet reacted to the situation. When the restaurant manager rushed over, he saw this strange scene. Finally, Xiao Yuan let go of Tom. He sneered and whispered, Mr. Tom, be careful. Your palm is not hard enough. Don't stretch it out casually. The girl in the white dress seemed to have been stepped on by someone. She wanted to jump up and pointed at Xiao Yuan's nose and shouted, Mr. Tom, you are from the American Embassy in Country A. How dare you? The girl's words made the restaurant manager shudder. They were just a small restaurant. How could they dare to get involved with such a foreign figure? The manager coughed, put on a professional smile on his face, and said, You two, listen to me. Since it's a misunderstanding, why don't we? Tom covered his hands and looked at Xiao Yuan with red eyes. When he heard the manager's voice, he yelled, You! Get out! The manager didn't expect that Tom, who looked gentle and polite, would suddenly curse, and was stunned at the time without reacting. Tom stared at Xiao Yuan and said in hatred, You will not have a good ending. Xiao Yuan sneered and laughed. He was so angry that he laughed. This guy thought this was his home. Nothing else was seen, but Tom's arrogant attitude was exactly the same as Jack's, worthy of being the elite selected from Matey. Just when Tom was about to make a phone call, a soft voice came from the people around. I just saw it. It was you who stretched out your foot and tripped her. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw three girls standing together. The girl in the lead was in her early 20s. She pointed at Tom and said, Mr. Tom, it was your foot that tripped someone just now. The girl had delicate features and fair skin. She was a little nervous. She was trembling slightly when speaking in front of everyone. Tom's face changed and he shouted, You are talking nonsense. How could I do such a thing? Xiao Yuan watched the girl retreat in fear and laughed. Mr. Tom, I really didn't expect you to be a scammer. He smiled at the girl in a friendly way and said, Thank you, little girl. Tom's face turned pale and red, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The girl in red, who had been silent beside him, spoke at the right time. She stood up and smiled elegantly, saying, It seems that there are indeed some misunderstandings here. Let's pretend that what happened today never happened. The restaurant manager heard this and nodded quickly. Indeed, it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved, he. The girl in red looked at her companion and pulled Tom outside. They had suffered a great loss today, and it was unreasonable to delay any longer because there were witnesses. She had just taken a step when she was stopped by someone. Xiao Yuan looked at her with a sharp gaze and said in a cold tone, "What? You don't think you can just walk away after blackmailing?" The girl frowned slightly. Although she didn't know Xiao Yuan's background, she guessed that he had a strong background after observing his words and deeds. The background of the American embassy in Country A is enough to scare ordinary people, but he turned a blind eye to it, and even became more unforgiving after learning about it. Xiao Yuan was indeed angry. From Jack, Daniel to Tom, these guys were doing whatever they wanted in Country A, and thought they were superior. What if the ordinary people of Country A encountered this incident today? They must have suffered a loss in silence, and dared not speak out, and hurriedly dealt with it. The long-standing dissatisfaction found a point to explode today, making him become sharp. The girl in red opened her mouth, and was about to speak when she heard a shrill roar from the restaurant. Immediately afterwards, a splash of blood splashed in the corner, staining the white wall red. After a second of stunned silence, the crowd screamed in fear, "Murder! Murder!" Chapter 252. The crowd fled in all directions. Xiao Yuan looked through the crowd at the scene and frowned. A tall and thin young man, with veins popping out on his face, knelt on the ground holding his female companion, his cheek close to her neck. His throat moved, and he kept drinking. Blood flowed from the girl's neck, dyeing the two of them into bloody people. Roar! The young man threw the girl, who had little blood left, to the ground and turned his head to look into the restaurant. People screamed and ran, like headless flies, afraid that they would follow the girl's footsteps at night. Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan looked at each other, and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The young man's eyes were red, which reminded him of the red in the eyes of the demon, almost exactly the same. The young man looked around, sniffed the air, and rushed to Xiao Yuan's position. Ah! Run! The people who had just gathered around to watch the excitement were the farthest from the gate, and now they had to push and run towards the door. The girl who spoke for Xiao Yuan also ran outside with her two companions. Suddenly, a push came from the side, and her thin body was shaken and fell to the side. When she rubbed her knees and tried to stand up, she found a person standing in front of her. It was him. The young man with blood on his face laughed strangely, opened his mouth and bit the girl's white neck. The two companions of the girl were pushed by the crowd and had no time to respond to rescue. Seeing that she was about to die, they couldn't help but shout loudly, "Won you!" The tall and thin young man's eyes were redder. He could imagine the wonderful sound of flesh being torn and the smell of blood. Bang! When the girl fell to the ground and covered her cheeks in fear, thinking that her life was coming to an end, a muffled sound sounded in front of her. When she opened her eyes, she saw the young man's body being knocked away, and Xiao Yuan's body spun in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Roar! The tall and thin young man was knocked away, and he got up with a tumble, roaring and rushing towards Xiao Yuan. His speed was not fast, but his momentum was amazing. Every step he took on the ground made the ground rumble. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly and rushed towards him. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Xiao Yuan's body suddenly flashed and passed by the young man. He moved as fast as lightning, grabbed the young man's waist, and pulled him hard. The young man's body was stopped by Xiao Yuan, pulled back in the opposite direction, and thrown back to the wall. Bang! The young man hit the wall and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The pain stimulated his nerves, making him fierce. He roared and a stream of blood steamed out of his body. Then, the young man picked up the tableware on the table beside him, and threw it at Xiao Yuan. His hand strength was extremely strong, even stronger than before. Knives, forks, plates, and other simple items became sharp weapons in his hands. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to pick up a table beside him to block it. For a while, there was a constant crackling in the restaurant. After the young man threw all the things around him, Xiao Yuan began to fight back. He threw the scarred table in his hand at the young man. The round table flew through the air and flew straight towards the young man. Bang! The young man ducked and dodged. The round table hit the wall with a loud noise. The force was so great that it was unimaginable. This time it was thrown by human power. Before the young man could stand up straight, another attack came. Xiao Yuan ran towards him quickly, and while running, he still did not forget to drag the chair and the round table and hit the young man. The young man dodged left and right, and finally punched the flying round table. Crack! The round table broke into pieces, and Xiao Yuan's attack came suddenly in the midst of the scattered wood chips. His right hand was wrapped in a layer of silver gloves, and he punched the young man's abdomen. Xiao Yuan was good at continuous fast attacks, and after a successful attack, the attacks fell like raindrops. The young man struggled to fight back, but strangely, the blood-colored mist on his body was dissolved and absorbed by Tunin as soon as it was steamed out. At the end of the fight, he finally couldn't hold on, and was hit on the back of the head by Xiao Yuan, and fell limply. Bang! The red in the young man's eyes gradually faded, and he slowly closed his eyes. Huh? Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was really a headache that he couldn't use weapons blatantly. If it was normal, with the help of the Minging knife and the mobile device, it would only take 4 or 5 moves for this guy. He pulled up a white tablecloth, wiped the blood off his silver gloves, and waved to the restaurant manager, who was halfway out of the door. The manager was shocked, hesitated for a long time, and finally came out, looking at Xiao Yuan fearfully, and said, What do you want? Xiao Yuan's performance just now was too amazing, throwing the round table with one hand as if it was a game. Is this kind of physical strength still human? Xiao Yuan threw down the tablecloth casually and asked, Have you notified the Yanjing Security Bureau? The manager was stunned for a few seconds, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Notified. Oh, Xiao Yuan responded, and said, Let someone find a rope, tie up that guy, and hand him over to the police station. As he said that, Xiao Yuan walked to the girl, who was still sitting on the ground. She was scratched by the tableware thrown by the young man just now, but fortunately Xiao Yuan resisted most of the force in front. Even so, a wound was still cut on her delicate arm, and the blood stained her sleeves red. Xiao Yuan looked at the girl who was helped up by her companions and asked, Are you okay? The girl shook her head and forced a smile. No. I'm fine. That's good. He was grateful that the girl was willing to speak up for justice. If he hadn't protected her just now, he would have felt guilty. Xiao Yuan smiled slightly and waved to Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng. Do you have any more Qingnong powder? Sun Wan nodded, took out a small bottle of medicine from her pocket and handed it to the girl, and said, Once a day, external application is very effective for injuries. The girl took the bottle and said, Thank you. Seeing Xiao Yuan turn around and wanted to walk towards the unconscious vampire youth, she bravely said, My name is Huang Wanyu. Xiao Yuan stopped and turned to look at her, his eyes as deep as obsidian. Huang Wanyu's cheeks were slightly hot under his gaze, and she clenched her fists nervously, not knowing what to say. The girl next to her saw her bestie's look and hurried out to help, saying, My name is Fan Xuan, and she is Ouyang Shui, nice to meet you. Xiao Yuan looked at the 3 girls, wondering what he was thinking. Just when Fan Xuan thought Xiao Yuan had frozen, he chuckled. Thank you all for today's work. After saying that, Xiao Yuan walked towards the girl lying in a pool of blood. She should be the young man's female companion. They were wearing couple outfits. Their appearance. It was hard to tell what they looked like with their faces stained red by blood. Her skin was pale from excessive blood loss, and her body twisted and fell to the ground. The light in her eyes was gone, empty and desperate. Xiao Yuan looked down at the wound on the girl's neck and found that it was no longer bleeding, and it seemed there was a tendency to scab. He raised his eyebrows. How could it be so fast? Xiao Yuan has been in the army for a long time, and soldiers in the army are often injured. Not to mention that the wounds caused by the night demon are not easy to heal. Ordinary wounds will not heal so quickly even with the Qingnong San most commonly used by the Silver Wing Corps, not to mention that she is still dead. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuan slowly put his fingers close to the girl's neck artery. The girl had no pulse at all, and she was dead. He frowned and wanted to check the girl's wound again. At this moment, a low voice came from behind Xiao Yuan. Sir, please don't touch the body at will. Chapter 253. Xiao Yuan's fingers stopped in midair, and he squinted his eyes and looked behind him. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood behind him, and a group of uniformed Yanjing guards filed in. Xiao Yuan retracted his hand, stood up, smiled slightly, and said, Don't get me wrong, I just want to confirm whether she is really dead. Xiao Yuan looked at the mark on his shoulder, the level of police chief. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yuan and asked suspiciously, It was you who defeated him just now. Xiao Yuan looked handsome, and he really didn't look like someone who could fight. He shrugged and said, It's fake, the manager just saw it. The sheriff said seriously, In that case, you go back with us to take a statement, and notify your school by the way. He pointed at Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, and Xiao Zheng and said, Are you together? Xiao Yuan took Sun Wan's hand and smiled, I am very happy to cooperate with the sheriff's work, but I am not a student. Oh, the sheriff looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise and said, well, please come back to the police station with us. Xiao Yuan had never been to the police station before, so it was a first for him. Xiao Zheng, a curious baby, found everything new and interesting, and had a lot of fun looking at this and that. The police officer who took Xiao Yuan's statement was a young police officer with acne all over his face, with a flat head, thick eyebrows, small eyes, and a big mouth. After learning the identities of Xiao Yuan and the other two, the police officer hurriedly completed the statement and immediately reported the matter to the sheriff. Yanjing's police stations are distributed throughout the city, in charge of various small areas. The police station Xiao Yuan entered was called Three Trees Police Station, with a total of 32 people in the police station. The highest position in the police station is the chief of police, with a total of 2 chiefs and deputy chiefs. The chief of police, Teng Yan, led the team to the Western restaurant. Teng Yan was experienced, and when he learned that someone in the Western restaurant was sucking blood and committing crimes, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He personally led the team equipped with weapons to the scene of the crime in the Western restaurant, but fortunately Xiao Yuan was there to solve the problem in advance. Otherwise, there will inevitably be casualties when they arrive. Teng Yan asked the police officer to take Xiao Yuan and the other two to the reception room, and his attitude became much friendlier. He took the initiative to shake hands with Xiao Yuan and said, "It turns out that you are Captain Xiao Yuan of the Silver Wing Corps. Hello." After knowing Xiao Yuan's identity, Teng Yan was also surprised and hurriedly ordered someone to verify the situation. After getting confirmation, he understood why Xiao Yuan, who looked weak, could subdue the murderer alone. The Silver Wing Corps, which has been fighting against the Night Demon for many years, is almost one of the top troops in Country A in close combat. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with the out-of-control thugs? After greeting Teng Yan for a few words, Xiao Yuan asked, "Captain Teng, has the identity of the blood-sucking murderer been found out?" "It has been found out. His name is Yukong, and he is a native of Yanjing." "Then, how will your bureau deal with him?" Xiao Yuan hesitated and asked, "His current ability is not something that ordinary people can deal with." "We understand this, please rest assured." Teng Yan patiently explained, "Captain Xiao Yuan may not know that there is a new department specially established in Yanjing." "New department?" "The new department is called Ranger, which specializes in handling matters related to mutant humans and is directly managed by the A Country Parliament." "Ranger?" Xiao Yuan confirmed that he had never heard of this organization and asked, "Are the members of Ranger ordinary people?" "I don't know about this. Ranger has just been established for 3 months. The composition of its members is very mysterious and has never been announced to the public." "I see." Xiao Yuan nodded. "Since there are professional personnel handling it, I believe it will be handled satisfactorily." "Hee, please rest assured." Bang! Before Teng Yan finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open by an external force, and the police officer, who was taking Xiao Yuan's statement, ran in a panic. "Captain, it's bad. It's bad. Jing Bao. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm meeting a guest?" Teng Yan shouted loudly. "Captain, that female corpse." "The female corpse." Jing Bao was so tired that he was out of breath and spoke hesitantly. "Female corpse? The female corpse is gone." "What?" Teng Yan stood up from his chair and walked around the table in 2 or 3 steps to him. "What happened? Explain it clearly." "We put the female corpse in the morgue, waiting for someone to take it away, but in just over an hour, the body disappeared." "How? How is this possible?" Teng Yan murmured, frowning and saying, "Take me to the morgue quickly, quickly." "That? Captain Xiao Yuan." Teng Yan slapped his head and remembered Xiao Yuan, who was still here, and said, "You can go back. I have something to deal with here." "Captain Teng, take it easy." Xiao Yuan smiled and nodded, watching Teng Yan and Jing Bao leave. Sun Wan said with some worry, "Xiao Yuan, don't we go and take a look?" Xiao Yuan shook his head and smiled. "This is Chief Teng's job. We are outsiders, and it's not good for us to interfere. Teng Yan seems to be a good person, but this is his territory." Xiao Yuan and the other two interfered too much and seemed to be the main host. He stretched his muscles and said to Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng, "Let's go back to the hotel. We have to attend the commendation meeting the day after tomorrow, and we have to rest up." When Teng Yan arrived, the morgue had been sealed off, and 5 guards were waiting outside for his arrival. "Sheriff." Seeing Teng Yan appear, the 5 people greeted him. He waved his hand and said to the leading guard, "Feng Luan, tell me the details." "Yes." Feng Luan agreed straightforwardly and led Teng Yan, who was wearing shoe covers, into the morgue. It was called a morgue, but it was actually just a room converted from a warehouse. The Sankeshu police station was not large in scale, and there were only a few murders encountered throughout the year. Most of the criminal cases were transferred to the district police brigade for handling. In the morgue, there are 3 cold iron beds side by side, and these 3 iron beds have never been filled with corpses. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Fong Lun walked in front, and Tung Yen walked in behind. "Sheriff, please look here." Fong Lun pointed to the bed, where the female corpse was placed and said, "The body was originally placed here, but there are scratches on the wall, indicating that someone moved the iron bed, where the female corpse was. The force was not strong, it should be moved unintentionally, and then this side." Fong Lun bent down and pointed at the footprints beside the bed. "There is a series of not very obvious bloody footprints." "Oh!" Tung Yen bent down to observe and said, "These footprints are not big, they should be left by a woman. But it should be difficult for a woman to move a body that is close to her own weight. Besides, there are so many people in the bureau. It is difficult to leave without being noticed. Captain, we just collected and analyzed the footprints and found something." "What is it?" Tung Yen saw Fong Lun's expression of wanting to say something but hesitating, and said, "There is no outsider here, just say whatever you want. This bloody footprint is the dead person's own." "What?" Tung Yen's eyes widened. A chill rose from his back. "How is this possible?" "Captain, do you think it is like this?" Fong Lun said with an ugly face. The female corpse stood up and moved the bed by herself, and then walked out? Walked out by herself? Tung Yen looked at the bloody footprints extending outside the house, speechless for a long time. Chapter 254. Yanjing, Western Suburbs. In an elegant and quiet high-end club, Zhou Yi lowered his head slightly and followed Zhang Tianqing. He looked around quietly from time to time, and the detail showed its exquisite craftsmanship and luxury. As Zhang Tianqing walked, he whispered, "When you meet Mr. Khan later, be sure to be careful with your words." Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Brother Zhang, please rest assured. Mr. Khan doesn't like noise, and doesn't like people who are ambitious. I remember it all." Zhang Tianqing's face was full of smiles, and he was in a good mood. "Brother Zhou, this is the last level. If you can pass it smoothly, in the future." Zhou Yi smiled knowingly and said, "In the future, we will naturally share wealth and honor." Hee. Zhang Tianqing was even happier. If a person is lucky, good things can't be stopped. He received news from the Zhou family when he returned from A's city. Night Demon Beauty? When he first heard the name, Zhang Tianqing couldn't help but frown secretly. What is this? After a deeper understanding, Zhang Tianqing's heart was beating wildly and fast. After many years in Yanjing, his eyesight was sharp. It is true that this business can bring endless high profits, but the key is how much profit he can get from it. The person said by the Zhou family is very young, a young man of 23 or 24 years old, handsome and quite good at handling things. Zhang Tianqing and Zhou Yi are in a similar situation. He is a member of the side branch of the Zhang family, and has never been taken seriously. Zhang Wei, however, relies on his status as the eldest son of the eldest house, and always looks down on others. Is Zhang Tianqing jealous? Of course he is jealous, but the situation is stronger than the person. Zhang Tianqing has worked hard over the years to gain the title of Kong Wei's disciple, and gain a firm foothold in the Zhang family. Even so, he is still unwilling to work at the Federal Command Center. After all, the Federal Command Center is not a local force in Country A. Once the Night Demon is eliminated, can it still exist? In order to pave the way for the future, Zhang Tianqing must seize an opportunity as the foundation of his life. The Zhang family has deep roots in Yanjing. If he wants to stand out, he must have strong strength to support himself. Zhou Yi's arrival is undoubtedly a timely help. Zhang Tianqing contacted Kong Wei's second son Kong Zihuang, who is in charge of the business of the Kong family. Kong Zihuang has been extraordinary since childhood, and became famous at a young age. It is rumored that he can remember everything he has read. He can remember any textbook he has read. In addition to his amazing memory, Kong Zihuang also has a business mind. The rapid development of the Kong family's industry in a few years is half due to Kong Wei's identity, and the other half is due to Kong Zihuang. When Zhou Yi saw Kong Zihuang, he suddenly thought of someone Zhou Jinli. His uncle, who went to the deep sea and never came back, was just as elegant and handsome, just as intelligent and gifted. "Mr. Kong, I've brought the person to you." Zhang Tianqing stopped in front of a small courtyard. "Tianqing, thank you for your hard work." Kong Zihuang waved to them, and said kindly, "Sit down." "Hello, Mr. Kong." Zhou Yi did not sit down, but greeted him respectfully. Haha, young man, your name is? Joey, right? Yes. Not bad, not bad. Kong Ziwang praised and opened the wooden box on the table. This is what you call Night Demon Cosmetics. I have asked someone to try it, and the effect is good. Mr. Kang's cosmetics are worth as much as gold. Gold? Kong Ziwang was stunned, and then laughed out loud. Tianqing said it well, it is indeed comparable to gold. But Kong Ziwang's smile has not yet faded, and he changed the subject. Xiao Zhou, can your raw materials guarantee mass production? Zhou Yi and Zhang Tianqing's little O-Rang froze on their faces at the same time. Zhang Tianqing said cautiously, Mr. Kong, what do you mean by this? Zhou Yi was silent for a while with a gloomy face, and said, the raw materials of Night Demon Cosmetics come from the rooms where Night Demon once stayed. There are many such rooms in A City and CR City. But now both places are guarded by the Silver Wing Legion. Do you think they will let you collect them so easily? Zhou Yi was speechless after being asked by Kong Ziwang, and he stammered and couldn't finish a sentence. How can this business be carried out if the supply of raw materials cannot be guaranteed? Mr. Kong, Zhou Yi, he has a way to guarantee the supply of raw materials. Zhang Tianqing touched Zhou Yi, a little anxious. With the hundreds of people you have planted in CR City and A City in advance? You know everything? Zhou Yi was surprised. I have not touched these people, how could it be? You think you're being thorough, but there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall? Kong Ziwang smiled slightly. I can help you with the transportation. But, regarding the revenue sharing, I think it needs to be redistributed. However, Mr. Kong wants to divide it. Zhou Yi tried to calm down and said, it's all right. We all rely on Mr. Kong. Just tell me, right, brother Zhang? At this moment, Zhang Tianqing's heart was already filled with 10,000 alpacas running through it. Why are you pretending to be generous? A business that is worth a lot of money, the profits generated are astronomical, and you just have to listen to me. No matter how much Zhang Tianqing cursed Zhou Yi as a fool in his heart, he dared not show it. He forced out the ugliest smile in his life and said, I think so too. Kong Ziwang looked at Zhou Yi deeply, and Zhou Yi also raised his eyes to look at him. After a while, Kong Ziwang suddenly laughed, laughing heartily, pointing his finger at Zhou Yi and said, what a courage! The originally agreed distribution method remains unchanged. Zhou Yi's mouth twitched, and he stood up and bowed, saying, thank you, Mr. Kong. Zhang Tianqing behind him couldn't believe his ears. How could Kong Ziwang change his mind in such a short time? He couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from being happy. He stood up and thanked Kong Ziwang sincerely. Kong Ziwang put a bottle of Night Demon makeup in the sun and looked at it carefully, and said calmly, don't be happy too early, there is something you need to do. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered, Mr. Kong, what do you want? Please tell me. Kong Ziwang put the glass bottle back on the table. Someone will talk to you about this matter in the evening. Now, I am a little tired. Zhou Yi and Zhang Tianqing looked at each other, and said goodbye to Mr. Kong together. Kong Ziwang looked at Zhou Yi's back and suddenly said, Zhou Yi, you look a bit like an old friend of mine today. Old friend? Zhou Yi stopped and asked in confusion, who are you talking about? Zhou Jianli. Until he walked out of the door of the club, Zhou Yi still felt like he had a dream. The cold wind blew, and found that the back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat. Zhang Tianqing let out a sigh of relief and said, little Zhou, don't you know that my heart was about to jump out of my chest just now? Who is Kong Ziwang? He is a man who eats people without leaving any bones in the business world. We originally split the profit 622, and the cost of each of you and me is not much. I am afraid that it will become 10%. Zhou Yi wiped the sweat from his head and said, Brother Zhang, I was so anxious just now. Please forgive me. Zhang Tianqing pointed at Zhou Yi and shook his head, saying, be careful next time. Fortunately, we have maintained the original situation. It was a fluke. Zhou Yi and Zhang Tianqing, who was sighing at his luck, walked out of the club side by side, but kept thinking about what Kong Ziwang said just now. Why did he know his third uncle Zhou Jianli? Chapter 255. Zhou Jianli's disappearance was very sudden. He had gone to sea several times before. The professional marine team and high-tech equipment allowed Zhou Jianli and his team to go back and forth safely time and time again. However, the voyage at the end of 2076 AD became the last voyage in his life. Is Zhou Jianli still alive? Although Mr. Zhou Shen still believed it. With the outbreak of the Night Demon at the beginning of 2077 AD, the coastal areas fell. No one in the Zhou family dared to talk about this matter openly. In fact, he had long been regarded as a dead man. Zhou Yi had almost no impression of Zhou Jianli. He was born and raised outside the Zhou family when he was a child. When he returned to his ancestral home, he was already an adult, and Zhou Jianli was even busier at that time. The two had only met a few times at family dinners during the Chinese New Year. Zhou Yi and Zhou Fangwei had quite a lot of contact. Before Zhou Jianli disappeared, she was a little princess who was loved by everyone. From Zhou Shen to the servants in the house, everyone doted on her. She looked very much like Zhou Shen's deceased wife. She was Zhou Jianli's daughter, which was also an important reason. Zhou Shen and his wife have 4 sons. The eldest son is stubborn and ambitious, the second son is frivolous and has little talent, and the fourth son is unruly by nature and indulges in eating, drinking and having fun. Only the third son, Zhou Jianli, is as good at dealing with people and strategies as Zhou Shen when he was young. Zhou Jianli is the next generation of the Zhou family leader that Mr. Zhou Shen has long identified. No one in the Zhou family would object to this. If the sons have similar abilities, some people might not accept it. However, Zhou Jianli's talents are second to none in the Southeast business world. Who else would compete with him? After Zhou Jianli disappeared, Zhou Shen's eldest and second sons began to make moves. Money can move people's hearts, let alone a wealthy family like the Zhou family. Zhou Yi's attitude towards Zhou Fangwei has always been contradictory. There is affection for his family, love for his sister, and more jealousy of Zhou Fangwei. In the Zhou family, one of them is a dazzling pearl in the palm of the hand, and the other is a stone thrown in the corner by people. The identity of an illegitimate child is branded on him, and is difficult to erase. Over time, Zhou Yi's behavior became more and more weird when he was with Zhou Fangwei. Sometimes he couldn't tell whether he hated her more or loved her more. The next day, the sky was clear and sunny. After spending half a month in Beijing, the Silver Wings finally welcomed the highlight of this trip to Beijing, the Silver Wings Commendation Conference. The Silver Wings fought against the Night Demons twice and protected the safety of the southeastern region of Country A, and their contributions were great. Li Jun and his party were warmly welcomed by the people of Yanjing on their way to the auditorium in a special car. The information about their residence and itinerary came from somewhere, and the crowds gathered on both sides of the street to watch and take pictures. Xiao Yuan and the others had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared that they quickly closed the car windows and dared not show their faces. Pang Fei was in a good mood and said, "With my current popularity, can I become an internet celebrity after I retire?" Gu Jie rolled her eyes at him and joked, "Some internet celebrities can sing, dance, and play games when they broadcast live. What about you?" "Me?" Pang Fei glared and said, "I can do a lot too." Badwazang, Silver Wing Sword Technique, Anti-Gravity Maneuvering Device. Su Yi and Gu Jie sat together. Hearing this, he covered his mouth and laughed, "Brother Pang, who will watch what you broadcast live?" Pang Fei groaned and argued unwillingly, "What does it matter? At least I can still tell the story." He muttered, "I will tell Xiao Yuan's story. Who in this world can ride a giant python and fly in the sky?" Xiao Yuan waved his hand and teased, "Old Pang, don't make up stories about me. My butt is still hurting from being shaken." Pang Fei said, "Look, you are being modest again, right? Let me ask you, how did the incident in the Western restaurant last time go?" Xiao Yuan sighed and said, "No news. I only know that the blood-sucking youth was escorted away, and the female corpse disappeared." Sheng Dong, who was sitting in the front, turned his head and asked uncertainly, "Brother Xiao Yuan, were you sure she was dead at that time?" Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Sheng, how could I make a wrong judgment? There was no pulse or breath, so I was sure it was correct." That was strange. Sheng Dong thought about what Xiao Yuan said from beginning to end and found nothing unreasonable. Xiao Zheng, who had been silent all the time, whispered at this time, "Could it be that the girl was faking her death?" "Fake death?" Xiao Yuan asked curiously. "Xiao Zheng, what do you mean by fake death?" "Oh," Xiao Zheng responded and explained, "In my hometown, there is a kind of bird that can enter a state of suspended animation. After being seriously injured and dying, it can enter a state of suspended animation with no vital signs. But after a period of time, it can wake up from the state and recover from its injuries." "Xiao Zheng, where is your hometown?" Bai Lu was very curious about Xiao Jing's words. "I have never heard of such a magical animal in the world." Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed twice, interrupting Bai Lu's questioning. Xiao Zheng said it's not impossible. Xiao Yuan said softly, "I wonder what the reason is for that blood-sucking murderer?" The group sat in the car, chatting while driving, and unknowingly arrived at the auditorium. The auditorium where the Silver Wing Corps Commendation meeting was held was called Chaoyang Auditorium, which has a history of more than 200 years. In recent years, All major ceremonies in Country A were held here. Li Jun walked in the front, leading everyone to the auditorium, and tens of thousands of people gathered on both sides of the road. Many of them were not in Yanjing, but came from other places. When Li Jun and others showed up, there were cheers. The uniforms of the Silver Wing Army were also heroic. Unlike the black and white uniforms of regular combat, the uniforms were white overall, and they were slim and straight when worn, and they looked extraordinary and heroic. Xiao Yuan listened to the cheers, like a tsunami in his ears, and couldn't help but feel excited. He had been between life and death several times, and the pain of fighting disappeared in this moment. For the first time, he felt that it was an honor to join the Silver Wings. At the front of the crowd, a little boy of 4 or 5 years old was held by his father, laughing happily. He was wearing a smaller version of the Silver Wings uniform, and waving a flag in his little hand, the flag of the Silver Wings. Xiao Yuan blinked at the little boy with a bright smile. After the group entered the auditorium, they were led by the staff to the backstage to prepare. A rest area had already been prepared backstage, and Huaza began to explain the process of the commendation meeting to everyone. Who should go up and when, how to receive the award, etc., all in detail. Finally, Huaze reminded again, after the award ceremony, there will be media interviews. Please be careful with your words during the live broadcast. Li Jun nodded and said, Please rest assured, Mr. Hua, we know what to do. Huaze waved his hand, and 7 or 8 makeup artists came over from the side, and started to make up in front of everyone. Li Jun blocked the makeup artist's outstretched hand and said, Mr. Hua, what are you doing? Seeing this, Huaze hurriedly explained, Captain Li, please don't blame me. When the media comes, you will all be on camera. Please understand, please understand. Li Jun's raised hand froze in midair, and finally, he reluctantly put down his arm, and let the makeup artist make up for them. A group of people who had almost never put on makeup. Chapter 256. During the entire award ceremony, Xiao Yuan felt like a puppet being manipulated. The elegant female host read out various honors, awarded medals, and showered them with praise. After everyone came on stage, the flashlights in the audience kept flashing, and Xiao Yuan was dizzy. After finally making it to the end of the award ceremony, the interview with the Silver Wing Corps came again. Li Jun and Jiang Shi sat in the middle, and Xiao Yuan, Sun Wan, Sheng Dong, and Qin Shishir, as representatives of the soldiers, sat on both sides. Hello, friends from the media. Sitting here are the 2 commanders and soldier representatives of the Silver Wing Corps. The outside world has always been very curious about the Silver Wing Corps. Today, we have specially held an interview after the ceremony. If you have any questions, you can speak up and let the leaders of the Silver Wing Corps here answer them for you. Then, please invite the first media friend to ask questions. Hello, Commander Li Jun, I am a reporter from Country A Daily. A thin young man wearing glasses stood up and asked the first question. As far as I know, the Silver Wings Corps was not favored by the outside world when it was first established. What supported you to insist on establishing it? Well, I think it might be failure. Li Jun thought for a while, and spoke slowly. Before establishing the Silver Wings Corps, I participated in many battles with the Night Demons, including the Nightingale Project. However, as I fought more and more with the Night Demons, I found that conventional troops and weapons could not effectively fight against the Night Demons. The establishment of the new Army Corps was in line with the situation at the time. I firmly believe that the new army can fight against the Night Demons. Li Jun's words were sonorous and clear, winning a round of warm applause, and then the second interview came. Hello, Commander Jiangxi, I am a reporter from Yanjing Daily. A short-haired girl asked in a crisp voice. As the commander of the First Corps of the Silver Wing Army, you participated in 2 urban offensive and defensive battles. So which war do you think was more difficult? I find this question difficult to answer. Jiangxi looked at the beautiful short-haired girl. The nature of the 2 wars is quite different. In the Battle of A City, we were the defenders, but in Sierra City, the roles changed. If we must compare, I think Sierra City is more difficult because... Jiangxi hesitated and said, we encountered extreme weather and other factors. Thank you, Commander Jiangxi, for answering our questions. Next question. The female host keenly heard the mystery in Jiangxi's words and immediately passed the question. Hello, Captain Xiao Yuan, I am a reporter from Country A Chaobua. The chubby young man suppressed his excitement and interviewed Xiao Yuan, who had just been promoted to battalion commander. As the champion of the hot search list and the #1 topic in the past 6 months in Country A's Chaobua, what do you think? I haven't used Chaobua for a long time, and I just learned about this news. Xiao Yuan took the microphone and said, "Thank you very much for your attention, but I hope you will pay more attention to the Silver Wing Legion. It was not easy for us to fight this battle. Many comrades died for their country and were injured. They also have a share of the honor here today." After Xiao Yuan's voice fell, the flashlights and applause sounded again. He was not greedy for credit, and was humble. Who wouldn't like such a speech? "Hello, Deputy Battalion Commander Sun Wan, I'm a reporter from Rayleigh magazine." An intellectual beauty wearing red-framed glasses asked Sun Wan. "In this year's online poll, you were voted as the national first love. Do you have any unique skincare secrets in your daily life?" Sun Wan faced so many cameras for the first time in her life, and her palms were slightly sweaty. "I insist on washing my face every morning." "Then, what next?" The intellectual beauty blinked her big eyes, and looked at Sun Wan, looking forward to her next words. "Then?" Sun Wan's pure and beautiful face was startled. "No more." Her answer made the intellectual beauty want to spit out blood. "You are too simple, right?" Looking at Sun Wan's white and rosy skin as white as milk, she secretly complained in her heart, "I don't believe you." The whole interview lasted for 40 minutes. Sheng Dong and Qin Shishir also accepted the interview later, and Li Jun and Jiang Shi received the most care. One question after another, all kinds of questions. After an interview, Li Jun felt like he had fought a battle. Everyone who walked off the stage breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Dong wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. "Next time something like this happens, don't let me go again." Hee. Pang Fei was sitting backstage drinking tea. Seeing them coming back, he stood up and said, "Sheng Dong, don't you just want to be in the limelight?" Sheng Dong smiled bitterly and said, "Whoever wants to be in the limelight can do it, you go next time." Pang Fei smiled and said, "I expected them to do this, so I won't go and suffer for myself." He looked back, but didn't see Li Jun and Jiang Shi. "Where are the Corps Commander and the Corps Commander?" Xiao Yuan took off the wireless microphone on his collar and said, "They each have something to do, so they left first." Pang Fei sighed and said with great regret, "In this case, I can only take you to this great place to play." "Oh!" Gu Jia was excited when she heard it, and said, "Old Pang, what good place have you found again?" Pang Fei smiled mysteriously. "You will know when you go there." After the ceremony interview, Li Jun left the auditorium by car. He sat in the back seat, closed his eyes, and after a long silence he said, "Wu Jiao, what has Mu Shi been busy with these days?" Wu Jiao sat in the driver's seat, looking straight ahead. When he heard Li Jun's question, he shook his head. "The young lady is in the inner house, and I'm outside." "That's right." Li Jun leaned his head back in self-mockery, muttering, "I'm really confused and even forgot this." Wu Jiao's mouth moved and said, "Today, Master Yi is not at home." Li Jun opened his closed eyes, and he said angrily and amusedly, "Does it seem that Mu Yi and I are so incompatible?" Wu Jiao thought seriously for a while and replied, "Excuse me, yes." Li Jun patted his head helplessly and said, "I think you are cuter when you are driving." Wu Jiao, The Wu family's house was just as bright, spacious and warm as Li Jun remembered. He got out of the car and followed Wu Jiao into the main gate, walking forward along the road lined with statues on both sides. When they arrived at a circular gardening area with a fountain in the middle, Li Jun couldn't help but stop and walk to the fountain. He gently stroked a missing corner on the edge and smiled unconsciously. "I remember this place was accidentally broken when I was a child." Wu Jiao stopped and whispered, "I remember you were worried about this for a long time." Li Jun's smile was gentle, as if he had returned to his youth. "I didn't expect that after so long, it's still the same." Wu Jiao opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but finally swallowed his words. "Let's go. Mr. Wu is waiting for you in the study." "Yes." Li Jun came back to his senses, and quickly followed Wu Jiao to the inner house. Chapter 257. Li Jun followed Wu Jiao, entered the main entrance, passed the front hall, and walked to Wu Jiao's study. He stood in front of the door, his outstretched hand stopped in midair, and knocked gently for a long time. Dong dong dong. After hearing Wu Jiao's voice in the room, Li Jun took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Squeak! The wooden door, which had been aging for a long time, made a slight sound, just like when Li Jun left a few years ago. In the study, Wu Jiao stood in front of the window and looked out. When he heard the door open, he slowly turned around. Li Jun carefully looked at Wu Jiao. He hadn't seen him for nearly 3 years. Wu Jiao was still in good spirits, but his hair had turned whiter. Li Jun felt something stuck in his throat. After a while, he choked up and said, "Uncle Wu, I'm back." Wu Jiao looked at the tall and straight Li Jun, feeling a lot of emotion. The young man who seemed a little immature back then, now at the head of the Legion, has become more calm and heroic. After he entered the door, Wu Zhou carefully looked at Li Jin and said, "Xiaojun, you've worked hard." This sentence almost made Li Jin cry. He tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes, followed Wu Zhou to the balcony of the study, and sat down, saying, "The most difficult time is over." Ah. Wu Zhou sighed faintly and said, "The Liang Group's affairs are my responsibility. I didn't expect them to be like this." Li Jin smiled bitterly, half complaining and half sighing. The supply cutoff did cause a lot of trouble for the Silver Wing Army. After the war, the entire supply line was unblocked again. Li Jin received a letter from Wu Zhou, and he made many efforts after the supply line was cut off. Not only did he and Kong Wei at Li Jiogong's birthday banquet, he also secretly used the pawns hidden in the economic department of the Federal Command Center. The head of the economic department, who was responsible for investigating the accounts, was Wu Zhou's man. Otherwise, with the efficiency of the Federal Command Center, the speed of thorough investigation of the accounts would be much slower. Wu Zhou pushed a few plates of snacks on the table in front of Li Jin, smiling gently. "Try them first, rose shortbread, cherry pancake, and chiungya cake, all of which you like." Li Jin was not polite after hearing this. He picked up a snack and put it in his mouth, praising, "Delicious. Wu Ma's cooking is still as good as before." "Ha." Wu Zhou smiled heartily and said, "Stay here for lunch. Wu Ma has prepared a table of delicious dishes for you." "Okay." Li Jin simply agreed and said, "I haven't eaten Wu Ma's food for a long time, and I've been craving it for a long time." The relationship between Wu Zhou and Li Jin is very subtle, like a master and apprentice, and also like a father and son. Before Li Jin attended the commendation meeting, Wu Zhou stopped him from visiting her, fearing that he would be criticized. He is now very popular in Yanjing, and many eyes are watching his every move. Wu Zhou, who is in a high position, also has to avoid suspicion. The two chatted on the balcony, from the Southeast Night Demon to the Storm Legion, from standard weapons to the latest research technology, and finally the topic fell on the new Army Corps. After many twists and turns, the construction of the new army in the Central Theater finally came to an end. 12,000 new soldiers selected from all over Country A officially formed the Central Theater New Army Corps to defend Yanjing. Li Jin was very excited to see the new army being gradually promoted across the country, and asked, "Has the title of the new army been decided?" Wu Zhou smiled mysteriously, and pointed to the table, on which there was a long written calligraphy. Li Jin stood up and looked, reading word by word, "Great Wall Army." What a good name! He couldn't help but praise. To protect the mountains and rivers and defend Yanjing, it must be the Great Wall. This name is well chosen. Haha, Wu Zhou smiled slightly. The name is certainly a good name. In addition to the Great Wall Army, the Northwest New Army will also be established. Li Jin was startled when he heard this and said, "Uncle Wu, what do you mean?" Wu Zhou waved his hand at him, motioning him to sit down first. "Who do you think will be the commander of the two new armies?" This? Li Jin didn't know how to answer for a moment. He hesitated for a moment and said, "The new army is different from ordinary troops, and needs to be selected carefully. If it is said that the new army was only outstanding in fighting against the night demons before, it is completely different now. With the gradual popularization of the second-generation gene potion, more and more elemental affinity people will appear in the army. The resistance of elemental affinity to thermal weapons is still under testing. According to preliminary intelligence, thermal weapons have little damage to them. Their appearance is very likely to gradually eliminate the history of thermal weapon troops in the future. Because of this, the new Army Corps has become an important force in Country A, which is also the reason why Li Jin's door was trampled after he came to Yanjing." Wu Zhou half squinted his eyes, and said slowly, "Now, the Parliament of Country A has been arguing about this matter. The selection of the Corps Commander of the Northwest New Army is imminent, and there are 3 popular candidates." "Oh! Who are they?" "First, Zhang Tianqing, currently the commander of the Northeast Tiger Corps." "Zhang Tianqing's elder brother? I've heard of him. Many people say he is brave and good at fighting, and is an iron-blooded conqueror. This evaluation is quite appropriate, and there is one more thing to add, overconfidence," Wu Zhou said with a smile. "Second, Zuishu, he is still carrying out missions in the Meidi war zone." "Zuishu?" Li Jin searched through his mind, but couldn't think of any memory about him. Zuishu was born in the Zhou family of Hongming Group. He spent most of his time studying in the military academy in Meidi, and rarely returned to China. "I see. What about the last person?" "The last person is far away, and close at hand." "Me?" Li Jin pointed at himself, and couldn't believe his ears. "This? How is this possible?" Your nomination was added by someone behind the scenes to test the bottom line and attitude of the parliament. Uncle Wu, who do you think is more likely, Zhuo Shu or Zhang Tiansheng? Hee, how about you guess? Let me guess. Li Jun thought about it for a while and said, in terms of seniority and ability, I think Zhang Tiansheng is more likely. Well, that makes sense, but... Wu Zhou changed the subject. Zhuo Shu will not stay in Yanjing, nor can he stay in Beijing. Uncle Wu, what does Zhuo Shu's presence in Yanjing have to do with the Northwest? Li Jun was a little confused by what he said. Could it be that Zhuo Shu wants to join the Great Wall Corps? Why doesn't he want to? Wu Zhou patted Li Jun's shoulder and said, the responsibility of defending Yanjing is heavy, and the Hongming Group behind Zhuo Shu must be guarded against. Uncle Wu, Hongming Group has always supported the fight against the Night Demon, and even the Mingyin weapons are. They also provided them. Wu Zhou said softly without turning his head, where do their Mingyin weapons come from? Why can Mingyin weapons fight against the Night Demon? Have you never thought about it? Li Jun was speechless for a moment. Mingyin weapons have always been jointly supervised by Country A's think tank, Country A's military and Hongming Group, and the raw materials are provided by Hongming Group. Could it be that Hongming Group? Okay. Wu Zhou waved his hand and said, these things are still undecided. It's always good to prepare for a rainy day. Let's go to dinner. Mu Shi is still waiting for us. Oh, okay. Hearing that Mu Shi was also there, Li Jun hurriedly agreed and walked to the dining room with Wu Zhou. Chapter 258. After dining with the Wu family, Li Jun said goodbye to Wu Zhou and Wu Mushi. Even though he was reluctant to leave, he suppressed his throbbing heart. During the meal, Wu Zhou said a few words about their relationship. Old Wu has been in the officialdom for a long time. How could he not know Li Jun's current situation? Li Jun is now in a high position, and his weight is gradually increasing with the popularity of the second-generation gene potion. However, it is easy to fall from a high place, and it is unknown when the Night Demon War will end. Every time he goes to the front line, he is fighting with his life. Wu Zhou treated Li Jun like an elder, and hoped for better things from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Wu Zhou was also a father. The Night Demon had many tricks, and the battlefield was dangerous. After Wu Mushi married Li Jun, if he had an accident, how would Wu Mushi deal with it? Looking at the backs of Li Jun and Wu Jiu leaving, he sighed inaudibly, feeling complicated and conflicted. Li Jun and Wu Jiu walked out of the manor side by side, without saying a word. Seeing Li Jun's worried look, Wu Jiu hesitated for a moment and said, is it not going well? Li Jun's thoughts were interrupted, and he smiled brightly. When did you become so gossipy? I saw that you looked unhappy, so I just asked casually. What else can I do? Old Wu didn't object, but he didn't agree with it either. As expected. You know? You can guess a little. In front of Li Jun, who he had known since childhood, Wu Jiu said a lot more. The war is not clear yet. How can old Wu be assured to hand over his daughter to you? But don't worry, he really likes you. Oh. Li Jun stopped and looked at Wu Jiu with deep eyes. Ah, Jiu you. What's wrong with me? Wu Jiu felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at him, and asked. These words, are they what Mr. Wu wants to say to me? Li Jun patted his shoulder. You have never been a talkative person since you were a child. Take the initiative to talk, and talk about Mu Shi's private affairs. No matter how you think about it, it's like you. Hee. Wu Jiu shrugged and smiled. Am I acting so stiff? Your acting skills are still a little bit lacking. Li Jun waved at him and smiled. Try harder next time. After that, Li Jun walked into the car waiting outside the door, and said goodbye to him. Wu Jiu patted his cheeks and said to himself, what a smart guy. Yanjing, Science and Technology Expo venue. Xiao Yuan and his group shuttled among the crowd. Their eyes were full of all kinds of strange devices, and new technologies, that they had never seen before. The bionic robot with the same appearance as humans interacted with tourists accompanied by technicians. The water flow can be suspended in the air, and there are a few small fish swimming around happily. I don't know if it is a projection or real. There are many novel things in the huge exhibition hall. Xiao Yuan looked at the brochure in his hand, and said with his head down, Old Pang, where did you get the news? Hee, Pang Fei smiled proudly. I am a small local snake after all. Wait for you to visit my home in a few days. Hearing this, Suyi clapped his hands happily. Captain, you said this. After the commendation meeting, their positions changed accordingly, from company commander to battalion commander. Although the official document has not been issued yet, they will have to wait until they return to the A City military camp to be officially appointed. When Pang Fei heard the word battalion commander, the smile on his face almost broke his mouth, and his smile became brighter and brighter. He patted his chest and vowed, "Don't worry. In a few days, please come to my house to taste Yanjing roast duck." They were still chatting when they heard a clear broadcast in the distance. Hongming Technology, the face recognition system is officially open. Face recognition? Xiao Yuan was moved and said, "Let's go there and take a look. It sounds interesting." TSK, Pang Fei looked around and said, "What's the point?" Xiao Yuan, follow me. Let's go try the latest floating massage chair. Xiao Yuan took Sun Wan's hand and said, "Old Pang, you guys go play first. Shan Wan and I will be back soon." Sheng Dong saw that Pang Fei wanted to talk, so he touched him with his elbow and smiled. "Okay, we wait for you in the floating exhibition area." Pang Fei turned to look at Sheng Dong and muttered, "Brother Sheng, why are you arguing with me?" Sheng Dong almost laughed at him. "You are usually quite smart. Why are you being stupid now? Brother Xiao Yuan looks like he has something to deal with." Puff! Pang Fei laughed out loud before he finished speaking. "Nothing, just want to be alone." Sheng Dong resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and put his arm around her shoulders. Okay, whatever you say, let's go try the massage chair." When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan arrived at the exhibition area, many people had already gathered here, and the tall female host was explaining to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am the host responsible for the Hongming Human Face System. My name is Xiao Yu." The Hongming Human Face System is a new expansion system developed by Hongming Technology Group based on AI technology. By scanning your facial features, the system can draw a portrait of your father, mother, and future children. The implementation of this project has made a great contribution to the search for missing persons and lost children. So far, a total of 6,892 abducted children have returned home with the help of the system. Beauty, I have a question. Sir, please tell us and we will answer you. I don't have a wife yet, so it's too much to draw a portrait of my children, right? Sir, for the portrait of children, we recommend that 2 people scan it together, so the accuracy rate will be higher. You are discriminating against singles. A well-mannered young man laughed, and made the audience laugh. Everyone, do you have any questions? Why can't you draw a portrait of your grandparents? Due to the difference in genetic dominance between generations, the accuracy will be reduced a lot. If you request, you can also print it out. Okay, now we will start the formal experience. Please enter in order. As the female host finished speaking, people who were interested in this project slowly walked towards the experience area. The scanning room of the face recognition system is a small room, which can accommodate 2 people. When Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan entered, they found 2 mirrors in front of them, facing their cheeks. There was a switch on one side of the mirror, which could be turned on. After Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan turned it on together, a portrait slowly appeared from the instrument in the middle. When Xiao Yuan picked it up for the first time, he was startled. The portraits on it were 80% similar to his parents. Looking at his parents' familiar faces, he couldn't help but pick up the portraits and touch them gently. How long has it been since he last saw them? Xiao Yuan could hardly remember them, and his memory of his parents was still in his teens. After his parents disappeared, there was no news for 10 years, leaving only a strange, dilapidated RV. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. In a blink of an eye, Sun Wan was holding the other 2 portraits in a daze, her hands trembling slightly, as if she had seen something terrifying. Sun Wan's fingers loosened, and the portraits in her hands fell to the ground with a crash. Chapter 259. Xiao Yuan hurriedly held her hand, and said anxiously, "Shao Wan, what's wrong with you?" Sun Wan's eyes were blank, and it took a while for her to regain her spirits. She pointed at the 2 portraits on the ground, her face as pale as paper. "Xiao Yuan, the portraits above are completely different from my parents in my memory." "Ah?" Xiao Yuan was shocked, and picked up the portrait, and looked at it carefully. "Do you still remember the tripod we saw in the Lihua Museum?" Sun Wan said with red eyes. "I remember that you recalled many memories about your parents, and you told me about them. But Xiao Yuan, why? Are the parents in my memory completely different from the portraits?" This. Xiao Yuan was speechless for a moment, and his eyes turned, and he said, "Maybe this instrument is not accurate, and the portraits of my parents are not accurate either." "Really? Really? I'd be lying to you." "Xiao Yuan." Sun Wan lowered her head and said, "I've seen photos of your uncle and aunt in the living room of your house. They look very similar to the portraits you took. I'm just a little scared of the unknown in the future, and I don't even know who I am and where I come from." "You are you?" Xiao Yuan gently put his arm around her shoulders and said, "You are my Shao Wan, the deputy captain of the Silver Moon Squad. You will also be the deputy battalion commander of the Silver Wing Corps and the person who will grow old with me. Can we stay together until our hair turns gray? Yes, I will accompany you to find your lost memories, find where you came from, and stay with you forever. Yes, I believe it. Xiao Yuan's voice was clear and powerful, which gradually dissipated Sun Wan's uneasiness. Are you talking about love? Sun Wan blushed and whispered. Well, Xiao Yuan didn't know how to answer her for a while, and stammered, where did you learn this word? Sister Gujia, when we were having a girls' party, she quietly asked me if you had told me. Ahem. Xiao Yuan coughed awkwardly and said, I guess so. When the two came out of the scanning room, they brought with them the portraits from the Hongming AI face recognition system. Where did Sun Wan come from? A question that they had deliberately ignored was brought up again today. Xiao Yuan's uneasiness came again, stronger than when he was in Sheer City and A's City. Can memory deceive people? Xiao Yuan pondered in his heart, and the tripod in the Lihua Museum reminded Xiao Wan of his dusty memories. But is this memory real? He didn't know how to judge. Maybe he should go to meet Li Luo. I hope this expert in psychology and psychiatry and her respected teacher, Mr. Wen Yuan, can give Xiao Wan some help. Thoughts kept coming and going in his mind, but he still had a bright smile on his face, telling jokes from time to make Sun Wan happy. The group wandered around the venue until the sun set, and then left the venue. Pang Fei mysteriously pulled everyone onto a small bus and headed towards the western suburbs of Yanjing. Gu Jia sat behind Pang Fei, patted his shoulder and said, Pang Fei, you don't want to sell us off, do you? Pang Fei was eating a big bun, and she patted him twice, and he almost choked. He grinned secretly and said, with your strength, who would dare to sell you, unless they are tired of living? Gu Jia snorted lightly, and after a while, she reacted and said, No, are you saying I'm rude? Sheng Dong looked out the window and interrupted the two bickering. Old Pang, where are we going? The western suburbs of Yanjing were gradually becoming less crowded, forming a sharp contrast with the prosperity of the city. Pang Fei smiled and whispered, Brother Sheng, I found the way with the help of my childhood friend. Seeing his mysterious look, An Yin also became interested and asked, Old Pang, where are you taking us? Pang Fei lowered his voice and slowly said two words, Black Fist. Black Fist. Xiao Yuan stopped combing Sun Wan's hair and said, Old Pang, you have a lot of connections in Yanjing. How can you find this? Pang Fei waved his hand and said, My childhood friend works there, and I want to give everyone a surprise, hee. Country A has a strong martial arts culture. For example, Lu Wenjiao and the other 4 recruits who joined the Silver Wing Corps in the second phase all came from Sanzhou, the hometown of martial arts. People who practice martial arts in the folk often compete with each other. This kind of open competition is officially allowed. It is only necessary to register with the relevant departments before the competition. However, the black boxing that Pang Fei mentioned is not included in this. As the name suggests, black boxing is a privately set up ring outside the scope of regulation, where 2 boxers compete with each other. This type of competition is different from sparring, and there is no such thing as a stop. Therefore, casualties in the black boxing ring are very common, and Country A has cracked down on it for a long time in the past few years. After the outbreak of the Night Demon, the Parliament of Country A focused all its energy on the affairs of fighting the Night Demon. The intensity of the crackdown has weakened, and the approach of the Night Demon has made people nervous, so the ring battles are very entertaining and visually impactful. The situation of privately set up rings has begun to appear again in many places, like mushrooms after rain. The audience is of mixed composition, with all kinds of people in the game, and every match has a winner and loser. People who win a lot of money in one round are born every day, no matter how many of them are behind the scenes. Getting rich overnight still attracts more and more people to get involved, getting deeper and deeper. The audience is of mixed composition, and the identities of the boxers are also strange. The black-haired and black-eyed A countrymen, the blonde and blue-eyed Meads, the tanning people, the dark-skinned Jones people. They may have special skills, and want to make a name for themselves. Or they were forced by life to step onto the ring to earn money to support their families, or they were people who were guilty, and could not live in the sunshine. Here, it was cruel and fair, there was no good or evil, only winning or losing, life and death. The minibus turned along the road in the western suburbs of Yanjing, and finally arrived at the door of an ordinary secluded courtyard. The driver honked the horn several times in a rhythmic manner, and a small opening appeared on the dark iron gate, looking outside. After confirming the license plate and the driver, the 2 people guarding the door opened the big iron gate. The bus then entered the iron gate. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked outside. The courtyard was very large, much larger than it looked from the outside. Pang Fei pointed around and said, "It looks like there are many residents here from the outside, but in fact, the surroundings have been occupied. This courtyard is very spacious." After the driver stopped the bus, a skinny young man came up to him. His eyes were bright and big, like a human-shaped big-eyed thief. "Ah Fei! I've been waiting for you for a long time." The young man and Pang Fei came forward and hugged each other, looking very familiar. "Are you all Ah Fei's friends?" The young man smiled enthusiastically. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan Hongyang, Ah Fei's childhood friend." "Okay, we're all family. Don't give me that shit." Pang Fei pushed him. "You guys are keeping the private room I booked, right?" "Of course." Yuan Hongyang smiled and said, "Come with me." Chapter 260. Yuan Hongyang led a group of people from the courtyard through 3 secret doors. After entering the 3rd secret door, there was a long staircase that extended underground to a point where the end was invisible. This was the first time Hu Meichi came to such a place. She explained in a low voice how much manpower and material resources must be spent to build such an underground boxing arena. Yuan Hongyang smiled and said, "Beauty, for someone who can open an underground boxing arena in the western suburbs of Yanjing, a little money is nothing. Liangzi, didn't you say there was going to be a good show today? Don't worry, it's estimated to start in more than 10 minutes. Yuan Hongyang walked in the front, finally stopped in front of a small door, and took out the number card from his pocket. "I've reserved the best seat for you, so you can see it clearly." After checking the number card, the guard with a face full of flesh opened the door, and everyone filed in. Yuan Hongyang led everyone to the pre-booked box and sat down. The box was surrounded by fences, but there was a large window in the front. The glass on the window was removed, and the room was spacious enough for everyone in the box to clearly see the scene on the ring below. There was a long table in the box, on which were placed several kinds of fruit tea, and 2 small lights made it a little hazy. Yuan Hongyang spoke fluently, and began to explain the situation on the ring below to everyone. "Everyone, the weekly ring challenge will begin soon. As the name suggests, the ring challenge will be between the challenger and the weekly champion, and the challenger who wins the game will receive a generous reward." "Brother Yuan, is he the champion you are talking about?" Sheng Dong glanced at the ring and saw a Jones man standing in the middle of the ring, showing off his power. "Yes. This is the fierce character Tornado, who has been the champion of the ring for 4 consecutive weeks." "Tornado?" Gujia looked at him and smiled. "He is as black as a coal ball, so it is better to call him Black Coal Ball. Miss Gu, don't underestimate him." Yuan Hongyang pointed at the Jones man Tornado, who was as muscular as a calf. Tornado's speed and reaction are very powerful, and he knows fighting skills. One of our regular customers bought him at a high price. "Regular customers?" Xiao Yuan asked, listening to the bustling noise coming from the countless private rooms around the ring and the seats of thousands of people around the ring below. "Do many people come here often?" "Hee, brother Xiao Yuan, I won't hide it from you. Our business is more popular than you can imagine. To be honest, all the rich young masters in Yanjing have been here more or less." The person behind Tornado is sitting in. Yuan Hongyang pointed to the private room next door and laughed. "Tornado, kill this sick guy for me. Why are you still dithering? Get started." "This is..." Xiao Yuan frowned slightly, as he listened to the scolding coming from next door. "He sounds young." "He is young, but he is very arrogant." Qin Shishir listened to the young man's scolding, which became more and more unpleasant. "I am more curious about the selection criteria for challengers in your boxing arena?" Sheng Dong asked as he looked at the challenger who walked onto the stage. The challenger who walked onto the stage was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, wearing the standard fighting uniform of the boxing arena, and his hair was so long that it almost covered his eyes. He was tall, about 1.85 meters tall, and was very strong among his peers. However, he still looked thin in front of the Tornado. He walked up with lifeless eyes and looked at his opponent, and he looked depressed. Pang Fei had just finished eating the big apple in his hand, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said, "Liangzi, can this uncle do it?" Yuan Hongyang looked at the middle-aged man with interest and said, "Don't underestimate him. He was a famous boxing champion in Yuzhou when he was young. Yu Long, once a boxer who dominated the boxing world, retired at the peak of his powers, and lived an ordinary life. His return again undoubtedly adds a lot of color to tonight's game. The hero is old? The king returns? No matter what the outcome is, the cheers around him are getting louder and louder, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Yu Long? Xiao Yuan has amazing eyesight, and he can still see his situation clearly from a distance of more than 10 meters. There is fatigue and anxiety between his eyebrows, and his eyes are dull, and his energy is difficult to concentrate. It is conceivable what the outcome will be for such a person on the field. Brother Yuan, he has no chance of winning in his current state. And Yin couldn't help but say, he might even be in danger of his life. Haha, this is the path he chose. Brother and Yin, it's not that I'm cold-blooded. Yuan Hongyang shrugged. He came here to take the stage to try his luck. If he wins, he put a lot of money in his pocket. If he loses, he signed a life and death agreement before he dies. It's only natural to accept the loss. To bet on wealth, you have to take risks. You people who are used to seeing life and death on the battlefield naturally understand this truth. Olden, the match has started. Let's see what happens first. Sheng Dong looked at the confrontation below and reminded softly. On the ring, the contest between the two sides officially began. Tornado waved his fists and attacked Yulong, punching Yulong's face with his fists as big as sandbags. Yulong seemed to be stunned, watching Tornado's attack in front of him. When everyone thought he would be knocked down by Tornado's punch, Yulong suddenly moved. His eyes, which had been dull all the time, burst into a bright look, and he slightly turned his head to avoid Tornado's fists. The fist brushed against Yulong's hair, and suddenly changed his moves. Tornado changed his fist into a palm, grabbed Yulong's shoulder. Snap! After his palm landed on his shoulder, he suddenly exerted force. Amid the excited exclamations of the audience around him, Yulong was grabbed by Tornado and swung out fiercely. The underground boxing match was eclectic, and the boxers did not wear gloves. The fighting skills of Xiao Yuan and others were honed in actual combat, so they naturally saw the tricks. As a common standard in boxing matches, many people would think that gloves are used to protect the person being hit. In fact, the function of boxing gloves is also to protect the bones of the attacker. The hardness of human hand bones is much lower than that of the skull. In a fierce confrontation, the attacker's fist is very likely to be injured when hitting the defender's skull. Boxing gloves can protect the hand bones very well. Similarly, when a boxer wearing boxing gloves hits someone's head, the boxing gloves will produce concussion. This kind of concussion can sometimes be fatal to the human head. Therefore, in boxing arenas all over the blue planet, many boxers unfortunately die every year due to head injuries. On the contrary, in a boxing arena without gloves, many boxers who look bloody and bruised can be safe and sound. This is the same reason. Tornado and Yulong did not wear gloves. After grabbing Yulong, he roared and exerted force with both arms. Whoosh! Yulong's body was thrown out and fell to the edge of the ring. When he landed on the ground, his body rolled slightly, dissipating most of the force and turning over. Bang, bang, bang. Tornado was tall and strong, like a chimpanzee who had become a spirit, and his feet made a sound when he stepped on the ground. Without waiting for Yulong to stand firm, he rushed forward, raining down his fists on Yulong. Yulong raised his arms to block Tornado's attack, and dodged the attack from time to time with his flexible body. The two of them attacked and defended, fighting non-stop on the field, and the audience around them shouted crazily to cheer them on. Among them, the most lively one was in the box next to Xiao Yuan. Chapter 261. The young man's voice was high, accompanied by the woman's scream, and it was hard not to notice. Kill him! Kill the Tornado! Punch! Punch! Idiot! Even this can miss? Kill! Kill! Peng Fei rubbed his ears and said, What is this kid doing? Does he think this is a vegetable market? Sun Wan sat quietly at the table, peeling oranges silently. She listened for a while and said, The person next door, his surname is Zhang, right? Ouch! Yuan Hongyang shuddered and subconsciously lowered his voice. Beauty, how do you know his last name is Zhang? Sun Wan pointed to her ear and said, I heard someone call him that. Hear it? Yuan Hongyang looked at Sun Wan strangely. The boxing ring was noisy and chaotic. How could she distinguish other sounds in the next box? Xiao Yuan laughed and said, Xiao Wan has always had a sharp ear, so she must be right. It seems that this Mr. Zhang has invested a lot of money in Tornado? Yuan Hongyang came back to his senses and said, That's right. In the past 6 months, Master Zhang has made a lot of money with Tornado. Ahem, I shouldn't tell you something. In tonight's ring defense battle, Master Zhang bet on the profits of the past 6 months. Half a year? Peng Fei became excited. No wonder this guy is screaming like a wild cat. If he loses, then... Hee. Tornado is so strong, how could it lose? Yuan Hongyang listened to the exclamations from the crowd and looked at the ring. Look! Yulong is already at a disadvantage. On the ring, Yulong defended himself against Tornado's violent attack. He was over 40 years old, while Tornado was only 27 or 28 years old, and at the peak of his powers. Seeing Tornado's strength break after a quick attack, he decisively launched a counterattack. Yulong dodged a punch quickly and attacked Tornado's cheeks. Bang! Bang! After his fists were blocked, Yulong turned around and went behind Tornado, locking Tornado with both hands like lightning. The blood vessels on his arms bulged, and he locked Tornado's neck tightly. Tornado's vitals were suppressed, and Tornado roared and quickly retreated backwards. Bang! Tornado was tall and strong, and his retreat force was huge. Yulong behind him hit the pillar at the corner, groaned, and the force on his arms was even greater. Tornado's cheeks were dark, and could not be seen clearly. Xiao Yuan estimated that if he had the white skin color of a countryman, his face would have turned purple now. Tornado's collisions became more and more frequent. Finally, he struggled and roared, turned around, kicked the pillar with one foot, and fell backwards violently. Bang! Tornado weighed nearly 200 kilograms, and all of it fell on Yulong. Yulong felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, and his arms loosened unconsciously. After Tornado finally got rid of his restraints, he gasped and turned around to grab Yulong's body. Roar! His face was ferocious, and his dark and scary cheeks were even more terrifying. He threw Yulong out. Bang! Yulong fell to the ground again, and there was a brief blank in his mind. He sighed silently in his heart, I'm old. If it was when he was young, Tornado would never be able to break free from his restraints, but unfortunately. He struggled to stand up and wanted to fight again, but was hit by Tornado's heavy punch. Yulong instinctively raised his arms to block the attack, 1 punch, 2 punches. Finally, he was hit in the cheek due to carelessness. A powerful punch hit his head, making Yulong's head buzz. I can't fall down, I have to stand up. Yulong's fingers were slightly raised, and the strength in his body seemed to be drained. Ah! Tornado stepped on Yulong's back, raised his arms and roared, and the atmosphere of the entire underground boxing ring was ignited by his actions. Tornado! Tornado! The audience cheered his name loudly, cheering for his victory. As for Yulong, who fell to the ground, who would care? Ah! Yuan Hongyang sighed and said regretfully, it's a pity. If he was young, he would have a good chance to defeat Tornado. Xiao Yuan looked at Tornado's big foot stepping on Yulong and frowned slightly. Isn't the game over yet? Yuan Hongyang looked at the situation on the field and said, it's over. Now is the opportunity for Tornado to show off his strength. There will be another challenger later. Another one? Pang Fei looked at Tornado, who looked like a wild beast, and said, Liangzi, the next one won't be the same person, right? Sheng Dong threw the apple in his hand to Pang Fei, and said with a smile, Old Pang, don't underestimate this Jones man. He may not be flexible enough, but his combat power and fighting skills are first class in the army. Yuan Hongyang watched Yulong being carried away, and Tornado resting on the field, and said, Tornado was a mercenary in Jones before. According to the competition system, Tornado will rest on the field for 20 minutes to meet the challenge of the next challenger. If he wins the next game, he will become the defending champion of this week and receive rich rewards and honor. Yuan Hongyang was very curious about the silver wings. He didn't ask much because no one mentioned it before, but he became interested when Sheng Dong mentioned it. Brother Sheng, you said that Tornado can be considered first class in the silver wings. Is that true? In terms of single-round fighting skills and combat power, he can indeed be considered first class. Sheng Dong smiled and explained, but in terms of overall strength, he is a little bit behind. I know, you are talking about the anti-gravity maneuvering device, right? Yuan Hongyang's already bright eyes became even brighter. There are analysis diagrams of maneuvering devices on the internet. I say, Liangzi, you are paying attention to a lot now? Pang Fei bumped him and teased, Tell me, do you want to infiltrate our army? Hee, I want to join the army. Yuan Hongyang looked a little lonely. It's a pity that I didn't even pass the preliminary test. Hey. The anti-gravity maneuvering device requires a high level of coordination ability from the human body. Tornado is too heavy, and it will be very difficult to use the maneuvering device. Actually, I've always wanted to ask. Yuan Hongyang smiled and said, There are rumors on the internet that you are all people with supernatural talents. Is it true? Haha, do you think we are similar? Sheng Dong patted Yuan Hongyang on the shoulder and passed on the topic. Time passed quickly while the few people were chatting, and another challenger on the ring slowly walked onto the ring. When they saw him behind him, they were inevitably surprised. Gu Jia pointed at the young man standing in the middle of the ring and asked puzzledly, Your boxing ring, Didn't you deliberately find such a person? A sturdy young man stood on the ring, his expression calm, as if he didn't know who he was going to face next. 180 centimeters tall is considered good among ordinary people, and his muscular body is very fit, but compared with Tornado, he is much smaller than a circle. Yuan Hongyang's face turned red, and he stammered in defense. It shouldn't be. Why are the people we found today like this? Peng Fei laughed on the side. I'm afraid the people chosen today are all chosen by Mr. Zhang next door. This is impossible. Yuan Hongyang looked at the young man in confusion, muttering, It shouldn't be. Why would he choose someone who can't be beaten at first glance? Chapter 262. Xiao Yuan listened to the crazy and excited shouting of the people next door, frowning slightly. It seems that tonight's boxing match was manipulated. He focused his attention on the boxing ring and was slightly startled. Tornado threw the towel and walked onto the ring, looking at the young man opposite with contempt. The young man looked calm. Unlike Yulong's dull eyes when he stood on the stage before, he seemed particularly calm. The calmness in his eyes did not seem to be pretended, which was interesting. Xiao Yuan stared at him for a while, and when his eyes passed over his right hand, his expression moved, and he subconsciously leaned forward to look. Xiao Yuan snatched the apple from Peng Fei's hand and interrupted his mumbling. Old Peng, let me make a bet with you. Oh! Peng Fei looked at him with interest and said, What do you mean? Xiao Yuan pointed to the duel that officially started on the ring and said, I think Tornado will lose. How about the bet? Dinner for a week? Ouch! Peng Fei slapped the table and shouted, It's rare that you want to take the initiative to deliver food. I accept this bet. While they were talking, the young boxer and Tornado had already started fighting. Tornado was indeed a boxer who had been the champion for several weeks. After resting for a while, his physical strength recovered to the peak. He threw punches quickly and fiercely, and attacked the young man fiercely. The young man moved around Tornado with his agile body, and it seemed that he wanted to consume Tornado's physical strength first. After a quick attack, Tornado suddenly changed his moves and rushed towards the young man in an arrow step, trying to grab his body. Seeing that the young man was about to be caught, he suddenly tilted his body and narrowly avoided the grab. To the audience around him, the young man's dodge was just one of many dodges, but to those who knew it, it was a different scene. Oh! Sheng Dong leaned forward slightly and said, with his position and the power point under his feet just now, he could actually dodge. It was true. Xiao Yuan looked carefully and saw that the young man's position was suppressed by the Tornado, and it would be extremely difficult for a person who normally used power under his feet to react. Before the game, he had noticed something unusual happening on the young man's right hand. Although it was only for a moment, he was sure that he was not mistaken. The faint blue light was very similar to the wind element mentioned by Lord Yuga. If he was really an elemental affinity, it would not be difficult to understand his calmness before the game. As Xiao Yuan was thinking, the confrontation on the field suddenly became fierce. After dodging more than a dozen moves, the young man suddenly exerted his strength after getting familiar with the attack rhythm of the Tornado. Bang! 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 He moved like a ghost, circled around Tornado, and punched him 3 times in a row. Tornado was attacked on the side, and his body swayed slightly, but he quickly stabilized his position and roared back at the young man. His reaction was fast, but the young man was faster, and he flashed behind Tornado before Tornado's attack arrived. The young man's attack landed on Tornado's back of the head, making Tornado stagger and rush forward. Oh! His attack instantly made the entire underground boxing arena boil. Could it be that Tornado would fall from the altar tonight? Tornado staggered to the edge of the ring, shook his huge head, and looked at the young man fiercely. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago after being hit by the young man. Tornado's physique was frighteningly strong. He shook his head and rushed forward as if nothing had happened. Roar! Tornado put away his contempt and fought with the young man. 2 figures fought on the ring, and the sound of fists colliding came one after another. Bang! After another fight, Tornado shook his right fist, thinking it was strange. He punched the young man dozens of times, and each time it was like hitting cotton, making him feel like he couldn't use his strength. Tornado was experienced in fighting, and took advantage of another opportunity to stretch out his arms and grab the young man's arm. He roared, and with the force of his arms, he threw the young man into the air, and then tried to grab the young man's waist with his other hand. The young man's body flew into the air. If Tornado grabbed his waist and threw him down, it would be difficult for him to turn the game around. Under the gaze of thousands of people on the field, the young man turned around miraculously. This move was beyond everyone's expectations. He was in midair and had no foothold. After turning around, He climbed onto Tornado's back. Adjusting the body in the air is the specialty of the Silver Wing Army, but the Silver Wing Army relies on anti-gravity maneuvers, while the young man appeared out of thin air. Snap! The young man locked Tornado's neck with both arms and tightened them suddenly, strangling Tornado tightly. Whether it was Yu Long or this young man, they chose to fight with Tornado with locks, which was really a helpless move. Tornado was too strong, and he was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation with the two men. After being locked, Tornado groaned and used the same trick to hit the pillar in the corner. Bang! Bang! After 2 consecutive hits, he used his strength to fall hard on the ring, trying to deal with the young man like he dealt with Yu Long. Under the eyes of the crowd, Tornado's body fell backwards, and the young man seemed to have not reacted to the previous 2 hits. Tornado! 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 There were cheers and screams all around, and people had already anticipated the young man's end and miserable situation. Bang! Tornado fell heavily on the ring, and his body was too heavy and made a dull sound. The young man miraculously got away from Tornado, flew backwards the moment before, and finally hit the edge of the ring. He was as agile as a cheetah, and after rolling twice, he rushed forward and jumped high. Tornado just hit the ground hard, and before he could stand up, the young man's attack had arrived. Bang! An elbow hit Tornado in the abdomen, and he screamed and almost fainted on the spot. What a tenacious fellow! The young man secretly said. It was beyond his expectation that the blow did not make Tornado unconscious. The young man rode on Tornado, and his fists rained down on his face. There is a phrase tiger-like and windy that describes the current situation appropriately. There was a faint sound of wind when the young man swung his fists, and there was a crackling sound when they landed on Tornado's face. After throwing countless punches, the young man stopped panting. Looking at Tornado again, he had fainted with blood all over his face. The referee hurriedly ran up to check the situation. After confirming that Tornado had fainted, he raised the young man's right hand and shouted loudly, "Woo we win!" Wow! The entire underground boxing arena was boiling instantly. Most people came here just for the excitement. Tonight's match was definitely exciting. Woo Hui calmly accepted the referee's announcement and walked off the ring surrounded by staff. The entire boxing arena was cheering and boiling. Of course, there were also many people who lost everything and were so angry that they cursed. This was the case in the box next to Xiao Yuan. Master Zhang cursed loudly, and after cursing Tornado, he cursed the boxing arena. Finally, he left the box angrily after saying Cui Yuanqi, "Wait for me." Sheng Dong and Xiao Yuan looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. He whispered, "Brother Xiao Yuan, did you see it?" Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "It is indeed a wind element affinity. I don't know if it is born or acquired through medication." He looked at Wu Hui's back, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Chapter 263. The young man showed incredible body movements and coordination in the fight with the Tornado. Without any connection points in midair, he was still able to easily control his body, and the characteristics of a wind element affinity were fully reflected in him. After winning the game, Wu Hui walked to the backstage surrounded by the crowd. A staff member of the underground boxing ring led him around, and finally came to a secluded quiet room. At the signal of the staff, Wu Hui pushed the door open and entered. The small orange light was on in the quiet room. He walked into the room and whispered, "Miss Cui, the work is done." The tall and elegant girl turned around, her beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. "Mr. Wu, you have worked hard." Wu Hui responded neither servilely nor arrogantly, "I am following orders, you are welcome." Chuckles. Cui Yuanqi giggled and said, "Please take me to thank your young master Wu when you go back, and tell him that I am very satisfied with the result this time." More than satisfied? Cui Yuanqi didn't expect that she would get such a reward for agreeing to help Wu Mai find out about Wu Mushi's situation on the front line. Now, Zhang Wei should be furious, right? Thinking of this, Cui Yuanqi smiled even more, and said to Wu Hui half seriously and half tentatively, "With Mr. Wu's skills, it's a pity to be a security guard." "I don't know." Wu Hui was slightly startled, and said calmly, "Thank you, Miss Cui, for your kindness, but I am used to my current job, I am very sorry." "Oh." Cui Yuanqi looked at him deeply and said, "No matter what, thank you Mr. Wu for your help this time." Looking at Wu Hui's departing back, Cui Yuanqi bit her red lips and whispered, "How many secrets does the Wu family have?" When Wu Mai agreed to help her in the boxing match, Cui Yuanqi didn't know his background and felt a little uneasy. This underground boxing ring, Cui Yuanqi invested a lot of money and energy on behalf of the Cui family. Zhang Wei relied on the power of the Zhang family in recent years, and was arrogant and domineering. The tornado found from Jones swept the underground boxing match in Yinqing. Cui Yuanqi and the other 2 shareholders of the underground boxing ring vigorously searched for people to fight against the tornado, but unfortunately the results were minimal. Unexpectedly, the hot potato was defeated by Wu Mai's people. The Wu family did not show its strength on the surface, but its strength in secret should not be underestimated. Cui Yuanqi was secretly calculating in her heart, but Wu Hui didn't think so much. He was just following orders. Quietly going out from the back door of the underground boxing ring, Wu Hui stretched his muscles and breathed a sigh of relief. Tornado's strength was indeed powerful. The injuries he suffered during the battle with him were not felt during the fierce battle. Only after he relaxed his mind did he feel the pain in the injured area. Wu Hui strolled in the alley under the moonlight, and the night wind slapped on his body, which was particularly comfortable. He raised his arms slightly, feeling the blowing and changes of the wind, and was absent-minded for a moment. Who? He frowned, suddenly shouted and looked at the alley in front of him, and shouted, "Come out! What are you doing sneaking around?" "Ha." After Wu Hui scolded for a while, 3 strong men walked out from the corner of the alley in front of him, looking at him with burning eyes. The leader was 2 meters tall with a red face, like a bear spirit. Standing there gave people a heavy sense of oppression. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, Wu Hui slightly turned his head to look, and 3 people also walked out from the alley behind him. Wu Hui recognized one of the 3 people, Tornado, who was defeated by him in the boxing ring. Tornado had a bandage on his face, staring at Wu Hui with his eyes, wishing he could eat him alive. Yesterday, Tornado was still the overlord of the ring, but he lost the game because of this guy in front of him. Money and glory left him at the moment Wu Hui defeated him, and he didn't know how long it would take to make up for it. Tornado's eyes were red with anger, and if he hadn't been worried that the leader hadn't given the order, he would have pounced on him now. The red-faced sturdy man grinned and said, "Boy, we have been waiting for you here for a long time today." Wu Hui looked at the sturdy man and frowned. "Waiting for me? We have no hatred or grudges. Why are you doing this?" "Ha ha ha." The sturdy man couldn't help laughing, and stopped laughing when tears were about to come out. "You cut off people's wealth, and you still say you have no hatred or grudges? Brothers, go!" The sturdy man didn't give Wu Hui any chance to speak, and he started to act immediately. The 6 people attacked Wu Hui together, with a terrifying momentum and fierce offensive. Except for Tornado, the other 5 people cooperated well. After Wu Hui dodged a heavy punch from Tornado, he ran towards the wall. Before he touched the wall, the strong man's big hand was already behind him, so Wu Hui had to take the attack head-on. Bang! Bang! As his fists collided, Wu Hui felt a surge of force, but fortunately there was a stream of air flowing between his hands, which helped him to relieve a lot of force. Wu Hui dodged the attacks of 2 people twice in a row, but before he could catch his breath, Tornado's attack came again. He rushed towards Wu Hui like a wild bull, shouting incomprehensible language. Bang! Wu Hui's body was hit by him, and he flew up into the air and fell backwards. A strange thing happened again. At that moment, he flew high as if he had lost weight, and flew towards the wall of the alley. "Not good," the strong man said in his heart, and shouted, "He wants to slip away from the wall. Catch him." Wu Hui easily crossed the wall with the attack of Tornado, and thought to himself that he was lucky. These 6 people are not easy to deal with, especially the 5 people except Tornado, who cooperated well with each other and attacked continuously. If he continued to fight, he would definitely not gain anything. Now, he regretted rejecting the boxing ring's offer to send him by car. Just as Wu Hui flew over the wall, a cloud of white powder suddenly rose from the other side of the wall. "Ah!" Wu Hui screamed, and his eyes were sprinkled with white powder. A burning feeling surged from his eyes, and his body fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Wu Hui covered his eyes that had been weeping, and tried to open his eyes, but he could not see the scenery in front of him. Crack! The wooden door of the yard was kicked to pieces, and the strong man and Tornado entered one after another. "Ha ha ha!" The strong man laughed and said proudly, "I know you are agile and fast. How could I not be prepared?" He looked at the thin young man who had been lying in ambush by the wall and praised, "Lu Sainer, good idea, well done." The thin young man nodded and bowed and said, "Brother Zhou, you are too polite. It is your bravery that can capture this kid." The strong man touched his bald head, and became more proud when he heard it. He walked up to Wu Hui, and punched him in the stomach. Bang! This punch was so strong that Wu Hui fell to his knees. Tornado on the side saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward, and slapped Wu Hui on the cheek. "Paw, paw, paw!" His palms rained down on Wu Hui's face, making him bleed from his nose and mouth, and looked miserable. Tornado became more and more angry when he saw Wu Hui was stubborn and silent. He shouted in a half-baked country dialect, "Beat you to death. Let you show off your power." Ha. Just when Tornado was hitting happily, the strongman suddenly felt a heat on the back of his neck, followed by a burning sensation. Ah! He shuddered and raised his arm to turn around to defend himself, but he only had time to see a spark blooming in the dark. Chapter 264. Bang! The fierce and accurate blow hit the back of the man's neck. He lost consciousness before he could even make a sound, and his body softened and fell forward. The young man standing next to the strongman thought that the strongman was joking with him and said, "Brother Joe, what are you doing?" Before the young man finished speaking, he heard Lu Sainer standing opposite him screaming, "Be careful!" Lu Sainer's reminder was still a step too late. The young man raised his arms to protect his head, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He cried out in pain, and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. In an instant, 2 of the 7 fell down, and the others looked over here as if they had just woken up from a dream. The well-proportioned man was dressed in black and wore a black mask, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. The whole courtyard was strangely quiet for a few seconds before it suddenly boiled, and the remaining 5 people rushed towards him at the same time. The chaos started in an instant, and the field was in chaos, with bursts of burning sparks and air currents erupting from time to time. Elemental affinity. Lu Sainer suddenly had this thought in his mind. He had heard about it before, but he didn't expect to meet the real person today. Fire element is easier to identify than other element affinity people, especially in the dim night. The black-clothed man's moves were sharp, with almost no unnecessary fancy moves. Each strike was aimed at making people lose their ability to move, and a burst of sparks flew, which was very beautiful. After he knocked down the last tornado, Lu Sainer froze in place. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Lu Sainer couldn't help but scream. The sound was like a drake with its throat pinched. To his surprise, the man in black ignored him, and walked straight towards Wu Hui lying on the ground. It was not until he helped Wu Hui out of the yard that Lu Sainer breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat. The shock the man in black brought to him was too great. Lu Sainer already thought that a strong man like his boss Zhou Tianwen was powerful, but he never thought. Staring blankly at the backs of the 2 men going away, Lu Sainer secretly clenched his fists. Element affinity? This kind of power is so desirable. The night wind was cold, and Wu Hui felt a little cold. He closed his eyes tightly, and felt that his burning eyes were much more comfortable. The physique of element affinity was much stronger than that of ordinary people. "Who are you?" Wu Hui was supported and couldn't help asking. "Is this important?" "It's very important. I don't like to owe favors to others." "Oh, is this the reason why you came to the boxing match? Did you see my match?" Wu Hui said in surprise. "You fought well, but unfortunately you lack experience, otherwise you wouldn't be knocked down by someone's dirty tricks here." Hee. Wu Hui smiled bitterly. "You saved me just to mock me." "Of course not." His voice was clear, and he looked young. "I want to have a chance to spar with you." "Spar? Isn't it the most basic etiquette to announce your name before sparring?" "Xiao Yuan." "Xiao Yuan?" Wu Hui thought for a while, and said, "This name sounds familiar. Maybe, my name is probably very popular." Xiao Yuan smiled. "Why did you come to this competition? Is this a bargaining chip in exchange for you saving me?" "Of course not." Xiao Yuan shrugged and said, "I came to you because I wanted to have some time to learn from you. Saving you is just a coincidence. However, I am indeed very curious about your identity, and even more curious about your affinity with the wind element." "Sorry, I can't tell you this," Wu Hui said apologetically. "I can repay you in other ways." "As expected?" Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "If you want to repay me, let's find a chance to compete." "That's all?" "That's all." Xiao Yuan helped him out of the alley and onto the street. "I want to see who will win when the wind and fire elements collide." "You?" Wu Hui hesitated for a while, and said, "Thank you." Hee. Xiao Yuan smiled softly and said, "Just agree to it. Don't break your promise when the time comes. Now, the most important thing is to send you to the hospital to treat your eyes." Xiao Yuan waved his hands at the taxi on the street. "We talk about other things later." Xiao Yuan sent Wu Hui to the hospital for treatment, and returned to the hotel very late. His doubts grew bigger and bigger, about element affinity and about the Wu family. Wu Jiao, the guard who rarely spoke beside Wu Mushi, was an element affinity. Wu Hui, a boxer who came from nowhere, was also an element affinity. Could it be that element affinity has become as common as cabbage? Or, is there a force in Yanjing secretly cultivating elemental affinity people? Wu Hui was arrogant and refused to reveal the truth. Xiao Yuan knew that people like him would never give in no matter what, so it would be better to make a good relationship with him and compete with him, which would also be good for his own elemental control. The Wu family and Li Jun, the commander of the army, have a close relationship. What role does Li Jun play in it? The complicated things appeared in Xiao Yuan's mind one by one, like a tangled mess with no clue. Xiao Yuan fell into a deep sleep until 2 o'clock in the morning. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Yuan was dragged out of bed by Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng to wash and eat breakfast. After Sun Wan's reminder, Xiao Yuan remembered that today was the day he and Xing Ziyu had agreed on. Half a month had passed since Xiao Yuan came to Yanjing. Xing Ziyu was busy with homework and medical team work at Yanjing Medical University. She had just finished her busy schedule recently, so she couldn't wait to invite Xiao Yuan and Sun Wan to a party. When Xiao Yuan and the other two arrived at Yanjing Medical University, it was time for the get out of class to end at noon. Boys and girls in their prime walking around the campus made Xiao Yuan feel as if he was in another world. How long has it been since he last experienced this kind of atmosphere? When he was in high school, Xiao Yuan also wanted to go to college, but he was too strong-willed to let his aunt and uncle support him anymore. After graduating from high school, Xiao Yuan began to make a living in Sierra City, working as a waiter in a nightclub, a car wash, and a salesperson in a shopping mall. If I had chosen to go to college, would I have been like them? Xiao Yuan thought so in his heart, walking with Sun Wan Xiaozhang on the campus of Yanjing Medical University. Sun Wan is the focus of everyone's attention wherever she goes. She is pure and beautiful without makeup. The three stopped in front of a statue at Yanjing Medical University. The statue depicts an old man wearing hanfu from country A. The old man wore a turban on his head, held a scroll in his hand, and looked far away. Xiaozheng looked down at the words under the statue and read, Li Shizhen, Compendium of Materia Medica. Xiao Yuan explained in a pretentious manner, Xiaozheng, this is a great doctor in ancient country A, who specializes in compiling books to record the appearance and effects of various herbs. His most amazing skill is that he tested the medicine on himself, and finally developed a physique that is immune to all poisons. So amazing? Xiaozheng covered her cheek and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, why don't you practice? Me? Xiao Yuan scratched his head. When I was a child, I didn't have so many herbs to eat. Brother Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Yuan was talking nonsense, he suddenly heard a crisp voice behind him. You are talking nonsense again. Chapter 265. Xiaoyu? Xiao Yuan turned around and saw Xing Ziyu, who was wearing a beige autumn outfit, jogging towards him. Brother Xiao Yuan, did you miss me? Xing Ziyu asked intimately, hugging Xiao Yuan's waist. Well, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. The truth is that I've been thinking about Xiaoyu for 2 days. Xiao Yuan said seriously, and when he saw her pouting in dissatisfaction, he added, daytime and nighttime. That's more like it. Xing Ziyu snorted, let go of her arms around Xiao Yuan's waist, and hugged Sun Wan again. Sister Nan Yuan, you don't seem to have changed at all, you're still so pretty. Xiaoyu seems to have grown a little taller. Sun Wan looked her up and down. Let me introduce you. This is my friend from the Silver Wings, Xiaozheng. Hello. Xiaozheng smiled at Xing Ziyu. Hello. Xing Ziyu greeted Xiaozheng and said, a Chinese restaurant has recently opened near the school. I heard it's delicious. Let's go try it. Oh. Xiao Yuan asked curiously, you haven't been there yet? Hee hee. Xing Ziyu stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. It's precious, how can I bear to give it up? I see, you want to rip me off today, no problem. Xiao Yuan agreed readily. Lead the way. Brother Xiao Yuan today. My sister and brother Jiang Lu will also be here, is that okay? Xing Ziyu said cautiously, observing Xiao Yuan's reaction. It's okay, it's good to have more people around. Xiao Yuan patted her little face and said. The conflict between Xiao Yuan and Xing Zixin was nothing more than a grudge between young people when they were young. Now, Xing Zixin works in the economic department of the Federal Command Center, and Xiao Yuan has made great achievements in the Silver Wing Corps. The two are no longer the children they used to be, and their perspectives and patterns of looking at things are very different. Xiao Yuan never really took Xing Zixin's difficulties to heart. After all, his uncle and aunt treated him well. Xing Zixin seemed very excited, and led Xiao Yuan and the other two to explain the buildings in Yanjing Medical University along the way. Yanjing Medical University is one of the top medical schools in Country A. The core leaders of the medical teams of the Silver Wing Corps and the Storm Corps are all from Yanjing Medical University. Xiao Yuan had met Wu Mushi, Yu Huai, and Li Luo, who were also from Yinqing Medical University, and had a good impression of him. On both sides of the wide road leading to the south gate of the school, there were 8 devices about 1 person tall. There was a solar collector on the top of the device, shining brightly in the sun. Xiao Yuan pointed at the device and asked curiously, "Xiao Yu, what is this? A solar street light?" Xing Ziyu covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "What street light? That's a mobile phone charger." After walking closer, Xiao Yuan could see clearly that there were several charging cables in the middle of the device for charging mobile phones. Ouch! Xiao Yuan thought it was interesting and wanted to reach out to touch it, but heard a rough voice from the side. "Hey! Don't touch it." Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a security guard with thick eyebrows coming over and said, "Student, you can't use this charger." Xing Ziyu gently pulled the corner of Xiao Yuan's clothes and said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, we students can't use the chargers here." "Oh!" Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "Since it is provided for teachers, then I will." The security guard raised his thick eyebrows and looked at Xiao Yuan with burning eyes. "You are not a student of this school? These chargers are for foreign students." "Huh?" Xiao Yuan was shocked by the security guard's words and did not react for a long time. He pointed at the charger and said slowly, "The charger is placed here for everyone's convenience. Why do we have to divide it among people?" The security guard waved his hand impatiently and said, "I have no control over these, and you are not a student of this school, and I have even less control over it." Seeing Xiao Yuan reaching out to touch the charging device, he tooted and tried to stop him. Xiao Yuan slapped the device twice with his right hand and laughed with a fake smile. "Good. It's a good thing." After that, Xiao Yuan took a deep look at the security guard and led Sun Wan and the other 2 away. Humph. The security guard looked at Xiao Yuan's leaving figure and snorted coldly. "If you don't like the rules, what can you do?" He had seen many students who were dissatisfied with the rule of foreign students using chargers, but what was the result? Why not just keep your dissatisfaction to yourself and do what you need to do? The security guard was thinking, when suddenly there was a burst of crackling noises from the inside of the charging device beside him. After a while, the edge of the device exploded with a bang, and a puff of green smoke slowly emerged from it. Xiao Yuan's face was a little gloomy. Xing Ziyu held his hand and said, "Brother, are you still angry?" Seeing that Xiao Yuan refused to speak, she whispered, "There are actually quite a few such cases in the school, all over the country." "Oh!" Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. "For example?" "For example, dormitories. The dormitories for international students are generally better than those for undergraduates. They have independent bathrooms and air conditioners, which are standard. For example, the scholarship system." Xing Ziyu counted on her fingers. "Strictly speaking, it is called a subsidy. The subsidy for international students is about twice the salary of an ordinary person in country A every month, or even more. And..." "Xiao Yu, stop talking." Xiao Yuan stopped her and said, "Are you trying to comfort me?" "Brother, what I mean is that this situation exists in universities across country A. You just stop being angry, okay?" "Who said I was angry?" Xiao Yuan scratched her nose and said, "I'm just a little discouraged." "Discouraged? How many people from country A fought bloody battles on the front lines, fighting the night demons for life and death, but there may be brothers and sisters living and studying in the university. There are their relatives and friends. If they knew that the relatives they risked their lives to protect were treated so unfairly, they would be very disappointed." "Brother Xiao Yuan." Xing Ziyu couldn't quite understand Xiao Yuan's current state of mind. Perhaps only after she actually stepped onto the battlefield could she truly understand Xiao Yuan's feelings. "Fairness, fairness." Xiao Yuan muttered these 2 words. "Even I look down on myself. I'm afraid the road to fairness is still a long way to go." After saying this, the gloom on Xiao Yuan's face dissipated, and he turned into a smiling face again. He pinched Xing Ziyu's cheek and said, "Okay, I just sigh occasionally. Let's go. Are you all hungry?" Xiao Zheng patted her belly and said seriously, "I can eat a whole cow now." Xiao Yuan smiled and said, "Control your food intake later, don't scare others." If Xiao Zheng eats as much as she wants, 5 or 6 strong men won't eat as much as she eats in one meal. The 4 of them walked towards the Chinese restaurant while looking at the scenery. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Yuan finally saw the Chinese restaurant that Xing Ziyu mentioned. Chapter 266. The name of the Chinese restaurant is elegant, Qin Yuanfeng, and the decoration is antique. After Xiao Yuan and the other 3 entered, a waitress wearing emerald green hanfu came up and took everyone to the pre-booked private room. Tinjiuxuan is located in a private room on the 2nd floor. The layout of the private room is also exquisite and elegant, fresh and elegant. When Xiao Yuan walked in, he saw Xing Zixin and Jiang Lu sitting in it. Jiang Lu gently patted Xing Zixin's arm and stood up first. Xiao Yuan, long time no see. Xiao Yuan smiled, shook hands with him, and said, long time no see. The last time we met was at my aunt's house. It's been almost a year. After that, Xiao Yuan turned to look at Xing Zixin, who had stood up, and said in a gentle voice, Zixin, long time no see. After Xing Zixin greeted Xiao Yuan, her eyes fell on his face, and she felt that Xiao Yuan had changed a lot. Before, he was a person who made a living at the bottom of society. He was not a bad person, but he always had the spirit of a stock market whale. After joining the army, Xiao Yuan's temperament was slowly changing. He was calm, decisive, and his facial features became more and more sharp, which made people sigh. In just 1 year, it was like a complete transformation. After everyone sat down and introduced themselves to each other, Jiang Lu was the first to speak up and liven up the atmosphere. Xiao Yuan, you have become a celebrity, he explained. After the commendation meeting, your news was everywhere, and many girls in our company like you very much. Xiao Yuan laughed and said, Brother Jiang Lu, why don't you work with ZXIN? The Federal Command Center? Jiang Lu waved his hand and said, I am currently working at Zhang's Beauty Group, responsible for financial work. Jiang Lu and Xing Zixin studied economics together, and after graduation, they chose to stay in Yanjing to work together. However, Jiang Lu did not choose to work in the economic department of the Federal Operations Command Center like Xing Zixin, but joined Zhang's Beauty. Zhang's group is quite powerful in Yanjing, and has a strong development momentum in recent years. Jiang Lu has his own ideas and pursuits in his career. With the support of Xing Zixin and his family, he entered the beauty company under Zhang's. While the few people were chatting, the waiter handed over the menu. Xiao Yuan looked at the dazzling array of dishes, and didn't know what to order, so he simply handed it over to Xing Ziyu, and let her order whatever she liked. Zixin, I heard that you handled the accounting issues of Liang Group before? Indeed, the accounting issues are handled by our economic department. Xing Zixin took a sip of tea and said, Does it have a big impact on your Silver Wing army? Some small troubles. Xiao Yuan said calmly, Liang's logistics has stopped operating, and the material supply line is broken. Swish. Xing Zixin's teacup accidentally fell onto the plate. She looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. Is the supply line broken? Yeah, Xiao Yuan said calmly, secretly relieved in his heart. From Zixin's appearance, she didn't know about this. But the briefing didn't mention this? Briefing? Xiao Yuan smiled slightly. The briefings in your hands only report good news, but not bad news. The real situation on the battlefield is 100 times more exciting than the briefing. Brother Xiao Yuan, tell us a story about the battle on the front line. Xing Zi pulled Xiao Yuan's arm and said excitedly, Shall you? Xing Zixin hurriedly stopped her and said, How can I tell you these things casually? It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Yuan waved his hand and said, I will tell you some stories that don't involve the core. That was a mission we had to fight against the Thunder Beast. Xiaowan and I led several teams to the ambush site. The Thunder Beast. Is it the kind of Thunder Beast with a huge mouth that can swallow a car in one bite? Zixin, where did you hear this version? Xiao Yuan couldn't help laughing and said, The Thunder Beast's mouth is not too big, about 3 times the size of my head. The blogger Chu Xue from Country A, who I follow, is popularizing science to netizens. Xing Zixin's pretty face was slightly red. After the gap between the two of them faded unconsciously, Xiao Yuan found that she was quite cute. Chushu? Jiang Shui is full of nonsense. The power of the Thunder Beast lies in the corrosive acid it spits out of its mouth, especially in thunderstorms. Brother Xiao Yuan, what happened next? Xing Ziyu couldn't help but urge. At that time, the sky was full of night demons, so we had to choose a shortcut. What shortcut? Sewer. Ah? Jiang Lu looked at Xiao Yuan with a strange expression and said, You are really cruel. The battle plan was carried out smoothly. After killing most of the Thunder Beasts, we retreated to the sewer and prepared to return to the original route, but something unexpected happened at this time. What happened? What happened? Xing Zixin heard it, and clenched her fists nervously. In the sewer, Xiao Yuan heard the sound of something crawling in the distance. The sound was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan raised his voice. 2 lights appeared in the dim passage in the distance. How could there be lights in the sewer? Yes, why are there lights? Xiao Yuan gestured the size of the lights. Later I found out that the 2 lights were the eyes of a giant python. Ah! Xing Ziyu covered her mouth and exclaimed, then, what happened later? Later, Xiao Yuan was about to speak when the door of the box suddenly opened, and several waiters came in from outside and started to serve the dishes. What happened later? Tell me! Then we ran and finally got out. Xiao Yuan patted Xing Ziyu's head. Okay, let's eat first. The Silver Wings Legion is on the front line, and the things they see are really extraordinary. Xing Zixin couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yuan said it lightly, and in the dark sewer, people would involuntarily become nervous. After encountering a giant python, how to escape smoothly is a test of the team's wisdom and courage. If they are not careful, they may lose their lives. Everyone ate and talked. The Chinese restaurant recommended by Xing Ziyu tasted great. Fish-flavored eggplant, dry-fried fish, spicy chicken, white-cut chicken. Xiao Yuan, who doesn't have much pursuit of food, can't help but have a big appetite. Xiaozheng, this little girl, looks thin and small. After the meal, she lowered her head and kept busy. Seeing her eating speed, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but add a few more dishes to let her eat to her heart's content. This dinner lasted for a long time. Xiao Yuan, Jiang Lu and Xing Zixin drank and chatted, and the relationship between them became closer. As for the gap between him and Xing Zixin, it gradually disappeared in such an atmosphere. Those unhappy memories of youth, those things that once lingered in his heart, completely dissipated in the midst of drinking and chatting. Xiao Yuan seemed to have reacquainted himself with Xing Zixin. It turned out that she had a lovely side besides arrogance. She would be curious about the true situation of the Silver Wing Corps, would be embarrassed because of her misunderstanding of various strange beasts, and would blush and act like a spoiled child. Here, she who put down her disguise was the most real her. Chapter 267. The dinner lasted until 3 p.m., and Xiao Yuan saw Jiang Lu and the drunk Xing Zixin off at the restaurant entrance. Xing Zixin's alcohol tolerance was not bad, but it was not as good as Xiao Yuan's. After Xiao Yuan's physical fitness was enhanced and his elemental affinity was enhanced, his resistance to alcohol was extremely high. At the celebration bonfire party, after the victory of Sheer City, he drank with his comrades from the 9th Company, and drank more than a dozen people under the table, while he was only slightly drunk. Xing Ziyu watched Jiang Lu and Xing Zixin get into a taxi and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, do you have time recently? Xiao Yuan thought about his recent schedule and replied, it should be nothing, what's wrong? Xing Ziyu gently held his hand and said, let's find a time to go to Tokyo Bianliang together. Tokyo Bianliang is a 1,000-year-old ancient capital located in the central hinterland of Country A. When Ai Xiang and Xing Feng chose to evacuate before the defense of A city, and settled in Bianliang City, Xiao Yuan calculated the time, and found that he had not seen his aunt and uncle for nearly a year. He smiled and nodded, saying, okay, as long as we have time, we will go back together. Xing Ziyu smiled, and was about to say something when the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. After she picked up the phone, she listened carefully for a while, and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll be there right away. Xiao Yuan's hearing has always been sharp and outstanding. He heard the voice in Xing Ziyu's phone clearly. He waved his hand and said, it's okay, we can go to the food stall you mentioned later. We ate too much just now. Xing Ziyu didn't delay any more after hearing this. The two called Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng from Yayabu's Chinese restaurant and headed towards the affiliated hospital of Yanjing Medical University. The call Xing Ziyu just received was from her senior. Xing Ziyu participated in the medical plan for the Silver Wing Corps in school. As a member of the medical plan, she and several students from the medical university followed an old professor in the school to study. Recently, a strange patient was transferred to the area that the old professor was in charge of. Sun Wan looked at Xing Ziyu curiously and said, strange patient? Is her illness strange? Xing Ziyu recalled the records on the case, and softly recounted the scene at that time. The patient is a 42-year-old woman named Bai Feng, who originally lived in the suburbs of Beijing, and made a living by working as a nanny. Since the beginning of last year, Bai Feng had minor health problems, and often had inexplicable fevers. At first, Bai Feng thought it was just a simple cold and fever, and didn't take it seriously. Until January this year, her condition became more serious. Bai Feng's body surface temperature is about 2 to 3 degrees higher than that of ordinary people, and it can last for a very long time. Bai Feng's family accompanied her to many hospitals, but they could not find the cause. In desperation, they came to the affiliated hospital of Yanjing Medical University for treatment. Professor Qin Hong, who was in charge of Bai Feng's treatment, made a careful diagnosis and temporarily decided on a treatment method of combining drugs with physical cooling. After physical cooling, Bai Feng's body temperature finally stabilized within the normal range. Professor Qin Hong led a group of students to use this time to concentrate on studying the cause and treatment methods. Xing Ziyu had not had time to meet Xiao Yuan before because she was focused on this matter. Just now, the senior called and told Xing Ziyu that Bai Feng's condition suddenly worsened and urgently summoned her back. The car stopped at the hospital gate, and Xiao Yuan and the others finally understood the whole story. The group went upstairs and finally stopped outside an independent ward. Xing Ziyu Sr. was waiting outside anxiously. When he saw her coming, the senior hurriedly came up and said, "Xiao Yu, you are here, hurry in." Seeing this, Xiao Yuan and the other two had to sit on the bench outside and wait silently. Xiaozheng sniffed the smell in the corridor and frowned. The smell here is so bad. Haha, Xiao Yuan closed his eyes and chuckled. It's all the smell of disinfectant. How good can it smell? Xiaozheng shook her head and said, "No, it's a burnt smell." Burnt smell? Xiao Yuan looked at Sun Wan and blinked. "Xiao Wan, do you smell it?" Sun Wan sniffed the air carefully and shook her head and said, "No, I don't smell any burnt smell." Xiaozheng rubbed her nose and pointed to the ward where Xing Ziyu went in. "It's in there, really." "Oh?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows, stood up and walked towards the door. Before he could walk in, the door suddenly opened and two young girls walked out. The moment he saw the two girls, Xiao Yuan was slightly startled. He had seen them before. The older girl was tall and beautiful, and the younger girl had two ponytails and bright black eyes, but at this time her eyes were red. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and asked, "Why are you here?" The older girl looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise, and after a while she remembered him and said, "Are you the kind-hearted person in the square that day?" Xiao Yuan smiled friendly and said, "I don't dare to be a kind-hearted person. My sister is a doctor here, and I'm waiting for her." The girl forced a smile and said, "Our mother is hospitalized here." "Oh." Xiao Yuan nodded awkwardly and said, "Then you can sit for a while." He pointed to the bench behind him and asked the two sisters to sit down first. The younger sister with twin ponytails sobbed quietly, holding onto her sister's clothes and asking what would happen to her mother. The elder sister comforted her younger sister and said, "Mom will be fine, Lei, be good, Dad will be here soon." The younger sister agreed quietly, and finally calmed down her panic. Sun Wan sat beside her, fumbled in her pocket for a while, took out a piece of chocolate candy, and handed it to her. "Try it, it's very sweet." The younger sister looked at the chocolate candy in front of her hesitantly, not knowing whether to take it. Seeing this, her sister patted her head gently. "Lei, thank you, sister." Lei stretched out her little hand to take the candy, and said sweetly, "Thank you, fairy sister." Sun Wan was amused by the little girl. Her eyes were like crescent moons. "Little sister, what's your name?" The little girl peeled off the outer skin of the chocolate candy and put it into her mouth, saying vaguely, "You Bailei." Sun Wan tapped her little nose and said, "Xiaolei, Mom will recover as before, believe in sister." "Really?" "Of course it's true." Sun Wan held out her little finger. "I promise you." "Yes." Yu Bailei held out her little hand and held out her pinky finger with Sun Wan, finally showing a smile on her little face. Yu Bailei's sister looked at Sun Wan gratefully and said, "I'm really sorry for the 3 roses that Xiaolei sold to you that day." Xiao Yuan waved his hand and smiled. "Those 3 roses are very beautiful, Xiaolei took good care of them." Then Xiao Yuan held out his hand and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Xiao Yuan, and this is my friend Sun Wan, Xiaozheng." Seeing this, Yu Bailei's sister quickly stretched out her hand and said, "Yu Bai Xian." While the two were talking, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in his 40s rushing over. Before he came up, he asked anxiously, "Xiao Xian, how is your mother?" Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, how could it be him? Chapter 268. The middle-aged man was tall, with slightly long hair that made him look a little sloppy. He anxiously walked up to Yu Bai Xian and Yu Bailei to ask about the situation, and did not notice Xiao Yuan. The man's name was Yu Long, the boxer who fought Tornado in the underground boxing ring that day. It was obvious that he came in a hurry, and his old camouflage uniform was stained with a lot of white cement. Yu Bailei explained the situation in detail and comforted him softly. "Dad, don't worry, Dr. Qin is very concerned about Mom's condition." Yu Long nodded, looking tired. He rubbed his hands, and a burst of white powder fell down. After cleaning his hands, he bent down slightly and touched his little daughter's face. "Lei, haven't you eaten yet?" Yu Bailei opened her mouth and said, "Dad, the fairy sister gave me chocolate candy, I'm not hungry." Yu Long smiled lovingly. Did you thank her? Yu Bali raised her little face proudly. Yes. Dad, Lele is the most polite. Haha, Yu Long forced a smile and said, Dad will go to the hospital cafeteria to get you food, wait for me here. After saying that, Yu Long turned and walked outside. Xiao Yuan watched this scene, and had a rough idea of what happened to Yu Long. Why did Yu Long, who had retired from the boxing world for a long time, suddenly return? The reason is probably here. His wife suddenly fell ill with a strange disease, and spent countless money and energy on treatment for more than a year. Yu Long had to return to the boxing world to make money. He took the risk of participating in the competition and thought about defeating Tornado to get a sky-high reward to relieve the urgent needs of his family. Unfortunately, time makes people old, and he is no longer young after all. His physical strength and reaction are not as good as before, and he was defeated in the battle. No one noticed the defeated Yu Long midnight. He was carried off the ring and left sadly. Perhaps he was full of frustration and helplessness at that time? Xiao Yuan watched his back disappear at the end of the corridor and felt someone pulling his sleeve. He looked down and saw Xiao Zheng looking up at him, whispering, The smell of burning is getting stronger. Xiao Yuan leaned down slightly and asked, Xiao Zheng, can you tell me in detail what happened? Xiao Zheng pointed to the ward and said, The smell coming from that ward is getting stronger and stronger. Ward. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but look into the ward and walk towards the door. After all, Xiao Zheng's body was not human, and her sense of smell was many times higher than theirs. Her sense of smell would never be wrong. If what Xiao Zheng said was true, there must be something strange in the ward. 1 step. 2 steps. The closer he got to the ward, the more Xiao Yuan felt that some kind of power in his body was stirring and becoming restless. When he stood only 1 step away from the ward door and put his hand on the door handle, his pupils suddenly shrank. A burning sensation came from the fingertips, and the heat seemed to have life and wandered on Xiao Yuan's right hand, and it took a while to subside. This is fire element? Xiao Yuan was surprised. How could there be a fire element here? And it was not transmitted by Ming. Just as his mind was surging, a surge of heat suddenly came from the ward and spread violently. Not good, Xiao Yuan shouted, and hurriedly pushed the door open, shouting to the people who were surrounding the bed, Get away from her. He didn't have time to say anything else, because the burning heat had already shrunk back into the body of the person on the bed. Xiao Yuan rushed to the bed in 2 or 3 steps, waved his hands, and threw the 5 doctors around him one by one. He was very powerful in his panic, but fortunately Sun Wan followed behind him, and caught them one by one to prevent them from getting hurt. Bang! Xiao Yuan pulled an idle bed over from behind, raised it with both arms to block it in front of him, and at the same time hugged Xing Ziyu and retreated to the back. As Xiao Yuan finished these, the heat that had shrunk back to Yolong's wife surged out again. The fire element was more domineering and weird than ordinary flames, and a vortex of sparks appeared in a circle centered on her bed. The gorgeous sparks gradually expanded, and the moment they touched the curtains and bedside tables, they ignited and burned them at an incredibly fast speed. The fire element exploded, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. The scorching air wave pushed the bed erected in front of Xiao Yuan far away. The bedding on the bed instantly burned, and Xiao Yuan's right hand flashed with light, and the tunan that had not been used for a long time turned into a shield. Bang! The scorching air waves hit tunan. Xiao Yuan endured the rising temperature and pushed Xing Ziyu to the door. The whole ward was like a big steamer. Xiao Yuan tried to open his eyes and looked at the woman on the bed. She had a good appearance, and she was over 40 years old but still had the charm of her youth. However, now she looked painful, her face was pale, and her eyes moved quickly under her closed eyelids. The fire spread, gradually reaching her side, and it seemed that it was about to burn her body. Seeing this, Xiao Yuan had no choice but to mobilize the power in his body, and gather the fire element around his body and Tu Nan. Buzz! Tu Nan vibrated with a buzzing sound, and then a red light appeared on the surface, and the dragon eye totem in the middle became more and more dynamic. When the dragon eye totem lit up, Xiao Yuan felt the scorching air around him retreat. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity, Xiao Yuan rushed up quickly and arrived before the flames burned her. Xiao Yuan raised his arms, held her in his arms, and pretended to rush out of the ward. Boom! This was like poking a hornet's nest. The fire elements in the whole room instantly went berserk and ran wildly. With Xiao Yuan's speed, he could only run about 10 meters away. When he came out, his clothes were burnt to tatters. Bang! Xiao Yuan closed the door with his backhand and ran out stumblingly. His hair smelled of burning. He looked back and saw that the room was already in a sea of fire. Seeing that the flames were still spreading, Xiao Yuan shouted to the doctors, who were already in a daze, "Run! Why are you still standing there?" Professor Qin Hong hurried away, with the help of his students. The door behind him also burned rapidly under the impact of the fire element, and spread to the corridor. Fortunately, the fire was burning in an independent area, and there were few patients. Everyone hurried downstairs. After the fire brigade in the hospital put out the fire, they found a strange phenomenon. The area where the fire spread showed a very strange path. It seemed that the fire followed the path that Xiao Yuan and his group left, and after extending for hundreds of meters, it strangely extinguished itself. Professor Qin Hong came over surrounded by students, tremblingly holding Xiao Yuan's hand, and said, "Young man, thank you for what you did just now, otherwise." The speed and temperature of the fire spread beyond the normal range, and at their speed, they would probably be buried in the sea of fire. Xiao Yuan bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Professor Qin, anyone who encounters such a thing should help, not to mention that you are Xiaoyu's teacher?" Xingziyu was shocked by the sudden fire, and didn't know what to do. She recovered with the comfort of Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng. She looked at Bai Feng, who was transferred to the new ward, with some fear, and whispered, "Brother Xiao Yuan, she won't burn again, right?" Qin Hong frowned and said, "Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense." The old professor turned around and waved to Yu Long's parents, who looked nervous, and said, "Please rest assured, we will continue to treat Ms. Bai Feng." Yu Long hurried forward, apologetically, "Dr. Qin, I'm really so sorry." Qin Hong sighed, and said to Yu Long earnestly, "Mr. Yu, I'm afraid I can't do anything about your wife's condition." Chapter 269. Qin Hong has been practicing medicine for decades, and is familiar with human pathology. Bai Feng's condition is completely beyond the scope of medicine. Seeing that Yu Long looked unhappy, he continued, "Although I can't treat Ms. Bai Feng, I can recommend a place for you, and there will be a chance of recovery." "Oh," Yu Long's eyes flashed with surprise again, and he hurriedly asked, "What place is Dr. Qin talking about?" Qin Hong said word by word, "Mind Research Center." Mind Research Center? Yu Long thought for a while, but had no impression. He rubbed his hands nervously, and looked a little embarrassed. Then, "How much will the treatment cost?" Qin Hong understood his concerns, and explained, "For Ms. Bai Feng's situation, I believe the Mind Research Center will treat her for free." Xiao Yuan was wiping the black dust off his body with a towel, and stopped after hearing the name. "Professor Qin, is the Mind Research Center you are talking about a research institution founded by Mr. Wen Yuan?" "Oh, young man, you know?" Qin Hong looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. The Mind Research Center rarely appears in the public eye. How did he know? "To be honest, I know Mr. Wen Yuan's student. I am going to visit her in a few days." "Young man, can you help them?" "This." Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "As long as the Mind Research Center agrees, this matter is just a piece of cake." Thank you, brother Xiao Yuan." Yu Long held Xiao Yuan's hand, and kept thanking him. "Uncle Yu Long, you're welcome." Xiao Yuan was a little embarrassed. After all, he was also very interested in Bai Feng's situation. Bai Feng's performance in the ward can be described as horrible. His mind was in a coma, and the fire element bursting out of his body could sweep across a space of several hundred meters. Xiao Yuan's affinity for the fire element was almost powerless in front of the fire element just now. Wu Jiao and Wu Hui were the only element affinity people Xiao Yuan had seen so far, except for him and Sun Wan. Whether it is Wu Jiao who uses a weapon, or Wu Hui who has a special silver wristband on his wrist, they all need the help of silver to perform elements. Bai Feng can release the fire element without the help of silver as a medium, which can be called a gifted talent. Yu Long has a wide range of knowledge. After the whole thing went around in his mind, he sorted out the interests involved. He asked with some concern, "Professor Qin, what are you talking about? It doesn't sound like a medical institution." "This?" Qin Hong hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Mr. Yu, please come to my office, and we will talk about this in detail. The Mind Research Center is independent of the medical and scientific research systems of Country A. It integrates science, mind research, and supernatural research, and has accumulated a large number of first-hand research results in nearly 20 years. The research results involve a lot of supernatural phenomenon data and case studies, including spontaneous human combustion." Qin Hong and Yu Long talked alone for a long time, explaining the nature of the Mind Research Center one by one. Under his persuasion, Yu Long accepted his suggestion and prepared to send his wife to the Mind Research Center for treatment with the help of Xiao Yuan 3 days later. Xiao Yuan and his friends left the hospital after leaving their contact information. Xing Ziyu was still in shock after the dangerous situation, and she no longer wanted to go to the food stalls. She took Xiao Yuan and the other two to the famous food street of Yanjing Medical University. Noodles with soybean paste, donkey rolls, green rice balls, fried liver, cold cakes. Each of the four people came to the Weiming Lake of Yanjing Medical University, with snacks in their hands. As night fell, they found a secluded stone table, looked at the lake and ate and chatted. Xiao Yuan picked up a piece of cold cake and put it in his mouth, praising, "It's soft and glutinous, sweet but not greasy, not bad." Xiao Zheng stuffed her mouth with food and said vaguely, "There are too many delicious foods in this world. I don't want to go back to my hometown." "This world?" Xing Ziyu put down the snack in her hand and asked curiously, "Sister Xiao Zheng, what does this world mean?" Xiao Yuan picked up a piece of cold cake and stuffed it into Xiao Zheng's mouth, laughing. She just said it casually, something about this world or that world. Xing Ziyu sat in the distance thoughtfully and said after a while, "Brother Xiao Yuan, are the wars on your front lines as dangerous as today?" A fire suddenly broke out in the ward, and her fellow brothers were so frightened that they could not recover for a long time. Sun Wan and Xiao Zheng, two delicate girls, were not much older than her, but they were not panicked. Xiao Yuan rushed into the sea of fire, and threw several young men behind him one by one, but Sun Wan was able to catch them safely. How many times of fierce battles and trials did this courage and psychological quality have to go through? Xiao Yuan tasted a piece of walnut cake and said, "It's dangerous. Actually, it's okay. We have already gotten used to it." He glanced at the young students walking by the lake, and said in a low voice, "Actually, I always feel that I am very lucky, you know what, Xiao Yu? I am very satisfied to be able to come back alive from the battlefield, to be able to quietly sit by the lake and eat snacks." How many comrades in the Silver Wings Corps fell forever on the front line, and never had the chance to stand up again? So you hate the solar charger at the school gate because it is unfair? Huh? It's the news on the school forum. Xing Ziyu shook the phone in his hand. That charger exploded. Was it you who did it? Xiao Yu, you can't say anything that defames someone's innocence. Xiao Yuan spread his hands and denied it. Show me your hand. Xing Ziyu took Xiao Yuan's hand and looked at it carefully. What kind of power can produce flames out of thin air? Brother Xiao Yuan, I actually have an idea. Xing Ziyu looked at his palm and said without raising his head. What idea? Give up medicine and write to save the sleeping people of country, eh? You are not serious again. Xing Ziyu said coquettishly, I want to officially join the medical team of the new Army Corps. What? Xiao Yuan raised his eyebrows and said loudly, You want to join the new army medical team? Xiao Yu, the new army often fights with the night demons, which is too dangerous. Sun Wan patted Xiao Yuan's arm, signaling him not to get excited. The medical team of the new army is different from the medical team of ordinary troops. Sun Wan explained softly, the night demons attack from the air, and the rear is often caught in fierce fighting. Take the decisive battle in Sierra City as an example. The whole city was in chaos, and the rear became the main attack point of the night demons. The rear will become the target of attack? Xing Ziyu opened her almond eyes in surprise, but it was never mentioned in the official briefing. Official briefings won't be written in detail, Xiao Yu. This matter is not a joke. I hope you can be cautious. Oh, don't be so serious. Xing Ziyu smiled. I am not qualified to go to the front line officially yet. It's just a small idea. Xiao Yuan resisted the urge to stop Xing Ziyu's idea and forced a smile. That's good, that's good. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want Xing Ziyu to go to the front line. The fighting was fierce on the front line. How could a little girl like her take care of herself? Xiao Yuan was thinking about how to persuade her. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a fierce splash of water from the lake. A dark shadow plunged straight into the lake, attracting his attention. Chapter 270. When Xiao Yuan was thinking, could there be any birds that catch fish in the university, the shadow that had just fallen into the lake flew out again. The fat shadow flapped its wings and flew towards the shore. A small fish in its mouth was twisting its body constantly, trying to break free. Flutter. The black shadow landed beside Xiao Yuan, shook off the water droplets on its body, and swallowed the captured fish in one gulp. Haha. I haven't eaten wild game for a long time. So cool. Lord Yuga? Sun Wan poked its fat body, very surprised. Why are you here? Haha, my lord is almost starving to death in the hotel. Xiao Yuan, this heartless boy, can't even afford to buy enough buttermelon seeds, right? My lord, you've wronged me. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and explained, You are too fat now. You need to lose weight. What weight do you want to lose? What weight do you want to lose? Lord Yuga glared. My lord, I have a well-proportioned body. As he said that, Lord Yuga ran back and forth twice, panting, and asked, How is it? My lord, I am still okay. Xiao Yuan suppressed his smile and praised seriously. You are so cool and flexible. You are worthy of it. Master Yuga was flattered and raised his head proudly. His eyes fell on Xingziyu and said, Xiao Yuan, who is this beautiful girl? Xiao Yuan patted Xingziyu, who was still standing there, and introduced, Xiao Yu, this is the Master Yuga I told you about. Xingziyu lowered her head and looked at Master Yuga carefully, and touched its head in surprise. Can it really talk? It's incredible. Lord Yuga used his wings to block Xingziyu's hand and said, What happened just now? I felt a strong burst of fire element in the hotel. Xiao Yuan finally understood why the fat guy Yuga appeared here, and told him what happened in the hospital. After listening, Lord Yuga walked back and forth twice, muttering, It's impossible, it can't be such a coincidence. Xiao Zheng put the last piece of cold cake on the table into her mouth, and breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Lord Yuga, what are you talking about? Impossible? Lord Yuga's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said, She should be a natural elemental affinity. Ah, the news that Yuga said was like a bombshell, leaving Xiao Yuan stunned on the spot. The difference between the two words elemental affinity and natural elemental affinity is as huge as the difference between them. The elemental control power of a natural elemental affinity is 100 times that of an ordinary affinity. They can release the elements without the help of other media. Flames, gales, frost. Xiao Yuan once asked Lord Yuga, could a natural elemental affinity be the god in the mythology of country A, who can move mountains and fill the sea, and call the wind and rain? But Lord Yuga did not answer. After seeing the scene in the war today, he felt more and more that his guess was right. The gods and the myths in the history of Blue Star were really human beings. However, due to some reason, the environment of Blue Star changed, and the natural elemental affinity people lost their abilities along with the ordinary elemental affinity people. The dusty history was recorded by the ancestors, and as time passed, it was preserved as a myth by later generations. With the arrival of the Night Demon, the environment of Blue Star was affected, and more elemental affinity people awakened. Everything is developing in an unknown direction, or humanity has simply returned to the original starting point of ancient times. Bai Feng's ability is to attack unconsciously. If one day she can control her ability freely, will she become a god in the eyes of humans? That night, Xiao Yuan's thoughts drifted further and further away. He vaguely felt that Bai Feng might become a huge destabilizing factor. Xiao Yuan, who was upset, hurriedly said goodbye to Xingziyu and rushed back to the hotel with everyone to discuss. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Xiao Yuan and Master Yuga finalized the plan to deal with Bai Feng's matter. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Yuan reluctantly opened his eyes at the sound of a crisp knock on the door. Huh? He got up, rubbed his hair, and walked towards the door. Here I come. Xiao Yuan yawned and said, Don't knock, Xiao Yuan. Why are you here so early? The pretty girl outside the door had a pair of almond eyes, a beautiful face and peach cheeks, and delicate makeup, and was looking at him with a smile. Xiao Yuan was surprised, and said with surprise, Lulu, why are you here? Liang Lu put her hands behind her back, her high heels clacking on the floor, and walked straight into Xiao Yuan's room. Now you have been promoted to battalion commander, and you still want to dump us? Xiao Yuan laughed, pointed at his messy hair, and said, How could it be? But you came too early. As he said, Xiao Yuan walked into the bathroom and started to wash. Didn't you go to Tokyo Bianliang with Uncle Liang? The holiday is coming, and the Silver Wings Corps will go back to their hometowns to visit relatives in batches. Xinma and Liang Lu will go to Bianliang City together. Granny Bian and Xiao Shuyi are living well in Tokyo, and Liang Lu is discussing business matters with her father. After the dinner, Liang Lu came to Yanjing with her father, one to visit old friends, and the other to run around for the Night Demon Cosmetics. Night Demon Cosmetics? Xiao Yuan picked up a towel to wipe the water droplets off his face, and was surprised at the speed of Night Demon Cosmetics' progress. The product was completed so quickly? Liang Lu nodded and said, Dad has put a lot of effort into this project, and the entire Liang group is revolving around it. How can it not be fast? Xiao Yuan didn't know much about business, but after listening to Liang Lu's talk, he got a general idea. He walked out of the bathroom, stretched his body, and said, I don't know much about business, but if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Liang Lu's eyes were bright, and she asked tentatively, Really? Can you help with anything? Of course. Xiao Yuan simply agreed. As long as it's within my ability. Liang Lu opened her red lips, but she swallowed the words back in hesitation. Xiao Yuan didn't notice Liang Lu's expression. He walked to the closet, unbuttoned his pajamas, and suddenly stopped. I want to change clothes. Why don't you turn around? He raised his eyebrows, and looked at Liang Lu, who was still facing him. Ah? Liang Lu blushed and turned around. A grown man wearing cartoon pajamas, childish. You look down on me, Stitch, don't you? Xiao Yuan took off his Stitch pajamas, and put on a white shirt. Let's go! He walked behind Liang Lu and patted her back. Have you had breakfast? No. That's perfect. Call Xiao Yuan and Xiao Zheng to go to the restaurant for dinner. Liang Lu stood there blankly, looking at Xiao Yuan's back and subconsciously tightening the small handbag in her hand. Xiao Yuan took a few steps and looked back at Liang Lu strangely. Lulu, is there something wrong? Liang Lu came back to her senses and tidied her hair in a panic. No, let's go quickly. As she said that, she smiled and lowered her head and walked out of the house. Liang Lu's smile was a bit reluctant to cover up the embarrassment and unnaturalness just now, which made Xiao Yuan look even more strange. What's wrong with this girl? She never behaved like this in the army. Xiao Yuan scratched his head, wondering what was wrong with her.